it'll be to make you feel better, not me. You want me to? I will.
That makes all of the sense.
No. I'll go if you want me to, but I'm okay.
At least Maul didn't force Theo to play this game. I considered it.
How long until we get a Dark Souls ref? Oh
shit!
I'll do the one. It'll be me. I'll do the Dark Souls reference because that's what this game became about halfway through. Was
Talk
Dark
loudly
Souls.
and consistently for a sec. There we go. We're safe. I was just
All right,
fucking
everybody.
Linkin Park
All
in the background.
There we go. Someone already said I knew this was coming when I saw Fringy Mel and Rag stream it. Yep.
Dude, I legit that
You
was
know it.
that was so in the background that I had completely forgotten it was there. I hope the stream stays up for a few seconds. Actually, wait.
Dead now.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut the. Can you cut
It looks
recording on
good.
OBS without ending the stream?
Oh yeah.
You do that with Streamlabs does for me. I can like turn it off, like change a setting, then turn it back on, and then the stream stays up.
I don't think I've ever
I
done
was-
it, so now I'm worried.
You see, when I
Yeah, you
was
can do it.
when I played Outlaws and it blue screened my PC, I was actually able to reboot my PC, download my Windows updates, and continue the same stream. So
Let me. Okay.
Oh wow.
I shall fix problema.
oh wait, did I say too early that this game blue screened my PC? Oh my goodness.
Oh, people know, right? You streamed it, I think.
Yeah, but not everyone knows. Like
Well, I have to
technically it's-
imagine we'll like go down the list and see the platform and the experience, right?
That's
Okay.
true. That's true.
I've restarted the recording, so now the re-upload won't have Linkin Park in it.
Stellar.
I feel like it might get hit with copyright for that, maybe.
Were you just like casually listening to that in the background before the stream started?
Well, I'd had it on for the past like hours, just an album, and then I forgot that it was on, you know, because you just kind of it just blends in with you.
Album?
Album.
happens.
Well,
Hey, I'm gonna use the loo real quick. I'll be right back.
Right at the
So
start.
you went like an hour
Okay,
ago.
yeah, all right. Yeah, go
Now,
on.
now I'm just confused.
Yeah, I'm real confused.
that
on
one was
the status.
before, as he says.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, yeah, I guess so, but I don't know.
Oh.
Welcome to EFAP, y'all.
Yeah, I'm just glad we're all started. We're all here. It's gonna be great. Settle in, folks. We're in for a long night. We got people saying like, "Oh, you're gonna spoil Joker 2." This is, I would have thought you could tell from the title,
What?
not about Joker 2. Like this is
And I
it's
think
not.
wait, I don't think anyone here has seen it yet, right?
I don't think
Nope.
so. No.
Nope.
I mean, it came out for me today, and
I
I'm
was gonna say I can't
obviously
see it yet.
here, so I haven't seen it.
Isn't it out in 2 days?
Well, apparently
Like the
some
picture
people
is-
tomorrow here.
they got some early. Or did America get it early or something? I don't know.
Maybe.
Bastards.
I mean,
When was that
IGN
film
saw it like
festival,
a
actually?
month ago, apparently.
Well, yeah, I think it was at a film festival, right? Like
Yeah.
Venice or something.
Let me see.
And then along came Zeus.
Everything about Joker 2.
Okay.
Yep.
Stream is
September
there.
4th it came out. 1 month ago.
Unsung heroes, rebellious.
Fan screenings in selected cities. Well, la di da.
Yeah, but hey, look, all right, we got to play Star Wars Outlaws, you know, so that's
Fuck yeah.
yeah.
Yay.
My
So who are the real
I mean-
losers here? Not us.
Who won
See,
truly?
there's more hours in Star Wars Outlaws than in one movie, so thank
Yeah,
you.
I guess so. Yeah,
A real positive
more
outlook. I
fun.
like it. Yeah. Well, why don't we get started with a wonderful, wonderful announcement that many may not even be aware of. Oh. And I'm not even, it doesn't require any of us to say anything because it's been pre-built through effort, artistic in flagrity, and that's going to be relevant later or whatever. Also, Das is here and he helped edit this video, so haha.
Oh, hello. It was fun.
Hello. All right, I'm just going to play it, so you're all in, I think, anyway, right? Oh, one of you is
in.
missing. Disgusting.
I'm in like Donkey Kong.
Who
Is
isn't
that a
in?
saying?
It's probably me who's not in. Give me a second.
I
Wow.
think, so. I think that's what they say.
Give me just a minute. I
You're
gotta do something.
useless, pathetic,
Hey,
annoying,
jeez.
talking donkey.
Donkey.
You know, do you guys see this picture of Cats vs. Dogs on the watch together?
Yes.
That
Nor?
woman? Do you not see that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see
This
it.
is dumb.
I see it.
Okay. Because it looks like the woman who's enjoying whatever it is she's looking at. It kind of looks like she has a mustache, but it's like it's
Oh,
it's
I see what you're talking
misaligned.
about. Sorry.
Oh.
Kind of off to the side, you know, and like
There
it
she
fell
is.
off. Like she got out of bed, like she slept with it on, and it got you know, it gets jostled around.
She's getting
at
in the way
night
of
when you're sleeping, so.
our usual, the big bunny. Big bunny.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Yeah.
Chungus money.
It's true. We haven't seen that guy in a while.
Big Buck Bunny?
Yeah. Terrible. I'll call you. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Holy shit, that was scary.
Oh,
though.
lightning.
Jesus,
Sorry,
holy
guys.
fuck.
It's scary time. It's Halloween. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna play it now.
I have poop in my
Okay,
pants.
Grab your blankie. Don't be
Do it.
scared.
I got it.
Here it
Get
comes.
wanky.
It's the spookiest time of year, and what's
Look, it's
more
Middle's friends.
suitable than EFAP celebrating with a brand new set
True.
of terrifying plushies? Introducing the EFAP Halloween plushie set, starting with Mauler the Longpire, a terrifying monster of bloodthirst and long. This cuddly beast is both infamous and primal in his desire to drain the very soul from the world of media, and he's coming for you. But he's not alone. How could the Longpire be complete without his trusty doggo? Rags-o-Lantern. Poised charmingly in his pumpkin, your Rags-o-Lantern will be there to offer his support and encouragement and sarcastic commentary to all your endeavors. This gourd-adorned Shiba Inu will give your pumpkin patch a pantalooned pooch's worth of company, and of course, both of these fine, fiendish fellows are joined by yet another. Though his eyes may have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, Fringy the Raven will gladly perch atop your couch, cuddly and at the ready. This corvid ventures nowhere without his scythe, and he's more than ready to slash his way through all obstacles. But not without the final member of this cutthroat cohort. Hear the bell as it strikes the hour of the wolf. When the midnight sky is red, a beast shall emerge from the forest to plunder your local pizza parlor. Behold, the dreaded werewolf, complete with the sunken eyes of a beast who avoids the searing heat of the sun, carrying with him a slice of his latest victim.
Oh, shit. that was
This
scary.
legend of the night will surely be a fantastic addition to this crew of dark demons and pumpkin playmates. But that's not all, no sir. Have you ever left home only to worry you're leaving the members of your favorite podcast behind? Do you despair when Mauler's commentary, Fringy's laughs, Wolf's fury, or Rags's puns aren't around anymore? Well, anguish no longer. Now you can stay warm and cozy during those chilly autumn days while constantly explaining to everyone that, no, it's not electronic fapping, I swear. Introducing the official Every Frame a Pause Halloween hoodie. Perfect for lounging around indoors,
God,
shopping,
what a hot
long
guy.
walks on the pier, weddings, baby showers, funerals, Halloween, Christmas. Complete with the expected furnishings of the season, as well as some gorgeous artwork by Black Soul Odin. The EFAP hoodie is ready to keep you warm and comfy through those winter months. There may even be a surprise guest on the bag. Pick up
Charlie!
yours today, because once
Charlie,
the
let's
campaign
go.
ends, it'll be gone for good. And don't forget Mauler the Longpire, Rags-o-Lantern, Fringy the Raven, and Werewolf. Completing the EFAP Halloween set. For every item you pick up together, the discount will increase. Be sure about what you'd like before it's too late, as the spooky season will not last forever. Find them all at makeship.com/shop/EFAP. All links can be found in the description. Thank you all so much for watching and supporting the show. We will see you next time. That's pretty
Yo,
fun.
we got
They're
Charlie
adorable.
merch.
Wonderful, you might
Those
even
look
say.
so good.
What a great
They
app.
look really
Give
good.
a round of applause if my mic would pick it up.
Well, what if you talk and then you do it? Will it be in the background?
I
Will
don't
that
think
work?
so. I don't.
You don't think
Nah,
so?
Nah.
No. All right.
Oh, wow.
Just tried it. Didn't work.
All
I
right.
don't think.
Damn. Shit.
And then, because
Well,
I'm so
Those
clever,
plushies look great.
I just realized
Whoa, big
I don't
smart.
have a link to them in the description.
Oh no! Can you put them in now?
Oops.
What do you mean, can I put them in now? I'm not literally typing things and clicking things
Liar.
to make that happen.
Consulting with sinister
Okay,
narrative.
I
He's
believe
like,
you
what do you
then.
mean the link isn't in the
Mwah.
description?
Mwah.
Bum, bum, brung. It was a really neat tune in that trailer, you know? It was,
It was.
Yeah,
that was really
catchy.
great.
It's
I love
catchy
that.
one.
It took me
It
a
was
while to find that.
appropriately spooky.
It's so funny, people being like, "Oh, gee, I'll grab one of them." How?
It's like
It's in the what?
It's like when I'm playing a game and I know what I want to do, but I don't know what the button is. to
What are
make
the
it
fucking
happen.
rules of
I'm
this
just standing there
game?
like a fool. Like what do I
But yes, makeship.com/shop/EFAP is honestly a very simple URL, surprisingly. Like to get
That's
to
nice.
the team of
That's
5
a
here.
nice, helpful storefront that just shows you all of them right there.
Oh, spooky
Hooray.
variants. And finally, a piece of clothing that relates to EFAP. Can you believe it?
Whoa.
Yeah,
It's
I
only been
have,
7 years.
If
Yeah,
only
I
rags
can,
would wear
uh,
clothes.
It's been 7 years.
ironically, I'm the one who had to wear this one to
Had to.
test it out because
Oh.
they sent me the one to
Way to
test
sell
out.
it.
It's actually kind of nice. I like it. It's good in person. It's soft. It fits well. The hood is snug but not like constricting. It's really nice.
That was not a good initial sales pitch, though. It's like I had to wear it, and it was actually kind of nice.
The thing is,
Listen,
I
I
forget
was
what.
forced at
Listen.
gunpoint.
It
to
was
wear
like a
this
process
hoodie.
of
I'm-
elimination. It was like because was it that me and Free don't typically wear hoodies? We can't be like a judge of
it's
exactly
because I
how
live in
good hoodies
America.
are. Oh, was it that too? Well, because to be
It
fair,
was because they
no,
sent it in,
we
like,
literally
days.
just. I said I don't really wear hoodies, so like I don't know how it fares if I was to wear
Well, it
it
doesn't-
versus other hoodies.
Well, that's not the reason because I don't wear clothes ever. But I'm still the one who had to test it. It was probably the America thing.
America.
That was probably.
That was probably the reason we discussed.
You're
It
wearing
is-
a pumpkin
it is a
right
nice
now.
hoodie. No, I'm gourd adorned.
True. The guy did say that in the
Look
video.
at this set. Look at how great this set is. Look at how
It
fun
looks so
it is.
good.
It's really,
look
really
great.
fun and charming. They've turned out very, very well, and I'm sure
would
everybody
never-
would agree. They look.
I would
look
never,
Great.
yeah. I would never sacrifice my integrity or anything to prop up these products.
Oh,
I'm just
on
I am
theme,
biased, but
on
like
theme.
holy, like these guys,
Mm.
like guys, these look really good. Makeshift.
Makeshift.
Our lords or overlords at Makeshift did a really good job with these. They look really excellent.
Hey Theo,
I
you
got mine
recognize
up
what I'm
there.
holding?
I don't. I'm sorry. What is
Wow.
What-
Big
what are you
fan.
it? Am I a
holding?
fake
I can't-
fan? I'm a
Yeah,
fake
you're
fan,
a
aren't
fake
I?
fan.
I can't see.
Yes,
No, Rags, you wouldn't recognize it.
you
nor
wouldn't know.
Metal
I will
wouldn't.
be the
Fuck.
judge of that.
You won't know.
Not only would you not, I wouldn't want you to figure out how to
Yeah,
what it
exactly.
is. Technically, it's a
Denying me
spoiler.
knowledge. What is
That's
it?
okay.
Something about Buffy?
Correct. So Theo's
See?
a bad person
I
now.
recognized
shit.
it.
Right.
Yeah, but you recognized it
okay.
with all the context clues. That's easier.
That's how you recognize. That's how you learn about the world. Is context
Too many
clues.
context clues. They made it too easy for you. It's actually negative points for team. Who are you again? Sneem, Rumbo.
Sneem.
Team Gleam.
Sneem.
Team Sneem.
Team Theme.
They actually had someone called Sneem in the game. They really did.
They did early.
And
Wait,
he
what is that
never
one
fucking
early?
showed up. It was bullshit.
He didn't show up. It's true.
Also, you got to mention the discount.
Oh, right, yeah. So the way we convinced them to make it work, because it's a big old set, we were worried that, of course, it's gonna take a chunk out of a wallet to grab them all. If you get one, regular price, 2, 5% off, 3, 10% off, 4, 15% off, and if you get all 5, it's 25% off all of them. So that
Ooh.
25
If you get two of each,
That's
they're
like
for free.
That's like a fourth. that's
well,
I
if
was lying.
if
a
let's
fourth.
say I'll choose like a random sort of hypothetical that's pretty common. If you spent $1 million on the set, like you bought enough to facilitate that, it would go down to $750,000, which is a
Whoa.
saving of $250,000.
Yo,
Hypothetically.
I could buy a lot of things with that kind of money, and I just save it by buying all of them. That's incredible.
Whoa.
You could buy another $250,000 worth of the plushies,
Plushies,
and then get a
yeah,
discount on
bonus.
that. It'd be
It's
incredible.
basically like
myself.
getting free plushies.
Exactly.
Is
True.
this live? No, this is not live. This is recorded. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Metal could buy some better internet with all that money that he saved on the.
I
from
thought
the
he did have
sale.
good
It's
internet. I'm the one
true.
with the shit
My
internet.
internet, I have fine internet. My internet is good.
Yeah.
I like how it's often seen as like a slight against the person to have shit internet. Like,
It's your fault.
you're immoral
Man.
for having bad internet.
You
So mean.
chose this.
You monster. Well, we may as well not actually, delay. We got a
Have
long
fun.
stream ahead of us.
All
We're
right,
gonna
fun's
start
over. Back
today.
to work.
Because
It's
this
over,
is
bitch.
welcome to. It's not even the beginning because plenty of you guys in chat have been watching our
Like
streams.
I just pick and choose the internet that I gotta get.
What?
And,
Is he lagging right now? Is that what's happening right now?
Is that the ghost of Rags, like being in a conversation that was taking place 2 minutes ago? Is he about to say what?
Is he about to disconnect?
Come on, Rags, say what?
I think he's about to disconnect.
well, good
Oh,
talk.
The suspense is killing me.
Boy, yeah.
It's so spooky.
Dude, he was making the metal internet joke as he was dying.
You know, it reminds me of, this is such a deep cut, in the finale for Hill House, when they first meet back with Nell, she starts talking to them in conversation that's happening later. He's
Oh yeah.
doing a spooky. I think he's dead. All right. So anyway,
Oh dear.
Well, that's the episode for today, guys. Thanks for
dear
hanging out.
Rogues, it was fun while it lasted. We're
Sorry,
gonna
buddy.
begin our Star Wars Outlaws arc today in this stream, even though technically it's already begun. You know that. You've been watching our streams. You probably know a lot about it. Several people in chat, but several people don't. And for them, oh, we have a show for you. This is probably not
Hello,
the first.
everyone. Am I back?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
Perfect timing.
How's your
Yeah.
internet, Rags?
That was
It's
pretty amazing.
really good. It's really my internet's great.
Excellent.
Comedic timing, internet. It's great.
So, yeah, we're gonna have a couple streams on this, and this isn't the only arc. Yeah, you know what that word means. And so we're gonna start real early on, and we're gonna talk about the story that is the release of this game, company behind it, and the
1987.
game itself, and what people have said about it. So,
Okay.
what better way to start than to go back to videos that were releasing, kind of reviewing the game before the game even came out? You
Wait,
know, they
what?
call them.
Wait,
How
that's
is
not
this
possible.
possible?
Yeah, you get
Impossible.
people who get access to early
is this
things,
devilry?
and they get to say, "Hey, this
bullshit.
early thing is this," and then everyone goes, "Ooh!" And you've got footage as well, meaning you really did play it, which isn't the case all the time, actually. Like, sometimes they don't even have
Someone
footage that's
played it.
real. They don't even have footage from the actual game. You guys remember wasn't that the
Yes.
Cyberpunk controversy they had?
Yes.
Well, they
yes.
didn't
Yeah.
let you they didn't let you record what you played, right?
I thought it
Yeah,
was
and-
either console or PC, but one of them had to use the footage of the other to
Oh,
promote it.
it was that there were no. I believe there were
No
no
console.
review copies,
That's
and
it. Yeah.
it was something to do with the. Yeah, I that was craziness.
That
And
was
yeah,
Man,
crazy.
reputable names said it was
Man.
really good and it was so
That was
very
just-
next
that
gen.
That was just very much a case of like the hype had been built up for so long that like everybody wanted to participate. And
Yeah.
then, give it a little bit of time and it actually gets released. And then lo and behold, people aren't really happy with the game, with the state of the game.
Well,
Let me just see here.
There's no way that could happen again. They've learned their lesson, right?
Well,
CD Projekt
they
Red.
probably have learned their
Oh, what,
lesson.
I think they
Yeah.
did, didn't they? Cyberpunk
I
is
think they
considered a good
actually
game these
did.
days.
Yeah, I've
No,
heard
no,
a few
I
years
mean,
to get there,
I
yeah.
mean, the early review types of things where there's this big embargo and they can't record their own footage and shit.
I mean,
Which,
you would
you
think they
know,
would.
You know that Total Biscuit would have made a video saying,
Oh,
I will now
yes.
talk about the Cyberpunk 2077 review situation for X minutes.
Yeah.
He absolutely would have made a video on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love to see it.
Real quick. I looked at it real quick. CD Projekt Red actively took steps to compel reviewers to only show B-roll or trailer footage that they chose in reviews.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was scummy stuff that happened when Cyberpunk came out.
Yeah, a couple people in chat were saying it's great now as a game. It's like, well, it wasn't great when it launched, but hey,
Yeah.
better
First
now than
impressions
never.
were really, really rough. Maybe I'll go back to it one day. We'll find out.
I
do
still
agree
haven't
Maybe now
bought
it's
it.
a solid
yeah.
like 5 or a 6.
Yeah, I
maybe.
do see recommendations for it a lot.
Yeah,
these
I've seen
days,
plenty
so.
of recommendations. People speak very highly of it.
And you know,
I haven't
I
played
mean,
it
it's
since launch.
it'd be
it's no
impossible.
Gollum, but you know.
Well, on a
It's no
legitimate
Outlaw.
point, I was going to say it's like the No Man's Sky, right? The story of that is fascinating.
Oh,
It is
Yeah.
a fascinating story. It's probably one of the best.
Yeah.
it's one of the best redemption stories in gaming.
Yeah. Good on them.
They just
So-
kept silent, dug
Wait,
in, and
Molly.
they just fucking
Yes.
did the thing.
Someone in the Discord sent this. They said, "Is this how your face works? Is that or Or are your
Be
eyes
honest,
closed?
is this how your face works?
What's going on?
What
What's
a good
happening here?
question.
Which one are your eyes? What are we thinking? What's going on?
My guess is the harder lines is like closed eyes, right? Like
That's
he's
what I thought.
exhausted.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. He was like Avatar: The Last Airbender, and
Oh,
Right.
he can't take it.
I
Oh,
mean,
hey,
have I
Moriarty.
been not heard?
Well,
no,
no,
you
no.
haven't been heard.
Jesus
But
Christ! I've
welcome
been thinking you're
back.
ignoring me.
Moriarty, now
well,
that
now
you've had
all eyes on you, my friend.
yeah, now that you've had practice,
Now you have
with
the
your
microphone.
answer, yeah,
So the eyes are closed, right?
that's
the
what I
M,
thought. That's what
the
I
top
thought.
of the M is more like an eyebrow, and the bottom leg would be like closed eyes.
Because the part here, the part here, let me do this here. I can make a quick little thing. For me, I have always interpreted mine will be green, where the green, I'll show you here in a second. The green are the eyes. I don't know why I'm narrating this. I might as well
Probably
just
because
do
you
it.
want to
We can't
fill
see it.
potential dead air, but I can take care of it by saying,
No, you don't have to do that because it's already done. I thought that you were a bird, and the green was your closed eyes, and the orange was your beak, and you were sad. So the black lines were the tears,
Aw,
and they were pooling
black
on your
tears?
face.
Damn.
Black tears.
He's like,
I'm way more
Sauron.
emo than metal, man.
Also, yes, we will be doing the finale of Rings of Power on Saturday, and my god, have I never been more excited to talk about an episode of that show than I have with episode 7.
Mm.
I'm only halfway through that episode. I just can't believe what I'm seeing with my eyes. It's just so
I
Dude,
haven't watched
episode
episode 7
was
yet. I'm afraid to.
insanely awful.
Yes.
Like even by Rings of Power standards, absolutely the worst episode, but also the funniest episode when Elrond's horse jumped in the air and kicked the
Wow,
orc.
spoilers.
Yeah,
What do you mean
but
spoilers?
Friggy
Came out for, like,
spoiled
5 days.
0.01% of how funny that episode is. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
It was the point that he drew attention to in particular, so surely it was worthy of not spoiling, so that we can enjoy it for ourselves.
No, you chose
right?
it by random, right, Friggy?
Sorry. I assumed
Alright.
that. I also assumed, given that episode 8 is coming out today, that if anybody was up to
Are you
date
gonna
on
spoil
the
that
show.
too?
I do find it hilarious how it's like, oh yeah, you spoiled this episode that came out a week ago.
Listen,
Pay
well, I don't want people.
Yeah,
to
Rings of
spoil
Power, boy. Get on
Citizen
it.
Kane, and
Yeah,
that came out
exactly.
like
Well-
30 years ago. So just because it's
Jeez.
long ago, you know.
My goodness. But anyway,
Hey!
we're not talking about Rings of Power. We're talking about
True.
So, to
Star Wars
get
Outlaws.
back
Dog
on
gets to
track.
stay.
Okay, we'll have fun
On
editing
track.
around
We were
this
never
together
on
section.
track.
Well, so, yes, like I said, we're starting kind of early, and we're going to check out what I have been told is one of the most controversial, and judging from the comment section, I'd have to say they are correct, reviews, or, well, you know what? It's a first impression. Why is my doorbell ringing?
Everything is falling apart.
Damn
Oh my
it.
god, this is the last EFAP. Oh my
Fuck's sake.
goodness. It's
You
it's
guys,
become a
It sounded like an
disaster.
ice cream truck going by.
Go ahead
Gringy's
and
out
carry
there
on
saying
one
ring
second.
doorbell. We don't know what's going on with Moriarty's face. Someone's at Mahler's door.
My face
Oh
is
goodness.
normal, thank you.
Oh man.
I know.
So-
Wow, how calamitous. Jeez.
I suppose this would be a good time to ask what everybody had played this on.
Yes, I played
Uh,
this on PC.
I played this on my personal computer.
Well, so who? So wait, so that was Dev and Rags played it on, and Metal, right? You played it on PC too.
I played on PC.
No, I'm on PS5.
Oh,
You played it on
okay.
PS5. Okay.
Yeah.
I played it on PS5, and Mola did as well. The apprehension was definitely because I can't remember what were the PC specifications, like the recommended specs for
Let's see if I can
Outlaws.
find them.
Stupid
Let's pull
quadruple
that
A
up. They usually
specs
put
that are
those on
stupid.
Steam. So-
I just remember it being
Here, Ubisoft
stupid
has them
high.
listed right here. Here, let me. I'll read them out, and I'll go ahead and I'll paste them here for you guys, so you can read along if Mahler gets
Okay.
back. So the system requirements for Star Wars Outlaws, the recommended requirements, which they say is 1080p at 60 frames a second, high
Okay.
graphics preset, and then AMD's FSR thing set to 2. Windows 10, Windows 11. A processor is the AMD Ryzen 5 5600X at 3.7 gigahertz, or an Intel Core i5 10400, also known as 10400 at 2.9 gigahertz or better. But the big thing is the video card. which they recommend an AMD Radeon RX 6700 XT 12 gigabyte or an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3060 Ti 8
Wow.
gigabytes or better. And I was running this. Now I was streaming it, but I was running this on. I have a very good computer. It's a 4090. I forget what my CPU is off the top of my head. But I was brute forcing my way through this game. It was smooth, and it was on everything was on ultra, but it wasn't like so high. It was like that range of frame rates based on what was going on the screen, where it's like, oh, yeah, this isn't that well optimized. I'm just
Yeah.
like
Mhm.
brute forcing my way through it.
Because
Well,
you had
wait.
streamed at
Everything-
30, so I couldn't tell if the frame rate was falling below 60 or
Yeah,
not.
on my end, it was like very playable, but everything's very playable on my computer.
To be
so
quick,
I was
there's a
thinking-
lot of people who have no idea what any of this means. So if one would like to translate it in normal speak for like, this is some heavy requirements, and a surprise, especially for what they're promising for it to run at.
I think
Well,
you just
I
did
mean,
it.
considering how beautiful the game was, I think it's fair,
No.
right?
Yeah.
So
so-
I'm actually surprised we have more PS5 players than we have PC players in this one.
Do you mean in
I'm
the
Me
Well,
too.
it's like I
The-
said,
the
I didn't want to
PS5
play it
version.
on PC when.
That,
I saw-
yeah, because
I
you
like,
have blue screen issues and shit, huh?
When I stream a game, I
Yeah,
quite like it
yeah.
being on not my PC because of the sort of, I guess, the weight of all the different things happening at once, but also because if anything goes horribly wrong, which I heard happens with this game, it wouldn't affect my PC at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I have a pretty good PC too. And I do have, whenever I stream, I have two PCs going, one for the stream, one for the game, so that's not a problem. But even then, I heard so many problems on PC compared to console. It's almost like we've gone back in time to the 90s and 2000s where consoles are just more stable than PCs are, which is very strange to think about because it wasn't like that 10
It's
years ago.
strange when PC gaming has become increasingly popular over the last decade.
Yeah,
You know,
you remember
because
like
Steam has
back
more
in the-
people playing on it than ever.
yeah, like back then we would constantly see devs like snub PC players and even like make fun of them and stuff, like Cliff Blazinski and shit. It's like,
Mhm.
I mean,
oh man.
Well, that was one of the things I'd said back when I started on YouTube and I was doing PC versus console things. So I was like, yeah, PCs aren't as stable as consoles, but I don't give a shit. I'll take that negative to get all of the positives. I was like, I'll just
Yeah.
deal with it if it happens. It's
Yeah,
still
somebody
worth
will
it.
mod the problems out, right?
But unfortunately, it meant that even though I only had three crashes, but after the first couple crashes, I made a little thingy for my stream, and I never got to show anybody. So I did a
Oh.
little paint. I did a little paint drawing,
I can show it now,
and
yes.
and I put this underneath my screen just in case. But the game never crashed again after that. Oh, it did. Yeah, it did. It did crash the third time, and that was under it. But it was blue screen my PC, so no one got to see
No.
anything. So no one got to see
Oh,
it.
well.
You really captured KVS, I feel. Excellent.
Well, I figured out on my PC, this game does not like VPNs running in the background. For some reason, when you have VPN running, the game just crashes at some point.
I thought
Why?
it was really
I
funny
don't
because
know.
I've seen you play through, so I was like, when you said like it's the VPN, I was sitting there thinking, does he know it crashes anyway?
It never- It only crashed
Like
I
one
said-
more time after I turned it off.
And I mean, you know,
For
bear
me.
in mind, it crashes
I
on
think it's-
PlayStation 5 as well. I think it crashed for me 3 or 4 times.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
It was
crashed for me
three for
once.
me. So it's crashes like that. It's just like luck of the draw a lot of the times.
Well, yeah, because
Um,
it's hard to tell why. One of the crashes I had, I wanted to fast travel. My mistake. The second one was just I was driving through an area and then it just froze. And then another one, I pulled up the map and then it crashed. Like it was very unpredictable why it would ever crash.
Yeah.
You knew
I
when
mean,
you
I
were
did
pulling, you were
soft-
like pulling the map up. You're like, this is a notoriously difficult thing for a game to pull off. So I know I'm risking a lot doing this, and
Yeah.
you got what you deserve.
I hate to derail. However, someone in my server, 8 of Quality, they have drawn this. They drew some Moriarty fan art, and I think you should see it.
Holy shit, I love it.
the proper interpretation.
I just love the
That's
bum
great.
bum. You could get that from
The
his
little
profile
dumpy
picture.
right there, just
Yeah.
I love it.
He ain't flying
I
with
love
that
him.
dump truck back there.
That's beautiful.
He's got a Donkus sized rear end going on back there.
You know,
That's some good
might
shit.
have to be your avatar for the rest of the stream.
I
and
don't know
not
what
the
you're
face.
talking about. Like I wasn't already doing that.
You gonna fit the bum in?
What if
Dude.
it pops up for us and it is just the bum?
yeah,
Into
exactly.
the
Just the bum. Perfect. Now you've donned your Halloween attire.
Beautiful.
All right. Are we actually ready to begin this? By the way,
Yes.
when I was talking and the doorbell rang, what I forget sometimes is my window is open and the door is directly beneath where I am. So when I said, like, who the fuck is ringing my door? When I went to go and answer it, the delivery man just had, like, the most blank face, like, I have a delivery.
It's part of my job, dude.
Waller is
thank you.
the hateful vampire.
I just love the idea. He's like, you ordered it, man.
Why have you come to
Why
my
you
home?
asked me to
come here.
Do not you know I'm streaming?
So anyway,
I'm come to suck the blood out of Star Wars Outlaws.
as I was
That's
saying,
media.
controversial video. The
Mhm.
uploader is someone I don't think we've ever covered before, but reviews lots of games, called G-Man Lives. He's
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
Okay.
well, so this is the thing, like, we could expect all kinds of things from this. All I know is that it was kind of a hated video, so I'm very curious, because
Oh.
it's just a first impressions of Outlaws. Now, the reason why this is good for us to cover now is because we all know the game. Like, I say we got a couple people here a little less familiar, but that's because it's fun to have, some variety. But raise your hands if you've gotten to the very credits of the storyline by playing thoroughly through the game, because I have.
I sure did that.
I'm raising my hand.
That
I
is
am not at the
5,
credits yet.
4, 5. Dev, do you complete it, right?
Well, just like with Atomic Heart, me and my friend passed off the controller, but I was there for the whole playthrough.
That
So yeah.
counts. You guys hot
That
seated
counts,
it.
sure, yeah.
So you got to play a decent chunk and experienced the game, so to speak.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of us are very familiar with this video game, and many of you in chat would have watched us get familiar with it. So you probably know how we feel in general. So it's going to be very interesting to see what is a first impressions video of the game, such that, like, if you played it for X amount of hours, this is the conclusion he comes to, I guess. See here.
It's been a bit of a rough time for Star Wars.
So, is everyone ready?
We're
Yeah.
Yes.
How exciting!
Wait, what is this?
Whoa. What's what?
I was about to say, what
What is
is
what?
this? The thumbnail popped up for just a second. And
Thumbnail?
I guess he did a thing where KVS is smiling.
Mm.
She
I was
smiles,
just curious
huh?
because, well, this is the most expressive I think that I've ever seen her, and I think it's fakery.
It's
Oh,
AI.
yeah, I
it
think
must
is.
be.
Yeah, it's just the AI like smile thing. It's like a
Yeah.
meme. They put a
Why didn't
smile
they?
on a
Why didn't he do
character.
it for? Why didn't he do it for Nyx?
Yeah,
Why did the coward not do it for Nyx?
Maybe he didn't
be
apply
fair,
the filter
Nyx
to
is-
Nyx, and Nyx is being more honest.
Nyx is very expressive. Well, Nyx is more expressive than she is.
No, I
in
know, but that's the
game.
point, that Nyx is like, yeah, well,
Yeah, like,
yeah.
you really sure?
It's a video game, I guess. I can't confirm, but I'm just saying. At least Kay is happy.
Don't want to color your expectations.
All right then, soldier on. We must.
It's been a bit of a rough time for Star Wars fans lately, especially with all the drama surrounding the recent Acolyte series.
I like how he says lately.
Acolyte?
It's been a bit
I
of
don't
a
remember
tough
being
time to be a
happy
Star
as
Wars
a Star
fan
Wars fan.
since
I suppose in
2015.
The past decade.
Did you see what they did to Han Solo?
No, he's definitely right.
The series is 40 years old, but yeah.
The Acolyte exploded with controversy, so he's right to say it's
Yeah.
especially. But yes, Star Wars fans have not been in a good place for a while now.
And then as far as other Star Wars games go, the only real recent release worth mentioning is a train wreck of a remaster for the original Battlefront that deservedly got dragged across the coals.
I am very curious how you called that a train wreck and simultaneously say that this is actually pretty good. Outlaws.
Well, maybe he's implying that maybe the remaster is like
support,
really
right?
buggy, or
As far as
like
I
lots of
knew,
glitches.
There's
and-
problems with its online functionality, because I played a lot of Galactic Conquest to test it out, and it seemed to function pretty good.
Okay.
I guess the thing is that whatever problems it has, it's still Battlefront, right? So
Yeah.
like it's still the game that we all enjoy.
And yeah, it's a Spire, so they don't do anything to it to upgrade it in any way. They just try and it's a graphical like it's the kind playing the Bounty Hunter remaster. You guys know if you watch my stream. It's very like. Do you know that feeling you have when you're familiar with a really old game, like really familiar, but you don't play it for even as long as a decade? Then you boot up like a remastered version, and it kind of looks like you remember it because you don't remember it looking like it did when you played it 10 years ago. And so, in a sense. Like you're like this didn't really change at all. It's exactly the same, which is kind of a good thing in that you don't want it to change, but at the same time you're like, well, you guys didn't really do anything, or it doesn't feel like you did much of anything. There's that, but then there's also the fact that, as far as I'm aware, they fucked up a bunch of the online functionality for the game, which pissed people off.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
Which is kind of why most people wanted to play it, right?
Yeah, well, relaunching Star Wars Battlefront 2 is an excuse to get everybody to get into playing it. So, yeah, that's why everyone would be mad at them if they fuck that up, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, it's a fucking... full functionality with multiple people playing it is a fun game.
Either way, though, things could be looking up a bit with the upcoming Star Wars Outlaws.
That's a really funny statement.
Yeah.
Things could be looking up.
I don't think anyone was looking up to this.
No,
The moment it was revealed, everyone was looking at this sort of like, oh, right.
Yeah, it's sort of it feels like the closer it's gotten to launch, the more and more people were not liking what they saw for this game.
Open planet action adventure game developed by Massive Entertainment. You're playing as a thief named Kay Vess, a character who shows.
Oh wait, can we go back just a moment to that gameplay footage? Because I think I noticed something there. So let me play it, and when it gets to the footage, I'll pause it.
An open planet action.
So, this is an early build of the game.
Oh yeah, look at Nyx. Look at him.
They changed it. They changed it to where.
Oh, because he's side saddle. Yeah.
Is he side saddle?
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
I
Right?
guess yeah. He's front. His two legs are probably over. Yeah, he is side saddle. Yeah. But yeah, in the game, in this current version when it came out, he hops on the back of it and he holds on to like the little little bar on the back. But on this one, you can actually see in the footage he even moves around a little bit.
By Massive.
So yeah, I think you'll swap to the left side. But yeah, I was looking at that gameplay and I'm like, oh, okay.
I was looking at it and noticing and just being reminded, man, it's so empty. It's
also. I'll draw back one more time, but see that tree on the hill there? That's going to be on the left-hand side. Is it like blowing in the wind in a way that it doesn't do in the game?
Coming Star Wars Outlaws, an open planet action adventure game developed by Massive Entertainment. You're playing as a thief named
Windy.
Huh? Yeah, but is it like that?
They move in the wind. Yeah.
Okay, I was checking. I didn't know because it looked odd to see it moving like that. So maybe I was just asking.
Do a lot of tree looking.
Didn't know
in the
if
game,
that was something that got.
Hmm.
Yeah, here and there.
Okay.
Here and there. I do a little tree looking. I didn't think it
Tree
was.
watcher.
You know,
Like I said, I'm surprised. That's the thing that you're again. For me, it's just seeing it again, man. It really is just like totally empty. Like,
What do you mean? There's random encounters with like three guys who shoot at you and you kill them, and then you take their polycarbonate and then you continue.
It's very exciting. Shut up.
Gotcha.
It seems like it's the problem in conception with games like this, because like you just set yourself the impossible task of filling so much fucking space with stuff, and you will not have the time to put proper attention towards all of that stuff. You just won't.
There's a pretty thick line between the two like areas you want to avoid. You have the big, expansive open worlds that are full of not much, and then you have the Skyrims where you have a little world and everything's crammed into it, and you can't go 10 feet without bumping into something, which makes the world feel extremely small. There's a big area in between those things where you can get a sense of scale, but you don't want it to feel empty. And
like The Witcher 3.
Or Rockstar games?
Well, I think
Witcher 3 is a really good example, I think.
Red Dead Redemption 2.
I think part of what you want is ideally a breadth, like a range of possible interactions, such that the things you're doing in the game world aren't like the one thing. That's what the open world, as it's currently imagined, seems to be best suited for. Even though I tend to not
especially
think it's
if
very
you have.
suited.
I agree with that.
An additional thing as well is the idea that the world is actually sort of alive and responds to you, and that you can like it's not. Because here it's like, I mean, I guess the graphics are all right, but I mean, in reality, like this open world is less there's less interactivity here than like the Grand Theft Auto games on PlayStation 2. Like it's actually kind of
Yes.
crazy. You know, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas is like a more robust open world game than Star Wars Outlaws, and it came out 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
especially
I
when
also
you have a
think that
game where
there's,
you have access to fast travel and a speeder, which is like the speeder, it books. It goes pretty quick. So going, I mean, if you played a playthrough where you didn't fast travel, going 2 kilometers away doesn't really take you that long.
I feel like
It's a quick
that's
speeder,
almost
but
the
it's
thought I would
still-
want to, now that you've mentioned the speeder rag. So, like, for comparison, in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, like, I need to explain this to everybody, there's multiple vehicles that you can drive, and not just cars. There's bikes, motorcycles, boats, planes, helicopters. You have access to an entire arsenal of weapons, including, like, rifles, rocket launchers, Molotov cocktails. There's 3 cities that you can explore, as well as a countryside. There's casinos, so you can play card games and a variety of card games. You can buy property. In this game, you got one vehicle. It's this one right here. It's the speeder. You can't drive other vehicles. You can't like
Nope.
steal other vehicles.
But you can
have
sure
one
gosh darn
blaster.
find them, walk past them, and not do
That's
anything
true,
with
yeah.
them
You can
because they're
shoot people off of them.
It's so
Literally,
funny how they
can't get
make you
in.
play as an outlaw criminal person and you can't steal
And you can't
vehicles.
steal
Like
cars.
that's
Well,
the
it's-
layup.
You
Uh,
can
it's
barely
not
even
upgrade
you
yours,
can't
that's
steal.
why.
You just can't steal. Full stop. It's
Yeah,
just-
you can't.
there's like
You can steal
one
grenades.
person.
Wait, wait,
there's
wait, wait,
one
wait, wait,
single
wait.
There's one.
We're-
Hang on.
We're going to end up talking about the whole game when we should really stick to topics that are prompted by the video, because we've got so much to get through. We will literally just move into an EFAP talking about the game. That's all that's going to happen. Because for every mechanic you
Sorry.
describe, it'll step on another bad one. I guarantee it.
San Andreas is a classic. That's not fair. It came out 20 years ago.
What do you mean it's not fair?
Well,
How's
so
that not
why is
fair?
it not fair to compare
Why is
to
it
a
not
classic?
fair?
I think to
This
me the
game-
more
look at the
annoying
budget
thing
of
is
this game.
the
What
idea
the game
that
was
you
trying to
can't
be.
compare it to like modern rocks. I mean, it's funny. Grand Theft Auto 5 is like 12 years old, or 11 years old. But like the idea that this can't be compared to like, you know, like I don't know what to say. People are going to compare it to the
Okay, but
bar that's set for
to be clear,
open world games.
perhaps you're choosing one of the, like RDR2, like a better, you know, is comparing it to a god, but which is fair, I think. But this is worse than Simpsons Hit and Run for open world, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I think it is fair to compare a respectable smaller game to a much larger, better game, and you can use that as almost to say, even though, like, let's say Outlaws was like good, or at least it was pretty decent, like it was actually of good quality. You could compare it to Red Dead Redemption 2 or whatever and say it's not quite that good, but it does a good job for what it's trying to do and its budget and the time they had to make it and stuff like that. And I think that would be a respectable comparison. This is like when people say, when they compare like Rings of Power to Game of Thrones or something, and they say, oh, well, that is a fair comparison. You got to look at what it's trying to do, what it's purporting itself to be. They were bigging this game up. And a lot of people were bigging this game up. This was going to be the big
it was
open
clearly
world
a big
Ubisoft
deal.
Star Wars game. Yeah.
Its
I mean, this
failure
is-
has seriously hurt the company.
It has.
It seriously has, and it's clearly been responsible for the Assassin's Creed Shadows delay, because that they might be in serious trouble as a company. I seriously wonder like how long Ubisoft.
Well,
is
you've
gonna
already seen
last.
some of their investors start talking about, we want to sell the company now. So like,
Yeah, like
it's a big deal.
not looking good.
I think
Yeah.
Ubisoft.
I decided to
Quality
quickly look it
things.
up, and yeah, Star Wars Outlaws had Ubisoft's biggest marketing campaign ever of all the games they've ever made, and it apparently cost them up to $300 million to create the game. But it did sell like 800,000 copies. Like that's still
Yeah, but that's not
Well, wait,
$300 million budget.
We got
No, it's
something
not,
coming up
no,
for
but-
that discussion.
okay. Yeah,
Okay, all right.
Now we can. There's so many things to talk about. I'll try and get this poor
Yeah.
guy get his opinion out there. You know.
I do want to go back to something that you said real quick, Theo. You mentioned you guys were talking about emptiness in open world games, and I guess here's me with my controversial opinions again. I guess I prepare to get blasted for this.
Here we go.
Sometimes I actually don't mind an empty open world. I kind of enjoy just the bleak nihilism of it, but it has to be done right.
Oh, okay. I was about to agree with you because I thought you were saying because it gives the game a feeling of, openness and space. It makes the world feel massive in a real way, and it's immersive to often not bump into things every once in a while. Then he said bleak nihilism, and I jumped off that train.
Oh,
Hold on. No, I'm not talking about this game, to be clear. I'm talking about like a Fallout or something. Where like
this should be the game that you say.
Like Fallout's not nihilistic.
In that capacity, you always have like the cheat answer of Shadow of the Colossus, right? Like ignoring bleak nihilism for a second, but in terms of the use of space purely for like the impression of space and an atmospheric goal, Shadow of the Colossus is an easy slam dunk because there's very little actually going on in the world.
If that's what you mean, I understand. You just chose words that don't mean that.
Well, yeah,
I do that all the time. I don't know if you've noticed yet.
My
I have a habit of my foot in my mouth.
Sort of big preference is that I really prefer it when open world games are set in cities. Typically, I don't know. Like I think when you look at stuff like Red Dead Redemption, it's like, okay, so that's like open world in a countryside done right. But a lot of the time it feels like open world games are set in the countryside. Then you can run into that big problem of, man, there's like a lot of space. Yeah, it's really, really big, but have you filled it with enough things to do to justify the size? Whereas in cities, it feels like cities generally like naturally invite you more buildings that you can enter and things to do and characters to interact with and stuff like that.
Yeah, to be a city, they kind of demand of you plenty of landmarks.
To take advantage of like that much space without like falling prey to this, there's nothing to do in the open world. Like as if we try to make an open world game where that couldn't be a criticism, right? Like there is a big empty open world, but you wouldn't necessarily criticize it for being empty. You seem to like fall into design sensibilities that don't align well with what an open world in the current like conception of things is trying to do. They're generally very sandboxy. They want you to like fuck around with the various interactions and just stuff that can take place within an open world. So they're not really tuned to do that sort of experiential type of thing.
It's funny you say that because oh, go for it.
Go for it. All right, I will. Someone's got to commit. I just wanted to, but a lot of it is like the element of design philosophy on what you want the size of the world to sort of represent. If you had a game that looked really good and it took you a decent to a quite a bit of time to get to a place, but when you got to the place, it was really intense, really engaging. The journey back or journey to the next location would be like your sigh of like, oh, okay, take a breath. We're gonna do the next thing. My journey to the next location is like my rest period, right, where I can sort of relax, and then I get to the new place, and then we're gonna do something really fun, really engaging, really intense. But if that journey is just the dull moments in between the locations, which are also the dull moments, it's like it hyper accentuates the dullness of the travel. And that's one of Star Wars Outlaws' biggest problems. You don't have the peaks of excitement in between the relaxing travel between those peaks.
Yeah,
I actually think this tree that you brought up, Regs, is a good example of that because, boy, I didn't realize the trees were moving either because I wasn't paying attention to anything when I was driving around. I was just trying to get there and be done with it.
But have something to entertain you.
Yeah, just follow those mission markers. Just go.
Playing this game is like it's like a malaise of settling into like you're deciding when will it be that I just do the main story and then play something else. How much side content will I actually do before I just say fuck it? You know, you're not looking forwards to the thing you're going to. It's just like, well, here's the next job on the checklist.
And the thing is, like, it's been a little bit annoying to see people. This game is not like what we would call Ubisoft's, like Far Cry 3, Assassin's Creed 2, like these games have way more to offer than Star Wars Outlaws. Like I would prefer it if there were radio towers that I could climb. I would prefer it if there were outposts and stuff.
People expected that, and they didn't even get it.
And they didn't even get it, exactly.
In a game that is full of shitty, boring, awful third-person platforming, they didn't have the towers.
Yeah, kind of a staple of Ubisoft games.
I enjoyed climbing the towers in Assassin's Creed, like getting up to the top and then perching and then jumping off. That was fun.
You see, Ubisoft took the it took the criticism that there were too many towers that you had to climb that were boring, and said, "What if we put them all underground?"
Or like there were towers. There's nothing on top of them. This view was like Imperial bases. Oh, there's a tower. Go up it. What's up there? Nothing.
I had a couple of those where I like conquered them, and then I was like, "Is there anything here?"
Nope.
I guess I'll go. Bye. Especially when you
Not
like
even
you are
like
you are at wanted 5 out of 6, and I'm like, okay, but no one's here. I'm alone.
one's
Not
here.
even a
Yeah.
conciliatory piece of Durasteel for my trouble. you
Yeah.
I
fucks.
wonder if it's even as simple as in Far Cry, if you cleared an outpost, like it would tell you, it'd be like, yeah, you did it, good job. Whereas here it's like, oh, you got all of the treasure.
And it's a fast
Okay,
travel location. You've
the
unlocked
base
this
is
as a
still
fast
there.
travel location.
It's still there though, forever. So
Yeah.
you know,
Oh,
It's
everything
there
resets
for
in this
5
game. Too.
minutes and you can come back. Yeah.
Again, I'm gonna push that we carry on because, good God,
yes,
easy
yes,
to drift.
Let's go.
Fine, I
Right.
guess I'm not saying my thing again.
To be appropriate to Star Wars, each of us will have to remind each other by quoting the most famous Star Wars quote: "Stay on target." We'll have to say that, okay? And we'll get through this.
It's
Okay.
a trap.
It's a trap.
Action-adventure game developed by Massive Entertainment, where you're playing as a thief named Kay Vess, a character who shows us yet again that scanning someone into a video game really is hard work.
I know. They
Is that what it tells us?
That's an interesting
No.
conclusion.
They changed
here
her
we go.
model.
They-
Yeah, they don't look the same.
She doesn't look at all like the actual
That's it.
actress.
They don't look the same.
Holy, is that what she looks like? Jesus. All right, here we go. Let me get you a picture.
Yep. She looks better than the
Here
model.
we go.
No,
is
it's
what
just
we're
they
trying
don't
to
look
say.
the same. They don't look
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
same.
they don't-
That's it.
Yeah,
they have
they
different features. They don't
change
look
it
the
Why
same.
is
completely.
this a 47 megabyte image IMDb? Holy shit.
Gotta see the wrinkles and the pores.
You
Come
have
on,
to see
go.
the
Oh, there
Pores.
ain't
Sorry,
no
my-
there ain't no wrinkles.
My
Let me
lips
get you
stuttering
another
around.
one.
What did he say precisely?
Just that it proves once again that it's difficult to scam people into video games.
Unless it's like, unless there's some meme I'm not getting here.
Oh.
I mean, I tend to lean towards the idea that fundamental facial sculpts tend to be better, the likes of which you see from CDPR. Like, the facial models in CD Projekt Red games just look far better than anything I see elsewhere, I think, in terms of ability to portray particular ranges of motion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What I do recall is if you were like on the the more culture war side of the internet, this is the only thing that people over there were talking about when it came to Star Wars Outlaws is, oh my god, they made the girl ugly. And it's like, well, okay, I get it, but there's more reasons as to why this game is bad than
I don't.
that.
K-Vess isn't ugly. She's fine. She's
She
okay.
looks so fucking normal, dude. She
Yeah,
looks
she-
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I
I've
agree
seen
with
so
you.
much just
I'm-
utterly grassless behavior online about
She's
the
no
routes.
Donka,
It
but
is-
she's all right. She's all right. She's fine.
Yeah.
I'm really glad
yeah.
to hear you guys say that because I was watching this being like, this is the most normal, average girl I've ever seen. I don't know why people.
I mean,
so
you
fucking
get
I had,
normal, dude.
We
you
gotta
get the
temper-
fuck
there are
ups,
people out there.
graphical fuck ups, make you look like a
Yes.
goblin.
Yeah,
but...
the lighting. Can
Well, yeah, that's different.
But I mean, like, we live in a world where, like, everyone's. I say everyone, no, only crazy people. But there's a lot of people out there who are like, yeah, Aloy, she's super ugly. I would never. It's like, yes, you would. Yes,
Yeah,
you
of course you
fucking
would.
would. If you think Aloy isn't even attractive, you're actually insane, or you're gay. No,
You'd
even the
stutter if
gays
she
know
spoke
it.
to you in the street.
Even the gays know it.
You would stumble over your words. You wouldn't make eye contact. Admit it.
Right?
Aloy's not hot enough for me.
Okay.
You're a fucking
Damn, my
basement
fingers.
gremlin. Admit it. It's
Damn.
okay.
Oh my
This
god.
one's Aloy, right? I don't know which one this is from.
The Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Aloy.
Holy shit, is that the
She's
actress?
fucking
Greg?
gorgeous.
That's Aloy from the first game, right?
No, but is that the actress that you just posted, Regs? Wow.
Yeah, that's Humberly Gonzalez.
Holy
That's the
shit,
voice
dude.
actress for Kay Vess.
Yeah, I would
And what's
say they did
interesting,
not
too-
manage to get her into this game.
And now look up the I forget the name, voice actress for Quiet, Metal Gear Solid, and Stephanie Justin. Let me copy a picture here, and you're like, that's just her in the game. That they
Yeah,
just
that
it's
is
just
just her.
her. That's
Yeah.
her.
Yeah. I know Kojima does like a lot of straight up
That's-
scans of actors and puts them right in, and they look pretty damn good.
Well, that's how we got Conan in.
That's how Kojima likes to do his stuff.
Yeah.
Playing
Well-
with his actor friends.
I'm just confused as to the notion that it's become hard to scam people in. I didn't know
As
anything
in,
about
that would
that.
be.
Something-
I don't think.
Well,
Here's
I don't think
Melina
that should ever be the
Jurgens
reason
for
you'd go
Senua.
after. Like, I don't know. I don't know if that'd ever be the reason you go after this mocap, like this way of doing things in terms of creating face models and stuff.
No, I suppose
What I do
like the
know
more
is
relevant criticism is that like a lot of the you mentioned it before, Theo, like the mocap and a lot of the animation is just like really stiff and stilted.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
It's not very convincing at all, right? Like it's not particularly impressively animated, right? Even compared to
Yeah.
games that were coming out like PlayStation 3. Like Uncharted 2's got like better facial animation for its characters.
what I've noticed is a lot of this conversation online started up with Spider-Man 2 and Mary Jane. And I posted the picture in the chat. And that's when people started saying, "Oh my god, they're making all the women in video games ugly." And I'm like, okay, I get it, but I don't think it's as bad of a problem as you think it is, guys.
I assume Mary Jane
would
here is
say-
like 40, right?
Well, girl on the left is way hot. Like,
No, that is the face model that they used.
that's what I'm saying.
For the
no, it
scan.
is. No, it isn't.
Yeah, that's
Apparently it
this one is.
No, it isn't.
Okay, I have to look up again. I'll try to find it again. I'll look for my files.
This is a lie. You're telling me a lie. There's no. That's not.
Am
That's not the.
am I
face.
lying to you?
Hey,
Yeah, that's not the face model at all. This is you're spinning a yarn. Is what you're doing.
Okay, I'll relook it up. Let me just.
I'll
pull
tell
my
you
files
what.
up. Hold
While
on.
you're looking it up, let us stay on target.
Oh,
Right, sorry,
Good point.
sorry.
Good point.
Right.
Good point.
That's
Right.
right.
I was talking about her.
With the general gist being that Kay owes a sizable chunk of dollary dues to a crime syndicate that's put a price on her head. And the only solution is to put a...
No, she doesn't.
No.
Why? I mean,
What?
she stole from. She doesn't owe them money in the sense that I don't know. That's an odd
What
way to
would
phrase
what
it.
would have
She
been the
owes a bunch
context?
of-
What would have the context been that he would have? Would he
Let me
have played
go
like the
do it one more
opening
time.
introduction or
being
yeah?
that Kay owes a sizable chunk of dollary dues to a crime syndicate that's put a price on her head.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
'cause
just
that's
not
not-
true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
that's
want to
not-
kill
that's
her.
not right
They
at
just want
all.
her dead.
I think that
Yeah.
just might be a
It's a
mistake.
death
in
mark
his
because she
memory.
did the heist.
Yeah,
she
because
has
she
a
didn't
death
even
mark.
she didn't even steal money. They just put a death mark on her
Right.
because
Yeah, because you were
I-
trying to
I
do
suppose
the
we could
heist with
say
the
that She
people.
owes money because she took his ship, but like
That doesn't-
I mean,
Yeah.
Like the
that's-
ship has value, but he never mentioned the ship.
To be
at
clear,
all.
this is not a Han Solo paying Jabba situation at all. It is a we fucking
No,
hate
no,
you,
this-
and there's a bounty on your head, essentially.
Yes.
yeah.
How
They
come
referred
the
to it
6
as a bounty
people
a
on
couple of
speeders
times in the
that we
game.
sent to kill you failed again. How could this
Do
have
you-
happened?
Do you think he thought that because she's kind of broke in the game, right?
Yeah.
Well, the idea that the reason she does the heist
Well,
is she wants to
no,
get off the
because of the
planet.
side quests you do.
Well,
but
but
the
at
game
this
wants
point
to act
she
like
is.
she's broke.
It's the video game special of we're going to tell you you're broke or this or that or the other about your place in the world, and then we're going to violate it for the sake of contemporary
By
video
letting
game
you
design.
make shit tons of money easily immediately.
Yeah, I think I
Geralt-
ended. I
Geralt's
think
like
I
the
bought.
rundown, hard done by Witcher, and then he's running around able to buy out the entirety of Velen, probably.
It's so stupid in this game as well. It's like, oh, I'm in debt. It's like, oh, let me pay your debt. How much is it? Like 1,000? You look like it's 50 credits. Like,
Yeah.
what?
Oh,
Just
dude,
pick
I
up
had
the fucking
'cause
rock and sell it
that's
to the guy
weird,
over there.
yeah.
You get like
Because when I-
100.
When I press tab, I see like quintuple digits for my
Yeah.
credit count, and I feel like that shouldn't be an issue.
But yes, you it's called a death mark, but it's referred to as a bounty a couple of times.
And the only solution is to put a crew together and pull off some kind of intergalactic heist to pay off her debts.
Is
That's
that
not the
that's
story.
also
happening.
untrue?
The heist
That's
gets her
literally
money,
the
which
story.
represents freedom to escape the death mark, is the idea, right?
Yeah, 'cause
Yes.
she's stealing
Yeah.
from the person that she owes money to in this scenario, which doesn't make much sense at all.
He's gonna steal from Slero to pay Slero.
I don't know why he would say this. That's not the story. This is this.
It might.
is
People
not-
said
this
it
is
might
not
be
true.
the line they gave him, but he would have played. He would have played that part, surely.
No,
Well,
no,
I
no.
mean,
So when they did the
uh,
early stuff on this, they did a 4-hour because a couple of my friends did it, right? So what they did is they had you join on Discord, and then they Discord shared it to you, and you logged in through like Hamachi, right?
The fuck.
And you played it
the
on
fuck?
their servers.
Hamachi still
Through-
works?
Yes, and so you played it on
Wow.
their servers through Discord for 4 hours, and you started around the part where you get your ship. So like,
Right, so
Okay.
it would have been on Tashara,
So then
right?
they-
That would have been like
They
as
must have
soon as
told
they
him
landed
this,
there.
cause right?
but you never would have played the first like 5
Well, they would have given him a
hours of it.
blurb. Here's
but
what
the blurb
happens.
is
You're
wrong.
playing right after the intro.
Right. So their blurb is just wrong. They lied to him.
Or they changed.
I'm
it?
willing to give that because I think that
It's
is
just, but it's no
just-
reason to lie about it, you know. Like there's no
I
gain
agree.
there. I don't think.
I could see Ubisoft saying it's like, Han Solo, a smuggler
Oh, yeah.
type of story.
You owe Jabba or some other guy
What are we
called
smuggling?
Slumbo.
Nothing actually.
This second half of 2024 is really looking like it's going to be packed, with things like the Silent Hill 2 remake, Space Marine 2, Ubisoft's own Assassin's Creed Shadows, and
It's gonna be packed, boys. I'm ready. I hope
as
you guys
well.
are ready for some
And
packing.
thanks to Ubisoft Australia, I recently got a few hours to sit down and check this one out. So let me take you to that.
Oh, you do that?
Yeah.
You do that?
What happened?
All right, everyone. I'll
Look at the
re-roll
lighting.
it. Keep
Look
an
at the
eye on the
lighting.
rats. The rats on the floor. Keep an eye on them.
I recently got a few hours to sit down and check this one out. So let me take you to that.
Yeah, see that?
Everybody
I
in
have
position?
spotted this in the game myself. This is not something they fixed.
Many times.
Suddenly rats. Are the shadows that good in the game? I can't remember.
I just find it
looks
funny that the rats
Better in
spawned
this
in.
than in the real game.
That's very amusing.
It is very amusing.
Yeah, that sometimes you have like a whole bunch of them, and they go like poof, and there they are.
Squeak.
Galaxy
Squeak,
far,
and there
far
they are.
away and give you my thoughts.
Let's punch it.
That's what she says when you.
Let's
She did
punch
a Star
it.
Wars. She did a Star Wars.
That
She
was
did
my
it, yeah.
that was my play style by the end of the game. Let's punch it.
Let's punch it.
I mean, Rags, you opted for the most effective strategies. Nice.
It was
Yeah.
really funny. You could
Yeah,
just you could stun everybody with your pistol too, and then you could just roll up to him and
Stun
punch
him and then just one punch drunk him.
And it works on everything. It works on Gamorreans. It works on Death Troopers. It works on everything in the game. And
It sure does.
and you can even wear clothes that give you health whenever you do melee
You know,
takedowns.
what was-
so you
dude,
ju-
what was
you're just
nuts?
an invincible juggernaut,
There
combat
are-
rolling and stunning and punching your way to victory.
There are a couple of sequences where I was watching. This happened to myself, and then like Fringy Rags, Malleus, you'll be going through a sequence, and you've almost broken it entirely. Then you're like, oh, I guess I can't do that. Okay, yeah, fine, fair enough. And it's like, oh shit, if only they had this one key piece of information. For example, you can go through punching literally everybody, but sometimes you'll bump into a Gamorrean and you punch him, and then Kay will go, oh, and then he'll kill you in one hit. And it's
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, fair enough. I guess they finally accounted to something. It's like, no, if you just hit him with a stun shot, you can do the same thing.
Yes.
That's it.
You
Oh,
can.
I never tried that. I
discovered
just
that.
unlocked them with headshots because they always
You can,
stumble
Oh
back
no, yeah,
every
but
time.
we're talking strictly about melee. So if you hit normal people, but you can only hit them once you set them up. I think I said stun shot. That does work, but ion shot is also viable.
Yes.
Right.
I learned it with the stun shot when I was in Jabba's palace trying to rescue Nyx from these absolute disgusting degenerates who stole him from me.
Mm-hmm.
But in that section you got to be quiet, so you have to use the little stun pistol. I was like, oh, stun and a punch, the old razzle dazzle.
Yep, works every time.
A lot of people make the joke that it has like soup after she punches people and stuff, but it's like that. Was it Harry Potter rod where his like head goes all floppy, or Harry's head goes floppy, right?
Oh yeah, he has to take the Skelegro. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
So that would be her.
well, that
after
would be
a few punches.
that would be a way for the animators to lean into the like cheeky goofiness of it, and like after she does a punch takedown, she goes like ah, and she like shakes her hand a little bit,
Stabs her
which is
hand
like
with a stem.
it wouldn't be mechanically different, but it would be like, oh, it hurts her hand, but she's doing it because video game. But at least it's like a fun thing. But in this game, it's like, nah, she just punches you.
The fact that
punches harder.
98% of people who have seen it go, wait, what the fuck? Is evidence that they had that reaction when they made it, and they were like, yeah, just keep going. It's fine. Just keep going.
And they don't even do the thing where she hits them with the blaster or something, like using the
Yeah,
throw
with
is the
the
obvious.
baton or something. You would think
well,
she'd use a baton
Metal,
with all those
the reason why that happens is because if you have a blaster in your hand and you press punch, the blaster
drops it.
instantly. Your pistol. If you have your pistol in your hand and you
teleport.
punch, it in a single frame teleports into your holster so that she could do a punch.
Damn,
Instead
what
of having them just program it to have her melee with the pistol or punch with her left
Which would have been so
hand.
much easier.
What can't this weapon do?
Right, so the events in Outlaws
That was
takes
kind of
place
an awkward
between Empire
edit.
Strikes
Yeah, it
Back
was.
and Return of the Jedi, also known as the best possible time period.
Why do you think they chose it?
Yeah, I mean,
To make people like you say things like this.
Little
Ooh, it's the best time.
Well, I
Is
suppose
that
that's the thing, right?
Jarbers?
It is because imagine if it was like, yeah, no, it's set during the prequels, so we're no.
Yeah,
Well,
no.
wait, well, Jabba would have been.
No,
Yeah,
well,
wait,
I assume
my friend is fried.
is the point you're making that nobody's going to say it's set during the prequels. This is not a good time to set an open world. It's like,
Yeah,
no.
exactly.
What do you
It's-
mean?
No one
It's
likes
like-
those.
It's just that it's the OT, you know, it's the OT.
Yeah.
That's when Disney would prefer for like basically everything to exist around so that they can have stormtroopers, TIE
Mhm.
fighters, and of course here it's like, hey, yeah, look, Tatooine, but OT, you know, it's OT
Ugh.
Tatooine.
But it's so crazy that
God,
this
I
is Disney,
fucking
the
hate
company that
Tatooine
had
so
an
much.
Yeah.
This is the company that spent how much money on their own sequel trilogy, all of that stuff, all of their High Republic shit, and here
Yep.
we are back at the OT, back to
always
the
are.
movies made in the 70s. Here we
Mhm.
are, man.
I think,
We're back to 1980.
They probably had that discussion, by the way. It's like, Tatooine, that's been in a lot of stuff we sure wanted to use, and then some guy was like, yes, yes, yes.
I
yes,
presume
yes.
that it would have just been that Tatooine was always, that was right from the start, there would have been Tatooine.
That's what I'm
And it's like,
saying.
oh,
that
okay.
there's that guy who's doing that, but then there's probably people. There's probably someone on their team that has a creative vision of some sort, and they were like, maybe we do a different plan. And they're like, no. I'm like, okay.
No,
Get out.
we can do Tatooine. That way we can show
It's
Luke's
the-
house.
It's the
We can
meme,
go there.
you know,
We
where they
can go
just
to
throw him out of
Mos
the
Wait,
window.
what?
He
Huh?
said that way we can show Luke's house.
What?
He said that's
What do
what,
you-
that's the way
what?
we can show Luke's house.
Is that in the game?
Yeah, you missed it.
Yes.
Oh, did you actually miss it?
The
I went
funniest
out of my
part,
way to
Yeah,
find
because
it.
the funniest part is he did a poll saying, "Do you think they put it in?" Everyone voted yes, and then he said, "No,
Well,
they
that-
didn't."
Well, it's because well, that's because the section where I did that was go to the abandoned moisture farm, and so I was like, oh shit, is this gonna be the Luke Skywalker house? And I did the poll, and like 80% of people said like yes or something like that. And so I was like, oh my god, there's no way they do it because it's even by their
course they
standards
would
that's
do
so
it.
on the nose. Well, I
Oh, of
thought that'd be
course
too
they
much
would.
even for them. So,
I
but
did.
it-
I thought
Nah, they did it.
absolutely we're gonna do it. I was
Can
convinced.
you act-
so
so
I
you
went
can
to
actually
Tatooine.
go
Rags, they did
there, that's the
Toshi
place.
Station.
Yeah, they did
Oh,
exactly.
okay.
Yeah.
They're
No,
powered.
Well, they
Yeah,
also
as
did
soon as I-
Canto Bite, and we love that.
As soon
Mhm.
as I got to
Boy.
Tatooine, that was the first thing I wanted to find. I was like,
It's-
"Oh, we got to find Luke's house," and then yeah, lo and behold, there it is. The
Yeah.
I just
last
love to hear this
homestead.
because at
I need
some
to watch
point I
your
just
playthroughs where you go there.
it's so fun to hear because at some point I just
Simply because
disengage
it's
from
when
all
one
the-
of the
Who's pressing
Oh.
play?
What were you saying,
the
Metal?
all-time.
At some point I
Stop.
just
Let him talk.
you can just tell me to leave if you don't want me here. At some point I just disengaged with all the side stuff because like, oh, I don't want to go fetch something else. I just want to get through the story
Yeah,
now.
me too.
Because just
Yeah.
like I was
Yeah,
so
no, I get
bored
that.
by everything.
To be fair, I
understand.
missed him on my him as if Luke is there.
Hello,
Surprising.
Mauler. I
but-
am Luke.
Yeah, it is definitely there, and they definitely did it. Rags, I guess you owe everyone one more Outlaw stream. How about that? Crazy.
Holy shit. Do you realize? Well, after the game, it gives you like basically a continued playthrough, like a new,
Yeah.
not a new game plus, but like you get to keep playing to do all this stuff. So, I would.
But this would be-
I don't know
this would
them
be an
shit. I did
example of,
5
um,
streams.
This
Okay.
this would kind of be an example of the point though as well. It's like not only is it set on Tatooine, it's set on the very specific area
Mhm.
of Tatooine that you remember rather
Yeah.
than anywhere else. You could have said it
Obviously.
like if you told me it was set on Tatooine, but we were on a different side of the planet that had entirely different places like
The
locations.
polls.
That would be kind of interesting. But of course,
Yeah, but
it's
then
like,
why
well,
are we
there's
going to
Mos Eisley.
Tatooine at all?
Exactly.
Yeah, they would
Yeah,
have
why
that
go to
conversation probably.
Tatooine unless we're going to Mos Eisley and
I can-
we're going to Jabba's palace.
I can see a company if they were going to be like making a decision of we can go to Tatooine, but we're going to show the part of Tatooine that no one ever talks about and hasn't been in the movies and everything, where it's actually okay. That little sliver at just the right angle of the planets at the top and bottom, where it's like
Mhm.
kind of a little bit temperate, you know? Because
Mhm.
if you remember in 77 when A New Hope came out, like the picture that they showed,
Yeah.
the landscape of Mos Eisley, it was by a river. So that got changed later. Now Tatooine is just a shitty sandy desert where there's nothing. But in the original trilogy, Tatooine was kind of like, where did they go to shoot it? Was like Turkey or Kazakhstan or something to
Morocco?
shoot it? Some
It was
Something like
Libya.
Was it Tunisia?
okay.
Or no,
Oh, I
Tunisia.
think it was
Like a-
Tunisia.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Also
Would
known
be-
as the best
What was that? Hmm?
I didn't say anything. It wasn't me.
Fucking thought.
possible time period, simply because it's when one of the all-time GOATs, Shadows of the Empire, is also set. This
That
Oh,
that's
no,
why?
it's because of the,
What the
no,
fuck even is that?
it's because of the movies. It's because of the films.
Well, but
It's because of
Well,
Star
but
Wars
he's saying
films.
it's a good time to set it because
That's
another
fun.
game that's good was set then, which is like that doesn't help anything at all.
Another
with
game
it.
that was made by LucasArts, not
So-
Ubisoft.
I mean, you could just put Rogue Squadron in here then as well, I guess.
Well,
I wasn't expecting that for the reason. He could have been like anything else.
This makes even less sense though, because imagine I told you guys like it's real great they're set in the new open world in the prequel era because actually that's where the Lego prequel games took place.
Right.
You're like,
Because we were all sitting there
okay.
on the assumption that he was talking about
Sense
the
to me.
movies, and then he busts that out.
That's not. It's
Yeah,
just not
I don't know,
anything.
but-
You know,
I mean,
you'd
I
have
don't
you'd
even have a
have
problem with that game.
you'd have a part of
Dash
point.
Rendar's cool, but
You'd have part of a point if you were to connect the people who made it have similar interests, or they are literally the same people. Like they have the same design outset, or they're inspired by the game, or some connection. But all he said was like, "This game was set then." Like, yeah.
Well, I suppose
Alrighty.
I just find it funny as well because it's
I mean-
like, so that wouldn't be canon now. That would have been decanonized.
yes.
And also
Yes,
it was made
it
by
has been
LucasArts,
decanonized.
which LucasArts got destroyed when Disney acquired Lucasfilm. Now it's Lucasfilm Games that licenses it out to EA and Ubisoft.
Yes.
Yay.
Gross.
I mean,
yeah, it is
that was the feeling that
decanonized.
I was having. That was the feeling I was having when I was playing it, actually, because I grew up playing Shadows of the Empire and I really liked it.
Yeah.
And it covers the same kind of area of the lore, and that it's both like an underworld type story. And I'm just thinking, like, okay, this obviously means that Shadows of the Empire is not coming back. Then those characters are gone.
Right.
Oh, someone said it's obviously a joke. Yeah, we were joking as well. It's all good.
Yeah, it was
we were
obviously a
making
joke what we were doing.
A bit
Yeah.
embarrassing if you can't tell.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Pretty,
Yeah.
yeah, wow, jeez.
Because of the Empire is also set. This means that there's also a heavy Imperial presence throughout all the various planets you visit. And it is kind of
Well,
cool in that regard.
Not heavy.
Wait,
no,
hold
not
on.
heavy.
Wait, hold on. What?
let's
He said
get the
there's a-
whole section.
No, yeah.
We'll go back even further.
Because of the Empire is also set. This means that there's also a heavy Imperial presence throughout all the various planets you visit. And it is kind of cool in that regard.
Which is not true.
You literally paused in where we were last
You
time asking
what-
for more context. Thank you very
All
much.
right, let's rewind again.
Set.
We could
This
just
means that there's
continue.
also a heavy Imperial presence throughout all the various planets you visit. And it is kind of cool in that regard, getting to worm your way through various security checkpoints.
You do that once.
Wait, two
One.
things.
That's
Do you see
one
the clip he
scene.
had a glitch in it? And then secondly, this is the worst example of that possible. Do you see
wanna
the
see the
lady directly in front of player character just to the right? She jumps. Watch this.
Worm your way through various security checkpoints.
What is this? You have to worm your way through various security checkpoints. This is a scripted sequence that happens
Yeah.
once and
I mean,
never again.
Maybe
Yeah.
No, it
again,
always
this is
with
just
this
what he
shit.
was
It's
fed
not in the
by
interactivity.
the. Maybe that's the only time he saw that in the.
Yeah, but like,
We
And
missed
the
the
I
part
don't
even
before
know-
that where he said
here's the
something that was
thing,
just
though.
wrong.
I don't
Yeah.
even know why it would be a point of praise. There's no interactivity. You don't have to do anything. You just walk through, and it's like, oh,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
can you let me in? Yeah, and that's it. There's no gameplay. It's like a scripted
it's
event,
weird.
and it never happens again.
If this is his
I even
example,
found it annoying because the guy looks at your thing and goes, "Oh, so you're this person?" Like he's supposed to know that because you're dealing with a fake ID. It's insane in the first place.
it is insane. It doesn't make sense in and of itself the way it's functioning, but it's a really weird example to choose of how do you have to worm your way through Empire security in a heavily like impacted of Empire world. Like all of these statements are wrong at every level.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
'cause
Well,
it-
he
it-
said
it
that
was a-
there's.
it-
He said.
Yeah.
He said there's a heavy Imperial presence in all the places that you go, which is just not
Well,
true.
did he go
started
to,
off
did,
with this
did
wrong.
he go to any of the other planets in the preview?
Well, he's made the claim, whether he went there or not.
Do you
I
think
guess
at this
what
point he needs to be clear if he's saying this is the case or if he's quoting
Or
what
if
they've
that's
told him to
what-
say?
if that's what he was told. Yeah.
Boy, and we'll never know.
And we'll never
You
know.
know, oh, God. So I know at least Mahler, you know, I have a fucking hard on for this shit. I have such a
Mahler
problem
Mahler knows
with
all
this
about
kind of
Moriarty's
fucking
hard-ons.
ethical quagmire in video game reviews where we
Yes.
don't know what you play on, we don't know where you got it, we don't know what you were told, we don't know if you were paid, we don't know if maybe they sponsored other things from you. I really have a problem with it. So with you bringing it up, yes, that is exactly it. How much do you know? Were you told this by them? Did Ubisoft sit you down and say, here's what this is happening? And by the way, because I can tell you that during those 4 hours, there is a person on that Discord call with you. So that person is saying, oh, well, so here's what's happening in this moment. And you're just repeating PR to me now. And that's all you're doing is just repeating PR to me. And you're not telling me that you're repeating PR to me. So that makes you nothing more than a fucking shill. And it really pisses me off.
Yeah, because if you don't come in afterwards and say, like, guys, they lied to me about this, and like I repeated it and everything because I trusted them and I believed them. But if there's not a follow-up video that says, yeah, like I just spread like wrong information, I told you things were in this game that were just not in the game.
I wouldn't be
get you
I could believe this
with other sponsors though.
There's some room
that's
here.
The price of integrity, isn't it?
Yeah. There's some room here for interpretation. I could, if fucking gun to my family, I could argue there's a heavy Imperial presence in all planets. I don't think it wouldn't be very honest, but I would use words in a very specific way to get my way into. However, worm your way through like security checkpoints. That one is like, what are you referring to, man? Like,
well,
what?
Just even with what you see here, like what's on screen, you don't do anything. You walk up, and then like a non-interactive cutscene plays out, and then you just in, and then it never happens again. You can just come in and out through this area freely. That like there's no gameplay.
This is an ad. That's fine if what I'm watching is an ad.
Well, all right. That's not. It doesn't describe. I mean, this is just not. It doesn't describe like. This isn't like this doesn't happen in the game.
Moriarty's a shill confirmed.
What I mean is that if I'm watching
an ad,
if I'm watching an ad, you can use terms like, oh, and you're gonna have to do. But if you are a reviewer who is supposed to be telling me as the consumer what I should expect if I pay up to $130 fucking dollars for this game, then you should be telling me the goddamn truth. And if you're not, then you should be telling me where you're getting these words that you're saying to me from. And that is
no, I'm with you on that. Yeah.
It's a really big issue in our industry.
I would prefer that ads are held to this, that they have to tell you the truth. They can't lie to you. That would be nice.
It would be.
I get interpretations, like I said.
Yep.
If someone said, there's a Imperial fucking base in almost every planet, so that counts as heavy, I don't know, impact on the planet itself, I'd be like,
Is there, though?
But at least that's debatable. But this is such a weird choice, because this is a cutscene. You don't even get to do anything mechanically.
Well, yeah, because when you tell me worm your way through, it'd be like, oh, so I got like options here.
Mechanically.
But you don't.
And the way she worms is dumb as fuck.
It makes it sound like a player-guided activity.
Yeah.
It is specifically framed to sound like a player-guided activity.
Especially in the context of the Assassin's Creed developers, where you might be thinking, oh, so it's going to be something like that.
Like, do I go through the checkpoint with like a disguise or fake papers, or do I have to use my stealth to find another way around?
Does your equipment
find me
and your history and your choices determine if you can get through and the nature in which you get through? And that's all the stuff is like, ooh, that sounds interesting.
Or is a checkpoint merely those funny little laser walls they put in the road that you could just jump right
walk
over?
past? Oh yeah, jump over.
You can jump right over them, yeah.
Oh, okay. You're actually showing it. You can't do anything here. There's no button you can press. Yeah. Nothing you can do.
Valerio Nump.
That's me.
And they do it once, which makes no sense either, because when you return...
she's so good.
She's so
good at
convincing.
lying.
It's a random name. So you're Shlom Shlim Shlim? Yes.
Are you Sleen?
You said it with more conviction than she did.
You can't fail this and it doesn't repeat.
Well, that's me.
It might actually be the worst possible version of this happening, Like, it has no impact, it means nothing, and it's terribly executed.
It's just why even bother putting it in the video game?
It's so that people can say shit like this. You have to pass security checkpoints. Like,
I guess
Because if this would be like a real video game, this would be your tutorials. Like, here, you need to make sure you have a proper fake ID so you can get through all these.
Sneaking into a bar at the beginning, or like you'd be on Canto Bite in the tutorial area, and you'd have to sneak into like the high roller VIP lounge at like one of those gambling places, and so you'd have to. That would be like part of the little heist to get some information.
Or
and then
like,
you would have to. They'd give you something. I mean, they don't give you enough. Like, they think you're stupid, so they won't do this. But they'd say, "Here's your information. Learn it. Make sure you know this, so that they ask you a question, you have the answer." And then the player has to read the info, your name, how old you are, your home planet, why you're here, and then like randomly you're going to be asked one of those questions by the person interrogating you, and you have to give the actual right answer.
I don't know that I need papers, please, out of the game.
Do it!
I just,
wait.
I just need for them-
I think I'd like that. I think I'd like
What
that.
that plays
I
into
fucking love
is the open
all
world
kinds of
being able
choices.
to like throw different kinds of interaction at you,
What
which is
if, like-
important for the open world.
Yes, actually.
What if
an
their
outlaw.
retarded upgrade system gave
This
you an
is part of
option
role-playing.
to pursue, right? You can go with like gunslinger, and you can add one more target onto your deadeye or whatever. You can go with like adventurer, and it makes you have more heart, or just things that I'm trying to work within the game because there's so fucking little to work with. But if you pursue the dialogue tree and you actually get better at persuasion, and if, like Rag said right at the beginning, the first simple, almost childish tutorial test is you're like trying to convince someone to give you a free drink at the bar. That's it. And you got like 4 options, and you get more if you upgraded dialogue in the opening tree of options. Just fucking video game stuff. It's not even particularly impressive. Then they could have done it.
Mhm. Yeah,
You'd buy
yeah.
KFS a drink.
Oh, well,
A lot of
100%.
RPGs have done this before, I think.
Oh no,
This kind of
Mahler.
thing.
No, you can't have a drink at the bar. What are you talking about? You
I
can't
like how
order
you.
a drink.
I like how you said that. Like I just suggested something that can happen.
I'm just
Hey,
cutting
but
you
you
off at
can-
the knees.
It was a
there.
mechanic, Rags. Of course, it can't happen in this game.
You have to understand, Rags. You can't order a drink at the bar, but you can order food for a quick time event minigame. You can't fail.
Oh god,
That lasts like
the,
5
the,
fucking minutes.
Yeah.
the
Oh, God.
food, the food
it's-
mini game is the worst part of this whole game.
That's
Oh
not even
my
true.
God.
That's not even true.
It's so bad.
So,
It's a
The
2.5
third-person platforming
minute
is the worst
long
part.
quick time event that's like aping Monster Hunter World for no reason at all, and just,
In a bad
oh
way.
my god.
but I would, however, like
Well-
to just reiterate what I said earlier because this stunned me. You cannot order a drink at the bar in the Star Wars Outlaws Underworld Crime
you can't.
Syndicate
Nope.
game. You
You
can
can't
go to
actually
the
even
bar
talk to
and
the
you
bar.
can lean on the bar, but you cannot order any drink.
What a shame. What a fucking shame.
What a absolute shame.
It's not
man.
hard to get it in. And secondly, it would be cool if there was however many bars there are on each planet. For every first drink you have at any of them, it just gives you a small boost in some way to something. That makes you feel like,
Yes.
hey,
Well,
cool.
you gotta make it like in Grand Theft Auto where you get drunk and then
Well, that
Yeah.
too.
you stumble around. You stumble around and fall over.
Yeah, Disney
Really
can't
funny.
have you getting drunk.
There's so much
And
like
you have unique lines of dialogue that reflect that the character is drunk.
If
There's,
you're
like,
really
zero
adventurous,
style
maybe
and
try and
flair.
make events out of it. Well, there's no interest in
wouldn't
making
that
a
be
video
fun?
game here.
no.
No,
That would be really cool is if you were drunk in the game and you had to do multiple like dialogue options, the dialogue options showed up as like the most amazing, clever, incredible thing from your perspective. And then when you press it and your character says it, it's not nearly as cool as
That'd
you
be
thought
fun.
it
I
was.
like the
would be
idea
fun.
of the,
That'd be
I like the idea of when you're drunk, the dialogue selector thing. Like it's subject to physics. Like it has acceleration and deceleration, such that it's difficult to actually get what you want.
That's funny. Oh, we should stop.
Oh, okay.
bullshit.
No, go ahead.
We're
No,
seeing
go-
corrupt
I mean-
Imperial officers trying to cut a deal for some extra credits.
No, they're not.
No,
Okay.
they just wipe
Okay.
it clean for money.
So that
That's
is
it.
one of the most generous descriptions of what these fellas are, which is an automatic get rid of your empire notoriety instantly for money little kiosks. That's what they're not people. And
They're
the
not
sad
people.
thing about them is you can get rid of your empire notoriety just by sitting in a toilet for like 2
It takes
minutes.
5
Oh, yeah.
minutes.
It's
It just
insane.
goes away on its own.
Rags, it's
The
so
notoriety thing
bad.
is a joke anyway.
I had several
wanna
times
get
in my
into it.
stream losing notoriety in the places I gained it. I'd be like running around
Yes,
killing stuff,
yeah.
looking for things, and it's like they've lost you. Like, well, how have they? I've not even.
And then he started running away.
Oh, that's right. Yes, there was one time I was at the top of one of those towers on the first planet, and I wiped out everyone around the tower, and like speeders would come up, and you just blow them up, and it doesn't matter. And then like we got to 6, and then I saw a ship come down from orbit. I'm like, oh, it's gonna be big, and it like did a few laps and then just left.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, and then I
You
just
can do-
lost all the notoriety. It's like, wait a minute,
You can
I'm
get the
here.
Death
I'm
Trooper
right where
thing.
you're looking for me.
If you get the Death Troopers, the wanted doesn't go down, right? You have to. go
Yeah,
to
you
the
have to
death-
Oh, does it not? I
They-
never
no,
noticed because I just.
I'm pretty
kill
sure they
everyone
do.
else.
If you
Oh,
know.
it drives me insane. I hate this so much.
I had
You
no
go-
idea.
You're going around and like, I want to get this meter up because it's probably be like GTA because
fun.
you're gonna be fun and there's like a fight to the death because at some point you're just gonna get overwhelmed. So you get this meter all the way up, and what happens is, oh, Death Troopers have been dispersed. They're the best of the best. And then you get a marker on your map.
and you have
Yeah.
to go to them.
You need
Yeah,
to
it's
go
like
to
3
the Death
kilometers
Troopers.
away.
They're
What?
2
Yeah.
kilometers
So-
away.
Just to be
Yep.
clear, I never actually went to the Death Troopers
Oh,
because
neither did
why
I.
would I do
fool.
that?
I never did.
So, but
It's so
why?
funny.
Like, what happens?
Okay, so
what
you go
happens? Are they,
there.
like,
There's like 3 or 4 Death Troopers. So just the
not
black.
looking for you?
It's
or
always
anything?
3
Are they
every
No.
time. It's
hunting
always
you?
3.
Always 3. So they just say, "Oh, they're planning the search for you," but they're just standing there waiting
They
for you
showed
to
up
come
in
there.
the AO to plan the search for you.
So,
Yeah.
That's so good.
Metal, to
You
be
know,
clear, out of
even
the, let's say 10
Yeah.
times I've seen it happen on your playthrough of mine, 5 times it broke. So you didn't
Oh.
realize this because you didn't know what it means for it to be broken. If you can see the
Oh, okay.
landing ship, it's broken. That's not supposed to happen.
Really?
Oh,
You
okay.
noted
Well,
it.
that happened every time for me too.
Yeah, it happens a lot. You noted it, Val. You're like, oh, thank goodness they stacked up together so I could hit the ball with my explosive shots. Like, you almost had it. They were literally spawned inside each other. They were all in the same place.
That's what I meant.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought they just broke.
They came out of the. So what happened is
Didn't know
the
the whole
ship,
thing broke.
ship lands, drops them. They get stuck inside each other. The ship can't leave until they disperse. So it's just stuck. It's all stuck.
That's great. That's
Wow.
awesome. Yeah, and what you do in this space is you there's one commander guy. You kill him, get his key card, go
Yeah.
to a little terminal, and then you get rid of all of your stuff, and that's it. You can just get
It
rid
is
of the
actually-
wanted level.
It's
It
bizarre.
is unreal that they just spawn off in the map and they don't pursue you. What is the point of that?
You know what's
Yeah.
the biggest joke is, though? If you have a faction that has, like, poor reputation with you, they will find you fucking everywhere.
I think you need terrible for that.
There's just 5 speeder guys here that just arrives like, we're gonna kill you now. And it's like, oh, you should be Death Troopers because you find me immediately, all the time.
Yep.
No, yeah, you're right. They
I think
actually
the only
pursue
negative
you.
that you
Yeah. It's
I think
ridiculous. I don't know what the fuck they were doing there. It's so dumb.
as far as I can tell, the only negative that you get out of that is that you cannot fast travel while you have a Death Trooper. Like
Yeah, you can't while they're active. Yeah, but because I was curious. I got them on me, and then I went to continue story, and their notoriety gets wiped if you activate a cutscene.
Great.
The game is broken.
Nice
Everybody,
game,
are you
man.
shocked?
It's so detestable. Like it doesn't even strike me as broken. It just seems like they just didn't. Nobody in the room
Care?
wanted to make a video game.
And it's so
It's
disappointing.
the
'cause-
it's the
yeah.
equivalent of like essay prompt into turn in blank sheet of A4. Like maybe you
Here's a
wrote the
mechanic we can
title.
half-ass.
Well, so
Like, I-
Jesus, man.
maybe it's
I
time
wanna
to
stay-
mention, because I already found this out literally just before we started up the stream. So when I got to the end, it was Jabba that saved me. Same for Fringy, because we'd gotten our reputation full with him. I think Metal and Rags, you both had the Ashiga save you.
Ashiga, yeah.
I've
Yes, I
seen the
did, and
Crimson
I bet
Dawn.
Our reasons are the same.
Do it, yeah, and then I guess the Pikes if you've got them at the highest. But apparently, if you drive all reputations to 0, like terrible, and then complete the final mission, the game will break. It'll freeze. It'll crash because it can't.
Well, that's
Doesn't
it's
know
a
what to
canon.
do.
It breaks canon. There's no one to save the rest
There's
of
no
the
one that
alliance,
likes
so-
KVS enough to save it.
It's just a video game built with like the utter disdain for what a player might want to do. Like they haven't accounted even
Yeah.
remotely for
Yeah.
anything a player might want to do. That's what's so crazy about it to me. Because
The-
usually these giant sprawling projects at least have like the decency to pretend that they know that a player's going to do things that they don't
Mhm.
explicitly intend.
You know what? If
The great thing about the reputation. The
just-
great thing about the reputation. Oh, go ahead.
Really quick, if the game, as someone just mentioned in chat, if the game had balls, if you had 0 rep with everybody, you should just lose. That should be the ending.
Yes.
Hell yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, it's like the super bad ending of Mass Effect 2 if you have no loyalty.
Yeah, exactly.
to
I was
any of
thinking
your
that
crew
too.
members.
Which would
Yeah,
be fine.
I mean, I think
But
Mass
if
Effect 2 is probably the
Kate
best
Blanchett came, that's
comparison
the good
because
ending.
there was
Yeah,
No,
there were
X is in
so
the
many
ship.
endings in Mass Effect 2 and so many different choices you could make. Now, in Mass Effect 3, they kind of fell apart, but in Mass Effect 2, there was so much stuff you could choose to have like a wide variety of endings, and it felt like you were actually making choices at least some parts in that game. It was quite nice.
Well, you're making the same mistake that I did, which is that I expected the story in this game to matter, right? And I know I probably shouldn't.
You
I know I
fool!
shouldn't, right? Like, but I do have this expectation from Star Wars games that if they have conversation choices, that I can choose something, light side, dark side, whatever. But in this game, it became really clear, really fast that your choices don't matter. Because you're juggling these 4 reputation sliders, and you might think, oh, it matters, man. But you're just playing the game with all 4 at the top by the end, and it's a question of which one do you want to have to turn some items into to bring it back up. right? Like that's what every choice in this game is okay, so if I give it to these people, do I want to bring them back up to the top with a few items later on? And that's it. That's it. That's the whole
When you're almost
sum
better
total
off
may
waiting until the story shit is done, because they have some mandatory shifts in the reputation. There's just nothing you can do about it. So if you want it to be in a particular place, you just have to like wait, and some of them make no fucking sense. I don't mean to go into that. I was going to say actually, because we were choosing which to talk first. So Mel, what were you going to say?
Oh, what you were about to touch upon. The only reason I had the Ishiga at the end was because of the main mission I had to do for them.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why because I had Crimson Dawn on Excellent, because I did the side quests for them at the beginning to see what happens. Which just turns out doesn't matter. There's still going to be restricted areas you were never allowed to go to, because why bother? And then I just did the main mission. It's like, oh, I guess the Ishiga now on top. Well, I'm not going to bother doing any more side quests because fuck that shit.
Well, for me, the moment when I kind of realized, oh, none of this matters, is actually kind of early on. It was on Tashara still, the first planet. Pretty much since the very beginning of the game, I hate the Pikes because they're inextricably linked to the Book of Boba Fett. So I murdered every single one that I could.
Nice.
And so my reputation with the Pikes was basically terrible as quick as it could become terrible, and remained terrible for the entirety of the game, much to my hilarity. But there is a side mission that is always open that you can never fail or not be able to accept. There's a side mission where you can go to Gorak, the leader of the Pikes, and he wants you to do a job for him, even though K-Vess has slaughtered countless dozens of his men and stolen all the stuff from him. He still invites you into his office and says, hey, do you want to do this job for me to find something that I really need you to find? Because the mission needs to happen, and it doesn't give a shit that you hate the Pikes and you've been slaughtering them,
which is
by like in uncountable amounts.
Which is why I would call it. It's like, it's not that it doesn't matter. It's that it's like antimatter. It actually gets in the way so hard of everything else that's happening, because they fucked it up. Because it is funny, because I was watching you that happen to you on your stream, Rags, where it's like, oh, it's like Gorak's like, I've sent death squads after you. Also, can you do this small mission for me?
Also, can you give me my ring back?
It's so stupid.
I mean,
I was like, no.
This kind of reminds me of, and I forget what the details were, but it was one of the expansions in World of Warcraft where if you had very negative rep with one of the factions, they would attack you on sight, but there was like one guy off to the side who'd be like, listen, you're an asshole, but I can help rehab your reputation if you do like a long side quest with me. And it's like, okay, well, that kind of feels about right, how you would do that in this situation. But in this game, they're just like, well, nope, you just have to do the cutscene and fuck it.
The only thing you seem to really get locked out of, because you don't have a high reputation, is some little like mini. I'm not even gonna call them side quests. They're like little mini jobs.
Yeah.
Like busy work jobs.
They're usually
That's
high
all
risk,
you
high
get locked
reward,
out of.
but they're not like interesting in the sense of gaining you anything story or even mechanically. It's just like go into the Empire place and download a thing that's going to make it slightly more difficult than just going to A to B without any enemies to deal with.
They're so fucking
they'll say like,
boring.
oh, you can't fast travel.
Yeah.
You only get one attempt at it or something like that. Just pointless restrictions.
But the thing is that even if you do that quest, it's not really a quest, right? It's literally
That's why I didn't call it a side quest.
It's go
just
here
a
and
job.
do thing.
It's a side job.
It's so incredibly
I mean,
frustrating.
to be fair, most of the tasks in the game are that.
That's true. They're just busy
right,
work.
but like you do all this work to have, this high level of reputation with these things, and what do you get as your reward? Literally nothing. I mean, I guess you get some like cosmetic gear if you get it up to excellent, but outside of that, what are your quests? Actually nothing. It's so fucking frustrating.
I think each rep has an armor set associated with it, right?
That's what I'm saying. You get some
They've
of
got
that, but
there's some, but a lot of them will overlap with other ones, and it's like I just like the reason I went for Crimson Dawn was because one, I literally forgot that they were in Star Wars Solo, a solo story Star Wars, and because I liked their drip the most. I was like, oh, that looks neat. I'll be their person, and that was it. That's all the thought process that went into the decision.
I wanted to unlock all of them just to check what they have, and I remember finding the Imperial one. You get the Imperial suit from the Pikes, which feels weird, but sure, fine. The Pikes don't get to have their own thing. They just have to go with the Imperial one. And it gives you more so benefits in Imperial places. So I was like, I don't spend that much time in, so yeah. Then it's like the Crimson Dawn one had some good stealth stuff, and I was like, that's okay. But the Ashiga
Handy, I guess.
top unlock, I was telling Fringy about it. At the end, I had like 8 health, which is huge.
Oh yeah, all the health that I could get, I got too.
And then it's like also you can hold extra back to. It's like Jesus. Then it's like also you'll I can't remember. I think it's the full set benefit, but you get you'll continue to heal even when shot. So usually it says you get like 4 gonna heal and only one of them is done. If you get shot, it cuts off the 3. The set benefit makes it so it continues, and I was like, that's
a really big deal. You could tank a lot of damage that way.
Yeah, and
you can carry more grenades, carry more Bacta. You take less damage from blaster shots. You get like more adrenaline. For
Did you get the bonus?
Reason, and it's like, oh shit.
That if you get dropped to 0 HP, it'll fully reset your health to full.
I saw that bonus, but I never died, so I didn't bother. But
Amazing.
I was like,
like,
oh shit.
and what I'm getting at, of course, is that it just trumps every other single outfit. There's no reason I had to wear any other outfit.
The if I actually found the picture, someone saved it from the game. Let me post this here and read it because I hate this kind of a lot. So at the very beginning, you have the little tutorial message pop up that explains to you that there's like a faction reputation system in this game. And at the bottom, they basically, a good reputation's good, you get some stuff, and a bad reputation is bad, you're cut off from some stuff. But like that's barely true technically. But at the bottom, right, it says there's the crossed fingers icon, right? Loyalties change, betrayals are inevitable, and a resourceful outlaw must know how to play the underworld to their advantage.
No, you don't.
So, wouldn't it be interesting, right, if like betrayals weren't inevitable? If you could actually stick with the faction, if you could be like, okay, I'm gonna role play as being a big simp for this faction, or I love this faction. I don't know why they would say with this system betrayals are inevitable. It's like, well, no. Some people, they'll be loyal to a faction, and that faction will give them a lot of rewards and good stuff if you're loyal to them. And they'll be like, oh, hey, it's KVS. She's done a lot of good jobs for us. She's super awesome. She does good stuff for us even when there's like not much in it for her. She's really, really cool. And so you let her in and you give her a whole bunch of stuff and everything. But the way that they describe it here is, first off, way more complex and interesting than it actually is. But they're just like, oh, yeah, you just go around betraying factions and everything. Like the reputation really is just a meter that goes up and down instead of, oh, no, you betrayed us the last time. You're not doing jobs for us anymore. We just literally can't trust you.
The impression I
yourself
got
out.
very quickly from this is that it's built shoddily from what they would like to do when they're playing, and they haven't entertained like anything else. Because first thing I wanted to do was do everything for Jabba, no matter what, every choice. But the campaign is built such by a person who believes that everyone who plays this would obviously want to subvert Jabba at every turn, and it's like, oh, that's awkward.
It's kind of it's a challenge that you have when you make a game where you have choices, and choices that presumably are meant to affect the story, is that you have to account for players feeling differently than you and doing things differently, and that you need to write your character in the story accordingly so that it doesn't feel like one choice that they make contradicts the story or the character.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess they didn't realize that people love Jabba and they want to help him.
Another example,
Which is
right?
weird
Is to
because
present...
the game relies on you loving Jabba, because look, you're talking to Jabba. Look,
No,
it's been Fortuna, it's Salacious Crumb.
In a sense, but it seems more so that they like other characters more.
Yeah, to give you an example, right? I got this impression in my first stream when they were talking. You're talking to Danka about the job you're doing, and she's like, "Here's the person you're working for. Here's the Crimson Dawn leader, or one of them, not Kira, but the other." And it's like you have a personal conversation with her, and she's interested in helping. And I was like, we're quite antagonistic with Gorak, but we're quite friendly already with the Crimson Dawn leader. And then Jabba is almost only presented villainously. There's nothing there that could ever be considered cooperative, or he's not interested in no skill beyond the fucking juxtaposition almost of destroying his entire palace, killing all of his men, and wounding his rancor, and then he's like, I'm impressed, I like you. It's like that's not what would happen at all.
Kira's really cool, though. Have you considered that? Kira's really cool.
I mean, that's a good example, because by the time I got the cutscene where I was leaving Kajimi, like, they were having a conversation, like, face to face. I was like, oh yeah, okay, you're a crazy lady. But like, I had the worst reputation. Like, at that point, that was when I had the lowest reputation with Crimson Dawn, and they were sending people after me. But like, they're having this conversation like they're pals when, according to the reputation system, she hates me, but she doesn't.
You should be, yeah.
Once you get all of that, and then you get the ending, right? So if Crimson Dawn save you, Kira's on the hologram thing, and she's like, you know, I'm going to help you, K-Vess, you're a blah blah blah, and then it'll show a shot of K-Vess kind of smiling. It's like, yeah, cool, we got it. If it's the Ashiga, she's kind of neutral about it. She's like, okay, you helped me, cool. If it's Jabba, she looks disgusted. She's like, ugh, you helped me.
Meanwhile, Mauler and I
over the fucking moon that he helped me. I was so happy. My true love came to get me. And so this is what I mean. Like, the game wants to pretend like it's you get to choose, but it's like, no, you've already chosen, and I know you've chosen, and the whole game reflects that. You're boring. You went Crimson Dawn are the coolest. Kira's awesome. It's like, no, she's not. She's lame.
She's super lame.
Not to spend even more time on it, since we still got this video to be talking about.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I'm limiting myself hard here. I'm just trying not to say anything, so we can continue.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can continue. It'll probably come up later because I'm sure the reputation system will get talked about.
Point being, I love how we're here. Point being, this one guy that relinquishes all Empire notoriety for a price is the way he describes it makes it sound so much more interesting when it's not.
Bullshit! Or seeing corrupt Imperial officers trying to cut a deal for some extra credits.
Good. Extra credits, oh no.
See, he makes it sound like it's more than just one thing, which is lower notoriety for money, strict transaction.
Nice reminder as well that despite this hill of beans that exists in Kay's world, there's still that greater struggle going on in the background. Despite all that, though, it seems you're mostly just going to be dealing with the wretched hive of scum and villainy that make up Outlaw's criminal underworld, and that's a good thing.
Waste of time.
I'm not even sure why it would be said that it's a good thing. Wouldn't it be cool in Star Wars Outlaws if you could actually like buddy up with the Empire
or the rebels?
Yeah. Oh yeah, there should be
an actual factions.
There should be a fifth faction
or
in this game.
Crazy thought. What about the Zarek Bash? Why can't I try and subvert Slero by getting in with the Zarek Bash?
Exactly. Yeah.
I'll get rid of your death mark, but you got to make it up to me.
The scope is minuscule.
I guess I just find it
anyone who could do that.
It's a good thing that we're just focusing on the criminal gangs. It's like, why can't we be involved in, like, why wouldn't we be able to have an impact on the rebellion or the Empire as well? If that broader struggle is going on, and the reality is this game invites it because the actual central conflict. It's not about the syndicates. It's about the rebellion and the Empire.
On that note, because I said this on Real BBC yesterday, now we're still early in this video, but I'm almost certain this is the kind of video that would have said it, especially if they told him to. If there was a mechanic, and it is just a box, and it is a box present on all planets, and you can donate any choice of money down to you. You can choose any amount. Put in the box, and it goes toward either your choice, the Rebels, or the Empire, and it's contextualized as some smuggler's box it'll get you. It'll put it towards the thing. 0 to 9999 credits does nothing. 10,000 to either the Empire or the Rebels. If you do it, it'll send you a literal fucking text thing on screen, and it'll say, "Thanks to your donations, the Empire has managed to actually like crush the Rebels, or at least consolidate power." And if you do the reverse, a text will come up saying the Rebels have actually secured further settlements and different planets, and they've made a serious push forward in their fight against the Empire. And that's it. I feel like these videos would mention that as like your efforts to donate. You can choose to spend the money on yourself, or you can donate it to greater causes and actually affect the events of the world. I feel like that's what they would say. And that's what I feel like with a lot of these mechanics is there's nothing to them whatsoever, but you can describe them in ways that kind of make them sound a little neat, you know? It's like, oh, that's
aggressively been
it's just a text blurb. No.
Interacting with it actually means. So frustrating.
Yeah.
I think the worst part about it is that you can actually imagine how this would be really good in a different game, in a better game.
Absolutely.
You know? Like I'm thinking back to like, you know, this game, but it's like a GameCube era game or something. And you like Eternal Darkness style, you complete a run with each of the factions, and then like you unlock a hidden fifth ending where you actually do take control of the Zarek Besh, and like the ending is like the real canon ending is like Kay like sitting on the throne, and like it's like, yes, I've won everything. Like, you know what?
That's something I said
especially
like
with
super
the
early
game
in my.
she's
Yeah,
like, oh,
like
you were gonna
I
take over? Actually, I'm gonna take over.
I'd play that game 5 times to see that ending back in 2003 or whatever, Like,
Yeah,
I could see how this would work really well, and they just didn't
being
do it.
able to build your own faction. I'm just
Oh,
shocked that's not
it would be
even
so
wasn't even
cool.
considered.
And
Like, why can't I
actually,
just make my own
unreal.
faction? Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
that is crazy. That's crazy. It seems to me the more compelling pitch would be that you play as ND5, you play as a robot, and you're like, fuck it, I'm a make my own syndicate. I'm gonna take over. And then you come into
And you know what?
conflict and you recruit people and you get like lieutenants and stuff, and you build up your own empire.
They even let you name it. You can type letters into the game and it'll present those letters later. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine naming your speeder or your ship or anything in this game? Could you imagine how crazy that would be?
Or any of them.
Your ship is called the Trailblazer, and every single person goes, oh. Okay. Wanted to call by the Wings of Redemption, but fine, it's up to you.
I feel like this is going back to the ending conversation you had about a minute ago, but having Kay's personality be a little bit different based on who you're siding with, I think would also be nice and go
Just
a
have
long
it be
way.
Fucking different. Case.
Yes.
Okay.
Just change the whole fucking game. Why not?
I'm so serious that she's such a shitty character, right? And I want to qualify that it's not that she's like acted poorly or whatever. She is an idiot. She constantly says stupid quips. She's an asshole to everyone. The reason she doesn't have her own faction is because nobody fucking likes her. She just sucks. And like, maybe she has an arc that changes by the end of the game.
I mean, it's funny that you say that, but like, it's kind of a problem. Everybody likes her in the game, basically. Like,
yeah, like all those fucking experts you come across, they like her immediately.
Yeah.
The CeeLo girl where she's like trying to fuck her immediately in the cutscenes when she kind of screwed her over. Remember the girl who says like, I can upgrade your thing if you go and fetch this part, and the part leads her to like a trap. First of all, the turbine she turns back on when she goes in.
Oh yeah.
And then you have to do all that dangerous as fuck platforming, which all of us died on because it's funny. And then by the time you complete it, she's like, oh yeah, that was a little harder than I thought. She's like, yeah, well, this part isn't even necessary to upgrade your thing. I just wanted it. It's like, oh, okay. And then she's like, can we date? Because KFS is retarded.
I should have the freedom to kill people on a whim. It's Star Wars Outlaws.
Fuck yeah.
If someone does that shit to me, then I should be able to extort them for money, threaten them, or murder them on the spot.
Well,
yep.
You can't do that. You're an outlaw. Outlaws
repercussions for that.
Outlaws are notoriously friendly people who do nothing but go by the law.
Yeah. They need to play into the in-group, out-group dynamic of like gangs and syndicates. If you are with us and you work with us and you're loyal, if you do good shit, we are going to take care of you. You're going to get you money. We're going to set you up. But if you betray us or if you go against us, we're going to hunt you down and kill you, and we're going to find you. Right?
Even down.
We're going to find people you care about too.
Yeah. Even down to the smallest of things, because like we talked about how it can't do anything broad right, but there's so many like tiny immersion breaks as well. If you're in favor with the huts, even up to excellent, there are places on Tatooine where you need to, when you're doing one of those missions where it's like you need to go to one of our strongholds, pick a thing up, and deliver it to somewhere else. Like, okay, fine. But there's this one place. You know how every district has a place you can go and then a place you can't go. Even if you're on excellent reputation, you cannot go into this part because that's where we keep all the special things. Even though that sucks too. You should absolutely get to a point in reputation where you can go into the super secret parts. Fucking all those goons are in the super secret part. Are they all much better reputation than me, who's been completing all of your most... This is besides the point. So
I had excellent reputation with the Crimson Cringe. And then I had to talk to someone, and that guy wasn't like a restricted area for me. Like,
yeah, that's one of the earlier missions.
On the landing pad. The guy on the landing pad.
You can't get there even with excellent. You have to sneak in.
That's the reason I
You have to be deified.
Well, but my thing's funny, okay? So there's a building that is off limits, and there's an entrance that has a door, and there's a Gamorrean guard standing in front of it. Now, my job, as described by the commission of the contract, was to go up to a box that was next to the Gamorrean guard, pick up the loot inside it and deliver it somewhere else. I walk up to it, And it's on the borderline of his activation of me going too close to the restricted area. So I'm literally opening the box, and he goes, "Hey!" And then everyone like turns to me and goes, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I was like, "My job? What the fuck are you all mad at me for? What? I thought you told me to do this." And they're like, "Oh, what are you doing?" And then you back away, and they're like, "Oh, okay, thank God. I thought you were going to the restricted area." It's like, ugh, fucking hell. When you know what it
What
should
do you
be
want
is
me to do? Do you want me to do this job or not? Is the person who gave me this job, are they corrupt? Are they betraying the organization and using me as a stooge? What's happening here?
it would never happen. But what you want is just a bit of banter. Even you get that you get the guys saying like, "Oh, it's co-verse." Like every once in a while, it's very much stock. It's not in any way like
So
dynamic.
cool.
But imagine walking into the restricted area and someone goes, "Hey, oh, it's you. What are you? What have you been up to? Like, you know, because like we can trust you. You wouldn't do anything to us. You fought for us in the Battle of Ghana." And
I heard about that job you pulled off on Kajumi Go Plantation. That was really
how you
slick
fucked up
work.
the Crimson Dawn for us. Like, there's no way that you'd subvert us. Like, I trust this.
I can't believe you'd punch them all in the face. That's crazy.
I heard you Dark Souls.
Their helmets on
rolled
and
around like Dark Souls and punched them all to death.
Your
Yeah,
famous,
Kivas
your
like a-
great fist. May I see your fists?
Can I see your calluses? They must be legendary. Oh my gosh, it's like
We were
touching
making
the brick.
making jokes about how there's gonna be like a memory where her hands got cut off and she got given mechanical ones by her mum or something. Oh, there you go. Right, I get it now.
Oh, the first mention of KVS's mother in the stream. Woohoo, yay,
Rico,
yay.
yeah,
Woohoo.
woo.
Yeah.
Waste of time.
Despite the final
Exactly.
game being about putting this whole team together and all that kind of stuff, the only recurring character they showed off in this early preview was a Rhodian called Waka.
Which is really
What a
funny
cool
considering
character
the
he
full
was.
game.
What a cool character.
What was the point of that? The thing that struck me so hard when completing the game is why did they have Waka at all? Why wasn't he just Gadik
Yeah.
to begin with?
I forgot he
Because-
exists up until now.
Because slight drama at the end. The mildest of drama when he's just like, actually, I betray you now.
But
And I was
you
like,
saw
oh,
it
yeah,
coming.
well,
I saw it coming. Fucking, I
yeah,
think everyone
everyone
did. Nobody knows why she trusts this fucking guy. It doesn't make any
because Kate
sense.
is a retard moron. And that fits in with her character. She's very consistently written. I'll say that.
Well, it was a great gamble that paid off at first. He fully fixes the ship in like if you
free.
play it right, he does it in like an hour.
Yeah. You can just fix
Insane.
a starship.
I love that when
It's
he's like,
just-
"I'm gonna
yeah.
fix the ship," and she's like, "You're not gonna leave with it, are you?" And he's like, "No."
Okay,
All right,
cool.
cool. Yeah,
But he
just-
doesn't
they
leave
have-
with
and
it.
he
That's
doesn't.
the
He
crazy
could.
part.
And the thing is,
He
why
could.
not? He says, I can't have loose ends." Like, oh, shut the fuck up. You know
Think about
the
K-Vest.
Do you know what the equivalent of that is, by the way, in the other direction? So, like, this is a time where the writers need him to not kill her, right? Or to not simply leave with the ship, because he, of course, could. So they're like, oh, he has to tear up loose ends. And you're like, okay, so simultaneously, though, why don't we kill Slero at the end? Remember when Vale betrays him? And she says, I can't have a dead ISB officer. Like, I can't do that.
Mhm.
And it's like, why? Like, it's much worse to have him alive and angry at you, isn't it?
No.
She's like, no, it'd be much worse if we kill him.
Listen, look, I killed legions of people in order to get here. I'm not going to kill the bad guy at the end and charge
It
him
makes
at all.
no
All
sense.
right.
You, of course, would kill Slero, and you probably... It's his death mark that he's provided, right? Like, if he's dead, he's not going to pay. So...
Well, that would be a thing that he tells you. He's like, by the way, just to be clear, Kay, the death mark, I have it in. It's part of a trust with my estate and everything. If I die, the death mark is still active, and if people turn it in, they'll get paid. So
Well,
killing me, no,
you
it's
could
not
even
gonna help.
You could even have him say the death mark doubles on my death. Like
Yeah, something like
so-
that. You know, like something interesting that a neat villain of your entire fucking game could say.
A neat
Imagine
villain? You
having
mean
put
like
that much
Darth
thought into
Vader?
it.
Well, he's not in this
No.
game. Why would KVS ever interact with Darth Vader? That doesn't make any sense that he'd be in this game. That would be awful.
That is the correct reaction
Boba
that
Fett.
everyone had when he turned up. Everyone just went, "Ugh."
It's so gross.
For fuck's sake.
I can't believe. I was just like, yeah, sure.
And he
Whatever.
was so cringe too.
Yeah,
So
he was
oh,
cringe.
God, gross.
He has to use the Force.
You know, Rags, you know they originally had him get the lightsaber out, and they were like, oh, he always does. They make fun of us for doing that. We should use the Force this time. Get
Yeah.
the lightsaber out.
What if he
Remember-
broke all the glass in the room and then pointed it at Slero? And that's not edgy.
We need another Darth Maul cameo where he just turns on the lightsaber and turns it off. That shit was so funny.
You know what this is, right? It'll cut right through your bones.
I'll get you. I'm a hologram, but I'll get you.
If I'm ever in the same room as you, you'd better watch out, because I'll get you.
Who serves as Kay's mechanic and works on repairing and upgrading a ship. Then you've also got Kay's little...
Is when he says that, who serves as Kay's mechanic. Like, I guess for an hour if you go through it.
Well, I guess he was told that / played that or whatever, so sure. But
it's technically true.
It is weird, isn't it? Because the review, this can only work until the game releases, and then it's kind of just obsolete.
And then it's like, yeah, like all of this just wasn't true / misleading or a lie.
Which, because, for instance, if someone said, like, well, that's the point of it, and I'd be like, no, like, in a bad way. Like the information becomes wrong once the game is out. Because serves as her mechanic is very, like...
and yet this video will remain up, and it's going to become, referenced by people. People will point to this. It will maybe lead people to buy the game. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with the thing like
Yeah.
If it was me, I would have been like, yeah, those Ubisoft guys, like, they showed me a bit of the game, but, like, a lot of the stuff they told me was a lie. They lied to me.
Yeah, you can make the follow-up video and be like, it's fascinating to compare the game to what they told me the game was. But if you do that, you might not get invited again.
This might be the last time I got
Well, and to be fair, right? If you want to be as friendly about this as possible, I'd be like, that is true, probably. They probably won't invite you back, and that's a sacrifice you'd have to make. But you should make it. I think we would all
imagine someone would probably do this. The amount of street cred they would get on YouTube, I think, would pretty big.
Well, what he was doing was he was playing the game, right? G-Man Lives he wanted to increase his faction reputation with the Ubisoft Syndicate.
Well, because I was just going to say, like, if they sent me a message saying, you called us liars, I'd be like, but you lied to me.
Yeah, you did lie.
What do you call someone who lies?
And if they said, like, we're never inviting you to anything again, I'd just be like, well, that's unfortunate, because, like, I'm not... You know what I mean? Like, it'll happen, but it's okay. You'll be fine. You don't need a Ubisoft. You'll be fine.
Right,
I don't know if Ubisoft, especially modern Ubisoft, like this Ubisoft is what you want to get in good with. This one, like 5 years ago, I'd be like, okay, I guess, like, you're scum, but I understand. Now it's like, you're retarded.
I mean, but like,
2024 Ubisoft.
I have to.
I would understand.
Oh, sorry.
Like, it makes sense why this happens, right?
Yeah,
because you've got this sort of pressure, right, of self-censorship and avoiding criticism because you need to maintain your positive relationship with the game company, or else you don't get that. And if you don't get that, early review, then you don't get the views. I'm just curious how I haven't looked at this video. I'm curious how many views it has on YouTube, because that amount of money is money that doesn't exist anymore if he doesn't put this out. 130,000 views. So this has got $2,000 in AdSense that he doesn't get. Just plain and simple doesn't get. So
got a promo code in it as well.
And a promo code, and he's probably got Patreon support and blah 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 blah. Right? So there is a significant amount of money that's tied up in this shitty video, right? Like a significant amount for most people, thousands of dollars of money, where if he doesn't put out this shitty video, right, he doesn't make that money. He has to make a video that actually is good, and that means that whatever. But people are willing to watch it because it's a new thing. It's a spicy new game. People are interested in it. Oh, and it might actually be good. Wow, I can go and I can watch this great video about. So like, it is an insidious part of the industry where if you don't have these videos that people want to watch, right, then you lose out on thousands of dollars. And it's just gone. It's gone forever, and you can never get it back. And that video only matters for a short period of time. It matters for, the 2 weeks before the game comes out, when you have the opportunity for and the interest, right? And outside of that money's never there again. So I understand. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just quickly, I've seen someone say, I want to see the comments, and someone else say, I can't imagine the comments are pretty good. Then someone said, I know what the comments are going to say after the EFAP. So we haven't read them yet. We will at the end of this video. Believe me, no amount of what we could say could make that comment section more negative than it already is.
Oof.
But
and that's
go back to what you were saying about, like, the whole money, influence, and everything like that. It doesn't just end with Ubisoft when it comes to like these companies that was like, oh, we're not talking to you anymore. They talk to other companies and then they blacklist you in return for like saying like, oh, look at you, you went and
worse
called
than
us
that,
a
they
liar,
all use
you
the
know?
same PR companies.
Yeah.
So like, oh, one company got 150 companies are not talking to you anymore, right? It is a very large thing. Ubisoft is a little bit different. The really big companies are a little bit different because they tend to have a lot of internal PR people, right? But they all work. They're incredibly incestuous. They've all worked in the same places before, right? If you are a PR person at Square, you probably were a PR person at Ubisoft, and you were probably a PR person at Sony, and you were probably right? Like they're all the same things. It's really, really easy to lose all of your access if you're a gaming YouTuber. It's really easy, and you'll never get it back again. So I
they
understand
rely on that so that you say the things they want them to
yes,
say.
that's the fucking bullshit part of it.
You're playing the
integrity
game.
is expensive.
It's really expensive. It really is. Because if he comes out and he puts out a video and he says, Ubisoft lied to me. Here's what they said during my, potentially NDA'd 4-hour time period where I spent with them on this. And yeah, it was through Discord and we used Hamachi, and here's all their background system. And here's how they showed me, and this is what they said to me. And here's, maybe a screenshot of the thing that they said to me in Discord. That person is not only going to lose Ubisoft, they're going to lose everybody else. And that means that now you're not just losing the $3,000, $5,000, $6,000 that you made on one video. You're not getting any other videos either. And suddenly you're making videos on things that have already released, and nobody's going to watch a Star Wars Outlaws a video that comes out 2 weeks after the game releases. It just doesn't happen.
Well, depends.
Yeah,
I think they absolutely will.
It depends on who we're talking about. Nobody's going to watch an IGN review on Star Wars.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
I mean, here we are.
We will because we're weird.
To be clear, I
Embrace
absolutely
me.
do mean that, like the IGN style, because this is an IGN review, right? Like it's not an in-depth review here. It's not like he's going into
It's not a
everything
good
so
review.
far.
Well,
It's
to-
a first impressions.
be
A
fair,
first
we-
impression.
We've still got a lot of video left here.
Well, and
Yeah,
on that
that's
point,
true.
we are currently at a
It gets
rating of
better. It gets
about
better.
1 hour per minute, so not bad.
Let's see how we can
I have the
go
day
through
off
it.
tomorrow. I'm fine.
All right, so that takes us to tomorrow, definitely.
There's a Rhodian called Waka, who serves as Kay's mechanic and works on repairing and upgrading a ship. Then you've also got Kay's little furry buddy named Nix, about the closest thing we're ever going to get to
Yay, my
Stitch
friend!
appearing in the Star Wars universe.
I don't know why you're
This-
such a big fan. I find him lame.
He's lame.
Wow.
I like
He's
Nix.
lame.
I like his-
know
I like
he
his little
exists
face.
because
So cynical.
he's the Baby
Yeah.
Yoda effect.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
everything of positivity you could possibly say about it was specifically like in a lab designed to hope that you would say it. There's nothing
True,
substantive about it.
worked. True, it
Yeah.
worked, my beloved.
Okay,
Jabba is hotter.
yeah.
Yeah, whoa. You take that back.
thing
He's
plays
hotter
the part of
than
the
K-Vez.
I'm glad we can agree.
token, cute little side character, which is pretty much a Star Wars staple by this point. You know, basically the
Doesn't have
it's
to
been made
be.
a staple by
Yeah.
Disney. It's definitely been made a staple by Disney, but it didn't have to. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, does Andor have a
least Nix
cute
is a good
sidekick
one.
other than that robot that's with his mum? That doesn't even really count.
Yeah, but that wouldn't really count. I don't think.
Yeah, so
for
Andor
what people-
managed to
it was-
escape this cringe.
Well, because it's in Star Wars Jedi, right? He's got like a little robot.
Jedi Survivor
pal
and
with-
thingy, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure they have it. Obviously, does
Baby
Ahsoka?
Yoda.
Ahsoka doesn't count because she just has David Tennant robot. He's not like a cute
No,
one.
it's not quite the same. No.
He's
But
like
it's-
verging on an actual
But like,
character.
I
though.
Yeah, yeah.
think it would have been way cooler. It would have been way cooler if he was like kind of like a space wolf, like really kind of like a menacing, kind of almost scary critter. But,
I wasn't
but
joking.
He was a pal.
Oh, Nix was a sweetheart.
I
He
wasn't
would
joking in
never
your
do that.
stream rags. I would have preferred.
No,
I don't know what
that's what I'm saying.
I don't know what the species called, but Salacious B. Crumb type, where it's because it matches the
Oh, yeah,
outlaw
that'd be
sort of
fun.
thing.
Yeah,
Can you imagine,
that'd be
like,
fun.
while you're talking to people, because you're an asshole, he's just mischievously, like, goblining around and he's stealing shit?
He's rubbing his hands together.
Yeah, it would be fucking awesome. You can
Yeah,
upgrade him,
exactly.
and he'll just have, say for example, someone's like, "I like you, Kate." He's just the background with like a displeased face, like, I don't like this person.
Stinky man.
Yeah, and he's just trolling and fucking with people in different cutscenes. I would have way preferred that. And I just feel like he matches like a scum character. Like if you could play as a scum character, it would be cool to have that as your pet.
It's that Nyx doesn't match, or sorry, it's Kay doesn't like match this world. There's never a point where I believe that she's cut out for any of this, and that she wouldn't get like instantly slaughtered whenever she tried to do any of this stuff.
she's a D&D character. You know what I mean by that? Like,
yeah, but like a shitty one. That's
what I mean.
Who doesn't
I'm using that in a disparaging
anything,
sense. Like, you know, your first time playing D&D, you showed up like you made a character that's essentially just you, and you don't really know how to roleplay character traits yet. So you just don't fit into anything.
Kind of it sort of adds to the lunar narrative dissonance, right? Of her just slaughtering like hundreds of enemies throughout the game.
Right at the beginning.
So like upbeat and positive and like, oh yay, I'm going on an adventure.
People in chat
some food
speculate on how he would work, you know, because of his patented shit. Like Salacious, so like in the middle of you're having like a back and forth with someone and they say like a really good bird on you, and then you're like, well, you're fat, and then you just have him go, oh shit! He's like your hype man. That would be so fucking awesome.
That would be great.
I mean, the sort of like reach that you could try for, this would be probably very difficult to implement, is have the player's behavior in some way rub off on whatever he ends up being.
Yes.
The way the player conducts themselves influences how the pet sidekick character turns out.
Some people think it's cringe in Fable 2, but the more evil acts you take, like maybe the darker the creature becomes, and he gets some horns,
the more
or
condoms he digs
sunken
up,
his eyes are, just things like that. It'd be cool.
Just imagining you punch too many people, and then he starts like just attacking people wherever he goes now.
Yeah, like you have a friend.
Steal from people constantly. He'll start just stealing from people.
He's pulling the wallet out of a friend's pocket. You're like, no. And he's like, no, okay, yeah, fine. And then he gets like really happy when he meets Salacious B. Crumbs. He's like, yes, my brother.
One of us. One of us.
Same role as Wicket, BB-8, or BD-1 in Jedi Survivor.
Imagine he had a little knife and he could jump on people.
He would like shanking people.
Oh god, I need it. I want
Would
it.
it be like in the knee or like the ankle because he's so short?
Because like
imagine this little gremlin creature with a knife down there.
You know when they got you in the vault, and she does the thing of like get him, Nyx, or whatever. But like, the equivalent for this would be like get him, and then he jumps on their head, and slices their throat.
Like, oh my god! I just meant distract him. Holy shit! Now we got to deal with the body, and there's so much blood.
And it starts.
He does.
Yeah, he's like
does,
covered
like,
in
really
blood. He's
bad
stroking
job
your
of
hair.
throat.
He's like, I saved you.
So they're like gargling for 5 minutes, trying to stop it. It's really awkward and terrible. It's like when Jesus gets stabbed in South Park.
Yeah. Or the dude who's trying to end himself in that zombie episode. He's like, oh god, he just keeps shooting himself over and over.
It's almost that he does the Hoffman stab. He's when he grabs the mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to play this game. Never mind, we got this.
Yeah.
But he actually has a bit of a role during gameplay.
Go get him.
Mad.
He actually had a role. Incredible.
No, come on.
You know what? He's both wrong and right. He's wrong in the sense that there's barely any gameplay. He's right in the sense that this is the most OP use of how to deal with the stealth in the early game. Like, you just send Nyx, send Nyx, send Nyx, send Nyx.
Just the terrifying thing to me is that he acts with some sort of surprise that the little sidekick thing is like a game element.
Yeah, that's a bit.
That has horrifying implications.
You should expect that
Yeah.
that would be the case. It shouldn't be a surprise that if you have a companion that follows you on your adventure, that he can do stuff.
Yes.
Which is funny when he can barely do shit.
Well, so can we be honest? He's not just that he does shit. He is enabling shit to happen because they're too lazy to make it possible in game with just K.
Yes.
Exactly. Why isn't there an ability to take down 2 enemies at once on your own terms? Why does it have to be, go get him, Nyx? All right, now I'll punch this guy, and then I'll punch the guy that you've jumped on, except for the times when I lock onto the wrong person.
Oh my god.
You too. Jesus Christ.
And then I get detected.
Happens all the time with me.
And then I have to do the whole
like,
section
no,
again.
the one my cursor is physically, it's right there. My cursor is on that guy, and the game's like, how about this guy over there?
So something that happened to me and Fringy was we sent Nyx to a guy, and then we go for the other guy, but K auto tracks onto the wrong one, kills him, And the guy we wanted clearly sees this happen. Is like, oh my god! And then you are allowed to stealth take down that man somehow, and you don't get detected. It's like, okay, I'm happy with this result, I suppose. Fine.
Because not only can he activate switches or...
Something I discovered with this lady, I'm almost certain, I need to go test it. If you fire your gun, she'll turn around and say, hey! And that's it. She just stands there going, hey!
That's why I lost my shit once.
I'm a little bit
Good
like,
enough.
oh, he can activate switches. Yeah, you get to a place where you can't progress until you hold the button and then tell Nyx to go press the button, and then you can go through the door. Why are you describing this like it's like anything?
So, but this is the thing.
Really
does he
cool
know?
game.
This is the ultimate does he know? Because this is 80% of the puzzles. Is there's a wall. Nyx can press a button.
Exactly. Like there's so many times where it will just be, oh, I can't progress. Oh, that means I just got to get Nyx to press a button.
Yeah. Star Wars Outlaws is like incredibly unimpressive and disappointing, especially after you play an actual game.
Yes.
So the game I played before this was Prey 2017.
Yeah.
This fucking game, the amount of variety you have to get into a single room, there's like 3 or 4 ways to get into a single room. And then you play this. It's like, press the button. It's like, oh, cool. While in Prey 2017, you're like, oh, there might be a vent somewhere up there. Oh, I can hack. Oh, I can just pry open the door if I'm strong enough. There's so many things you can do. By the way,
foam dart gun and a small opening in this window. I'll shoot the computer to get
I'll
the door
shoot the
open.
computer to get the door open. It's so cool.
It's great.
Everyone should play Prey. I've waited way too long to play that.
Can you send Nyx to open doors in Prey?
No,
well, that is
game.
shit, isn't it?
No! How dare you?
Don't say that.
You feed Nyx to the goop monsters, and there you go.
No.
Put him out the airlock.
One of my favorite games to play in stealth was it was Deus Ex Human Revolution. And like thinking about even stuff like the unfairly maligned, I feel, Splinter Cell Blacklist was like, man, these were like actual games with like real actual stealth mechanics, you know? Like you had all of these
those kinds of comparisons because it's like, dude, they're like, it's like you said, they're actual video games. They give you a variety of tools and a variety of options and a variety of different paths that you can navigate. And then something like Deus Ex, depending on what kind of augmentations you get, that'll just start to radically change your play style the longer you go on, right? If you go into like whether you want like brute force or stealth or, you know, whatever number of options that are available to you compared to, so Nyx, you can get him to press a button that'll open the door. But it's being described like it's a real thing. Like it's being described as if it's a mechanic.
Well, this guy's played a bazillion games, I happen to know that. I'd love to have a nuts and bolts conversation about this. Like, you don't find this remotely impressive as a feature, correct? You're like, well, it works. I'd be like,
I don't know, it's being described as if it is a feature.
No, yeah, well, it is a feature, like, but not an impressive one.
I guess in the purest sense of the word, sure, but I mean, if you played lots of video games, you know that this is
in the greatest version of this game, this would probably happen at certain points, and it would be fine. Like, we'd be fine with the idea of sending a little guy to go and press a button or annoy a person, blah, 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 but we're expecting...
Well, yeah, it would be one option of many.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
And also, there's never... It's never... Nyx is always... The question is, how do I even phrase it? Nyx is always the answer, is the point. There's never a wrong time to use Nyx. Nyx is always just the right move to make. Well, the game never presents you with the idea of Nyx is like a creature, he's an animal. And if you tell him to do something, he will do it unquestionably because he's loyal to you, because he's your little companion pet. So there's never a point in the game where you can tell him to do something that would hurt him, or that would put him in a really bad situation,
or that he sometimes isn't
potentially
successful
damage
at doing.
your reputation. Yeah,
like,
it's just I think the only thing is like if you tell him to pounce on like a droid, it just doesn't. It's just not effective.
But that never would, right? Like, so you know that once you've done it once, you'll be like, okay, so never
you do
that
it
again.
one
But
time, and
what I
like,
mean is,
I just stun it. Yeah.
If he tries to, let's say there's a lever to pull, and he jumps on it, and then goes well, and slips off it and falls down, and then a trooper is like, hey, and picks him up, and so now you have to save him. He has like 10 seconds before, something like that. They never do anything like that.
The game is, I don't, just to be clear on the mechanic, is his use always context sensitive? Like, you will always get like a little prompt to use the Nyx button when
No, you can
there are
move him
things...
around.
You have
hold
Nick's
down
vision.
Q.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You
And
hold
then
down
Nick's
a button,
vision.
and it puts you in Nick's vision. Yeah, and you could
Right,
specifically tell him to go to places where he
Yeah, at
can
any time you
distract
can tell him
guards
to
in a
go
certain
anywhere.
Somehow
but-
even worse.
Yeah, it's quite
Oh,
finicky
it's-
though, because apparently like 18 different options all overlap, and you're just like, well, hold on.
Yes, it locks
Oh
on
my
to people
God,
all
yes.
the time. I hate that
Mhm.
it is such an insane lock-on distance. Where
Just
it's like,
not
no,
finished. It's all
don't jump
clunky
on
as
him,
shit.
Nix. Go to the spot where my cursor is. What's the point of the cursor
Oh,
game?
and
if I'm
to be clear, I'm not referencing the Last Guardian type shit where Nyx randomly doesn't listen to you. I'm talking about how he can commit to an action and he can fuck it up, and then you have to help him as a sort of just a push and pull, risk and reward element that's totally realistic and fair, and not like it could be that he tries to do something and he just gets spotted. There's never anything like that that is actually interesting in the game.
Yeah,
Sometimes
he's invisible to them.
you can have
reason
him
they're
jump
never
on a
gonna do anything-
stormtrooper and he'll fuck with them and they'll be like, blah, 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 blah. He'll land on the floor and they'll start shooting, but they can't hurt him ever. He can never be in danger.
Well,
Broad player
one
bases
thing I
hate
really
being
don't.
inconvenienced by things like that. So unfortunately, in like a AAA space, that sort of thing is just never going to happen.
Unfortunately for Kay's character, she behaves with Nyx knowing that he cannot ever get hurt.
Yeah.
She tells him to do extremely dangerous things constantly because she knows like Nyx will never get hurt. There's nothing that can happen to Nyx. So she'll be like, go over there and bug those Imperial stormtroopers. Go over there, jump on that robot's face. Here, hold this shutter open so I can destroy this mechanical device inside that's 2 inches away from
surely
you. That would hurt me, the player.
The best one would be you can have him jump on someone's head and then you can shoot them in the head and it'll never hurt him.
Oh yeah, or punch him, yeah, or
You
they
can
can
him
have
set off
grenades. Grenades can
explosives.
go off. Yeah. And
Oh, at
it'll
least
hurt
he
him.
runs
You can
away
literally have him
a
go
little
and
bit.
blow up shit.
No, yeah, you're right. There's no consideration for, and there's no, like I said, there's no like temporary health bar where he loses it and he falls to the ground. And he's now inactive for 3 minutes until he'll come back up and be like, "Ugh."
That's what Far Cry did when they were like, hey, if you have an animal companion or any companion in Far Cry, if they get damaged and busted up enough, they're going to be out of commission for a while. So that would be like you're not like yeah, it's repercussions in that good little area of you don't want it to happen, but it's not an instant reload if it does happen. It's like with I think they had mentioned this with like companions and Fallout or some other game. They said, well, we already know that if a companion dies, the players are just going to reload anyway because you're not going to, if your dog dies in the game, just out and about, you're going to reload because you don't want your dog to be gone because of course you don't. So we need to have that penalty be in that middle area.
Oh my God,
but there is no penalty with Nick.
He is like Elizabeth Comstock. I didn't think about it. Yeah.
Wow.
He's way better than Elizabeth. You take that back.
You know, even in cutscenes when Kay is talking to Nick, she's talking to him like he is the comedic relief of a movie.
Well, she's always talking like she's in the MCU, like always.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, fair enough.
Because not only can he activate switches or panels for you from a distance, but he can also pick up items or distract enemies long enough for you to move in and deliver that knockout blow.
He says
Would
that.
you ever use that mechanic?
He says that like it's impressive in any way, shape, or form, as opposed to exactly what you would have expected at base level that this creature could do.
The most basic.
He can pick up a gun for you. Whoa. He can distract someone. Whoa.
The only time I think I
amazing.
ever engaged with that, and it was very rare, was if I was behind cover and I'd say, "Hey, bring me that gun because mine is balls." And that's a really good.
Once I
one.
had upgraded the blaster
Thanks.
enough, I didn't need any of the pickup guns. Even though the pickup guns for
Yeah,
a while
that's
was
fine.
staggeringly better. Once you get, so I don't know if you guys, did any of you play with the heavy bolt?
All the time.
Pistol 3,
All
the
the
third
time.
option. For
Not the power bolt, the heavy bolt.
Oh,
It's
no. Fuck
so
that.
the
I was
heavy
just
one,
doing-
it's the original blaster setting, but it's like it shoots like boom, 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 and once you get the full upgrade for it, it's just unbeatable. Like you can kill everything.
I was just running around stunning people and punching them.
Well, so I was about to say you don't even need the blaster. Something that I may not have even known about if not for Fringy finding it is and I mentioned it to you, Rags, is grenade stealth. It's the funniest thing in my head.
Oh, people told me about that in my chat.
Grenade stealth is amazing. It's one of the later abilities you can unlock where Nyx can set off grenades in people's pockets. Now, as you may know, 99% of the people in this world carry a grenade. So wherever you go,
don't you?
Yeah, of
I do.
course. And
I
so
got
in
mine,
stealth
man.
sections, it ends up being hilarious. You can wipe out 90% of the people there every time, no problem. And
And they
most
don't
of
know
the
what to
time,
do.
yeah, if you do it right, there's a little thing you need to know to get it right. It's not too difficult. But if you know it right, you'll be in stealth the full time. They'll not be able to find you, especially with the use of Nyx as a distraction. But what I was going to bring up is that there are run and gun sections. Like this is actually a really good example. Do you remember this part of when you're stealing the artifact from Crimson Dawn for the Ashiga? The first section is stealth. The second section is forced like action. They know where you are. And it's like, oh, let's go. I did that section with stealth grenade instead of guns ablazing, and it was like more effective. And I was like, is stealth grenade just everything now? Am I just going to do stealth grenade forever? Yeah, for free.
Why wouldn't you just hit the button that makes enemies explode?
The best revelation I had about it, I was in a call with Friggy thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute. To steal the grenade, I have to do a QTE. To blow up the grenade and kill an enemy, I don't even have to do a QTE. It just does it automatically. They made that easier. Yeah. They made it easier. It costs nothing. You could do it instantly and again and again and again. Nothing. You can do it such that you blow someone up. Some guy goes, "What was that?" And you can send Nyx to him before he can even get to the body. He'll blow up, and then the next person's like, "Wait, what was that?"
And you can just do it over and over
All
and
the
over
other
again.
guards
And then
would live
what to
in
do.
fear and existential dread that they too will
Okay, well,
randomly
Rags,
explode for
the
no
best thing about
reason.
the first half of the Ashiga thing is I blew everyone up except the robot, because you can't do that with him. He doesn't have any grenades. And I thought to myself, the robot's like, why do all of my humans blow up? Like, why am I alone?
Is my company so terrible that they just explode?
Yeah. It's so awful, but yeah, of all the options you could do with Nyx, I never expected that. I never expected them to be like, you could distract, you could send him to temporarily stun, you could kill people with him instantly. You're like, oh, well, that's
Holy
just
shit,
better
Nyx
than
has
all
gone
the other
down a dark
options.
path.
Why would you? And it counts as stealth.
Yeah,
Come on,
Nyx
Why
Nyx,
does
punch
grenades
Nyx.
count as
OP.
stealth? It's insane. Rags, you did it like with an actual grenade. You killed someone, and I think someone was like, "What was that?" And then someone else says, "Like,
No,
thought I heard
no.
something or whatever."
I didn't kill someone. I just chucked it to the other side of the room to see what the AI would do. I
Right.
just threw a grenade to the other side of the room. It exploded instantly. It was probably nothing. Came from somebody else. Then everyone else was like, "What was that?" Then they started randomly shooting their blasters.
Yeah, no, you're in
They
the.
started randomly
That happened to
shooting
me,
their
you, and
blasters.
Fringy. That room. I don't know what's wrong with the AI, but they'll just keep shooting that one Viper droid. They're obsessed with killing
Yeah.
it.
That's a target.
There's that. But what I just mixed up was the other memory where you'd killed. I think you called it Betty or Sandy or something. And one of them,
Sandy, yeah.
one of them went past her, and they were like, "Our officer is down." And then someone else says, "It was probably nothing."
Sandy's
Like,
laying
wait,
there on
what?
the ground, completely passed out with a bruise on her face.
I
And then,
love. Oh, it's so
three
good.
different people come over and they're like, this is fine and normal. And they leave her body there.
And you
They
can
just go back to
you
their
can keep
console.
killing people, and they'll just be like, "It's probably nothing."
It wasn't me, so it's not a problem.
It's almost a good parody
Oh.
game.
This game, I will say this about Star Wars Outlaws, unironically. Like someone in a super chat, someone asked me, "Is this better than Outlaws?" Easily. This game
It
is
is Outlaws.
hilarious. Is this game better than the Acolyte? That was it.
Oh.
Is this game or the Acolyte better? And I was like, easily this is better. I've never laughed so
Well-
much at a fucking video game since Gollum.
There feels like there's some kind of synchronicity thing, because I'm with you. When I was first playing the game, I felt like its meme levels were lower than Gollum for sure, but like it felt like they improved over time. Maybe it was just a matter of
It's
perception
because
and ability to
I
know
think-
how to fuck with it. You know?
I think it's because the most positive I thought of this game was my first stream. And I didn't think it was good, but I didn't think it was like horrible. I was like, oh, this is bad, but it's not like offensively bad. But that was just my first stream in the most polished section of the game, the beginning. And I was doing all of like the missions it wanted me to do. I was very much like doing what the game wanted, and it was still bad. Second stream, my estimation of this game plummeted so quickly. The moment you do anything, if you are not completely and totally in league with what this game is trying to get you to do, it becomes hilarious. Not just bad,
thing is, like-
hilariously bad.
even at the beginning, I mean, during the opening in Kanto Bite, I found out you just like walk through the security cameras and they don't like detect you. You can like walk through them and it won't do
You
shit.
can leave bodies in front of the security camera
if it was
and they
like
don't
something,
care.
you know, like the stealth in this game, you can't even move enemies that you've taken out. Like you can't move them. You can't pick them up or like hide them or anything, or even use them to like scare the shit out of enemies. It's just
booby trap them.
You have that, but
anything.
and I assume you guys would have noticed it because I think all of us got caught by it. But there's a sequence in in Kijimi, where you're trying to. It's the mission where you're trying to help subvert the queen or whatever. And there's a room where you got to take everyone down, and you got to enter another room and power down the camera before you can get into another room. And it's like, well, I kind of just run past the camera like I normally do. And if you step even an inch into it, it'll instant activate alarms on. And I was like, whoa, why, what? And it's just like, yeah, they just got lazy. They've got the standard control for all cameras in the game, but for that one, they're like, no, we want you to do the whole mission first. You've got to turn the camera off the proper way, so we're just going to make it instant activation. Fuck you.
Which is
like,
really awesome when it's inconsistent. I love it when
I love when
it's
mechanics
inconsistent in how I
change.
engage with the world.
A favorite.
I love
like I
it.
said, it caught all of us, I'm
stealth
pretty
update to
sure.
a game.
We were all like, wait,
Yeah.
what? That's okay, that's how it works now, I guess. Okay, fine. Because most of the time we were just running through cameras, which is wrong. That's not how it should work, you dumb game, but that's okay.
Well, to be honest, Regs, there were like a lot of mechanics change I've noticed in this game. There's sections where I would want to do it. I would want to do it stealthily, but then it'd be like, nope, this is a gunfighting section. You have to action. It's like, oh. But
the forced action segments I really didn't like.
You
at all.
stealth your way through the whole fucking section. It's like, oh, the alarm is on now. Time to shoot your way out. It's like, what's the fucking point?
It's the reverse is true as well. On the segments where you can't raise the alarm, that doesn't mean you can't get into a massive firefight. It just means no one has to raise the alarm, which is a physical thing an action they have to take where there's an icon over an NPC's head. And as long as you murder them before they do it, you're in the clear. You can go in guns a-blazing as long as the alarm doesn't get raised. You're fine. Now, what raises the alarm can generally be a little bit inconsistent depending on where you are, but for the most part, stealth is completely optional as long as there's no one alive to raise the alarm. Blast away, friend.
Well, I
recall a few
certain sections where you're just screwed if you get like no matter what.
Well, that's
don't
like
get caught sections.
There's one was like don't get caught, and then there's like don't raise the alarm.
Yeah, don't get caught are the worst ones because if they see you, it's like, oh, you reset.
You can't even pull your gun out. Like you have the option. Your gun's just permanently
gun.
holstered, glued onto your thigh. Like
that happens with being like arrested too. There was a couple times in the game where the arrest mechanic, I still don't know how it works. Sometimes a stormtrooper will be like 20 meters away. He'll be like, "Hey, you, what are you doing here?" And you just are like locked out of any controls whatsoever. And you're not allowed to pull out a gun and stun him. You can't use your fast talk ability. It's just like you're just done. There was one time where a scout trooper with a sniper rifle was like, he must have been like 60 meters away from me, up on like a building. He arrested me. He like looked at me when I was like 60 meters away, and I got locked out of being able to take any actions. I've been arrested by that, even though I can go in there and slaughter everybody without any problems whatsoever.
Yeah, which is so fucking annoying. But an alternate or rather polar opposite version of that. In Tatooine, in Mos Eisley, if you're running around with 6... Because I had pissed off the Death Troopers and then went into Mos Eisley looking to activate the next part of the story. And I was like, oh, fuck, I can't walk past like some Stormtroopers there because they will arrest me. You know the Stormtroopers who are on the dewbacks?
Are they in the game, or are you talking about the movies?
I
didn't notice it. I didn't see any of
There's a couple in Mos Eisley. They're on a standard sort of AI track of going back and forth and back and forth. I was near enough within his cone that it set off the orange question mark, and I was like, oh fuck. And then I thought to myself, like, do I want to see what it looks like to get arrested by a guy on a dewback, if there's anything, just to see what happens at the cost of me having to settle this out again? And I was like, yes, I do. So I ran in front of him, and I was like, go on, arrest me. And he just slowly walked toward me, and then lost interest in me and just walked past. And I was like, oh.
Well, there's probably not a... Well,
no, the dewbacks
probably not an animation for
it's not. No, it's not about animation. They haven't programmed him to even arrest you. He can't do anything. He just walks past you. He has the question mark to signify that he should find you curious. He should arrest you, but they didn't program it further than that. I don't know why. It shouldn't have cost him too much to have an aura that is automatically arresting as soon as you're within that aura of the dewback, but it's not there. It's just gone. It doesn't happen.
Wow. That's fantastic.
But I guess you wonder how these things happen. It's just like, did nobody try it? Because I almost didn't.
Correct.
And I'm trying to.
They
see
didn't
if it
have
breaks.
anyone trying to. Yeah, this game was definitely like, oh fuck it, we got to ship it. It's got to go out, and also we don't care.
Anyway,
nothing about this
they'll
game
eat it up
said
in
I
Star
have care and
Wars.
passion for this project or Star Wars.
For you to move in and deliver that knockout blow.
All right, Nix, go get him.
This is what every fight is.
Along with directing the
is.
player towards areas of interest in a way that feels less obnoxious than putting a giant glowing objective marker over something instead.
But it's the same thing.
Instead,
It's-
Nix is the objective. Go to Nix.
It's the
But
same
also,
thing. Yeah.
it's just funny to say that when the game is filled with the objective markers anyway.
There's so many.
Like, there's one right here, see?
Yeah.
Well, that's
I
true,
would
but
say,
I just want to be
if you
clear
start-
that those Nyx
Yeah.
explorations, they get you a collectible, and you barely understand what the fucking point of it is. You're just like, oh, well, we did that,
Exactly.
I guess.
Yeah. For
It's a
some reason,
collectible
it's just,
for- yeah,
it's like,
it's Nick
oh,
strip.
look, here's this thing, and then it's like, hey, isn't that cool? And then it just shows a big shot of the open world
Yeah.
every time, and I'm just
It is
sitting there
very
like,
strange.
hurry up, I want to play again, just so that I can keep moving. Don't
Yeah,
make
you
me
did your
stare at
little-
this world.
You did a little exploration. You got your Nick strip. Look at this beautiful vista. Except sometimes it wouldn't be a beautiful vista because it'd be like super foggy and rainy.
Yeah.
And she'd be
It's
like,
kinda
"Wow,
like,
what a beautiful view!" And I'm like, "You can't see anything, but whatever."
It's kind of like if someone said there are no loading screens in this whole game, and then shows like someone going through a tight space, and you'd be like,
Oh, that's what I
yeah,
call them.
the
Yeah.
tight space loading screens, man.
Well, and some people are like, but that is worth complimenting. I'm like, I don't know, man. I think
Is
we're at the point now where we can say like those are annoying as hell because we know exactly what they are, and they're kind of like boring. At least loading screens were honest.
They're boring and they are
Yeah.
fixed duration in
least
the way that a
loading
loading
screens are
screen
honest.
isn't necessarily. Loading screens improve as hardware gets better. These things don't. They are fixed duration.
Correct.
Okay, what can we do here, Nix?
And
Now,
it's
if I
always
really
a
had
button.
to sum up the whole
Oh, it's
experience in
probably
the most
press the
simple way
button.
possible, well, I'd probably call this one Far Cry in Space.
Ugh.
Don't you dare!
Don't
Don't you fucking dare!
Don't even try it.
What an asshole!
Now I'm real mad.
Far Cry in space.
The fact that for fucking Far Cry, that's an embarrassing comparison is
No,
hilarious. to
I
me.
will stand up for Far Cry a bit. I think Far Cry is pretty good. Far Cry 5, even New Dawn, was like, they've got a whole bunch of mechanics. They have way better AI. The layouts of bases were better. There's
Than
more
this.
meaningful upgrades to a whole bunch of stuff. There, you have little fluffy side companions in those games too. I mean, it's just Far Cry is just so much better. Far Cry is they're just good, fun action, semi-stealth games.
What would you say is a more apt comparison, like Horizon Zero Dawn or some shit?
To this?
I haven't played Horizon.
I haven't played it. I can't say.
Boy.
I hear Horizon
Yeah,
is
no idea.
totally
Well,
fine.
I've often
but
referred to this as a Golem-like. I do think it's similar in a couple of ways.
Golem-like. It's like Souls-like or Golem.
Yeah, but I'm
If I
not
had to
joking with a
compare
lot of
this
it. The
to-
platforming is almost exactly the same. Like, it's like they
And when you think
copied
about this-
Golem.
I
even
fully
in
support
combat-
referring to these failed projects as Golem-like.
I think it's how bad everything is. Like the shooting in this. If you compare the combat in this to like combat in like Far Cry 5, you know, where it's just like, oh, this is fun shooting mechanics. There's different kinds of enemies, all sorts of different kinds of weapons. Just the way that you interact with the enemies in that game, and then this, which is basically just whatever. What do you think is the funniest? Just do that, I guess, because all of the combat is so mediocre to bad. Just shoot everyone in the head, or that's it.
I'm assuming you guys haven't played enough Ubisoft games then, because I could tell what this was, right? Like, this is Assassin's Creed.
Bad?
It's a lot of Assassin's Creed with features of other Ubisoft games.
I think it's
got,
much worse than your average Ubisoft game, though.
Well, it's got
Well, that's-
Watch Dogs 2's combat, right? Like, the combat is Watch Dogs 2. Nyx is
Wait,
Watch
what?
Dogs is
Sorry,
hacking. It's got Far Cry's Outposts and some Wordle in there too.
No, it
What's
doesn't.
the-
Far Cry's
what's-
Outcasts are
what-
way better than this.
Watch
What are you
Dogs
talking
2
about?
also has much better combat than this game too.
I disagree with you on that one.
By virtue of having
I haven't even
multiple
played
weapons,
Watch
it
Dogs,
already
and
makes it
surely-
better. Yeah.
And it's
I
like
mean,
Far
I
Cry
can-
Outposts are way better than this. But
So-
liberating outposts, they become like places where merchants and vendors appear. They become fast travel locations.
I'm not saying they did it
open
well.
up
I'm saying I can
missions.
see where they took it
has
from.
less
so-
functionality than in Watch Dogs with your ability to interact with the world. There's way more things that you can do in Watch Dogs and interacting with the world than Nyx can do.
Well,
So here's the thing. I can kind of see what you're saying, but I would describe it as the developers of Outlaws took all of those games and then like went to bed and had them under their pillow for a night, and then kind of osmosised a little bit of it, and then they came back and said,
Yeah,
"Okay, I know what to do."
I can see the DNA on all of this. Absolutely.
well, that's a
exactly
different
what it is.
thing because we're talking about the actual like quality of it. To say that you can see that they've
No,
drawn
not
it from
quality,
something isn't because like I would actually argue the stealth is so very similar to Gollum that I actually think there's a couple of instances, and we could get into it if you really wanted to, that Gollum has better stealth than this game. And you'd be like, that's insane. And I'm like, no, seriously, because like the guys when they find you in the long grass, they can actually like stop you. They get you in Gollum. In this, they can't. They get confused. Like that alone is
They
already
have
like
to literally bump into you.
yeah. And even then, but right, they can like kick you so far such that they can't see you anymore. they can like kick you out of their own vision.
They can
They're like,
help you.
whoa,
They can save
yeah.
you from them.
So you
Whereas
know,
I will say, like, this is one of those games where the stealth is so terrible that when you make a noise or when they spot you, they will then like go to investigate, but they'll investigate like a totally different location than where they saw you. So you can't like lure them into a location by poking your head out of this corner or whistling in a certain place and then going around the side, because they'll randomly decide, oh, I'll just investigate this other random area that you were planning to actually go to.
Who used whistling throughout the game?
You
Like
can whistle
3 times.
So
I
think
you could.
I'm almost certain it happened to me, Metal, and Fringy. I can't confirm anyone
Wait,
else
I whistled
yet.
in that game?
But no, wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
Whistling.
So with whistling as a mechanic is introduced very quickly. It comes on screen and it says you can whistle to distract people, and then it's gone. I missed it. I'm pretty sure Fringy missed it. I'm pretty sure Metal missed it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't overtly return until your boss fight with ND5, where it says whistling is effective against ND5. And I'm pretty sure all of us read that and we went, "What the fuck are you talking about, whistling? Like, what mechanic is that?" And
You're right.
it's so funny.
You know
can
what?
go through the entire game not even knowing whistling is a thing, and it's actually
Nyx trumps everything.
well, yeah.
Why would
You don't
whistle?
need
Nyx
whistling.
Trumps everything.
So I never used it. We never used it. But now that you mention it, I remember it now.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, that was a thing in the intro, wasn't it?
I legit was
I
confused
literally
when it
thought it
said
existed.
whistling's effective against ND5. I was like, what the fuck is a? What do you mean? Like I can whistle, and then you don't even need whistling for ND5. It's easy.
Yeah,
See,
I
I
never
thought.
whistled.
See, my impression of that was that they were just introducing a new mechanic in the final battle, just because the game sucks, basically. That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
I could believe that.
I think that I think I'm serious. I'm being serious. I think I whistled 3 times, and I think that 2 of the 3 times I just accidentally pressed the wrong button, and it happened. So
I
it just
think
is
I
a
went through my
worthless
whole
mechanic.
first playthrough and I didn't even accidentally whistle, or if I did, I didn't notice.
Yeah.
It feels so
It's a
weird to play
worthless
an
mechanic.
entire fucking game and be blind to a whole ass mechanic. I was just like, oh, yeah, that's the thing I could have done.
Well, why would you? Why would you whistle? What whistling does is it summons someone to your location in terms of stealth mechanics, which is
Yeah, with
good
Nyx,
if you need
you
to
could-
get rid of them and not leave a body behind in the middle of the room.
Right.
But it doesn't matter in this game. What's the point of luring them to a location to take them out where no one will see? It just doesn't matter.
I say most of the
Absolutely
time it doesn't matter. You
unironically.
get every once in a while if they see enough bodies, they go to set off an alarm. I haven't got anything in terms of a consistent assessment of it, but it's annoying because bodies do change their behavior somewhat, and then if they see enough of them, they'll actually set off the alarm. So the fact that happens and you can't move bodies that's inexcusable.
So absolutely unironically, I had to sort of do an internal check to see if you guys were talking about a different game when you mentioned whistling. I was like, did I miss it? Are we
Did I
still
play the
talking
wrong
about
game?
Gollum? What was
You
there
whistling
Can you imagine
Gollum?
Gollum whistling? He
Like,
would probably
there-
just go.
He's a good
That
whistler.
would be-
He is.
that would be
Gollum.
interesting.
I am learning this feature exists right now.
Yeah,
Yep.
whistling. It's a thing.
And by that I mean
It's like the
like a-
binoculars.
Yeah, I rarely use the binoculars. Just
I
didn't feel
wonder
like
if
there's a point.
I never use them.
I wonder if when he was playing this game for the preview, if he ever tried just driving his vehicle into one of those.
Oh my god, the
critics to
physics!
see what would happen. Yeah.
On my first stream, I went full pelt into someone's speeder, and it just like stopped. Everything stopped. The speeder, sorry, the momentum. We just went, boop, and we both stopped. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because they're not allowed to explode.
Also, like, when you see the banthas and you shoot them, sparks fly off.
Well, I don't know about you, but some of the greatest joy I had in this game was when the Pike kill squads or whatever, and their speeders would come and chase me, and I would drive around a herd of banthas or whatever, and eventually all the kill squad people, they would run into the banthas, explode, and they'd all kill themselves, and it was hilarious.
That's brilliant. The game is full of fun surprises like that. If you just think outside the box for 5 seconds with anything, it'll break. It's great.
Well, I'd probably call this one Far Cry in space, and by that I mean it's
don't
like
do
a
that.
Wait. We just did a whole response to that.
Loyal to that.
Listen, we gotta accept that that's
just
his
came
opinion.
back from that again. It's still gonna feel bad.
I know.
in space, and by that I mean it's like a series of different planets, all with their own separate maps. You can run around and explore.
Now,
pretty
again,
much from the
was
get-go,
this
you're given a
part of the preview or not? Did you go to other planets, or was it just Tashara?
Yeah, because I would have thought it would be just Tashara in the preview.
I figured it would be. I mean, if he only got to play for like 4 hours, then that's I mean, it took me like 7 hours before I left.
I imagine he was just told.
Before I got
back
fed
on
up with Tashara and left.
Back on the topic, because like Rags is alluding to this, would you not feel betrayed if this is the lines they give you, and you're like, I believe this from what I've played, and then you play the game and you're like, wait a minute, this wasn't.
This is Gollum in space, you
Yeah,
bastards.
this is Gollum. This is Gollum-like. You made a Gollum-like.
This isn't a Far Cry like. This is a Far Cry from Far Cry, you can even say.
run around and explore. Pretty much from the get-go, you're given a speeder as well, which does look a hell of a lot like the one that shows up in Endor in Return of the Jedi.
What?
Wow. Whoa.
Okay.
Does it?
What? Wait, did he say it does look like it?
He said it looks a hell of a lot like the speeder in Endor.
No, it doesn't. Fuck off.
No,
I'm trying to remember what. If we're talking about the speeders they use in Endor are not like that at all.
Well, they're in the game. That's what all
Yeah,
of the
you do.
Imperials are
That's all
running
the.
around
Yeah,
on.
you're right. The scout troopers are all on those. So.
And you can't take it because those have guns built into them in the lore. Now in the game they don't. But
that feels like something that's worth mentioning as well.
Yeah.
In Grand Theft Auto Vice City, you could fire your weapon while in a vehicle. In this game,
What?
you can't.
That's
You can
crazy.
it
only
was your
use-
right trigger when
you
you're
can
in
only
the when
use
you're in the car.
shit
Your right
Deadeye.
trigger.
You're only allowed to use the shit Deadeye system in order to fire at enemies. You can't just like free shoot off of your bike, which is crazy to me. You have to just
against
wait
the rules,
until
outlaw.
it charges
I
up
think I
enough
know why.
and it then targets the enemies for you.
Someone said, did he say Andor? I thought he said Return of the Jedi as
Endor.
well. So Endor.
Endor.
He
said Endor and Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And someone
so
said, does he mean... Because this is the thing. It's so wrong. I'm like, are we missing something here?
Run around and explore. Pretty much from the get-go, you're given a speeder as well, which does look a hell of a lot like the one that shows up in Endor in Return of the Jedi.
No,
And
that's
this
clearly
thing does-
Endor.
Well, he says Return of the Jedi, so it has to be Endor.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
He has a. I don't get it either. It clearly doesn't look like it.
No, but
Like, in
the
no
thing
way.
is, I don't really care what it looks like as opposed to it being a cool design in and of itself, and then we can talk about how you can't shoot from it and you can't choose to ride anything else. Like, the speeder in and of itself, I've seen people say it's a shit design, and I was like, kind of.
It looks fine.
It's like I don't really care that much compared to what it represents in the game, which is disappointment, pretty much.
If you're an outlaw, is that the kind of speeder that you like have?
It'd
Like,
be really
wouldn't you wanna
fucking
actually
cool
trick
to
it
have
out
a
with-
custom speeder, but no.
Yeah, cool paint job on it or something that's
Oh yeah,
low and blends
you can change
in.
the skins on it, or whatever, but like it's very superficial. It's not the kind of thing that you'd want.
Yeah, they are truly skins.
does a really
So
good job at
one thing I did notice is same ship, same speeder, same gun. And I think it's because the game intends you to upgrade those specific unique items and not your skills with a class of items. So you can't steal speeders and you can't steal guns. The guns
Right.
are all temporary that you can pick up.
You know solutions to that though.
Yeah, just I don't know. There's 18 different solutions that you could do. There's so many. It's
Yeah.
just it's a dumb excuse for
You
for
can carry
limitations
a
they put on
gun
themselves.
with you. Yeah,
Well, you can
just say,
upgrade
I want
your-
to carry this gun.
Your upgrades for any
carry it.
given gun are all applied to like you, like as in like your damage with a gun goes up. That applies to all guns, not just the gun you hold. that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You just make it apply to
And
everything.
in the fluff, you'd say like your skill with all guns
Yeah,
has increased. That
easy.
kind of thing.
Or
Yeah.
just have I mean, like he mentioned Far Cry. Far Cry's solved this. You can bring your own guns whenever, and you can pick them up
And
at
you
any
can
of your
give
like
them different
locations.
attachments and everything. If
Yeah,
want,
you can.
like,
And I would
custom
be-
attachments.
I'm
Or
absolutely
you can
fine with
just
a core
ditch it and
weapon,
pick up a new one.
like a core blaster that's always with you at all times, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
you get some other ones. That's fine with me. It's just
Well,
that
lean into the outlaws and subterfuge element where you have like your default blaster is your tiny little snub nose tiny thing that you can have on you at all times. It's so small you can sneak it into places. But if you want to have a bigger gun, that's okay if you want to carry it around, but you can't bring it into like bars or past checkpoints and stuff. So you can't always rely on it. But when you're out and about in the world, but the little bitty gun that's hidden, it won't rouse suspicion. And you could whip it out whenever you need it.
Yeah.
So you can play into the fact that different guns of different sizes, like if you have one of the sniper rifles or a big, long gun, I mean, you could carry it around in most places, but you can't always rely on it.
Or maybe you need to
Depending
find a
on
way to smuggle it into the place. You're not supposed to have a big or any gun in there. Just I don't know, bribe
There's only-
someone. It's like, hey, can you put this in the toilet lid or whatever? I don't know.
That's a good sort of mechanic and sort of design space that will, again, in the AAA sphere, never see play because it inconveniences the player in a way that players are not, like, broad player bases are not
Yeah.
amenable to being inconvenienced in that way.
It's
the
like we want
Skyrim
this
thing
player to
of-
see all the things at the same time in one playthrough, so they don't have to restart the game ever.
It does a shitload of damage to Cyberpunk. I remember complaining about this, that I can walk into the Corpo Plaza with a fucking heavy machine gun slung over my
Yeah.
shoulder and it's just fine.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
I'm just here to shoot it. Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
The Jedi.
Yeah,
And
well,
this
I'm
thing
sorry though.
Mr. Fogg for president.
does a really good job at
Yeah.
removing that mundane aspect to traversing all these various planets.
Oh!
You can even call it in with the press of a
bro.
Wait,
Sorry.
let's get a clean version of that so chat make
Okay.
know. Yeah.
like the one that shows up in Endor in Return of the Jedi. And this thing does a really good job at removing that mundane aspect to traversing all these various planets. You can even call it in with the press of a button like it's your horse
it's
in Red
just-
Dead.
it's-
Why are you saying that? Like it's
Like, why would you
Like,
bother making an open world?
Sorry,
then?
sorry. It actually like blows my mind because like it really is important to make moving around in an open world fun. If it's not fun, that's like a big problem because you want
Yeah.
players to want to move through your open world rather than fast travel everywhere. And a super Infamous is that game's really good. I think it's underrated. I will constantly sing its praises. One of the things that Infamous does really well as an open world game is making the traversal super duper fun and engaging. You have a variety of different modes of travel. It encourages you to jump around, climb up different buildings, like slide using your electricity powers, like on power lines and on train tracks and stuff like that. And then, of course, there's enemies that you want to fight midway through. Like, it's really fun. And then you can even look at something like, how does, in Grand Theft Auto, the traffic, that is like an obstacle to navigation that makes it more interesting. It's so simple because you'd be like, oh, yeah, of course there's cars. Like, you're in a city, right? There'll be other people driving. But, like, simply having to get from point A to point B and trying to do it as fast as possible while making sure that you don't hit any of the cars, like, and that you maneuver through traffic, that in of itself is
Like a
fun.
minigame.
Here, it's just a big empty space. It's like, oh, I hold the square button and then I boost for a little bit and then I don't, but I just like move through this empty space. But I'm doing it fast, so that's
There's
fun.
nothing engaging
And then
about the travel,
sometimes
yeah.
you have like a
Where's
little
the-
a question mark. What is this? Oh, it's a house with a chest in it. Okay, cool.
I'm
Moving
a little
on.
Just
confused by
admitting defeat instantly about the whole, like, a large part of the point of an open world in the scale and the sense of space.
yeah. Well,
Given up
the fact that
immediately.
the way that he says this, I'd be curious if he's saying the presence alone of being able to travel through this world faster than walking makes traveling interesting. I'd be like, you haven't said anything. You just said that having the speeder makes it less mundane. You're like, do you mean just the ability to travel faster than walking and running?
Yeah. Is it just walking plus?
Because
all it is?
that's
What if instead
I feel
Kay
like if I
just did,
told
like,
you
a really
guys
fast
this
running animation?
as part of my assessment, and then I told you you can even summon your ride in the open world, I feel like you guys would be like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that is
I
one of the
think,
most
like,
default
That's the
options.
most basic, yeah. It's the
Something
most
that I
basic
guess would
feature.
be important to sort of highlight is like, what if instead of it being the bike, it was the same in terms of the speed, but it was just like her T-posing, as she was moving through the world. You know, it's like, is there any meaningful
Remove the
difference
mechanic.
compared to the idea of like a game that actually has mechanics that encourage you to do different things to navigate
right?
through the open world?
Because
exactly.
Something I was thinking about, whistling to get your horse to come to you makes a hell of a lot of sense to me compared to the speeder appears behind you. You're like, whoa, what the fuck?
Press the button, whistle, and then
in
Roach
Red Dead
shows
Redemption
up
2,
behind
if
you.
you're too far away from your horse, it's not going to come to you because, of course, the horse can't hear you. So, like, it has to be close enough to you.
It'd be really
Doesn't she
inconvenient
also
though, if I
whistle,
had to
though?
run back and get my
No,
the
she
speeder.
presses a button on her little arm thing. The implication is that it automatically drives to a location. However, they've once again not fully implemented this fucking thing. In terms of what we could call as a broad subject, speeder summoning, you'll get every possible result you could ever imagine if you play this game long enough. You'll get appears directly right behind you and is ready to go. You'll get never appears ever. It just completely ignores you and you'll never get it. You'll get the one where, and I know that, you've had this, I've had this, I can't remember if Mel and Fringy have, but you call it and it just fucking runs circles around you for a while. And you're like,
I didn't see that. No, that's
it is fucking bizarre.
Waller.
It's like the speeder's trolling
We have
you.
to
It's
talk
just
about
like
the
la
water
la
one.
la la. You can't get it. It's like okay, and then you'll get ones where
Waller.
it like makes it somewhat, but then gives up, and you'll just you have to run to it. It's just like okay, thanks. I don't know what determines any of this shit. It's like completely random. The best ones, of course, though, are just when it actually happened on Rags' stream. It happened to me as well. But when you're in Akiva and you haven't unlocked the ability to ride on water yet, you can get to a point where you crash the speeder into obstacles such that you get knocked off onto land while your speeder is not on land. Meaning, you can't walk up to it to get on, and you're also too close to summon it or to resummon it. Especially if you're on a spit of land that's too small, and so you're just fucked. The game is like, good luck.
Oh, wow.
Basically, you're on land and you're by the water. You summon the speeder. The speeder stops over the water, and if you touch water, you die instantly. No,
Well,
swimming
just sink
around.
down
and it needs to be exactly. You just sink into it, like it's, and then it's like, oh, you're dead.
It reminded me of like a Sonic game. You're playing a Sonic adventure, and Sonic just goes down into the water. He's just done instantly.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or like when Mario hits spikes. Yeah.
No, but the thing is, it's worse than that because the way that it works with this, like it'll be that if you fail the platforming, as soon as you essentially cross the threshold for like, oh, well, you're falling in, it just instantly she like ragdolls and then it immediately cuts to black and then you respawn. It looks so
She hit the
stupid.
death boundary, so she.
Yeah, exactly. So then she
a lot of the death
ragdolls.
animations are very, very bad.
I
There's
remember
no
when-
like falling animation for her. Like when if you jump off a cliff or you fall too far and you die, there's no like animation for that.
and
She
again,
just
it's very
sort of
Gollum-like, like, for
It's a
reals.
Gollum-like, yeah.
It's very
San
Gollum-like.
Andreas, if you jumped from too high and you were going to die, CJ would say something like, I hate gravity or something along those lines. He would react to falling from too far. But here it's just like, nah, nothing.
One time when I jumped into a chasm, she said, this is bad.
So, going to die.
One time, yeah, there you go.
Normally, when you jump in Outlaws, when Kay jumps off of something and she hits the ground and dies, it doesn't ragdoll. She just like lands like normal, but the screen flashes slightly red and it turns black and white. But you could tell that the model is just like landed like normal. You've just landed too far this time, so you're dead now. They didn't even bother to have like an animation of her like crumpling or dying or anything like Lara Croft or whatever. It's just.
Yeah, I remember I popped into your stream when you were relatively late into the game, and you were along this cliffside, and then there was this place you were supposed to get to, and
The
there's this
wind
rather.
one?
It was yeah around there, but there was this brief cliff drop. You were supposed to go there, and it looks like it's like, oh, okay, I can just drop down here, die instantly. So then you just go forward around the cliff, and you end up exactly where you were
that was
supposed
the little.
to go.
That was the little wind cave.
Yeah.
Where you're on this, you start off in the cave area and you're on a ledge and you're supposed to go follow the ledge all the way around to get to the bottom. But the bottom's not really that far down. So I'm just like, fuck it. I got back to out the wazoo. I'll just roll off and then maybe I'll take a little bit of damage, whatever. But the moment you roll off, it's like a death line that the game is full of. So she just instantly dies. Instead of just going onto the rock that's 6 feet beneath her. The game's like, no, you're not allowed to do that.
Like we
It's like,
said,
well, then
like
why did you design it such that this
Gollum
ledge is right here from the
Keep
floor?
your arms and legs within the attraction until the ride is over.
Kind of.
Ugh.
It's feeling you get with a lot of these, a lot of the little mini dungeon, whatever constructions that they have in here. You are not allowed to.
Torture chambers.
But at the same time, you could kind of like, but you could tell that sometimes they clearly forgot to make all the little death box invisible lines because you could clearly do things you're not supposed to, and you can awkwardly jump in ways that the game didn't want you to do it. So even in that, they're very inconsistent.
Press of a button like it's your horse in Red Dead Redemption or something.
Wow, The Witcher 3.
Crazy.
Wow,
And
you
in
showed a
fact-
bad example.
I would say that one is only bad when you're more familiar with the game, because I think out of context that can come across kind of cool. It's like, zoom, and I show up.
I mean,
Oh,
it
I
looks
guess
more,
so.
it
I
looks more
guess-
normal than just spawning behind you, not moving at all. Just
Well,
like,
just-
oh,
yeah,
where's the thing? Oh,
It's
there it is.
unironically
Normally
kind
it
of like
zooms-
it can be stressful. You're just like, I just need it to spawn, please, and it goes, and it just starts running around all over the place. You're like-
There's also not a thing where you hold the button down and you jump automatically onto it. You have to call it and then look where it is, and then you can get onto it.
Yeah, there's
You know what
no
I mean?
automatic get on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, get
The
on while
first-
it's still moving, so you can like do it kind of.
Well,
if you can't
if
bail
you
out,
yeah,
hit-
yeah, hop on and a speed
If
away.
you hit R3 while it's speeding past you, it will just stop dead in its tracks, and you'll get on. It's just kind of
Yeah,
funny.
you get on, yeah. I got into the the habit of just press Y to call it, and then I heard it coming, and I would just like lightly tap E so that the second it zoomed past me, she'd just be boom right on it. It was very unintended, we'll call it that. Probably
Yeah,
not
see,
the way they
I
wanted me
was-
to engage with it.
I was reminded of how they did it in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, where you can like summon your car in that by pressing a button on a fob, and it, Cloud just you press the button and there's like a shortcut scene of it rolling up. It never glitches out. It's always just right where you want it to be. It's like, oh, how come you can't just make it work, guys?
First thing I did when I got one was fly off the nearest cliff I could find, Darth Maul style.
What?
I feel like I missed something. What's happening?
What?
Okay.
What are you?
Okay.
What?
Thanks, man.
As a result, like this
Oh, wow,
stuff
that
right
was
here
great.
was where I found the most enjoyment in the game. You know,
Okay.
just going around and exploring the map and seeing
It's
what I could
empty.
There's
That's
nothing
so
here, my man.
No, there's little chests with Durasteel here and there.
Sometimes.
Or transparent steel.
Imagine I said I
Or
was walking
quadrant-
around
quadranium.
Qui-Gon Jinn style, and it's a clip of him walking.
I was
across.
laughing Salacious B. Crumb style.
And it's really kind of impressive just how vast these areas can often feel.
Who cares?
It's
It's empty.
impressive.
Yeah, I
how
don't give a shit how big it is if there's nothing in it.
Look
I'm
at all the
so
stuff
with
I
the
can
shit
do.
in
There's
games.
My dude, welcome to.
space.
Have you heard of a game
Water.
called Minecraft? You
Well,
wouldn't be
I
boggle your
cannot
mind how
tell
big
you
that is.
how fucking done I am with this shit in games of Big Vista. Have a look at the Big Vista
Look
and see
at
how
it.
pretty it is. Like,
Yeah.
and the game does a dramatic pan out, maybe with some music to be like, look, it's really cool looking. It isn't. It's kind of like par for the course at this point, which isn't necessarily a good thing, but it is.
And just to get Theo really going, I'm gonna put some orchestral music over it.
Yeah, yeah, right. Even
Like,
better.
I loved
play
Breath of the
Rainbow
Wild,
if you
but it
want a
kind of
beautiful
ruined this,
game.
you know.
Yeah.
I think there's room for it with style still. You also need a fucking game. How about
Yeah.
that?
Here's
If
like
you
the first
played a
change I would
game-
always make to all of these sorts of sequences is cut the music, cut the camera pan, let me do it.
Oh my
Mhm.
god. The lean mechanic. The amount of places where it's like, would you like to lean to see this vista? It's like, I can already see it. I don't need to lean. I'm fine.
Yeah, so I'm looking right at it. Thank you.
Just let me do it. I don't know if you guys do the same thing, but when I find a place I think looks really visually striking in a game, I will in fact just stop
Look
to
at
look
it.
around.
What?
It's
Absolutely.
crazy, right? I don't
Sometimes
need
you'll
your
be like,
prompting.
hey, this looks really neat. I can't wait to explore all the incredible things that this Vista has, all the potential this represents. And that's part of what makes the Vista really nice. Because you're like, oh, look over there, there's a little town. Who knows what's in there? Oh, look, there's caves and mountains over there. Oh, wow, there's a swamp
Whoa.
over there. You know, like, I can't wait to see what's in there and explore and find out. This game's like, I don't know, best I can do is 2 transparent steel.
Yeah.
Rain World stopped me dead for like 5 minutes plus with its pixel scenery. Like,
to be clear, this is pixel scenery too.
Well, true, I suppose.
Ha, got him.
Yeah, I was like,
Got him.
Gamer detection.
Wreck.
Damn.
a little hard.
And Rags, you just
World
got
is
a
Akiva.
bona fide game reviewer. He's now officially
That's
he
right.
kicked his ass.
Yeah, I guess
Professional
so.
over here. So
Enjoy
You'll
your
be,
clap.
you'll be having that Ubisoft money real soon.
make an
any day.
exposed video.
It all just results in that awful 3-letter word that detractors hate to hear. And do you know what that word is? Fun. Yeah, man.
Oh.
Why'd you say it like that?
Why? What a weird way to introduce this.
What? Okay, you're
It
saying
sounds-
it's so he said so defensive. Like what?
You know
Very
what? You know
embarrassing.
what?
Yeah,
This game is fun. It's like, okay, well, why?
Yeah,
like-
those
that's
games
like one
aren't
of-
fun like Star Wars Outlaws.
This is like one of these sentences I hear, and then I have like a little bit of adrenaline going through my body. It's like, okay, calm down. I don't want to yell, but I really want to yell.
X to
right now.
use that adrenaline that you got to automatically target your enemies and take them down.
Oh, nice. I will forever call it Deadeye. I'm never calling it adrenaline mode.
It's always just shit Deadeye. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I keep calling. Again, it feels so redundant. Well, no, actually, it's not even remotely redundant. Every single example is valid. In Deadeye, you got to actually aim. Like you need to aim and target, and if
Should
you
be
hit them in the
slow-mo.
head, if you target them in the head, then you'll get insta kill. But if you target them elsewhere because you didn't aim well, you get different results. Here, it's literally just it's the mark and execute system really from Splinter Cell. But again, in that one, you could actually that one again. It was a mechanic that had like real design behind it.
Well, you had to like how many people can you execute at once, and it's a
You had
good
to
way to be like, oh,
acquire
I really got to
stealth
make these
takedown.
ones count. So
You had to do stealth takedowns to get it. Like, even that is the most basic thing. If you have to actually do something, not simply exist while enemies are firing at you and then it charges up. Or what happened with you, Mola.
it would have been so much better in this game, if it really was, slow-mo, get those headshots so that you're actually playing the game. However, they couldn't, I think part of the reason must be because the speeder design, because I think the reason that the speeder combat is wait until you're shot at, adrenaline fills, auto-target, is because I don't think there's any way. I think they knew that if they let you freely shoot on a speeder, they would have to do things like, oh, that means we have to animate that.
Exactly. Less control. They have less control over what you do. What if you start shooting at their...
We have a section for that, don't you worry.
Yeah.
Well, think about it. If you're in third person, now you have an entire new set of animations you have to give Kay for looking left with it, looking right, up, down, around. What if she spins around?
Yeah.
She can't just twist her waist. And also, it would be, with how goofy it is that all the speeders go around, it would be hell on earth to actually be on a speeder, shoot at another speeder with how weird the physics are on them. It would just frustrate players. So they were probably like,
No.
they're going to hate that.
It's going to come up.
Oh?
I've got an article where they're explicit for why you cannot shoot on a speeder. It's going to be great.
Really?
We're not there yet, though. We're a little bit of ways.
I'm so excited.
Yes.
Because we're moving at a brisk pace right here.
Yes, brisk.
And
We're
this
moving
thing
faster
is
than the plot
fun.
of this game.
What?
And I think the reason for that is because you're not being told what to do during these moments and can simply just appreciate all the effort that's gone into the world building.
You are constantly being told what to do in every way you could imagine.
World building.
This
Feel
game-
something. You see this vista?
This
Wow,
game
look, the
dies
house. This
whenever you...
implies that there are people who live here.
Whenever you don't
something that
do-
they don't want you to do,
Yeah.
it breaks. I mean, a good example would be in these open world sections. We've talked about it before, where you have like the random encounters of, oh, look, some bad guys are attacking these people. You can't choose to join those guys, though. You gotta fight him.
I have an even better
rankings.
one, where the game just doesn't count for you doing something earlier. You know the lady you get the part for your speeder to repair it or whatever it was?
Yes.
I reached her hut before I got the mission. So I got there and it's like, oh, what's this? And then I go up to her. She just stands there and it's like, hello, hi. She doesn't react. You can't talk to her, nothing. It's like, okay, that was weird. And then I go to where I was going, get the mission, and it's like, oh, I guess I'm going back to somewhere else. And it's like, wait, this is where I just came from. And now you get to talk to her. So it's not like, hey, I found
early
this.
exploration.
Not a real
I found this lady earlier. Maybe you can have like another dialogue option where it's like, hey, who are you? Blah 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 blah. You know, and do it this way. But
Well,
no,
I suppose
they're like,
another-
no, you don't have the mission yet, so you don't get to talk to her. Get away
I
from
learned
her.
very early on that exploration is not the point in this game. There's no reason to go
Nothing is the
anywhere
point
in this game that you have not been sent to.
I suppose another example would be the first thing that happened when I got to Shishara. They had the objective marker pointing me to go to the right, and I said, I want to go to the left, and then it said return to the, like, you know, you're out of
Yeah.
bounds. Like, as soon as I turned left, they're like,
Welcome
no,
to
you're not
welcome
allowed
to
to
Oh
go
my
that
god. Okay.
way.
Yeah,
There are
welcome to a
moments
new
where
planet in Star Wars. Go where we tell you.
there were moments where I was going towards an objective, and it still gave me the out of bounds thing. And I'm like, hold on, how do I get there then? Am I not
Yes,
taking
that
the
does happen.
explicit route that
If
you
I can-
want me to?
I just want to pause you real quick because we're going to carry on. But what I'm going to put in the background, because I know where we are in this review, so we'll come back to it. But just on the topic of not doing what the game wants you to do, I'm just going to play on mute. Everyone, just mute the video while we're talking about this subject. Me not doing what the game wants me to do in a situation that I really did wish that that you guys had experimented with as well. But it's just, you know, it's a luck thing as to whether or not you will. 5:14:05. So, like I said, mute it and just enjoy what happens on screen. You're supposed to leave by entering the ship, and I decided I didn't want to.
Yes.
So,
Oh,
please,
people told me you were experimenting
just
with that, but I didn't know what you did.
enjoy visually.
Oh,
but
this!
Dev, carry on with what you were saying, and just enjoy the background visuals of me deciding not to leave when the game tells me to.
Oh, I've said everything. Sorry.
No, you hadn't.
Damn it.
I clearly cut you off.
I was here.
I had like
during
one
this.
word left. I was done.
Fine.
I found the Mahler
Sorry.
here. I found the spawn room.
So did I.
Oh, you did it too. Okay.
Oh, this,
I showed Friggy it. It's very funny.
But yeah, this just
Very
this,
amusing.
that's one of the things I talked about earlier as well, where you have like a set piece where things shoot at you, or you have like enemies that are not enemies, enemies that fight against people that are friendly to you, like rebels or whatever, and then you just stand there and look what happens, and the game just clearly don't want you to do that. Because you stand there and you have like I had like this one stormtrooper left over against like 7 rebels, and this one stormtrooper gets like blasted by all of them, and he just won't fall over, which means they deal like basically no damage to each
he's
other.
going through the wall there. Jeez.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, you get everything in this sequence.
So yeah, the game really doesn't like you doing this.
Well,
Doing
speaking of,
anything.
in this mission, the first thing that happened when I showed up on the this is actually the second time you're on the Empire like spaceship. The first one, when you're with what's the name, the lady, god damn it,
Rico?
It's when you're when it's like, all right, let's go this way. I wanted to fight the guys in the hangar. That was painful. There was a drop. There was like a hole in the ground that the enemies weren't like programmed to interact with. They would just stand over the hole, but if I walked into it, I would fall down and die. Because again, it was an area that was clearly not designed for you to do anything in it, even though I had the option. And every time I did that, it broke the path. It broke the pathfinding like 2 times, I think. The first time she just wouldn't open the door anymore after I defeated all the bad guys, so I had to reset and do it all over again. And the second time, she had been switched into like combat mode. She was in combat mode brain, so she just started firing at the wall and then got me caught. And then I had to do it again.
Well, and something that's fascinating about this is just that they never entertained anyone staying behind. They just didn't.
Yeah.
The game doesn't know how to deal with you.
They're like, you want to get the fuck out of here and finish the game right as quick as possible.
Yeah.
You wouldn't linger, right?
We actually can't believe you made it this far.
Like, it is astounding how little effort went into like selling the cardboard cutout of like a set piece in each of these cases.
Do you see my allies,
Like,
by the way? They're just frozen over there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're just waiting for you. They're just
I
hanging
just
out.
don't understand it. Like, someone must have raised, like, some players going to stick behind, or maybe they just like can't figure out what they're supposed to do because players have a propensity to be really randomly stupid in ways that you can't possibly predict.
Mm-hmm. This is a fun bit. Look.
Return to the quest area. But yeah, it's just fun to kill hordes
Return
of
to the-
enemies if you're able to. So you might just want to stay behind and fuck around with us for a while, right?
Oh, I love it because this game rewards you for fucking around in the reverse way. You know, like I get funny things happening all the time because it's just like, what's the point of quest areaing me when there's only a few more meters of space? Like, what? Why even do that? What?
That's a good point. Yeah.
It's like because
someone had to make that.
it was just slapped in. They didn't think about it, obviously. Remember, I showed you it, Fringy. There is a borderline in the waters of Akiva that does not match the border wall. You can tell they drew it and they gave up. I would show you it if I had it on hand. It's really funny. You can see them matching it to the borderline perfectly, and then they give up and just draw a straight line.
And this place is deserted.
Wait, did you kill just everyone now?
No. They're all
Place is
stacked up and
deserted.
stuck on the on that opening door.
Okay.
And if you start killing them here, I
place
think they
is deserted, by the
start
way.
noticing you and turning around as well. But I
Well, see, they found you right there
Yeah.
straight away.
It's funny that on the Star Destroyer they also give up on finding you. Like, oh, it must be gone.
It's so awful, like
I'm
so
sure we'll
basic.
bump
Because
into
there's
her
so
again
many.
eventually.
It's not just that they didn't. Because if someone said like, "Oh, you want them to program a whole fucking option here that doesn't entail what
Yes.
they actually want," it's like, well, I'm not even asking that. I'm saying it's very basic to cut off this shit to prevent me from getting anywhere near fucking with your game to this degree. Like, look how far
Or
back
make
I'm
the-
going.
Or make the enemy forces so overwhelming that you surely will just fucking die at some point.
Or like
Yeah,
close
and
the
then
door,
crank
make
their
the door
accuracy to
close.
like 100%, and then watch them mow you down after
Make
you
the
just
door
stand
close
there.
after, you know, so that you can't come all the way back here.
Yeah.
The basic accountings for this are so easy. They're
They
so
really
easy.
are.
Or as soon as you step through the door, just a cutscene starts.
If you
you
don't-
could do that
yeah.
too.
Don't give
Look
the
at
player the
this.
option.
To fuck
If this
with
is
you.
supposed to be a cinematic, high stress, whatever, don't give the player the option to fuck around. Thankfully, they
now
did
they
because
don't know
it's
what
funny.
to do. Now they have no idea what to do.
They move us forward just a little bit because I do eventually get back to my allies and just just admiring their.
They're just hanging out.
But like, what's even
Okay.
funnier is the bad guys
They're
are
so
all
ready.
stacked behind that door. They don't know how to get through it.
Oh wow, look at them all.
Look at them! It's crazy. Gadik is my shield. Like, I want to show the devs this to be like, this is not hard to replicate. You could do this just by accident. It's really easy.
Yeah, why did you design it such that the player had the ability to do this? Though, like, wouldn't you put like that tripwire where the enemies where like the game progresses? Like you've made it to a certain point. There's no, normally in games these are like cinematic hallways. You can't really deviate.
Look, they're off.
Oh wow, they're right.
Oh, there they go. Go get them, guys.
Go
Go get them, guys! Get in there! Yes,
Yeah,
for the
get 'em,
rebellion,
Gadik.
for Jabba.
Oh. Oh, off he goes.
You know what's funny about
there he
glitches
goes.
like this is I am actually invested in staying alive. I want to see what happens next. I don't want to die. I don't want to reset all this. Come on. I want to see my friends. One of them is stuck in the door.
Yeah, you know what? I can see how Star Wars Outlaws. Yeah, it is fun.
It's
It
such
is
7 out of
fun.
10.
Isn't it?
Fun.
7
Yeah,
7 out of
it's
10.
very fun.
Well, this is another example of it being a golem-like. It's through and through. It's every part of the code. It's dribbling with it.
I like how we've progressed, by the way, from the red goo on your screen being like the indication that you need to heal to the red goo being accompanied by the game telling you to heal and the input to heal at the same time.
Well, by the time you get to the end of the game, you don't know what healing is or what healing items are, and you don't know what all those little pips down there mean.
Or
So they need to let you know that you can press this button to heal yourself if you didn't know when you're 30 hours, 20 hours
Yeah.
into your Star Wars adventure.
What was annoying is if I had the full gun upgrades while I was doing this would have been easier. I could mow through all of them. It's retarded how powerful you get. Because it's curious, right? Because what Rags commented on, and I've got the footage of it, is if you go down that hallway on the right side, you can find a room where they just spawn on the spot, like they blink into existence.
They just appear in
Which,
that room.
typically
And-
speaking, devs don't want you to see that. That's not
Yeah,
something,
normally they put up like invisible walls, or they have
a room
the
you can't go
doors,
in. You know?
But it's the door opens and it's just like a black wall, but the enemies will come out of it.
Yeah.
Like a lot of games do that. So
Poor ND, look at him.
he's indestructible. It always bugged me that he just has this massive, vulnerable, weak spot on his chest, and they didn't get plate put over it. But I guess that would be like a smart, intelligent thing that you do to keep yourself protected. So.
I don't have the footage here, unfortunately, but I showed Fringy. If you walk around the ship, you can actually get on from the ladder, the ramp side of it. And if you go into the ship, it's for lack of a better term, it's like empty. It's dead. There's no how do I put this? There's no decoration. There's no
props.
Yeah, everything's gone. It's all blank. It's like the ship model
like
got put here, but they didn't put the model post decoration.
Is it like the landing when the pirates and the Imperials fight, and the little ship drops down and then the landing ramp opens? You could just walk right into it, and there's an invisible wall, but you could see inside, and it's just an empty box with nothing in there.
I would assume that would be done to save resources, right? Like, you would be doing that because
in this game, I mean, a little bit of prop work.
I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. The funny thing is, all the mechanics work in there, as in you can open up customization and stuff. It's like they had that, but they didn't bother to populate the fucking ship
I'm trying to give
itself.
them a little bit of credit here.
Actually, I can show the wonderful people at home, but you guys are going to have to boot up the stream if you want to see what I'm talking about, because I want to show them this. It's quite funny. Here you go. It's curious to test some of these things, you know, and I didn't realize, I would have thought they wouldn't even have that as an option, but the ramp is there, you can get inside. And of course, it doesn't activate the cutscene, which it should. Instead, your ship is just fucking empty.
Oh my goodness.
It's actually
that
kind
doesn't
of
save any resources because, like, it's still modeled.
Yeah, it's almost a little creepy. Like, why?
It becomes a liminal space.
Yeah.
It looks like it might be missing some set dressing too. Like some
definitely
objects are just not there.
There's loads. Yeah, everything. This is what I mean. It's like the base model. It's not got in any of its like character or what should be here, but you can still activate all the options.
Wow, that's so stupid.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That is my favorite one so far.
Like I can upgrade my gun without changing the campaign, and all of my friends are just out there getting fucking slaughtered because I can access the toilet.
Wow.
Dude, we're gonna have a conversation on what these people think space toilets are, because
Oh my God,
it's
what is
very
that
clear
thing?
these people don't know what the fuck is going on below the waist on a human body. Okay.
Now let me see if I can find. Oh yeah, here it is. So I think this is what Rags was referencing. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Because when you're curious enough to walk around enough. Oh yeah, by the way, one stun shot and you can execute the ion shot. You can it's just like doing that to a death trooper is insane.
Yeah. Death troopers, Gamorrean guards. I think
the best they have to offer, huh?
Yep. One ion shot, one
I
punch
see, and
down.
they're just spawning there.
Yeah, this is not the kind of thing they want you to see. But I don't know what lazy fucking developer put this spawn here.
Yep, that's the room. Yeah. If you're low on Bacta vials, you can just sit here and farm it for a second.
Like I said, by the way, 8 health. And if it reaches, if it goes into 1, it kicks in a reduction of damage by like 80%. And then if you actually hit 0, it resets to full. And then if it goes back down to 0, you die. So as you can imagine, it takes them a fucking while to kill me.
I like its the back-to-back animations broke on the Death Troopers when their head like bunks into the wall.
I think at this point, Rags, especially since it's the end of the campaign, the game is just like, just leave me alone. It's like,
go away.
You're bullying me at this point.
Let's see. There was a because I had just adapted the Dark Souls melee lifestyle. When we were leaving the casino after the last heist, there was a guy that I stunned and then did a finisher on. And it knocked his model's head into the casino table, and it was really awful. It's like his neck just went into it and stopped.
Oh yeah, I love when you just kill someone and just go into things and just start spazzing out. You're like, oh god, no, I'm so sorry.
One of my
Just
favorite
watching
things.
this over and over again, man.
I know, right? One of my favorite things of watching anyone's streams is when they're in the middle of ranting about some dumb thing that's happened, and then something dumber happens while they're doing it. It's like unrelated. It's just always so funny how it cuts them off. But Yes, fun. Fun is an interesting choice of words,
Fun.
of course.
Yeah.
Fun.
It is
Fun.
fun.
And he says it as though defying the notion that it was going to be not fun. Curious. Let me get us back to where we were. 442. Let us roll it back a little and let
5
him.
minutes out of 18.
Let him continue. Let her rip.
You're not being told what to do during these moments, and can simply just appreciate all the effort that's gone into the world building.
Such world building.
Something you want to...
I think he's mixing up world building with graphics.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the environments are pretty.
They
Right?
can
I'll
be
give him
pretty.
that the
They can be
environments are
pretty.
You mean
Yeah,
like
they
the
can be
literal
pretty.
act of world building? In
Yeah,
like,
there is no
yeah. I'll put this
substantive
boulder
world
over
building in
there
this.
and this grass over here.
Building the world with a tree and grass, yeah, that's not very interesting compared to making it feel like it's lived in. It's an actual place people would come to, something to explore. There's not much of that.
Over there, Nix?
Oh, yeah, off the back of that too, this is a pretty gorgeous looking game, and the amount of visual detail is pretty staggering. Especially when you go into one of
Except when it's not.
Oh, they're gonna be really
Oh,
disappointed
so,
when like another.
so he got to go to Kojimi then.
the various cities and
But Kojimi doesn't have like a big open world, like wilderness space, so that doesn't even help.
Dude,
really.
that shocked me. I was
I remember that
because
part's
I
funny.
ended one stream. I ended one stream and Kojimi was like, "Oh, guess I'll do the open world next stream." Then I boot up the game. I was like, "All right, let's see. Wait, where's the exit? Wait, it's just the Oh, okay.
Me
I
too,
guess.
man.
It was funnier than
Oh,
that,
I was-
Mel, because you went to the bottom left of the map and you're like, "That's where the open world is. That must be the exit." And you went down there and you were like, "I can't do it. This isn't it."
Yeah, same thing happened. Same thing happened to us. We had to like reload a save to go back. Like, oh, we'll just do this part later.
you go into one of the various cities and see people walking around minding their own business, or other things
they
like
don't-
seeing the
None of them are
They're
real.
walking
They're not even
around. They're
NPCs.
real.
They're not real.
You can't interact with them. They're set dressing.
Yeah,
They're
they
not-
don't talk.
they're
They don't
bad.
move.
They
just
do talk. They
stand
just say
there.
the same one line.
Some of
over and
them
over and
might
over again.
speak a line, but that would be generous. Like a lot of them do
You can't
nothing.
interact with them,
A lot of them
They
just stand there. Yeah.
This isn't Cyberpunk where we maybe get the pass of like the sheer number of things going on the screen at
Assassin's
any
Creed
given time.
Unity came out 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You had places like Witcher 3 and even some modern Assassin's Creed games. All the people going around doing this, going that, moving. You could actually go through the crowd. It's just, but this is pathetic. The
I was
world
struck by
building is-
just how little I could do. Mel, you noticed this. I don't know if everyone else did, but I like to steal stuff to get credits to spend it on things, and I started to realize, holy shit, there's like no one to steal from in this
I'm not allowed to.
densely
yeah.
populated city. I can't steal from fuck all. What's going on? You should have introduced it such that Nix could easily steal from people and they don't even care. If you didn't want me to
No
spam that,
repercussions.
but then simultaneously
thing
find
is-
out there's no one to steal from.
Kay West herself doesn't steal anything. She always sends Nix.
Yep.
Which is really weird because you feel like,
know
this
why?
outlaw, I'm gonna steal someone.
It's-
Then you have, there's this one, I saw this one guy in the bar or what it was. He was like blackout drunk and was like just lying on the couch or on the bench or whatever. It's like, oh, that should be a guy I should just easily steal a couple of credits from because
why,
that should
Mel?
be the easiest thing in the world.
She ain't a fucking outlaw. If we had a scene
Okay, but Kay does
where
steal.
she
That's incorrect. Kay does steal.
She doesn't. No, I already know what you're going to refer to. So give me a second. Like she, if we had her grab someone by their neck without them realizing, drag them into an alleyway and put a gun to them, and they start going, and she's like, "Give me your fucking money right now. Give me your money." And they hand over the wallet, and then she says, "Don't tell anybody this happened, or I will kill you, and I'll kill your family." And she walks away. They would be like, "We can't do that. We can't
That's too mean.
That's way too
Mean.
mean.
Good
No.
guy.
That would be scary, and
Outlaws.
yeah, that's almost like outlawish. We can't do that. Oh my god.
Wow, right.
Native Quality has made a color
Holy
update.
shit.
Well,
To your
looks like
chicken,
the
which is what you are now. You're a bird.
This is incredible.
You and Fringy can get together and talk about
Bird
flying
things.
and seeds.
About
and
bird things.
being up early.
Yeah, they're never going to let you do anything like that because they know that would make it such that she's not a wonderfully slop level character that would be accepted by everybody, you know?
Mhm.
exactly.
It's too scary to have her do something like that.
Which is pretty funny considering how popular Arthur Morgan is, and with Arthur Morgan, of course, you could, it's a Rockstar game, right? Like you can interact with any NPC,
but you can
rob them, do all sorts of crazy stuff.
Walk into someone's shop and pick up everything in there, and it says steal this thing, and then nobody does anything, and then you leave. You can do that. That's interesting. You can go into a syndicate's place and pick up everything, and sometimes one of them will be like, "Hey, you can't steal that."
The thing for options that games don't want to like talk about, she just gleefully mows down whoever's in her way. Like, absolutely just lawnmowing her.
She does it wholesomely, so
very early in the game when she does her first little mini mission, her little failed thief job at the very beginning, the tutorial mission. She gets caught, some guards come in, what's going on? And she murders them without a question.
And she's funny about it.
She starts off the game, it's like, you just murdered those two guys.
Is when you think about, because obviously people brought it up with Uncharted, right? Nathan Drake is a very sort of fun, happy guy. But look at what he does. And it's
his
like,
body count is like beyond words.
At the very least, it does the normal thing, right? Where he is the good guy compared to the bad guys. Like, he's the thief who will let the cursed treasure be destroyed forever rather than having it be released onto the world. Meanwhile, all of the bad guys will just like pursue power relentlessly. But in this case, it's like Kay has no loyalty to anybody. She has no loyalty. Like, she will betray everybody.
Someone might steal Man K by saying, well, at least she's very good to Nyx. But like, I don't think so, because she puts Nyx in incredibly dangerous and irresponsible positions. Like, I care more about him than she does. Someone needs to call somebody, the Child Protective Services of space, so they could take him away from her, because she doesn't care about anyone other than herself. She's an awful protagonist.
This is all true, which is why I found the final act turn where she suddenly cares about her robot friend as being very strange. So
that is especially strange if you play the game out of order from what they want you to play it.
Yeah.
They did not bother to account for that at all. Metal noticed this quite significantly because the way that their relationship sort of... There's a couple of events that have to take place in a particular order to make the most sense. Even then, though, I think it doesn't work. Like, his humanity is, like, brushed in super fucking fast. But there's, like, which planet is it that you arrive where he says, I've got some... I think it's Tatooine, is it? Where he says, I've got some contacts, and then she says, I'll get my own contacts.
I think so,
It's very like, oh, okay. You can do all the other missions before that where they bond, and then you can have them arrive and him say, like, I could talk to some contacts. She's like, I don't think so. It's like, oh...
Well, I finished a planet where they established that he gets broken or something, but I did that 1 second, so I had a full other planet going on, and he was fine the whole time. And then it's almost like, oh, let me go check back on this other planet to do some side stuff, and then it started the thing for the next main mission. I was like, what?
It's I remember
really odd.
You had was it you? I think it was you. 'Cause I don't think it was Rags. Where you'd set the mission to do the repair him mission. And then you were like, oh no, I want to do the Lando mission, and then the game switched you back, like against your will. It put you on a different quest. Like it said, yep, you can track this quest. You're like, cool. And then between a loading screen, it was like, no, like, no, It was very fucking strange because the game is built very linearly, and it's absolutely pretending to be open, and so it glitches up and fucks up all the time whenever you do anything that it didn't expect. There's a lot of aspects like that, not only in terms of how you trace the quest, but also, like I said, with the whole, like, you're supposed to like the Crimson Dawn, you're supposed to hate the Hutts, you're supposed to obviously despise the Empire, they're less than human, you'd never want to join up with them. There was a post about how they're releasing more stuff, and someone said it would be nice to be able to actually work for the Empire, and I think they said something like, one of these missions will take place in such a way that you'll have to work with the Empire. It's like, okay.
Wow. Okay.
But we're not going to have to do anything like bad, though. You'll work with the Empire, but it's probably towards just coincidentally or incidentally a common goal. They're not going to be like, I need you to go kill these rebels over here. It won't be anything like that because we don't want to.
That'd be interesting. We don't do
commit. No, that would be interesting if you could role play as an Imperial loyalist.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't want you doing that anyway because they portray basically every syndicate is like this, but they also portray, except Crimson Dawn, but they portray every syndicate, and they portray especially the Empire as all being evil asshole jerks all the time, regardless of context. To the point where they're all like cartoonishly evil, except Crimson Dawn.
Well, do you remember the? I love the part where she's like, "All syndicates are the same. They just use people. They're the worst. Even the rebels. When you've spent the whole game using people, whatever you need. It's the most bizarre rant ever. Like, what are you talking about, woman?"
The game's fucking reputation system seems to be designed on the basis of, just use people to your ends for whatever.
It advises that betrayals are normal.
Are inevitable. Yeah, it's like, just betray people. That's how you play the game. Like, but what if I wanted, God forbid, in this open world game with all these factions and everything, and this essentially the most rasa of tabulas here for characters, what if I was just given the option to, commit to roleplay? I want to be a member of Crimson Dawn or the Pikes or whatever.
We should. Well, it's like Force Unleashed, right?
Your decisions sometimes.
We should be the ones to
be honest,
to influence K to become a different K by the end of the game. That's like the whole idea of an open world, quote unquote RPG. I get that she's a set-in character and she has built-in lines and all this other stuff, but like if you wanted to be an actual game, it would have been cool if I could take her to the most virtuous path where she only helps people, and someone else can take her to the one where she's like, no, fuck it, I'm out for myself. I'm just going to do whatever I want. And imagine your dialogue reflected those actions as you go through.
Whoa.
The more devious things you do, the more her dialogue starts to reflect a defensive person who's trying to justify taking those actions. And ND could be like, like you needed to. Oh god, I don't even want to talk about the waste of fucking potential that is ND5. Holy shit.
This game is a waste of potential. All this money and time and effort for this kind of game.
This game is a
waste. All you can think about is what could have been. How much?
300 million at the most, the highest estimate.
300 million. Holy crap.
Still less than Concord.
Okay, that's also an article. We'll get there. We gotta get.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Stay on target.
Concord 400 million? Okay,
I don't.
Really on target.
Really, yeah.
Sorry.
Rex, oh, okay.
Business, or other things like seeing them getting questioned by stormtroopers.
Yeah, try running into one of them and see what they do.
Yeah, that's not a real interaction. There are many of these, and when I say many, I mean 7 of a stormtrooper talking to a person, and the person will be like, "Oh, geez, I don't have the money to pay, or I can't go there." They're like, "Well, you better," and then they'll both turn around awkwardly and walk in separate directions. You'll never see them again.
But Mahler, how else will I know that the Empire is bad?
Will they respond to you if you bump into them like they would in any
I don't even think
game, like they do in Grand Theft Auto 4?
Yeah, I would have to test it on those ones because there are stormtroopers that'll get mad if you bump into them, but I think those ones don't.
Well,
I think.
But the stormtroopers, like I had to bump into a stormtrooper about 20 times before he actually did anything about it. And as for all of the other NPCs, like not the stormtroopers, just regular people, you just walk into them and they don't react to you. Like they're static objects. They don't go like, "Oh, hey, watch it," or anything like that. You can just sort of run into them and they don't do anything.
I mean, you can make Nick steal something from them, and you just stand in front of them. It's like, "Oh, thank you, good job, Nix," and they're like, "What was that? Who stole that from me?"
The best version of that
stormtroopers
can be found. I think Raz, you found kind of one of them. The best version I found is on the Ren Pauli station. You need someone has the key card. It's something explicit. It's some explicit mission of like a recording of a thing, and you have to go steal it from a person. I walked right up to them, stared them in the face while Nix grabbed it, and then she announced to ND5, "I have the recording of X, and I'm going to deliver it to Y." In front of the fucking person who would care about that, and they just stare at you because they're trapped. They can't do anything. They just have to watch you destroy their life because they're an NPC with no extra coding to do a thing. It's so sad. That's like the stupidest version of all of this, because you can steal people's wallets right in front of them, but when you announce in front of them you've stolen their shit and you're going to take it to the place they don't want you to.
Yeah. It's also it's really funny. I mentioned earlier that you have like one person in the bar at any time that you're allowed to steal from. You can steal from them again and again on a timer, so you keep stealing from the same one person the whole time. I think the first guy in the first bar, I stole from him credits like 4 times. Like every time I came back, oh, there he is.
Yeah, you said at one point you'll steal his shoes. He's stealing everything.
He'll just be a naked drunk guy laying there eventually.
I don't know why I come here.
Yeah.
Yes. Here are my scan docs.
even through to the more subtle details like walking into a bar and seeing the beads hanging from the door.
What if you try to order a drink? What if you try to order a drink?
Rewind. We gotta.
Yeah, Rags, you
that one
cut him
again.
off, you fool.
Details like walking into a bar and seeing the beads hanging from the door, catching on Kay's body as she walks through them.
The most
You're
basic.
joking.
7 out of 10.
That's not
This is
even
at least. I don't know.
impressive
This might be
anymore.
the kind of detail that bumps it up to an 8 for me, honestly.
Is that not kind of like a ooh? There's nothing to praise in this game, is there?
Yeah, we're already at the beads on the door. It's like,
the fucking
what?
beads. You're talking about the beads.
You're just a shill.
I
That's
mean,
just the answer.
That's a really. I could see myself mentioning it maybe as part of a very like a sub portion of a sub portion of a sub portion of a thing, but even I don't know, man. That's so normal.
Yeah.
I
Well, the way
guess
the-
at some point there was a reason to be like, wow, it was cool to be able to see my footprints in the snow, right? But
Yeah.
like that's
Yeah,
on
Metal
par
Gear
with
Solid
this.
1.
Metal Gear Solid 1 was doing that.
That's what I'm saying.
I
There
also-
was a point where
I'm
someone
sorry,
was
but
like, yeah, it's cool. to
Footprints
see
in
my
the snow to me is more impressive than the beads move when you walk into them. It's like, okay.
The object
Listen,
you
listen.
directly walk into has some sort of interaction with you. Crazy.
I can go over to my boxed copy of Chrono Trigger on the Super Nintendo, and it says on it, "Amazing graphics, mind blowing." It's like, yeah, I get it, yeah, for the time.
Well,
Wasn't there? Remember when that
Beats
Call of
on
Duty
the
game came out
door.
and they were
Do you
talking
remember-
about fish swimming out of the way?
that was Advanced
Yeah,
Warfare,
yeah.
right?
I think
Yeah, the
so.
fish
right,
swim
yeah.
away from you.
No, that was
You-
Ghosts.
No, Ghost.
Ghost.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
forgot
You're
that
right.
game existed. Jesus.
And
Yeah.
everyone was
It is
like
posting
iterations of
Ghost.
COD
Super
that I
Mario
forgot
64. Everyone was posting clips of
Yeah.
Mario 64. They're like, shut the fuck up. fishing
Fish
away from
AI.
you. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
So
Oh wow!
embarrassing.
Because we're kind of talking about it adjacently. Someone actually mentioned in my server on this day 6 years ago, Assassin's Creed Odyssey was released. Another open world Ubisoft game. That is almost. It is undoubtedly way better than this game.
Yeah, Odyssey's better than this.
I mean, that means
Undoubtedly.
nothing. Like I said, Gollum is almost better than this, so...
Yeah, this game is like truly terrible. I mean, especially if you're getting to the point where you're like, yeah, when you walk in through a door, like the beads, they like move out of the way. That's
The
actually
beads aren't
Well,
static
he'd already
pixels in the
mentioned-
environment.
You'd already mentioned how fun it was, Free, okay? It was very fun.
Yeah, that's very much one of those like,
Fun.
it's that what's
And
the
it's-
people expression? The one of like,
Sus?
that's the one. That's kind of what it is. It's like,
Well, we added it. We added the guy, chat. All of the members post that new peepo. He's called, I want to say Mola Stay, something like that.
Mola Sus or something?
Could be Mola Sus, yeah.
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the
Like
one
that-
right there. Yeah. That's kind of me right
I have
now.
new
Okay,
emoji
just
slots
like,
too. I need to make some new ones.
Yeah, 'cause
I
we've
wonder.
got the new guy and the old guy, and we got Keck as well.
Oh yes, and the guy with his the one,
Yeah.
the funny one. with his
People
face.
plotting.
Yes.
What is it?
That dude is
When
funny as
are,
fuck.
Mm.
Yeah, it's to me, it's one of those things of like, man, that is a weird thing to compliment. Like the beads move out of the way, like as if it's some
Wallace.
revolutionary.
He's at the bottom of the barrel. He's already run out, right?
Well, it's doubly weird because he's mentioning you can walk into this bar and the beads move out of your way. It's like, what if you try to order a drink at the bar? What happens then?
Bro, what about the
know the
bar?
things you
What
do
is
at
like?
a bar.
What is the
Subtle
scope of
detail.
the fucking bar? We moved on already. What's in there? What do the people do? What does it do over
I
the
talked
course
to
of
the
time?
people
Can you
in the
influence
bar.
anything? One of the things that annoyed me is that the bartender near the beginning of the game is like, "Whoa, you can't go up and see Gorak. That's not allowed." And then later, when you get the approval to do it, you walk up to it, and she's like, "Hey," and then you just go, "No, I'm allowed," and then never says anything ever again, as if like there's just no life to this game at all. If you can sprint over the Goraks, I don't get it. There's so many problems. I'm just gonna continue. It's too hard to list them all. God damn it!
Grass in the trees sway in the wind when you're out in the middle of
Oh
nowhere.
my God!
Wow, the grass sways in the wind, guys.
Cool. Witcher 3 is still more atmospheric.
Ugh.
Like,
Easily.
This planet
Not
is weirdly
even
windy the whole
close.
time. That's like the gimmick
It's
of
the
that planet.
wind planet.
Everything
yeah.
is windy. It's like, oh, okay. Looks really
I mean,
weird.
this game doesn't hold. I mean, like DayZ and stuff. These indie games are way better for that kind of thing than this.
I don't know, why,
Like
why are we
grass
even
sways in the
entertaining-
wind?
Yeah, like I can't even. The idea that we spend time being like, you know what? It does have wind. Well done.
There's quieter moments. Outlaws runs on the Snowdrop engine, previously used in the Division series, but then also the recent Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, a game which was as good looking as it was also boring. But
this one's boring.
Oh, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll put £100 on the notion that the Avatar game is better than Outlaws.
Yep, I'll do it. $100 to the charity of your fucking choice, G-Benders. Avatar Heroes of Glorschnack or whatever, Pandora is better than this fucking monstrosity.
Hello, all my Greshams.
Either way, though, like, it's no surprise that this looks as good as it does here. And anyone who spent more than 15 minutes with the Division games can probably attest to...
Like, I don't know, man. Red Dead Redemption 2, like, I feel like it looks better than this, like, overall. Like, generally.
It just does.
It's got, especially the skyboxes are, like, kind of insanely impressive in Red Dead Redemption 2. Like, the clouds look, like, photorealistic. Like, they're... Like, and then, of course, the level of the variety in the open world, right? Going from, like, the deserts of New Austin and then, like, going all the way to, like, the swampy sort of, like, areas. It was Lemoyne, right? That was the name of the damn it, I think that's what it was called. The whole point being that I just find it funny being like, oh, this game looks amazing. It's like, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, it looks good, I guess, sometimes, but I don't know. I feel like there are open world games that look better than this.
Well, I think we need to point out the elephant in the room with this game when it comes to graphics is that basically every single NPC looks like shit.
Well, I know it's adjacent, but the animations are hilarious sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, the animations are awful.
I also don't think this is a selling point anymore, right? Like, games look good now.
Okay, but
I want style over graphics anyway.
If we split it all up, I'm just like, can you please talk more about the game?
Yes, exactly.
I understand and I recognize the value of these
beat
things.
smaller.
I do, but like, please talk more about why, as a game, it's strong. It feels fucking weird, man, to be like, God, they did such a good job with the windiness on the trees.
Look at the grass. Look, the grass moves. That's probably not something that's just automatically programmed in the game engine, right? That the grass just moves. I'm using a texture pack right now in Minecraft, and the grass just does that in Minecraft. That's just what it does.
Moving.
Well, it's just, what is the level of interactivity in the actual world? What can I do in the world? What is the emergent gameplay in the world, right? Because the grass moves in Breath of the Wild, but you know what else the grass does? When you set it on fire, like, the fire will spread in ways that are dynamic, and you can use it, like, it will create gusts of wind that you can use to shoot up into the air. And
well, they did that.
You can swing and cut the grass.
So, you know, with how broken everything is in this game, if you were to set the grass on fire at any particular patch and wait for it to spread, I could picture the devs looking at you like, fuck off. we can't do that. Like, we've barely got it fucking working. What do you mean spread the fire? You're like,
you can't order a drink at a bar. You can't set the grass on fire.
Either it wouldn't light at all, or instantly the entire map would light up.
Oh yeah, it
blue
wouldn't
screen.
stop. They wouldn't program it. Yeah. Because like in RimWorld, if there's been enough fire on the map, then it will trigger the game to be like, all right, it's gonna rain and put it out. And it wouldn't be that way. The whole planet would be consumed. You drop a match, instant Mustafar.
And then like when they're developing it and that happens, you can just see them fucking slam the keyboard. I don't want to make games anymore. It sucks. Nothing works.
15 minutes with the Division games can probably attest to just how great those things looked visually as well. There is a bit of a sense of
the Division didn't look as good as that E3 2013 demo, that's for sure.
Although the downgrade wasn't even all that bad either. It looked pretty damn good, regardless.
It does. It's just funny, though. The Division, in the 2013 demo, like, the amount of set dressing was, like, actually incredibly impressive. And clearly beyond the scope of what was possible on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One.
Have we? Has anyone else noticed that all of the games that he's comparing this to favorably seem to be Ubisoft-owned properties? Assassin's Creed, The Division, Far Cry.
What about that Avatar game?
That was the same studio.
Well, no, that's the thing. He called it boring, though. He was allowed to criticize that.
Yeah.
Well, let me check if it's an Ubisoft game. Then...
It might be.
Well, remember,
it is Ubisoft.
Yes.
Ooh, so he's compared, but he also said it was gorgeous.
It's the same studio that made this massive.
So he said that Ubisoft
Yeah,
that game was boring, but it was
massive.
beautiful.
Yes, they are.
It does feel a
Ubisoft
little
massive.
appropriate because we don't
It's
cover all
kinda-
games, but one of the worst games we've ever covered was made by Massives.
Did they tell him to only use mention other Ubisoft games, or it's just weird that all of them are being?
I think that a lot of these sorts of things can be chalked up to much more. I remember in The Last of Us 2, one of the most consistent things that was pointed out in reviews is that the enemies will call out their friends' names when they get killed. That was in every fucking review, and it was the same with a lot of other specific things where it's a specific, which it was basically that a lot of things that were said in a Naughty Dog developer diary where they were talking about the mechanics in the game, a lot of those things were just said verbatim over and over and over and over and over again. I feel the way simpler answer is it's just I don't know, it's just the developers said
that gets spread.
No, well, it wasn't a meme. It was unironic praise. I think it's much more so that it's just
I guess it was. I meant
the developer said it, and then I can just say it right as a thing that the game is.
Yeah, they wouldn't lie.
I guess that's what I meant. I like a different version of the meme, in the terms of a spreading piece of information and culture that gets
I
put
see.
in
You
and
mean
people
a meme
recognize
in a very a
like
meme
a
much more
memetic,
plain sense.
yeah.
I see. I think that's a much better. I would agree with that. I think that's what it is. It's just that's the thing that people. It's the same as we saw it with Alien Romulus. It's the third best Alien film. It's the third best Alien film. It's the third best Alien film. Nobody's telling anybody to say this. Everybody just ends up saying it because it's the thing that other people say. It was the same as with Far Cry 3, right? Skyrim with guns, where that just became a thing that was said over and over and over again. It emerges as an observation, and then it just keeps getting repeated. Which is in a certain sense also really not good, because it's just damn man, where's the emergent original thoughts on what's been put before you, rather than simply saying what everybody else is saying about it.
How could you have those thoughts when you need to review 10 games in a day? Just boom, 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 boom.
It takes time to form my own thoughts.
I find that about there are film reviewers who will watch as many as 3 or 4 in a day and review them. And I was just I can't do that, man. That'd be insane. Especially if they're 2 hours long, 8 hours of different movies, and having to you got to machine gun it out, and it's kind of part of the job because you want to continue having the access to review things well before, it's all complicated in how it encourages you to do that. Also, on the mention of Romulus, someone should make a video about how bad Romulus is.
I think that's a good idea, Mola. That's a really good idea.
Wait a minute.
Why would you make?
What's happening here?
But Mahler, but it's the third best.
On topic. Stay on topic.
Yeah, Rag, stay on topic. Jesus.
Sorry. Oh my
Just
god.
run it
K
right
is
off.
the bird in the cage. It's K. K is the bird.
No, not Romulus
It's
again.
amazing.
Just how great those things looked visually as well. There is a bit of a sense of the UI being cluttered with icons and tooltips at times, but overall, it's a mostly intuitive system that doesn't feel like a slog to navigate through.
All right.
Okay.
So let me give you an option of one of my biggest complaints. So the UI in this game sucks, and it's bad. So if you're on PC, I don't know what the controls are on console. So let me know, because I just don't know. If you're playing on PC, you have to press U, the letter on the keyboard, U. If you press and hold down U, it brings up a secondary gear set that shows you what are your corresponding keybinds for those things, your grenades, for instance, your binoculars. So if you're wandering around in the world, or if you're in combat, you don't know how many grenades you have. You could have 0, you could have 4, you don't know. You have to hold down U, and then it'll show you how many grenades you have, and it's bound to 4 for me. Even when you equip grenades, it doesn't tell you how many you have. You have to hold down U to do it.
You can change that. You can change that option. That's in the settings.
Can you?
Yeah,
you
you
can
can.
change
I
the
have it so
keybinds,
that
or you can change
I
it
know
such
you can
that
change.
you can see the.
I know you could change.
You
the
can change it so that
from-
the UI does not hide anything anymore. There's a dynamic UI and then a static UI, and the static UI just shows it to you.
It should be
all the
default
time.
that it shows you how many.
I don't
grenades you
disagree.
have.
I don't disagree at all. I
That's
turned that
wild
on.
that it doesn't.
One of the things Ubisoft does kind of well is that they care about accessibility and sort of
True.
immersion, right? And so like one of the things that you can turn off in those same settings is all of the little yellow markers everywhere, right? Like you can turn off the yellow paint. You can have that completely gone and try to figure everything out yourself.
Unironically, probably the best praise of this game is that there's a lot of really excellent accessibility options for difficulty and graphics and text and colors and color blindness and high contrast modes. It's legitimately really good.
Yes.
Even if some of those options are essentially, you can just disable negative things that happen in the game and make the game just objectively easier.
Yeah, like skipping past
whatever.
minigames.
The people, the people who, like, honestly, I was getting to that point with slicing where it's just like, this is a waste of time. It's always going to end the same way. Just have it happen.
They ruined it. They made it a worthless thing to do. They could have made it interesting. They made it too easy, and then they made it pointless. And so,
and then the rewards are often super. It just was like a chore. It's a slog. It's a boring chore. It's why when I played Skyrim years and years ago or Fallout, I would just do the lock picking automatically win mod because it's just a time saver. It's literally just a time saver. The terminals in Fallout, you cannot fail them. I guess you can technically fail them. But if you log out before your last attempt is used, you can just keep trying infinitely. So just use the mod that auto succeeds. It's just a time saver. That's all it is. There's no challenge in it.
Also, by the way, this clip, he's fucked up to be in this position.
Yes, he was about to be. He was about to get mission failed.
Yeah, like he's not beating the mission failed in this situation.
Yeah, you can't raise the alarm. They're gonna get you.
Even if he kills that llama, it'll be another one.
Yeah, someone else will do it.
So I guess my point is, if nothing else, if all you wanted was a...
What?
That wasn't even a good... That wasn't even a good way to show off...
Oh, yeah, probably.
...mechanic either.
No, that wasn't. That was not a good way to show it off. He probably... Because he already showed the clip of when you first do it, which I hated, by the way, because you can't do anything else. It's one of those situations where it's like, please press the button. And I'm just like... I was planning on doing something, and you just like, no. Every time they have a mechanic to introduce, locking you specifically into it as opposed to welcoming the idea that you've got something on offer, giving you a position to test it out, but letting you do whatever you want, I always prefer. As in, here's a grenade. If you throw it at a group of people, it's probably going to do damage, whatever. And it's like, oh, look, a group of people. And then I jump into them and stop punching them.
I'll save it for later instead of using it now.
There's all kinds of... And I feel rewarded when I can jump in, stop punching them, and I actually win. Then it says, did you enjoy using that grenade? Oh. It's like, yeah. You know, you carry on. Just
that grenade.
More dynamism.
Good move. That grenade will come in handy later.
Yeah, that could be like funny. If you had a fucking partner of any kind I would take the paperclip from Microsoft at this point.
Well, he's helpful.
Oh.
So I guess my point is, if nothing else, if all you wanted was a lore-accurate Star Wars game to explore and get lost in, well, then I've got good news for you.
No, you don't, because the Zerg Besh don't fit into Star Wars whatsoever. They're insane. They cannot occupy this timeline. They're never mentioned, and they're so fucking powerful. They're seen as like the biggest threat to all the syndicates. And they work with the Empire. That's just some gross fucking tumor that's a part of the OT now that shouldn't be there.
So canonically, Jabba did not come, as much as I would love for it to be true.
Jabba does come canonically. Just to be clear. Jabba comes.
Jabba did not save the rebellion. That is not something that happened.
No, he did. Then he gets killed by the rebellion.
The fact that, like, I haven't seen this scene, but I can only imagine Jabba coming in the
Well, I mean,
Misha Nagabunga Nawanga Tachunki Rebellion. And he just
as if he's not a hero that we all love. I mean, there's a video by, I think it's 1-800-DANKY that we could.
Yeah, that's awesome. Then they animated your freak out.
Should we are you gonna play it or
the Rise of Slurpo video as well, which I recommend. Yeah, the channel is 1-800-DANKY. I think he'd probably want us to play this one. So this is obviously it's cut up and it's animated of my reaction to Jabba coming in at the end of the game to save me and the rebellion from the Empire.
It's so good.
Guys, the rebels are here.
Not bad.
But not enough.
She's beautiful.
What now?
Press more buttons.
The distress beacon.
What's that?
The rebels.
Oh, boss.
Jabba, you missed me. Right. If you say so.
You're in the background is so great.
Jabba and his little fucking fat guy ship running around. I am here, Kay. I could never lose you, Kay. You. Yeah. What? You'll never guess who did. The space battle. Fucking Jabba. I'm picturing like Jabba's palace, but a spaceship. He's got like a Rancor and an X-wing. Like, I'm gonna save you, kid. Stomach hurts.
It's fucking great.
It's an amazing video.
Oh my goodness, my stomach hurts.
I think we all had a freak out moment during the last part of the game. I feel like everyone had this moment where it just started laughing.
It's too funny. I think they forgot or something about because like different teams working on different things, and they're like, yeah, whoever's highest on reputation. It's like, guys, the Hutts are one of those people. You can't have the Hutts come and save the rebellion. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
No,
what do you mean?
it was a Shiga clan from that one planet. They're gonna fight the Star Destroyer somehow.
They totally wanted.
Yeah.
The canon for
job.
them, I think, would be Crimson Dawn. They were like, yeah, Crimson Dawn did it. Remember who your friends are in future or some bullshit like that. I was just like, no, it wasn't Jabba. When I'm sitting there like, you know what? It fucking was.
I think
Jabba.
I had my laughing fit when those two brothers started beefing at each other when they talk in the ship. I was like, what is happening? What game am I playing?
Dude, between those two, the exposition like lines from them was so funny. My favorite possibly is one of the first things you hear in the game, which is they're all like fighting at the table. Being like, the spice lines, you've done this, and then he just goes,
oh, yeah.
My brother would often steal food from me, and you're like, who the fuck asked, man? Like, what are you talking about? Like,
yeah, they do like the worst kind of exposition where they're just like, all they had to do still was like, as you know, we did this thing. I don't know if they had this in this game, but that's like another really good one that I hate.
For me,
it's actually one I remember from Rings of Power, where I think it's in episode 4, where they the first line that is spoken in that episode is ADR, when Galadriel off screen says to Elrond, "Still no message from Celebrimbor." It's like, yeah, we know, he knows, you're on your way to get people to go to Eregion right now. Why are you even saying this? Hate that shit.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, rant over. Go ahead.
Austin,
for me, the crazy laugh moment at the end. Dave played the end. I wasn't playing it, but it was the final combat is against a Star Destroyer. I'm sure you guys all know that. And we're going in to attack it, and then you hear over the comms like we're beginning the attack run, and then Dave just parked directly in front of the shield generator and just shot it repeatedly, like point blank range.
Yep.
There was no momentum to anything. He just like sat there, wasn't taking any damage, and just shot directly into it. It blows up in your face, doesn't hurt your ship. It's like, oh, okay. There's just nothing.
Yeah,
to
I
this,
did that to all the turrets on the left, right side, and then the shields, and then the core. I just did it with all of it. 'Cause they just let you. Star Wars Battlefront doesn't let you. They define that the momentum and the contact and collision would fuck you up. And then, of course, the more you do it, the more of an easy target you are, and the more the fighters will get you. But no, not in this game. You can just sort of chill out. You just be there going boop, boop, boop.
The fact that you so casually and easily are able to destroy a Star Destroyer
no
is just the
problem.
latest. It's the latest in a long line of making the Empire into these stupid, incompetent morons that have
this
no
game
fangs whatsoever.
deals so much damage to the Imperials.
They're so stupid
disgusting.
and incompetent. It's so. How do these people take over anything?
So when that was happening, I was thinking back to like Rogue Squadron on the GameCube, right? Where there is actually a level where you have to take on a Star Destroyer.
That's on Steam now, by the way.
It's quite hard because you can't just park in front of the fucking shield generator.
It's a whole process.
And all the TIE fighters just like missing you and they're just flying around doing nothing. It's like, oh, there's actually a fight here you have to play through.
Well, if we can, I don't know if we can pull this off together, but if I remember the Star Destroyers, well, any capital ship in Battlefront 2, you had to knock out shield generators, life support, the communications array. What else was there?
Engines. Yeah.
There was
the
bridge. The bridge. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you have to go inside, right? And then destroy the thing.
That's an alternate.
That's an alternate.
You can go inside. Yeah.
But you can destroy it from the inside.
Honestly, like that alone blows this game out of the fucking water. The fact that you could take down the ship from either outside or inside. It's like, whoa, now, holy moly, calm down. Yeah, turrets as well, and you can take out the turrets from the inside to the consoles that operate them and stuff. But never mind.
Then I've got good news for you, bitch.
Beach.
Okay.
But the real draw that Outlaws has is the way the missions and all these various...
Man, I don't know what, like, doing the little, like, the ones where you have, like, the sound from the game is kind of like the, ooh, yeah, look at the game, and then it just abruptly cuts off.
It's very abrupt,
yeah. Really distracting.
I've always found it as a really big signal of corporate review.
Yes. IGN does this all the time.
Yeah, it always comes across as cringe because memes for us.
You can just do it. You can do it less abruptly. Just fade out the music. It's not hard.
Well, even the ones that do it like properly, it's still. I agree with Muller. It's definitely got like a sort of corporate-y vibe.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm just saying you don't have to do it like this, where it just ends like this. Because
you could put a little bit of like interest, like some of your creativity into it. Maybe just a little bit.
It's just a slider. You just click the button.
I guess he did call us bitch.
Pretty. Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah.
Corporate edge. I don't know. That's how it feels about that.
Which I don't really appreciate. I'm not a bitch. I'm brave.
But the real draw that Outlaws has is the way the missions and all these various factions work.
Great.
Boring. Hey. I know that this is going to be a thing in every review.
Let him make his case,
the
okay?
reputation system is really interesting. The reputation system
goes up
is a
when
really
you do
great
good with
idea.
them, and it goes down when you do bad with it. Sometimes you have to choose between the one person and the other person.
Yes, you're right. To be fair, we haven't heard the arguments yet. Maybe I'll learn something new about this game, even though I've played it to the end. This was a preview, but maybe I will. A new insight into the reputation system and how great it is.
Thanks.
Right, so like throughout the course of the story, you take on missions for these various underworld groups. With well-known groups like the Crimson Dawn, the Pike Syndicate...
Well-known.
None of these... I mean, like, Jabba's obviously the one that's well-known.
That shit was so funny with the like leaders of each faction coming up and there's just this Jabba blob. Like,
just takes over the whole screen.
He has style.
With his happy face.
He's got a silhouette that these people can't match.
Oh, Friggy, this game, I would have rated it 11 out of 10 if when you get it to excellent, he's clapping. Like, he's like, yay!
Yes. Yeah.
Even
or he's wearing like a little, like a birthday, you know, like the little cone hat, the little birthday one.
He has a flag that says KFS on it.
Yes. He's wearing a t-shirt that has her face on it.
Yes. And it's smeared like the Marge one in Simpsons.
Yes.
Crimson Dawn, the Pike Syndicate, and even the Hutt clan showing up. The
Whoa.
Missions themselves.
Even the
Did you see that clipping?
Yeah, do you see the
Pike
graphic?
Syndicate.
Just watch that again.
Wow,
Jabba comes in.
The review footage.
Jabba comes in the PS1 version, and then he switches to the PS5
Pike Syndicate, and even the Hutt clan showing up.
Oh well, did you catch it
There
at
he
the
is.
very end?
Oh wow, there he is.
Yo!
There, look at him.
Smooth skinned Jabba.
Smooth skin.
To PS.
That's him all creamed up.
Oh yes, he needs a bit of a. You got to
After a
render
few
the
hours
cream
in the
out.
Tatooine, the arid Tatooine era kind of gets him wrinkly again. Yeah.
The missions
Did you
themselves are...
at the
Just wait,
end when you're
real
at the
quick.
Star Destroyer? Yeah.
Here, compare to the actual PS1 Jabba. How close is it?
He's beautiful.
I love him.
He looks like a penis.
A big old pee-pee.
Did you catch at the very end when you're fighting the Star Destroyer how it turns into a JPEG? Did you notice that?
Metal noticed it was a JPEG in one of the cutscenes before as well, where they show the TIE
Yeah, it was really
fighters
weird.
launching from it.
But then they have an actual model of it, because
Yeah,
you
the
destroy
model.
it. So it's like, why did they do this? It's so awkward.
Well, because they also had the JPEG. And you don't want to let that bad boy go to waste. You want to get your
Yeah, you gotta make
out
use of
that.
that.
Put
Oh.
it in.
No, I get it now. Okay, hold on. It's actually this Jabba from the Lego Star Wars.
Oh, there he is.
Oh,
Looks
That's
pretty
good.
identical.
There's that boy.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
My king.
He's glistening.
My captain, my
I
king.
didn't even hear that.
Listening with hot cream.
Fuck yeah, baby.
Amazing. I mean, they're fine, but the catch there is that doing a mission for one faction is invariably going to piss off another.
No.
No, not
invariably.
You didn't even
Most
get
of
that
them
right.
don't.
Yeah, most
Oh,
don't.
no,
90% don't.
Are just
Most
one,
of them
yeah.
don't. The reality is that the system should be mutually exclusive. It should be that if
Yes.
Jabba really likes you, someone else really hates you. It shouldn't
Yeah.
be possible for them all to like you.
They talk about all of them being at war. They talk the opening fucking scene is about them
Exactly.
all hating each other. We have an example of the Ashiga and the Crimson Dawn clashing significantly. How can you be both of their bestest friends? How is that
You can
possible?
make this like really easy on yourself just by the acknowledgement that one like clan or whatever pursuing their interests is not good for the others. So if you help them pursue their interests, the others aren't gonna like that. You don't even have to like get fancy with justifying it in terms of how the missions play out or whatever. It's really, really easy.
What happens to one affects the other. You must understand.
Oh, it's so stupid. That you can be on top, like perfect reputation with everyone.
With
It's so
everybody.
lame.
Dumb. Yeah.
Well, we don't want to have any like consequences in this open world game about factions.
You
and
can-
things.
Right, there's a
Non-RPG
mission. I
though.
don't know if how many people here did it, but Bib Fortuna will want you to deliver 2 transport ships to, I think it's Tatooine or it could be Tashara, I don't remember, but you can just decide during it, thanks to, I think Gorak or someone else calls you, like, destroy them, but they just go, okay, and you blow them both up, and then Bib Fortuna's like, I don't like that you did that. And then Kay says, yeah, well, Jabba's in charge, not you. As if Jabba wouldn't care that you just destroyed all of his shipment. I was just like, how could they ever trust you again? You just sold them out and you destroyed all this stuff.
Because
and they're just like,
betrayal's
fine.
inevitable.
Yeah,
Don't worry
betrayals
about
are
it.
inevitable. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll get you on the next one.
The D&D
Nope.
character, we
Yeah.
got to continue the main story, you know?
Ugh.
As whatever you're doing for one group isn't going to be in the best interests for everyone else.
Yeah,
which
what you're talking about would be
Everyone
better.
else.
What-
Yeah,
what-
that's
like,
that's the
Better
thing that
system
should
if
be
it
happening,
actually-
yeah.
if it was
Describing a system
actually
that doesn't
part of the
exist.
game.
yeah, and
Exactly.
this is kind of what I think they rely on. / that you are complicit, where you're just like, you see the thing written, or you see the way that they talk to you about it, and you're like, close enough. I could say that, which is like, it's
that's
not
what the
that
game
though.
is.
It is absolutely not that. It's so much fucking thinner, and this is like the core appeal of the game in a way. The open world aspect for sure, but yeah, this is supposed to be what makes the game special. When I tell you that you can rise in the ranks of different underworld clans that like compete with each other, and when you play it, what I'm about to say is like, it's so much worse when you've played it. But if you say like, the higher you get in reputation, the more they like you, the more access you have to the things that work for them in their districts, the more respect you can command, the more opportunities you get, the more missions they'll trust you with. It's like, oh, that sounds really cool. And it's like, you play it and you're like, it's not cool at all.
Oh, it means that at this vendor I can buy 2 items, one of which might
Goomba
be
leather.
useful.
It's like, I could get Goomba leather now, or I
I
couldn't
can
before.
get these insanely overpriced materials. Awesome, thanks.
It's so annoying. Like, and just, it's just not true. It's misrepresentative for sure. And
Isn't it kind of wild though? Like when you think about it, it's kind of a scam. The factions are like, "Oh wow, you've done so much stuff for us. We're gonna open up the ability for you to give us that money we paid you back at our vendors."
You know what, Rags?
Yeah.
There are 3 different minor mini quest things with merchants where they'll say, like, can you please give me either 50 or 100 credits? And you're like, yes. And then in exchange, they say, now everything you buy from me will be cheaper. And I'm like, well, but that kind of undoes, you know, like, if I now buy things that
I
are
thought
all
you needed
worth
money.
200 and pay you 100 because of the discount, you will have lost 100 and I gave you 100 earlier to get that benefit. So now we're just even. Like, what was the point
Were
of that?
you really poor?
Well, it just doesn't even make sense for them. Like, why would they want that? You'd think they'd say like I can give you favor with someone else, or I can make you aware of this treasure that's in space, and I can't get it, but maybe you can. That sort of thing. Not if you give me money, I'll make it so you don't have to pay as much money. Like, well, yeah.
I'll put in a good word for you. With
that's
my
just
friend
normal, I
who
guess. Ugh, bad.
Lame.
This means that you're constantly tipping the scales in either direction.
Constantly.
Look, he's showing it going up.
Enough to get for you. Guess you're making friends.
And even then, like during some of the missions, there's opportunities that are going to pop up that can.
And I know in game what you just did was you unlocked the ugly blaster skin, and it's just on your ship now for you to never use.
This one sucks though.
Very cool.
Well, look, there's this time where you got to choose. Do you want the number to go up for the Huts, or do you want it to go up for Crimson Dawn?
And that's it.
You know, I wasn't convinced about this game, but then I saw those meters rise, and I'm in.
By the way, if you choose to finish the job, she'll try to kill you and you kill her. If you choose to double cross, she'll thank you and then leave and you never see her again.
Oh.
Point being, what Fringy said is true. The number goes up for one or the other. That's it.
Yeah.
There's nothing interesting happening here. If you
There's also no
betrayed,
option for I'm gonna keep it from me.
oh, should we even get into like there should be like fucking 8 options here. There should be. I agree with you. Will definitely double cross the Huts. Nods, and then she goes to walk up the thing, and you slice her fucking throat when she's not looking at you. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing clever about
Slicing
any of
is
it.
a different minigame, Mahler. You're gonna get confused.
They would probably ruin that too. Imagine there's like a Wordle minigame for slicing someone's throat. Like,
you just have to play a game of Tetris, and then you slice their throat. It's completely unrelated.
What's the brick breaking one with the balls, right?
The brick breaking one with the balls.
You know what I'm talking
about?
Breakout?
Yeah.
It was a lot funnier in my head seconds ago.
Well, it's because I got confused. It's not funny. I was contextualizing all this slicing someone's throat, and then you said, "What about the brick breaking one with the balls?" And I thought you meant like a torture method. And I was like, "Oh,
it's the ball, and you're
no
breaking
match
her
for my
kneecaps.
balls."
Bricks and balls, the classic torture.
Let you mess around with your standings even
good
more.
cop, bad cop.
Varric hired me to do a job. I'm gonna finish it.
Whoa.
Shame.
Now, the main benefit you get from a good reputation seems to be that you're able to just walk around freely in their outposts. And
you're not allowed to walk around freely. You get to walk around in the initial section, and then they're still antsy about you getting anywhere. Which, you know what really bothers me is you can walk around in good. When you get to excellent, nothing changes.
No.
You get like a flavor text line of, "Oh, it's Kay Vess. Hello, Kay
She's
Vess.
cool.
Yeah, we like her." And then you can just walk around to the back and fucking stealth take down the person. And then the person standing 2 meters away will be like, "Hey, you just took down Frank. How could you do that?" But that doesn't care.
No, it'll be like John Wick, where they're honored that you did a takedown on them. Oh, you're so cool. I'm so glad that
I got taken down by Kay Vess, everybody.
Oh my gosh.
Also,
She's
how
so
lame is
cool.
it that every time you walk in, they're like, "Oh, Kay Vest, that's our friend," right? Like, I don't need that from you. Who is this for? It doesn't make any sense.
I've got nobody. I don't need you.
Bases, along with also getting bonuses to exclusive gear they might
This
sell.
is exactly what I was saying. Like, the way you describe it makes it sound so much more interesting because it's just not. If you're being honest about this, it's incredibly hollow. It means nothing.
On the flip side, though, like, if a group has the shits at you for whatever reason, then access is instead going to be restricted.
Whoa.
Okay, I get it.
Like, it
And
literally
instead of going-
won't let you go through that door.
And you have to go through a vent. Every
Yeah, you gotta
fucking
go through
time
a vent
there's a vent.
instead.
There's always a vent.
In through the front door, you're going to have to find a way around.
Like a vent. There's always a vent. Tell me about all the ways you can get in.
This is Pike territory.
Often having to sneak through these conveniently located vents or hacking through locked doors.
You got anything to say
It's
about
bizarre
that?
I like how he says conveniently located. It's like, we're almost at criticism. Come on, you can do it.
Mechanic where you got to listen to the beat of the lock and replicate it more or less in perfect.
I wish these were harder. That's all I got to say about this.
Yeah.
I wish there would be more than 5.
Yeah,
different
most of them are the
rhythms.
and it's just like, thanks.
synchronization.
Yeah.
So I guess like the idea here is that you're like an interstellar version of the Man with No Name from Fistful of Dollars.
on!
How the fuck could you ever
Stop it.
compare? What are you doing? Stop it.
Well, you know how K-Vess is totally just as charismatic and cool as Clint Eastwood.
Good lord. in a lot of ways, it's this thing that it's totally not. Like, oh wow, I
How
get
much
it.
did they pay you? How many credits did they give?
Playing all these various groups against each other and
I did like this. I think all of us noticed when you choose either of these options, the camera just zooms on her for no reason. Like as you're choosing it, it goes. You can keep on doing it. It just looks goofy.
playing all these various groups against each other and balancing the dynamics for your own gains. Plus, I'd also say it's like a simpler version of how the factions also.
I forgot about him.
This
They
little
played
guy
him
in
like
a
he was a
jar.
big deal, and then he's just gone.
Well, all I remember is it was incredibly convenient. He's like the security main system operator, and he just so happens to want to strike a deal with you to get out of there. It's like, wow, if you were literally anyone else, I would have been fucked.
Luckily, you were who you were.
A version of how the factions also work in the Fallout games, letting the player really pick and choose who they want to work alongside with.
Not really.
All right, Boss Knock.
You are forced to work with certain people in the story several times. Sucks.
Right. Yep.
Doing that dumbass sheriff is like, I'm being attacked by the Huts. I was like, oh sweet, I'm with the Huts. Like, I'll help
maybe I
them
can
out.
talk to them and tell them you're cool or something.
Dog pile on the sheriff.
But nope, not allowed. You have to fight with her because she's cool.
Wipe all the peg debts you have on record.
Someone wants to get Gork in trouble, huh? Great, sure.
And what's kind of cool about all of this is that it's going
It's weird when I hear him breathing in there.
That
It it's one of those little things. It's so.
to completely change every single person's playthrough. With there being
No, come on. It's the same bullshit. The most change you get are with the glitches. It's like, which glitch did you get? It's like, oh, I fell through the floor. It's like, oh, I did this, I did that, you know.
like half a dozen, if not more instances, just in the few hours I spent with the game, where I had to make these binary decisions which was going to affect my standings.
And see, another way of putting that is, it was very arbitrary how they constantly forced me to choose something that wouldn't even necessarily affect the other team, but it wanted me to feel like something was happening. Can't do that, though.
And what's going to be more interesting than that is how long-term these decisions end up being.
They're not! There's no effects!
Not.
Nothing!
Oh.
As we found out, if you have terrible
isn't
rep with
anything.
everyone, meaning none of them would save you, it fucking bugs out and freezes.
It's actually nothing.
The game, when faced with the cold, hard reality that it has to have something happen, says, no. Like, I refuse.
I refuse.
Cannot find rebel savior faction shutting down.
God.
We got a deal then.
I mean, if you're able to just piss off someone, but then do a bunch of side missions and be back in their good graces, well, then it's going to kind of remove the weight to any of these choices.
That's exactly what you can do.
That's the
Hey,
game.
look, he's speculating, though. He's
Wait, that's the
speculating, like,
game.
man, that would be bad if that's
So,
what actually happened.
There should
but
be
I
a
don't
follow-up video then, right? Gotta be.
well, I mean, you would think, yeah, you would think so, but...
You gotta tell everybody how bad the game is. It's a lie, it's hollow, it's bleh.
Guys, don't listen to this video I made. I took it offline because it's full of lies.
Yeah, you might want to do that too. That's true. We're almost. I say we're almost. We'll get to the comments section and we'll see what his community had to say
I
about
found
this.
something interesting, but we can wait. Yeah.
Actually blocking off certain missions, weapons, or items because of your decisions. It's going to be an
weapons. What do you mean weapons?
Well, so
there's
there are some weapon upgrades you may not be able to get as easily if you don't have perfect reputation or whatever. But like, it's so fucking like not. It's really not relevant at all. Like, the idea that you block off missions, like, oh no, I can't do this mission, that the only reason I would do it is to boost rep with these people. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you want to do the excellent level mission? And it's like, yeah, what is it? You go into the Imperial station and you download a code and then you hand that over to some person. It's like, nice, and then you get 1,500 credits. Okay.
That's
I guess
a lot for a contract mission.
Well, you can unlock a lot of high-value missions when you... That's like the point of them, I think.
Okay.
But when you've gotten to
Because
that,
I didn't
like,
even do them because
I didn't
the
need
rewards are
credits.
so low.
I just didn't. So
Me neither.
you know, it's like so. Oh, they block off the missions. Like, oh no, I can't do like what do I gain from that anyway? Nothing. Yeah. And then of course, like, you know, all weapon upgrades. Like, yeah, well, I mean, there's 3 different upgrade trees that all lead you to having a super overpowered weapon anyway. So I don't really doesn't really affect me. The point being, if you don't push your why do I keep saying that? Reputation to maximum, you know, you're gonna miss out on all these things that you might not even fucking notice were in the game because they didn't matter.
awesome idea and, really create some consequences.
That works too.
Consequences.
I will say, though, that I did
Yeah, you
notice,
can't
at least
finish the
early
game.
on there, that this stuff doesn't really affect how you're treated during the cinematics.
Really? Probably
Yeah,
because
bit
they're
of a
all
problem.
pre-cooked and they can't change.
Yeah.
I want this.
I like that he has a dirty, shitty knife.
Yes, of course he would. With the blood of his enemies. He would never
Get him,
clean
Nix.
it.
Nice and rusty.
The laughs he would have after killing people, it would be great.
This little imp, this hellspawn creature. This is a murder.
Make it happen.
I mean, I had one mission where I totally fucked around with this one faction, to the point that I even dropped down a full ranking, only for them to still
Whoa.
talk to me as if nothing had happened in the ensuing cinematic.
Yeah, you might even call
Wow.
that bad. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
a really bad thing. I'm sure it doesn't. I'm sure it's not like that in even worse ways throughout the.
Yeah,
rest
it's
of
happening right at the
entire
beginning.
game.
I'm sure it would happen at the end.
I know you've killed dozens and dozens of my men, and I hate you, and you've stolen from us even my personal belongings. But I need you to do a job. Come into my office where it's just the
I
two
need
of
you
us,
to
so I can
deliver
tell you
some
this mission.
cheese. Please.
No, I just want my cheese.
We'll get it done.
But I mean, look, man, if I have the option to piss off Jabba the Hutt here and have him send a hit squad after me or something, well, then I consider that a positive feat.
Boo.
Why would you do that?
Boo. Jabba
How could
hates you.
you?
bro?
How about Jabba fucking ends you for being so
I mean, it
rude?
is pretty funny that he says this when you get the worst reputation, basically just occasionally some Crimson Dawn idiots will
Yeah,
show up and then you shoot a couple of them and then that's it.
they're just a
Like,
nuisance.
I had
They become a
I had
nuisance.
the
Yeah,
Crimson
exactly.
Dawn hating me all for the entire time I was on. It's what's the forest one?
Akiva.
Yeah.
Yeah, Akiva. I had them hating me the whole
Pandora.
time, and it just meant that they occasionally showed up, and then I just waited for shit Deadeye to get good,
Oh,
and then it would just block.
I would wait for them
and
to
that's it.
kill themselves on their speeders and then
crap,
carry
yeah,
on their
crap.
way.
this is what I'm
stuff,
saying.
yeah.
This game is so stupid that like all of us just find the quickest exploit to end the annoying thing. That's the process. It's amazing how we're at that point. It's like you're not really playing a game at that point. You're just trying to avoid playing the boring.
Yep,
Feature.
which is bad.
As for the actual gameplay, well, Outlaws is the typical combination here of a third-person shooter and a stealth game.
Nah,
Oh,
Nah.
stealth game, such
I
an
hope this isn't
insult.
typical.
I'll
God,
give it to
it's
him.
Such an insult to
I
stealth
guess
games
it's
as a genre.
technically accurate in
I
a
guess
horrible
it's
sense.
technically action and
accurate,
stealth.
yeah.
Yeah.
Technically stealth.
With including those
press
basic
Grimby to
vehicle
stealth.
controls
What's his
in the
name
form.
again? I forget already. The little critter.
Nix.
Okay,
Salacious
so-
Grimble.
Gribbly.
Yeah, press Nix to stealth.
Press Gribbly.
If you could name your own little guy, oh, it would be so much better. Get him,
Everyone would name him
Grumbles.
Sneem and Fleem and Grumply Gorf and Shrinkledink.
Think of all the
Scrumpfest.
Wombos.
Go,
Scrumply
Wumbo.
Grimbo. and all these.
He's like, I'm just picturing this fat, like, little guy who's just like, oh, I'm gonna steal.
Instead of stealing what you actually want, he keeps stealing people's food and getting fatter as
He
you go.
eats it before he gets back to you. He's
He randomly, he randomly comes back and is like, I stole their shoelace. I'm like, "Oh." I thought it'd be funny.
he's really well spoken for some reason.
Well, that's one of my big complaints when you're talking about being well spoken. All of the people sound like humans, even though they're very, very.
Yeah,
At least their
the-
heads are very alien, but
Yeah,
a
like they
very
don't even have a
human, normal
face.
voice. A very
Like so-
normal human voice is coming out of like a Mon Calamari or like a crazy looking alien face, and you're like, oh, you couldn't have tried to do a little something to the voices.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't you meet somebody that's like Raxer Baxer or whatever, and he had like a squid face, and he's like, "Oh, thank you very much." For
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
gay
Yeah.
one. Yeah, he's the gay one. Yeah.
yeah, the gay dude.
People are
He's a gay one.
suggesting Tipples the Roundarian. He's like a
Tipples.
little guy.
Feed him with
when you
Mountain
upgrade
Dew.
him, his speedy run is just a roll. He's like, whoa!
It's like the Baneling upgrade in
I need
StarCraft
it.
2, where he just rolls around now.
Unironically, though, if they had like a diverse set of you could choose actual dicks or Salacious B. Crumb dicks or Roundy dicks, like that would have already been the best part of the game.
Like free starter Pokemon.
Yes.
You can get them to evolve.
Like you know, Salacious is much more. He's the throat slitter. Nyx is like, much more wholesome than the chunky guy. Is kind of useless, but he's funny.
But he has commentary on
And
everything.
he like
He's
tells
got high
jokes.
charm.
Oh, make it an actual game.
Basic
Why not?
vehicle controls in the form of the speeder bike and then some shit combat. There's a bit of platforming involved
Yeah,
here as
good
well,
one,
with
man.
some
That's
hefty
hilarious.
fall damage, I might add. And all of this stuff reminded me a lot of the movement controls in the Uncharted games.
No!
Particularly-
Stop it!
That was such a clean no.
No!
That's gotta be clipped, yeah.
It's so much worse. It's so much worse. Uncharted like controls well. It has levels that are designed with your ability to climb and move around and use the swing in mind. Holy shit. What, because you've got a rope swing, that makes it like Uncharted. That's it.
Yes.
Never mind how easy or difficult it is to control,
Okay,
how
well,
cumbersome it is,
it's a
whether or not what
person.
you can do with it in combat.
It's a person. There are places. That's like Uncharted.
Yeah, they're the same.
Yeah.
Third-person
alright.
action games.
They're on a
so,
planet.
And I will say, the third-person platforming in this game sucks.
Yep.
It's so
Yep.
boring. It made me. It really
Super
was
duper
making
boring.
me like sleepy on my streams. I hated these sections. The High Republic cruiser, the droid factory. Oh, just crawling, like clambering around on all the little platforms. Press the button to slow it. Fuck off. Go away. I hate
Do you prefer the Uncharted climbing sections more than this?
I didn't play Uncharted. It's better.
I mean,
than this,
I
I'm sure,
certainly
though.
prefer them over this. Yeah, of course. I prefer that in Uncharted, there's like verticality integrated into the combat spaces. It like actually takes advantage of the fact that Nathan Drake can run around and climb stuff and sort of like scurry around and ambush people from like different positions. It's so funny because I wouldn't even say that Uncharted is a particularly like Uncharted isn't very mechanically complex really, but like the environments are actually designed to take advantage of what he can do.
And
Unlike
it is
in
really
this
satisfying
game.
to pull off. If you could do a full stealth run on a batch of guys, it's pretty satisfying.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Exactly. Yeah. This is
Oh, talking
very,
about that,
very frustrating.
Just crossed my mind. There's no incentive for you to actually do anything stealthy. There's virtually no difference between the state of them being knocked out and you kill them. There's no difference.
Oh well,
It's
on
the
that
same. There's no
note,
morality system. There's no Panther versus Ghost. There's.
I was
none of that
enjoying
stuff.
Rags at your playthrough when you were referring to you stun shot a stormtrooper, and you said I stun shot him instead of shooting him with a blaster because he was a man or something. They're like rare in the world because there's so many female stormtroopers.
Well, yeah, it's population.
Yeah,
but you can't kill a male. We need them for genetic diversity because there's so few men.
But they are treated the same as dead people in the game. The stun shotted ones, absolutely.
Well,
exactly the same.
even the lions.
They can't wake them up, right? If you knock somebody out, it doesn't put them in an unconscious state versus being dead.
Yeah,
it can
that's what I
actually
mean,
mean that they can get woken up. It's part of the reason why non-lethal is generally the more difficult route in a stealth game, because those enemies aren't permanently out of the equation necessarily.
Yeah, they can be woken up if they're found or if enough time
Exactly.
goes by.
Yep.
Great.
Good stuff.
And yeah, is anyone else getting the vibes from this review? We're past half now, where it's like this game has shooting, much like Call of Duty.
Yeah,
this game has
I'm
platforming,
not
much
really
like Mario.
getting
This game has
anything informative
This is
here.
open world, much like Far Cry.
Yeah. It's
It's
just
a game.
And you know the fact that he mentioned the fall damage is a bit harsh? That's like the most specific he's ever gotten. More of that,
I
please.
guess it is a little harsh sometimes. Yeah.
Well, all I'm saying is like that feels, like, oh, you dig it in a little. Dig in more. Tell me more. You got 18 minutes. I feel like you could accomplish more in 18 minutes than you have so far.
Yeah.
It took
Criticism
hold on.
about the gameplay.
The fall damage is inconsistently harsh because sometimes you can launch yourself 30 feet into the air and survive.
I have
It is
dropped
inconsistent.
from falls multiple times. Times like it'll kill me, and then sometimes it does nothing. It's very weird, this game.
I just find that like most of the time it feels like I'm taking full damage when it's like, damn, really? That just happens a lot. Where I'm like, wow, that was high enough. Okay, jeez.
Chat might remember, but the big sequence that we all had like different ways of approaching in Imperial Base. The first proper Imperial Base mission you have with Gadik, and you have to move through that big room. I didn't do the way they wanted you to. I wanted to run across the whole room to see if I could like figure out a way to do it that kind of just exposes how limited. This ended, by the way, with me pissing them all off, running into the room, activating the cutscene. The alarm went off. It reset me back to the beginning of the cutscene. Then the cutscene played anyway. So I like passed the mission.
Oh, that happened to me once.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. I saw it happen to you with Gadik in a different Imperial mission.
That's one.
The game is bad. Is the summary of that one. But the point I wanted to make though was to begin that section every time was I would jump off a ledge that would deal probably 2 bars of damage, if not more. But she would hook onto the ledge of a crate every time on the way down, and it would only take 99% of 1 bar and instantly heal it. It was such a weird glitch, but I was like, well, I guess I can get down here without getting hurt then, because it works every time. Fucking weird.
Particularly Uncharted 4, where you even got to use a rope again to swing across gaps and drop down from ledges.
Yeah, you'll agree with that at least, right, Fringy?
Wow,
Like
drop
Uncharted
down
4.
from ledges.
I mean,
Yeah.
in Uncharted, you do use the rope swing to like swing to an area, but you also are encouraged to use it in combat. But hey, look,
But can you drop down from ledges?
Yes, you can.
Did
you know
Uncharted
that
4 have
stairs go
pipes
up
with
and they
steam
go
coming
down?
out of them as well?
Oh, I don't think they had many because I mean, you spend like you mostly got like most of the areas are like old ruins, so they don't really have any like pipes.
Ancient air conditioning?
No, none of that. No.
No.
What about
okay.
giant fans? Did they have any ancient giant fans?
I don't recall any. No, not really. It
Damn
was,
it.
No, it was just because it's. I don't remember if there were any in Libertalia where they had like big fans. If that was part of the downfall of those of their colony, but I don't know. Yeah,
The
not
AC
really. I
costs
mean,
were too high.
so in that sense, Star Wars Outlaws is actually more robust as a video game than Uncharted 4 when you think
Yes.
about it.
We knew that, yeah.
That's what a
That's
historian
a good
is,
answer. I
right?
hadn't thought of that.
Hmm?
That's what a historian is, right? An ancient giant fan?
Yes.
Oh, ho.
Bro, come on.
Apart from that,
There we go.
You hurt Theo.
that is the standard clambering across walls and holding on to conveniently placed pieces of the architecture that always seem to jut out in just the right way to catch your eye. Oh yeah, thankfully too, none of which needed to be doused down in yellow paint.
Is this a meme?
What?
Is this? Is he fucking around?
What just... Wait a minute.
Was that a
Listen,
cutscene
we're gonna
or
go
no?
back. We're all gonna be
Yeah.
nice and quiet, and we're gonna listen to all of that because I must have heard something wrong.
That always seem to jut out in just the right way to catch your eye. Oh yeah, thankfully too, none of which needed to be doused down in yellow paint.
But they are.
There's yellow.
They literally are.
There is. There's
In your
even an
own-
accessibility
They are.
option to get rid of it. There's
Wait,
an
hold on a
accessibility
second.
option to turn it off and on if you want.
Can you go back one more time?
We're gonna go back a little
Nice.
further this time because I'm so confused with what this
Okay.
man is telling me.
To swing
I would like
across
to pause
gaps
it in a
and
specific
drop
spot,
down
though.
from ledges. Apart from that, it's the standard clambering across walls and holding on to conveniently placed pieces of the architecture that always seem to jut out in just the right way to catch your eye. Oh yeah, thankfully too, none of which needed to be doused down in yellow paint.
Okay, this
They
here.
literally
This
are.
was very mumbly.
So she's holding on, and I don't know if it paused for us in all the same place. She's holding on like the Death Star looking architecture, right? These in the game are yellow.
They're
Yeah,
yellow
you
in the
could-
fucking
it's an
footage.
They're yellow in the video.
Everything
Yeah,
these
yeah.
movies
Whoops.
yellow. Like, I don't get it.
It's yellow.
Yeah,
Everything's
there's
yellow.
an accessibility option to change.
Okay,
how
the
they're
best
I-
visual,
They're yellow.
the best visual here is this, where he's
Yeah, look.
this. That's. Can you see the yellow? It's something. It's a point of making
yellow.
fun of this game for me. The ladder has been pointed out as a point of traversal for you. The
Yeah.
ladder.
I can understand why you put yellow paint on random bullshit on the walls, because if you leave it up to intuition, then I'll be trying to grab things that should be grabbable, but it's not designated as grabbable. That's why I kept the yellow shit on the
like, you
walls,
know,
because
It's one
the
of
game
those
sucks
problems
without
that
them.
games have as fidelity goes up is like not the entire environment can be interactable. I think we're happy to sign off on like the entire environment cannot be interacted with
Well-
for now at least, maybe. At least at
Minecraft
fidelity
wins
levels
again.
like this. At least at fidelity levels like this, right?
The thing that would be worth adding though is that, I mean, maybe right, like Assassin's Creed, you can basically climb up anything.
Yep, pretty much.
Infamous, you can basically climb up anything. Like the entire environment is designed with the idea that you as a player have been told that you can climb stuff, and therefore should expect to be able to climb stuff. And they managed to do it without any yellow paint.
Yeah,
Breath of the
the
Wild,
environment is built around the climbing concept, the way that buildings are constructed and beams.
Yeah.
I put in an image to say what I'm talking about because I'm working off memory, but I recall these whole bars being yellow.
Yeah, by default they are. You have to go into the accessibility.
Oh, do you think
options
maybe
to turn them off?
He played a version with like limited paint?
Maybe.
No, you're seeing the footage he got.
Yeah, but still,
but
even
the
limited.
footage has yellow though, right?
On the ends.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
On the ends, yeah.
Some of them are a little stripy, but yeah.
Now I can't remember because I didn't mess around. I can't remember if these ones had. I definitely remember seeing stuff that was painted like that though.
A lot of
I
it
don't
was
know
like
if it was on the...
striped yellow striped too.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and just to
maybe
to make clear on the point, because people are saying like, isn't it good that you can turn it off? It's like it's as was mentioned, it's like 50-50 in terms of a good thing because the world doesn't work without it. So.
But the ladder, the ladder is a ladder. It is
you don't need it on
only
the ladder
built for traversal, vertically. It's like you
Yeah.
don't have if you're at the point where you have to paint the ladders. Like, how stupid do you think how do you think I got a credit card to buy your game, but you don't trust me to know what a ladder is? I'm already playing your game.
I will say
My
I've got
IQ's there, man.
I've got some PTSD with video games that are so shit that they have ladders you can't climb. I hate that.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh, I've seen a bunch of those, yeah.
Yeah, that's happened. Yeah.
Even if we
Like a video game with
acknowledge the
women I
idea
can't punch.
of like, yeah, maybe the player doesn't know exactly what parts of the environment are interactable. With a good enough field of view and enough space to like look around, players will figure it out faster than you might think. Players are really stupid, but they're also really smart. It's kind of a strange paradoxical thing about the people who play games, in that like they will get there. They will arrive at the solution, and it won't take long, probably.
Unless you're DSP.
Unless you're DSP.
And then you base
I guess.
fucking the future of your game on him, which is not.
Oh, yeah. Killed me.
I will say, though, that Outlaws definitely feels like it's trying to make the player go for stealth over combat. And while it is
trying to make them go for stealth over combat.
So everyone here who played the game has this experience where you're in stealth, you try to do a stealth thing, and then the game goes, "Nuh-uh, you did that wrong," and then they go, "Hey, it's you," and then you go, "Well, I guess I'll punch," and then they're all dropped to the floor. You look around, and you're like, "Oh,
that was quicker."
That was
it's particularly
quicker,
great because I
and
think
it was stealth.
actually.
Is my point. You can
funny
punch
bit is
people and
stealth.
have stealth. You can use grenades and maintain stealth. The game doesn't fucking work. It's broken.
So, Chad, if you might be confused, if you're not aware, Chad, you see this panel back in the background? They can press that to ring the alarm. So you probably think, oh, if I alert them, they just go press that button. Nah, sometimes, but most of the times they just look confused on you. You punch them in the face, punch the other one, and then you win.
You know what? Splinter Cell Blacklist, at the end of missions, and kind of during them, but at the end of missions, there are 3 play styles. There was like assault, where you just go in and bam bam kill everybody. There was Panther, where you would kill everyone but stealthily, and there was Ghost, where you would not even alert people to your presence. You'd leave everyone alive and you'd get through the area. And that would give you the most points. Ghost gave you the most points because it was the most time consuming, the most difficult. Panther would give you a little bit less points, and Assault would give you less points.
You would have to maybe even like do a couple of retries to understand the
Yeah.
map.
But it was rewarding because there's like in whether it's Splinter Cell, whether it's Deus Ex, whether it's whatever, a good stealth game kind of has soft encouragement for you to be stealthy just so that you can overcome the challenge of it. It doesn't feel good to fail stealth in a lot of games.
Yeah.
Dishonored 2. Yeah, if you get detected, you can complete the mission, but it gets a little messy and you're like, I'd really like to beat this being all stealth. The issue with Outlaws, there is no reward for being stealthy. There's no point to being stealthy. You don't get extra rewards. You don't get access to crates and stuff that haven't been locked up because there hasn't been an alarm. All it does is it takes longer. It's a really shitty, inconsistent mechanic. So you might as well just meme it, fuck it, blast off. The only time where stealth is mandatory is when it says don't get caught.
Yeah.
They could have redesigned it such that your reputation in general, you have one and then you have one in relation to particular syndicates, but that when you clear places like this without alerting anyone, your reputation goes up by, let's say, 100, because it gets found out that you were here, you stole shit, and that was amazing, and nobody even knew you were there. If you go through the guns blazing thing and kill everybody, then maybe it goes up by 50, but it also maybe pushes up a different bar of, like, your reputation as a horrifying killer of people that you don't want to fuck with.
Yeah.
You know, and
There's
then
no
it
narrative incentive.
Exactly, and it would dynamically alter who and how people talk to you. Like it would be really fucking interesting, maybe, because you would you'd want to work at a particular thing, but you might fall into a particular thing because that's simply how you play or how good you are at the particular thing.
Both Dishonored 2 does, Deus Ex Human Revolution does, but the amount of people you kill throughout the game and the way that you engage with missions, whether it's stealthy or being pacifist, it literally just changes the outcome of the story. It changes people's perceptions and expectations.
In Dishonored, and that's contextualized as well, because in Dishonored there's the plague, and the more dead people there are, the more there is essentially for the rats
more
that
rat
then
food, yeah.
perpetuates the plague. So the whole idea is, that it is harder, it is more difficult to be stealthy and non-lethal, but you're rewarded in the end, narratively.
Yep.
Because it's harder.
I loved my Deus Ex Human Revolution playthrough. Pacifist stealth, didn't kill a single person. And it was very rewarding. It took way longer than going, bam bam. But at the end, I was like, yo, that was a really fun experience.
Like, there's a alternative route that, like, obviously wouldn't be popular at all, but it could involve making combat legitimately scary and something that you would be incentivized to avoid, either through resource expenditure or some other system. Like, just making it very difficult to engage with, almost like Thief style.
Yeah, or the enemies are just really, really hard.
Yeah, you are not cut out to get into sustained firefights with stormtroopers.
Yeah,
something
like
that.
KVS should be. Yes, there's a built-in reason. These are Imperial stormtroopers. They have armor. They have blasters. You're KVS. You're this little chick with this inky dinky little pew pew, and your little
inky dinky little hands that could take
A
down 1,000
lot of it is
troopers.
the idea of, like, the nature of how
You go down to one punch.
It's the nature
The
of,
armor
like,
actually makes them weaker.
One punch, ma'am.
It's kind of like the nature of how you empower or disempower the player, right? Because in something like Thief, you are very disempowered from a combat standpoint, but you're massively empowered from a stealth standpoint. Like the power fantasy of stealth, of being able to, like, sneak through an area completely undetected and everything like that. But the problem is this game doesn't give you, like, any... Because it has both combat and stealth, but it doesn't give you anything meaningful to do in terms of, like, developing your capacity in combat or stealth. There's not, like, a meaningful difference between where you end and where you begin. Yeah, exactly. And of course, one incentive could just be that it has really fun mechanics, but in this case, it doesn't. They're barely even developed. It's too simple.
Someone said, how would they know you were there if you were full stealth? Which is one of the things I suggested. I said, the whole point would be it would be found out in post what you did. Through whatever systems they have. Even cameras, it's like there's going to be general surveillance possible that wouldn't necessarily automatically detect in the same, like detection cameras and general surveillance aren't necessarily the same thing, but you can make that game that way if you want, where it was discovered that you tell people that was you take credit for the fucking job, like you can textualize it any way you want.
Yeah, like Robin Hood or something.
It goes far back as to, like, I saw Kay talking with this agent of this faction, says an informant for another faction.
And it would be neat.
You carve a Z on the wall like Zorro, except it would be a K.
K.
It would be neat if you did something on the whatever station early game, and then later on people like, I heard about the job on blah 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 station. That was amazing. How did you do that? And it's like, yeah, because I'm fucking great. That's how I did that.
She says, I am Iron Man.
Exactly.
I am Iron Man.
Only possible here to get through areas by blasting everything in sight. The combat can actually be surprisingly challenging.
No, can't.
No.
It's surprisingly challenging if you walk into the fuckers that do massive melee damage that you can avoid easily. Yeah, that'll make it tough.
If you walk in front of the shielded melee guys, what do you expect?
What's funny here is if he had activated Deadeye, he would have won this fight.
All you have to do is press 2, click, Press
Seriously, because he would have taken like
That's
half
it.
his health, and he would have been staggered, and then you can finish him off just by punching or shooting. He'd have been fine. But oh well.
Yep.
Also, that is not a good showcase of anything. That just looks bad.
There's no regenerating health here. Instead, you got these healing steams.
There is regenerating health. You have to get the right build
generating.
for it.
It's regenerating in his footage.
Well, I was about to say, there's also regenerating health depending on what outfits you get, but the regenerating health we're seeing here is probably what he's talking about. He's going to say the
green.
Yeah.
Is he referring to rebounding health? Because
he
that's
means,
a different thing.
He means your health doesn't
partially-
regenerate like automatically,
yeah,
presumably.
He means you gotta heal it.
It does
There's
when it's
no
a
re-
partial bar.
It also, well, like I said, it also depending on what your equipment is.
Regenerating health here. Instead, you got these healing steams which slowly heal you over time, which means you can't just magically pop one of
That's
these
pretty
things
quick.
and get right back into the fray. As well as that, you can't artificially pause the game to craft more of these items either.
Did the enemy just go through the door there?
Probably.
Can we rewind?
Yeah,
one?
I've seen a ton of that.
One of these
Just
things
this
and get
video
right
as it
back
is.
into the fray. As well as that, you can't artificially...
Yes.
Yeah, see, look at that.
We blasted him back through the door.
Also, to be clear,
She vaporized
the
him.
reason why it's funnier here than anywhere else
Like
is
a
that this
Simpsons
is
hedge meme.
footage he was provided, right? So,
Well, this would have been his footage.
Probably.
Oh, wait. Would this
Ooh, would they let
where
him
would
do
this
that?
have been from? This is
I was going to say, they wouldn't let him
This is
record
from
it
the
if it was
4-hour
through the...
thing.
So they would have...
Yeah, so they sent it to him.
They would have
right?
sent it
So
to him, okay, yeah.
Yeah, what they did is you did the 4 hours through Discord and Hamachi, and then they took out any story beats that they didn't want you to have and sent it to you.
Which is funny.
one of these things and get right back into the fray.
Witches.
As well as that, you can't artificially pause the game to craft more of these items either. You know, like just to...
What's wrong with that?
naturally pausing the game?
So, first of all, what's wrong with that? Second of all, you could just have a system like in The Last of Us where it's in real time, but I can still craft stuff. Like, why are we pretending like... So, you can't craft it. That is better than if you could craft it. Why?
Oh,
Well,
yeah, and it's
because
also...
then, it gives me a reason to get all those massive piles of
Because
resources
then
that
you'd
are
be
lying
like,
around
oh, but I can
everywhere.
just pause and keep healing. It's like, yeah, until you run out of resources to heal, and then you're
Yep.
screwed. So what are we even talking about? Why were you saying that like it's a positive? It's not necessarily a negative that you can't craft healing items, but why is it being presented strictly as a positive?
Yeah, because that's actually an example of another push and pull of you could spend those resources to better create weaponry, but instead you're choosing, like in The Last of Us, you know, like part of the bandages or whatever, you can use that for healing, or you can use it for the Molotov to like...
Exactly, which is just a
I'm
simple,
dipping into the
good
ammo budget
system.
to make heals.
There is. You have to make choices. You have to make mutually exclusive choices about what you're going to craft.
Yeah, it feels like an odd thing for a big old gamer veteran to say. Like, there's
It
no
must.
artificial pausing here.
Maybe-
It's like, huh?
Well, maybe it's because the whole regenerate your health packs at a campfire style Dark Souls thing is just popular now. So he's presenting it as a good thing because it's popular and everyone likes it nowadays. I don't know.
You got to do more. Haven't you?
Well, no,
You can't just say...
He seems to be saying it's a good thing that you can't enter a pause menu that allows you to do shit. And it's like, but that's stupid. Like, Ratchet and Clank has a quick select that pauses the game so that you can figure out what gun you're going to get. I way prefer a quick select that pauses rather than the slow motion thing where it's like, oh shit, I'm still like in trouble here. Like, especially if I have to choose between multiple options, right? If I have like 15 weapons I can choose between, then yeah, I do want to be able to pause in the middle of combat to see what weapon I'm going to change to. Like,
yeah, like in Bioshock 1, you had a weapon wheel, and then you had the plasmid wheel, and then you had the wheel for the ammo types for the weapons. It's like having to do that in real time.
Wait, I understand now. I get it. You guys are all biased towards pausing being a good thing.
We do like
No.
pausing.
Yes.
Well, so yeah, I am biased
General-
towards pausing, but it is contextual.
Depends, yeah.
Because the whole point is like simply
It's
saying
a joke, E EFAP.
bad thing. No. No. But I want to elaborate on it and expand on it as a point.
He's improving your joke, Dev.
No, I'm not improving the joke. The joke is the joke. This is just a developed thought on the topic. What's annoying me is it's
This
simply
is the
presented
joke
as,
lore.
yeah, you can't pause and craft. That's good. It's like, well, it's nothing. It depends on what kind of game you're making here. That's you haven't even
Well, and
provided
he's also
a real
wrong
argument.
because not only
And
can you
he's-
get
yeah.
regenerative health depending on your outfit, you can actually he was talking about how like
Change
if you
your
get
whole
shot
outfit.
at while it's in the middle of doing the heal, it'll like knock out all of it early game, but you can get outfits to prevent that as well, which is all a part of the game. So it feels weird to say like this is how it works, and this is good that it works this way when it doesn't work that way, depending on what rewards you get. So.
Yeah, the game rewards you with those options, and also you can pause them as long as you're not in combat. You can pause and just change your entire outfit.
I already have a feeling I know where you're going with this, Dev. Like the issue I take with this is he's it's like me saying it's good that you get a maximum of 20 shots in your gun because that perfectly matches a balance of the game, and then like the next mission you unlock 30. It's like, does that now make it bad? Like what you know, like if you get that outfit that allows you to regenerate anyway, is that bad?
Well, that's what I was going to say. No, sorry.
That's what I would ask him, because it seems like the way he's framed this is like this is a good thing, and it's like, well, it's not even in the game completely. So
it gives you the options to circumvent that apparently good design.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, I think I'm a bit willing to go easy on a few of these criticisms because he did only play the start of the game, right? So if he's talking about basic game mechanics that are not, and then like more advanced stuff isn't available to him because this is a video that came out before the game came out.
That's adjacent to what I'm saying though. Like if like it's like I said, if in a Call of Duty game you start out with a pistol, and then I say this is what makes the Call of Duty game good because it's finally we're forced to use a pistol throughout the entire campaign. You know, this changes this changes that, and it's like, oh, that's only for the first mission. You know, like it like completely fucks up my whole point if I'm saying the whole game played that way is good because it creates this dynamic that's not present in other games. As if to say, if I had a rifle, that would then be bad, which you do get. It's what freeing was bringing up. The whole like being able to craft and pause is like, why would that? If they unlocked that later in the game, would that have made it bad?
I see what you're saying. I just think that that would basically be a kill shot for this review if it were a review after you played the entire game. You know what I mean?
Well, no, that would make him a liar.
It's an early.
Right now, it just means he said something a little awkward because we don't even agree. If this were the case, if the whole game were played the way he just described it, I wouldn't agree with him that makes it better than systems that work differently.
That's true, yes.
But the fact is we're in a position where it's even funnier because this game doesn't adhere to this throughout the whole game.
Time, which means you can't just magically pop one of these things and get right back into the fray, as well as that.
Yeah, because another upgrade you can get is you pop them and they heal 2 bars instantly. So this is what I mean about, like, depending on what equipment you get, this is what being familiar with the game looks like. Is you can do all of the things.
Don't progress into game too fast.
My point is that all these things he's describing as like would be bad are in this game. He just doesn't know it yet.
That you can't artificially pause the game to craft more of these items either. You know, like just to stop time and make a bunch of thermal detonators or any of that kind of crap. Like,
why is that bad?
What? Any of that kind of crap? Holy shit!
What's wrong with that?
Chill.
Fucking, I would have welcomed being able to craft things in this game. It would have been a mechanic. That would have been fun.
A certain other game featuring a female protagonist.
Oh.
What?
Also, there's Horizon Zero.
Featuring a female protagonist.
Yeah, why is that relevant? Who cares whether or not
I feel like we just stumbled across some I don't know.
Something that's upsetting.
Is this
got,
like
history with Horizon?
Is this channel lore? Does he like hate Horizon maybe? Is that what's going on?
Why would you say, like, unlike another game where you play as a woman? Why? Why don't you say
That's a weird thing to say, no matter what perspective you come at it from. It's just so weird.
Why did he say that? That's
kind of
so
crap,
weird.
like a certain other game featuring a female protagonist.
That's so weird.
I've not played a lot of Horizon. I don't find it very interesting at all. But like, I do remember Horizon like being functional as a video game, unlike this one.
It was still pretty fun to take down big robots with like snare cords and shit. You know,
I remember that it worked, cool. And that I didn't crash my PlayStation.
So what
why
this
did you
means
show
is
this?
like
Why did you show that?
Because he threw a grenade.
What was that? Oh yeah, no, it's really good. Unlike that fucking shit game Horizon, and then him throwing a grenade and just blasting one enemy.
Let's just enjoy this sequence as a full, because it's so weird.
Slowly heal you over time, which means you can't just magically pop one of these things and get right back into the fray. As well as that, you can't artificially pause the game to craft more of these items either. You know, like just to stop time and make a bunch of thermal detonators or any of that kind of crap. Like a certain other game featuring a female protagonist.
Like, what is that?
What was that?
He's just shooting someone.
What?
Yeah, no.
What are these digs at other games?
Like that other shit game, and then just I'm gonna throw a grenade and then
But,
shoot
like,
that one guy.
It was so weird because we disagreed to the fact that this was not representing the game properly. Then we disagreed with the theory of what he was saying, as in, like, if it were this, it would be better than not this, which I don't agree with. And then he's like, also, fuck Horizon. Okay. Which also happens to be a female protagonist. Like,
Gladly.
All right.
All right, jeez.
So I didn't play Horizon. I didn't play Horizon, but my girlfriend did. I wanted to confirm something really quick. Yeah, you can build all of your ammo like in the middle of combat from like a skill wheel in Horizon. So maybe he's digging at that.
Well, I mean, clearly he is, but like the whole still, it's weird that he singled out Horizon. Like,
well, it was so
oh,
strange how he just said a female protagonist.
Yeah,
like, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, why would you just say in another
Women
open
can't
world
just
game?
pause time and make ammunition.
Yeah, men can.
Couldn't he say like you can't just pause time and craft whatever you want and then just show an example of Horizon? But
with a
he
female
had to bring up the female protagonist
Horizon
and then shoot a soldier.
Certainly better than this game.
Yes,
I agree.
Oh yeah, I mean it works, which already
whoa.
Only hear that it's totally decent.
Working game.
Give him 4 title updates and maybe the game will work for you, alright?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
So what this means is, like, when you're in combat, you're pretty much stuck with whatever you got, or whatever defeated enemies are going to.
Why are you describing that like it's a feature? That's like
you're just stuck with whatever you got.
Do you hear the second half of it? He said you're stuck with either whatever you've got or whatever enemies drop. Like,
well, so then
what
you're
else
not stuck with what you've got?
What else would there be?
What else would you have? Other than what you've got.
Every game ever.
And he hasn't even contextualized this within any sort of resource dynamic. Like, I don't understand. It's just describing some feature of the game that may or may not exist in the most plain of terms.
And of course, bear in mind, you don't have ammo. Like, you have to reload, but it's not like you have an ammo count where it's like, oh shit, you're out of like resources. Like, you can always fire. So it's not even like it's
what
not
if we
even
just
like
removed ammunition as a mechanic?
Amount of ammo.
Isn't it better that we removed ammunition as a mechanic, period? You just have infinite ammo? In fact, once you upgrade the blaster, having to recharge it actually makes it more powerful.
Yes, true.
It is funny, though. Yeah, he did.
Oh, no. It's sarcasm. We're being sarcastic, too.
Yeah. If he's sarcastic, we are as well.
Like, when you're in combat,
you just don't get it. I understand.
Yeah, you don't understand sarcasm. It's cool.
With whatever you got, or whatever defeated enemies are going to drop. As for the shooting itself, well, for this you're primarily using K's blaster, which has a bunch of different fire modes from a standard.
I use it primarily.
A bunch of different
like
fire modes.
90+% of
shot through to a.
Like, boy, I hope you like that blaster.
Wait,
you're gonna be very
through to. Why are you saying it like that? That implies it's a lot. It's not.
Maybe he thought there was even more,
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Like, he was like, oh, I've got 3. That's pretty cool. 3 modes, but by the time you hit the end of the game, there might even be like 10. Who knows?
You have one mode and it's stun, because you've realized the true end game.
Yeah.
Or, whatever defeated enemies are going to drop. As for the shooting itself, well, for this, you're primarily using K's blaster, which has a bunch of different fire modes from a standard single shot through to a rapid fire or a plasma-based attack, which destroys enemy shields and robots.
Like, you're not like doing analysis. You're just like you're just describing like things that exist.
This is the gun.
It has a distinct possibility. There's a distinct possibility that's what he thinks his job is, which, like,
unfortunate. Yeah.
A lot of IGN reviews will just a lot of it is just, this is the system. It does this without any like critical analysis of whether or not it's good or bad. It's very weird.
Well, he drops it in sometimes, right? Like, every once in a while, he'll just mention somebody like, oh, it was like an opinion.
Like, it's crazy. You'd be lucky to get specific systems analysis, let alone like questions of the game in like total composition, if it should exist. Like, if the idea that it was going for in the first place was misguided.
Exactly. Or not. Because that's something. It's something I can't help but talk about when it comes to this game. The pitch is Grand Theft Auto in space, but it's not though, and it would have been really cool if it was. Or it's stuff like how I feel like all of us have probably said at one point or another, you should have been able to play as ND5. You should have been able to like get new gear and gadgets and stuff like new upgrades that you could permanently apply to that character, like jet boots or like I don't know, like some wrist-mounted like blaster or launcher or something like that.
It feels like the game in its current state, it feels like they threw a bunch of like idea darts of like contemporarily popular design trends and just concepts at a board, but then there was no refinement from that board down into a particular vision. It was just the board, and we keep going with the board full of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. Whoa!
And then enemies are going to drop their own weapons, which can be picked up and used until they run out of ammo.
Rocket launcher.
Oh wow, that audio about
Ow.
What just happened?
Awful.
It scared the hell out of me.
Sorry for that. Wakes you up, you know?
Noises here. Oh boy.
You're balancing.
Really, though, I mean, that's about all there is to it. You aim for the...
Wow. So he doesn't mention the pickup guns.
No,
Can't
he
be
just
reloaded. Can't be.
He just mentioned them, but he didn't talk about it really.
Yeah,
you didn't talk about how they're balanced. You didn't talk about the variety of options. You didn't talk about how you can't take them fucking anywhere.
I think maybe because we've been, watching this for so long, part of this has sort of missed us, which is that he started talking about the gameplay at 9 minutes. It's currently 11 minutes. He spent 2 minutes talking about the gameplay.
And that's about it.
That's about it. Jesus.
Right. So like the thing is I'm willing to give a lot of sort of leeway to a first impressions video like this, because I understand that you only had a couple hours and you need to get it out reasonably quick because other people also are getting their 4 hours.
Well, you don't need to do anything. You don't have to release it as soon as everybody else releases it. You can release it later.
Sure.
You could.
You know what I mean? I'm willing to give a little bit of
trying to olive branch, Fringy. Let him olive branch.
I see.
I'm giving it but the problem is that like none of this is being stated throughout, right? Like we're not getting I only spent a few hours, so I don't know if there's more. We're getting this sort of very definitive, authoritative, this is how this game is. That's my problem with this. Because if he were to come at it and say, look, here's my nuanced view. I played it for 4 hours. I did it like this. This is what I know. I started several hours late. I didn't play any of the beginning of the game. Because have you gotten any impression while watching this that he didn't play the first, say, 8 hours of this game? Because I haven't. But I know that that's how it works.
Certainty.
Yes, it's too authoritative. So I think that, if he were to go through and say, yeah, I started hours later when you get the space, the ship. And I only played for 4 hours and it was monitored and so on. I would be fine with most of the things he's saying, because I would accept that you don't actually know what the fuck you're talking about, but you told me that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But instead he's positioning it like, I know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. And that's why I have such a huge problem with it.
Gollum.
What Gollum?
Gollum.
They had to do more damage, obviously, and then have to hit a timed reload prompt to maximize.
Hey, when you shoot them in the head, they do more. That does more damage. Video games, huh?
That's a revolutionary.
Also staggers enemies when they large bores.
That is, I think the headshots do more damage. It seems so inconsistent sometimes.
What was the first video game with shooting mechanics to not have a headshot mechanic? Like Jesus.
If you move the stick forward really far, you run faster.
Wow.
So I mean, that's
you press down. You press down L3 and you run. Look!
Run faster.
Is that faster than walking?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
Around the map, but I need him to mention it first.
And I thought that was really cool how I could move around the map a lot quicker.
Hmm.
And then just random clip of just like running.
Damage, obviously, and then have to hit a timed reload prompt to maximize the recharge speed.
Oh wow, a timed reload prompt? I've never seen that before.
Okay, we're clear.
Wow, and he
that's
gave us the clip
deepest
for it
mechanic.
too.
Man, we're just having a clip like every 10 seconds now. I feel like.
Fills it out, I guess.
And it's just shooting a dude.
Never under fire for too long. Case
and now I actually want to go back, if you don't mind.
Oh no.
Yeah, do it.
Sorry. Okay, right here. So these green beams seem like they'd cut you, right? But this person's just like,
if you
she's just leaning on them.
They make you fly back, and they take off.
Well, one of the beams is going through her left arm, so.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
you'll be all right.
She's like draped over it like it's a physical object. It's like, okay.
Oh yeah, I mean, like the
Yeah.
red beams during these little choke points areas, they don't cut you either. You just bonk into them like walls.
Photons have mass. Okay, that's true. This is a scientifically accurate.
Yeah, like
video
in Portal
game.
2.
All right. Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh,
Light
hard light.
bridges.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, this is like Halo. This game is basically Halo.
Photons do not have mass. Just
Yeah, sure they do.
they are massless.
Light has waves and particles. It's the wave particle duality of light.
No, photons do not have mass.
Sure they do.
How
come
I insist on this.
Then how come this lady's got her arm draped over them?
You know, perhaps that is the thing, right? In the Star Wars universe.
You fucking wrecked liberal.
Yeah. You thought I was just making this up randomly as we went. It turns out I'm a video game expert.
I didn't take
quite
into account
frankly.
your expert Star Wars
I'm a physics master.
Maximize the recharge speed.
You're gonna regret that. Okay, we're clear.
Whenever you're under fire for too long, Kay's adrenaline builds up to the point where you can even stop time and then mark three targets for
Wow, you
fire.
can even
dude.
stop time? Oh my god.
I thought we
It's
didn't
not
like stopping
that.
time. I thought we were against
No,
that.
but you do like stopping time when you can shoot it. I just love how it's being described as a new feature when like Red Dead Redemption and Splinter Cell like
This
Conviction
shitty-
came out in 2010.
It's the shitty cartoon photocopy of those. It's not even close.
Yes, it is. It's worse. It's worse. It's not even as well designed.
Kind of like a get out of shit creek for free card, removing 3 enemies from the playing field and kind of helping to switch the odds into your favor. And yeah, like it is a bit overpowered.
Why does he describe it like that?
Why did you describe it like
Thus increasing your chances to win.
You shift the tide of the battle in your favor. It's like, dude, you press a button and the enemies die. Like what?
Right.
That sounds like he was
I
giving
would
us
say
this.
shooting him has the same effect. Yeah.
What do you think defeating an enemy in a game does?
This is Kay's blaster. It's kind of a get out of shit free card where you can shoot people.
You need a card to get out of
that
shit.
line specifically sounded like he was given that by Ubisoft, saying you must say this in your video. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, I think
Like,
it's much. I think it's way simpler. It's just like describe system. That's analysis.
I don't
But, like,
know enough
he's
about
played
this guy
the
to know if he
game.
thinks that is like analysis or if like he just says things about the game and he thinks his job is to just correctly identify what systems are in the game.
No doubt he's being told to say that too. It's like, come on. Does he normally just go over mechanics and not really expand upon them at all? I mean,
That's what I mean. I don't know, right? Like,
Well,
I don't know this
sometimes
guy's
you'll
catalog.
catch maybe like a line that's kind of like, oh, that was kind of it was almost critical or praiseworthy. Huh? How about that?
Helping to switch the odds
Most of the time, it's just descriptive.
into your favor. And yeah, like it is a bit overpowered, but on the other hand, it's like, I get it. You
On
know?
the
It's
underhand, what?
It doesn't.
I think he
I
meant
don't
on
get
one
it.
hand and the other hand, not underhand.
I'd like to know why he gets it.
Well, like it's overpowered in the sense of like it's perfectly accurate, but it doesn't cross the apathy threshold most of the time, where I just don't care to use it. I'll just shoot everyone in the head and kill them anyway.
I was
you know.
spamming
Here's the argument. Actually, it's overpowered, but also, like that's it's not even an argument.
Well, if you think it was overpowered in the beginning, this thing gets way better. Can
On the
like
hand, it's
Yeah, it
attack
gets way
like
better.
5 or 6 people.
like, I get it. You know? It's the whole space western angle that the series has been known for since its inception.
That's also
This-
the clip where I realized
well-
that she tries to fan the invisible hammer on her
Yes.
blaster.
Yeah, it's cringe. So it sounded like he was going to criticize it for being too much of a get out of jail free card, but said like I'll give it a pass because it's westerny.
And yeah, Star Wars.
So that
is
we can call that
Western.
analysis. It's not very interesting at
I
all.
guess so, but yeah.
Because like
So westerns have to have overpowered mechanics.
No,
Are they allowed to,
I would
and
go
it's
that
fine,
he's
or-
saying it evokes that like aesthetic, I guess, because there's ways to balance this such that
Also-
it wouldn't be overpowered. So he needs to like,
I
can
mean,
you tell me why it is?
Star Wars is not a space western, at least not principally. It is a space opera, so I'm not even sure why we would say this.
I mean, I'll allow it. The game is supposed to be Han Solo in
The
space.
game is meant, yeah, but he said like Star Wars always has been.
Elements enough. I don't know. I wouldn't pick on him that much for that.
Alright. Okay.
Well, do you disagree that like Han Solo does kind of represent the cowboy in space?
Oh, sure, but like saying that that's what Star Wars has always been, it's like parts of it, sure, but it feels like a weird way to describe like what Star Wars is.
You should,
like,
yeah, you should probably just appeal to this is clearly what the game was going for, but I don't know, like I don't care about any of that. I would just want to talk about it, how it works and why it's good or bad. Not it's aesthetically matching a thing, therefore I'll. It's weird that he said I'll give it a pass, as though it being good is like a flaw. When to me, there's ways to balance it such that it is good and is useful and is something we want.
But yeah, why does it have to be the dichotomy? Is it's overpowered, but it is space western. It's like that doesn't address whether or not it's like that doesn't say anything about how powerful it is.
Yeah, the game.
You know what I mean? Like
it is Ubisoft.
Like a game can be space western and have Deadeye and be balanced. Like it's not like the Deadeye system has to be broken.
Yeah, you could just make it so you got to earn it a little more.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had games like Max Payne 3, for instance, that are essentially designed around being able to like slow time and bullet time and that sort of thing. And,
Super hard.
It's really
But
good.
you gotta
It's really
aim. But you have to aim.
You have
That's
to aim.
the thing.
Yeah,
You still gotta
Fully
aim your
interactive.
gun.
Dude, Super Hot in VR is fucking
Super
bomb, dude.
Oh, that shit's great.
Yeah,
Like that
that-
friend does a few years ago.
That game translates to VR fucking perfectly.
Yeah, you just
good.
got to do the jack off hands to keep things moving a little bit.
Yeah.
It's the whole space western angle that the series has been known for since its inception.
That's the same clip you used before. Oh damn!
Hey, he's
Oh,
not.
it goes further.
Nice.
Cycling.
I
doesn't
understand
have-
what a fan.
He doesn't have many
I
adrenaline
understand
clips,
what a fan
okay?
the hammer is, dude. I know.
No! Stop it! Stop it!
But even still, with, you know,
And
time
those
stopping
horses were very
superpowers like
startled.
this-
They did not know what to do. Did you see those horses? They didn't know what to do.
We're like, oh shit, loud noises.
Yeah, like, look,
But even
jeez.
still with,
Like,
you
whoa,
know,
that guy fell down. Holy shit, loud noise.
I hope someone went over to the horse and said, "It's okay, calm down." You're
Yeah, I'm sure they got paid.
time stopping superpowers like this at the ready, I was actually kind of surprised at just how much I often died here. Even after I
Yeah, you're supposed to stay
Man,
away
that
from
was-
those guys.
Yeah, the melee
Yeah.
guys want to hit you with their melee weapons. You have a
They're
ranged
so funny
weapon,
because they don't have any
so-
range potential, so if you stand on a fucking
What the
brick,
fuck?
they lose you.
You
Why are there
literally
melee
just
guys,
press
dude?
2, click, the shield's
Mhm.
disabled. Now you
Why
just
the
go back to
fuck
press
are there
1,
melee guys?
click, they're dead now. That's
I
it.
really-
That's the extent of their mechanics.
realized
That's
that
it.
trying to play with a controller was a dumb idea and went back to the mouse and keyboard. There are times
I'm with them on
Oh,
clown
damn.
sticks.
Hey,
Hmm.
but we foolishly, dumbly played it to the end on controller though.
Yeah, but we can.
Some of us.
We're smart enough to be able to do it. Well, what I was going to say is like we're able to use them, but if I were aiming seriously, I'm always going to choose mouse and keyboard.
Yeah.
So I understand. I know that
Yeah.
Rags, you would never have opted for controller because it would have made you want to kill yourself, right?
More so than the game already did?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't need more compounding factors to nudge me in that direction.
Yes.
All right.
when it seems you have to blast your way out of a really bad spot, but most of the time, if you're given the option, the solid snake route is far easier.
The solid snake
God,
route.
Solid
the
snake
solid
route.
snake
Jesus.
route? Are you kidding?
Is
The
it
solid snake
easier? I get. I
I
didn't
mean,
think
yeah,
about
but
it
it-
that
the
way.
thing
I
is,
didn't
it's
even think
itself-
about it from that
itself
perspective.
takes longer, so
takes-
a
yeah,
lot of the
it's
time I would
longer and
rather
less
just
fun.
shoot so that I could get it done
So-
quicker.
The
It
funniest
doesn't
thing
even
is,
matter if it's easier. Yeah.
you could have a big old room and you need to get to the literal opposite end. And you're like, oh, fuck, okay. And it's like stealth through. And then you die right at the end. You're like, ugh. You start guns blazing. And you're just like, and then maybe a grenade goes off and you're like, oh, fuck, I died. You could sometimes just get to a point where you just run through. You don't even kill anybody.
You just run this
you
beeline
just,
and
you just
straight
run.
through.
The one I was
Just run
I
telling
think that's what I
Metal about
Yeah?
because he was trying to force it, but it wasn't working out. I think everyone kind of was on the final. There's a big final
what?
mission in the on Canto Bight, the big old room filled with people, and people were trying to get to
The
the end
hangar?
and exit. Huh?
The hangar area.
I don't know what it was exactly. It could have been a hangar area, but there's a lot of robots and auto capture cameras, the super hard cameras that they sometimes implement, I guess. But the way that I figured out, and I think I told Mel about this, is like whenever they're gonna set an alarm off, like they're starting it up, and you try to escape into the next checkpoint, if you just kill that person you'll have a grace period of about 30-40 seconds because they're not allowed to set off multiple alarms. They have like alarm, like between them all as a collective AI, only one of them is allowed to set off an alarm. And when they die, they have to wait before they can do it again. So if you just kill that person and then sprint to your checkpoint, you'll probably make it. And that was like the exploit. So you go through a stealth area, and some guy's like, blah, 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 you're here, I'm going to go press the alarm. Just like shoot him with a stun shot, and then just keep sprinting, and you're probably going to reach the checkpoint. Point being, the only rewards we're getting, based on our playthrough, technically speaking, is reduced time, as Fring just mentioned. And so the fastest way is to just sprint through, shoot the guy on the alarm, and keep sprinting.
Yeah, it's more silly and goofy to just like shoot them and roll around and stun them and punch them. It's just more funny.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't have that happen to me in the end run, but there were a few times where basically the game plan was just run through wherever you are, trigger all the enemies, eventually die, but you will have gotten ahead enough that you respawn further than when you started.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I can just suicide the whole game then.
I was lopping with my Jabba stuff, so when they forced me to try and get through a situation where I had to shoot Jabba's men, I just ran through saying, hey guys, great, you're doing great, everything's fantastic, and they were all like trying to kill me. And I was like, oh yeah, you accidentally think I'm the wrong... No, I'm good, I'm friends with Jabba, I'm just gonna go to see Jabba, it's fine, don't worry about it. And I was fine, because you can just run through everything, it doesn't fucking, you know...
You can do that with Imperial bases too. You can just go. You can just walk right in, run right in, get your speeder, fuck it, just plow right through it and inside. There's nothing they can do. They just can't stop you. You just go in. There's no point in engaging with a combat. It's so unfun and dull.
That's the thing, right?
Like, yeah, whatever. Time to do the objective. Just plow through. Just beeline it straight to the end.
You don't have to engage with the stealth or the combat. And it's like, so what's left? Great question.
On the other hand, seems to be more based around just line of sight, where someone's then either going to kind of see you and become suspicious and investigate, or they, outright see you and go into an alert mode, setting off an alarm and then making it so you may as well have...
Yeah, this is getting,
How crazy is this footage?
Wow, so that's what stealth is. If someone sees you, they want to shoot
they see you, and then the alert, and then they'll try and set off the alarm. Ooh.
When reloading the weapon, it'll restock your ability to shoot the gun. Like,
Oh my goodness. Waller's even whipping out the Australian accent there.
I already did that 3 times. Why are you commenting on it now?
I snake around the Death Star.
Now it's okay, stop.
I didn't even say yeah.
Feel my pain.
Cowbells tied around your ankles. But if you manage to
in this area, that area, you're not meant to do that. You're about to get detected, and
unless
then
you're me and you run to the fucking checkpoint and it counts. That is the recommended way to play.
But if you manage to sneak up behind someone without them seeing you, a quick takedown's going to be a lot
easier. Is this area? Wait, sorry. Is this area? Where is this?
Yeah, this is a Pike. This is a Pike district outpost.
This is the Pike place. This is where I spent ages trying to find a little fucking doodad in this goddamn room.
Someone without them seeing you, a quick takedown's going to be a lot easier. Not to mention making sure that enemy's no longer any kind of threat.
What the?
They can be discovered,
dude, bro.
Sorry, what?
If you is this a game developer toolkit video?
Seriously, it's like
did Mark Brown right there?
Through her head.
Yeah. What he just said is if you can stealthily get behind someone, you can do a takedown, which will mean they go down without you having to fight them. Like, it's like, yeah.
It's so surface level.
Okay. Fuck me, dude.
Sure that enemy's no longer any kind of threat.
Thanks for the example.
And I don't know, like it just feels more rewarding to try to get through areas without people seeing me.
Why?
Why does it feel that way?
Tell us.
The reason it feels rewarding...
Listen, guys. Life is about making your own challenges,
Playing this game is life making its own challenges.
Look at Nix, by the way. Nix's mid-jump. Like, bleh.
So overpowered in the way that he can keep someone preoccupied for 5 or so seconds, easily letting you deal with duos of patrolling enemies with complete ease.
I like how it's like, Nix is pretty overpowered. Anyway, here's me shooting just an exploding barrel.
You could have used the same place, but let Nix explode the barrel, because that's a skill you have.
Oh, Nix is great, clip unrelated.
About the other thing,
you can upgrade Nix to commit war crimes.
Hell yeah.
thing I think is kind of weird here is that they don't give you the option to pick up and hide someone's unconscious body.
Yay, criticism!
Why would he say? Wait, why would he?
Ah!
Why
He
would he
said
say
it's kinda
unconscious
weird.
body? It's anybody, dead or alive.
Yeah,
No
you're
one
right, because
actually
you
dies
do.
in these games,
you
right?
do kill
No one
people
actually
in
dies.
this.
They're just vanquished. No, they're just vanquished.
They
Which
all
just seems
faint.
like a bit
Defeated
of a
enemies.
bizarre oversight. But that's just yet
A
again.
bizarre
bizarre
What an
oversight.
oversight! Wait,
actually
they
like
didn't
the
give a
basic
shit.
Dude, the lack of
fundamental-
sentience is astounding to me. Do you think it was an oversight?
Whoopsie doopsie, we made it to where you couldn't move the bodies.
Oh, we
Hee
forgot
hee.
to program that part in. Whoopsie
Teeny.
doodles.
It's just
But
an
at least the
oversight.
sure made it easy with us
We'll-
not having to engage with that mechanic and put body,
Well,
places where you can dump
Put it on
bodies
the
and
roadmap.
animations for dragging.
I got a fucking
Nix,
list
eat
of
the
bizarre
body.
oversights for him to check out.
Ragdoll.
It's
Yeah.
this really bizarre. Like I see this in so many critics. I remember Joseph Anderson did this one recently in his Shadow of the Erdtree video. Like he said something about one of the zones because there's an NPC enemy there. He said that it was weird, like they left a placeholder enemy there and then forgot to change it out when they were like making the zone. It's like, what do you think that means?
It was an accident.
Bad enemy.
I don't
They were
understand.
lazy?
I don't understand how these people think like game development goes. What do they think is happening? How do you think they got this far in and like, oh darn, we forgot about that feature, the body carrying. Whoops.
I mean, the
They
most
said,
like the
"Fuck
nicest
it."
way to put it is it was on our list of things to do, and then they crossed it off eventually. They're like, we ain't doing that.
And we realized how hard it is to make a video game, and we decided, nah, we're not doing that.
Yeah, video games got hands.
Video.
We're gonna have Nix like bury and dispose of the body in lime, but I don't know.
It turns
Yeah, I
out
mean, how
playing
do
video
we even
games is fun.
program it?
Making them is work.
Nick's disposing
I
of
didn't even
bodies.
program this as a feature. It's not like this is being installed or
Oh!
anything.
to consume the
That's
body.
it. The
Just
the
eats
fat
the entire
partner,
body.
the fat starter Pokemon. He can
There
eat
you
the
go.
bodies.
He can dispose
He's
of
like
bodies.
he's like a
super fast.
blob.
He
He's
doesn't.
like a blob, and he gets bigger and bigger the more
I like-
bodies he can.
I like the idea that he doesn't actually like eat them properly. He just gets like a comically stormtrooper shaped bulge in his body.
You know, I was thinking is like you get to unlock that option. You're expecting him to eat them, and then he goes up to them and then grabs one of those blue barrels from Breaking Bad, puts the body in, and he's got like acid.
You
I got
find a
this, Kay.
bathtub.
Don't worry, I know how to dispose of bodies. I'm quite experienced there, KVS.
Now it's got Jesse's voice in my head. Like,
Again, another reminder that we're going to go another year here without that Splinter Cell remake. Oh, yeah, and again too, we're
Yeah,
still...
but what? Who even cares? Like, what is that remake going to look like? It was
From
being
these
made by
guys,
Ubisoft
yeah.
today.
Ugh. Don't
That-
even
maybe
think
they.
about it.
I hope they don't forget that
Also-
to allow you to hide the bodies.
I
in this
know.
Splinter Cell remake. Whoopsie doopsie.
Having, like,
Oopsie
having
doopsie.
Splinter Cell- Isn't it a little crazy to have Splinter Cell on your mind and actually like comment on the stealth here being worthwhile when like Splinter Cell is so much more robust as a stealth game than this?
Mhm.
I don't
really
get
seems
it.
to shine is when you're out and about on a random planet, just messing around and doing your own thing.
Hmm?
As opposed to the story missions, again, at least the ones I played, where you're given very little options when it comes to the stealth.
Bro. So all of the prepared content they provided me was kind of bad. But the other stuff, you know, that was better because I was like free, I
You don't
guess.
have any. You don't have any extra mechanics
No.
in either one. You don't get
No,
access
The
to anything
difference is that
extra.
one of them will punish you and make you restart if you get caught.
Yeah, that's what he's obviously referring to as the ones that say do not raise the alarm. That's all the story shit.
Or don't get caught. The way you can't even use your gun.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, well, it's the closest we'll get to him realizing how bad the game is.
Yeah.
And it seems if you ever stray too far off that beaten path in the slightest, then the mission's going to be failed.
Yep.
Mostly because you're not given the option of going loud and simply have to avoid being detected.
What are you doing? You alerted the station.
And yeah, dog, like it is kind of frustrating to fail these, you know, simply because you tried to experiment too much and didn't do what the game wanted you to do.
He's so
Wow.
close.
Wow.
He's
like,
so
we're
close.
brushing up against
You're
it.
getting there.
He's almost
Careful,
there,
dude.
yeah.
That rep in the Discord's getting a little impatient with you right
It's
now.
like, motherfucker, you better fucking...
You better just reverse course right fucking now.
He just turns his
Get
camera
back
on
the
and shows like
fucking
a picture.
rails.
The Ubisoft guy just turns the camera on Discord on, just shows a picture of his family. He's like,
Turn
Little
back
shrug.
now.
it also forces you to engage with what I think is the worst mechanic in the game.
Ooh.
And that's hacking into these security systems, which is this odd little mini game where you need to input the correct symbols in the correct sequence. Basically what you got to do here is choose from a bunch of symbols and try to guess the order. And then the game will let you know if you got the right symbol in the right spot, the right symbol in the wrong spot, or just the wrong symbol completely. And yeah, like it sounds fine, only the whole thing is complete RNG. And it's literally just kind of guesswork. Not to mention, if you get the combination wrong too many times, then you set off an alarm.
No, you don't.
No,
you don't.
You
That's
don't.
the biggest problem.
It
There's
looks
no
like
punishment.
it.
There was
I never
actually
had the
no
punishment.
punishment.
Yeah.
Honestly, that is arguably the biggest problem. Is there's no repercussions.
Am I watching him get filtered by like Poundland Wordle?
Well, to be fair, Theo, this can defeat you because of
It's a
how poorly
slog.
designed it is, right?
Yeah,
It's
This is
just a
something that-
slog doing it over and over.
It's because Wordle has a system. This does not. This is literally like the big thing I noticed straight away was and one of the most perfect examples, one of the earlier ones I did in my game. I guessed 2 right to start. And I was like, oh shit, good. And then I choose the next 2, which so try and picture it with this visual. The top 4 have been selected, so 2 are down and 2 are up. Next line, I select 2 because that's my cap, and then it's like wrong. Next line,
Yeah, that
select
is
the next 2,
problem.
wrong.
Right.
Next line. I've only got 1 try left now, and I was like, whoa, I've still got 8 symbols to check. So what am I supposed to do? And it's like, well, unfortunately for you, you guessed 2 right too early. Like, wait.
Yep.
So the
Well,
best way
and
to
then, of course,
win.
it feels like the best way to win is to be able to like guess all of the wrong ones first.
Yes, that is the way you best win this game in an early game. But by the time you hit the mid game, you've already unlocked 2 abilities that make it there's nothing this game can do to stop you.
And then, of course, another thing that's worth adding is the thing about Wordle is it's words, so you can use your fucking brain to figure out what the correct answer is.
Correct.
Here it's
Yeah.
just random symbols.
These are random
Well,
symbols.
so
Like,
and to be
there's
clear,
no reason
even in Wordle, if you guess 2 of the words in the correct place, you can guess.
you can still guess other letters.
Yeah, like so it's just fucked. It's like they didn't realize what was interesting and fun about Wordle.
Pretty much.
Mhm.
It's terrible. It's the worst. It's the worst minigame.
What a
in the whole
bizarre
thing.
oversight.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
what-
no, pretty bizarre.
I did these
It's
at the
pretty
end for
bizarre, but, you know, otherwise the game is pretty fun.
pretty
Mm.
fun. For the memes, I did these, but while holding my eyes shut.
Yes.
This thing,
It's
and I
funny.
did it. I only had to
Well-
look because I didn't know where my mouse was, but there was only one thing left, and it's like, okay, I did it.
So
You
something
only
I
have to
don't
cover
think
up half the screen, so yeah.
I don't know if Rags, if you unlocked it, but I know Metal and Fringy didn't. There's an ability you can unlock that auto sorts all of the yellows for you in this game.
Okay.
I saw that there were little boosters that you could use, but I could only use the default one.
I think they call
I guess
them-
you have to do like side content, side missions to
Yeah.
to get the slicing levels. But
One of
I
them-
just didn't care.
One of them gives you an extra level, as in like delays the alarm that doesn't exist. So it's just like, whatever.
Yeah, I knew that.
One of
was
them does
useless.
the auto sort for the yellows, and then the other one, I think, knocks out like 2 symbols for you automatically or whatever. But yeah, the middle one, all I did at that point, because once you get the connecting things from that first expert lady you meet about the slicing, where it means
Yeah,
that
which
as long as you get one in
makes it
one
so
section,
easy.
yeah, it's insane. You get the yellows pretty quickly, and then you just auto sort it. And so usually, I was defeating this fucking minigame in 2 tries. I was just like, there it is, done.
So
Bye.
here's the funny bit. I saw that they had these things. I saw these lines, and I was like, I don't need to engage with this. I don't even need to figure out what this means. I'm just gonna click random buttons until it's done because I don't care.
Yeah, I mean the slicing kit thing, right? Like that's the upgrade that you get. It's just so overpowered.
Yeah.
Right. And then I mean with
Well-
the sorting thing, there's no game here. It's just a wasting of time.
This goes from lame RNG that's annoying sometimes to like it's nothing. It's just a delay.
To brainless, yeah. It's a brainless delay. It's very annoying.
And if you don't get any upgrades, like I didn't bother getting any upgrades, it's still it's just a game. It feels like a gameplay disruption.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, you're not playing Outlaws anymore. Now you have to engage with this little mini game so that you can hopefully get enough credits to feel like it was worth the side trip through the mini game to get it, or something along those lines. It was just.
Well, if you do a bunch of Empire shit in a row, this becomes incredibly tedious because there's so many of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, I get why you think why he thinks there's an alarm because this pops up,
We
but
all
this
did.
doesn't mean anything.
We all thought there was an alarm, but then we're all like, "There's no alarm." That's weird.
There's no alarm. Yeah, I was like, oh, I guess not.
Most games,
Yeah,
if
call
not
its
fucking
bluff.
all of them, when you take too many tries to solve like some kind of hacking thing, it will set off an alarm. Like that's so normal.
Or it will deny you the rewards of successfully hacking it, also called failed hacking it. But in this, you just get it. It's just how much time and effort do you want to put into it.
Which just makes it this tiresome process of backing out and in again to avoid detection.
Oh yeah, you can do that too. Before you reach,
Oh,
he's right
That's
though.
true. You can actually do that. You can do that.
Oh,
yeah.
what's even the point then?
The void detection part was no, but it's like
What
the
is the
Fallout
point? Yeah.
computer hacking. It's you get infinite tries before you hit the last attempt. That you just back
It's
out of
such
the
a.
terminal. And
It's
then
also
rejoin.
fucking broken because someone might say like, "Oh, you selected too many correct too early. You better back out so that you could do worse to do better."
Yeah.
God.
It's so
That's
like
a-
I mean, it's so fucking broken.
Instead of designing a real system again, like in Deus Ex, where once you're in, you're committed, but it's like a real system. It's like an actual little game in and of itself. The hacking mini game in Deus Ex.
They should have just made it Wordle. They
Should
fuck
have
it. Should have just been Wordle.
Yeah.
You have to
With
spell
Star
out
Wars. Star Wars.
Steam, Abu Frick.
Yeah.
There we go.
Steam, yeah.
It also just kind of completely kills the pacing, to go from working your way through an area in a pretty consistent manner to then, be staring at a computer screen for 5 minutes just to turn off a nearby camera.
5 minutes?
I don't agree with him on this. Stealth games,
No.
a lot of them will have terminal hacking.
Well, again,
and stuff.
Deus Ex does this. Yeah.
It's a
Because
hacking
actually,
minigame. It's
I'm surprised
pretty
he
normal.
qualified vaguely what he meant by pacing. I was expecting him to just move on from that. So
Because I would actually argue the
For the small
reverse.
things.
I feel like this helps pacing in stealth games where you take down,
Yeah.
then reach a terminal and fuck around with some technology, and then take down. It feels like it's dynamic. somewhat.
Especially,
Yeah.
Well, especially if you're doing the little mini game and people are wandering around and you only have a certain window.
Oh yeah, that can be
to
stressful.
beat it. That could be pretty stressful. Yeah, there's kind of some of those in this, but not really. So.
Energy shield. So I don't know, hopefully the full game gives us the option to avoid this mechanic.
Technically, yes. You unlock enough to just skip them, essentially. So
That's so funny though.
I
Like
know.
I hope the full game just lets me skip this mechanic.
Because it sucks.
That's what I did with stealth. I just skipped that mechanic.
Yeah, the mechanic sucks. Anyway, here's a stealth takedown.
yeah, why? What?
Gameplay.
And then the final component of Outlaws gameplay is the ship combat. I mean, it wouldn't be a Star Wars
fuck.
game if you...
So fucking
Man,
tedious.
Ratchet and
I
Clank Crafted
hate
Time
this.
has better. It's not even an open world game, but it has way better open world space. Like that, there were little planets and asteroids and stuff that you could land on, get out of your ship, and acquire things that were meaningful from a gameplay perspective. They even had space radio, and that game came out 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't fly around and shoot at stuff, would it?
Stop.
Also, wait, what did he just
isn't
say? Go back.
There's plenty of
wouldn't be
games,
a-
of
I
Star
think
Wars
it-
games
it
that
wouldn't
don't
be
have...
Yeah, it
Go
wouldn't be a
ahead.
Star Wars game if you wouldn't run around in space shooting things. It's like-
Well, not
It-
all of those
It wouldn't be a
Star Wars games where that
without
doesn't happen.
shitty space
Exactly.
combat.
Well, maybe
Yeah,
he said
that's
something more reasonable than that. I'll roll him back.
Let's see.
Play is the ship combat. I mean, it wouldn't be a Star Wars game if you couldn't fly around.
Never mind.
Oh no, yeah.
Never fucking mind.
And just
All
shoot
right,
at stuff,
that's the
would it?
make or break for Star Wars.
Oh my god!
Like, remember the movie?
Remember in Star Wars where he said I got him, and then Han said, "Great, don't get cocky." Yeah.
Remember the Star Wars?
Sadly,
Oh,
though,
wow.
this was the stuff that I got to experience the least.
No, you were lucky. If
I
anything.
envy you.
Yeah.
I envy you.
If I had to describe this whole system, I'd probably say that it's basic but functional.
It's
Awesome.
I guess it's
It's a-
functional.
Isn't
yeah.
it crazy that you can just actually ignore it though?
I don't even
Because the
wanna get
longer I went on
into-
before I ignored
You
it,
should
I just
ignore it.
Let's put it this way:
Well,
the enemy arrives, aim at and shoot until they're destroyed. System does work. I'll give you that. There's plenty in the space shit that does not work though.
Like I can get
Yeah.
through combat every time,
Yeah.
winning. groaning in my eyes.
So with the beginning laser, you actually you at least have to aim at the crosshairs properly for it to hit. Until you get the last upgrade for the blaster that has like seeking lasers. It does like a triple shot and just goes straight to the guys without you having to properly aim at them. It was really weird.
I find it all incredibly boring, the space combat.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying that it just gets even more boring. Then you get an auto turret that kills shit for you automatically, and it's just.
Well, it's like you said. Hopefully, they unlock more and more mechanics as the game goes on that prevents you from playing the game. That'd be nice.
Well, it's just more of the trifecta, I guess, of Cave S is simultaneously an insanely talented parkourist. She's the deadliest gunfighter in the galaxy. She's an expert star pilot. She just does it all. She does all of it so insanely well. And I'm like, how are you so good at this? You didn't, when the game begun, you didn't even really know how to fly a starfighter at all. And now you're just killing everything in space that dares show its face to you.
Man, if only you would collect a crew that could, do that stuff for you so it doesn't get so weird.
Well, yeah, you could collect the crew member that's the expert pilot, and whenever you go into space, you're controlling the ship, you as the player, but the character in the world controlling the ship is the pilot that you recruited.
Crazy how difficulty can play a part in these things as well. And important to the experience.
No, you'll play your slicing game.
Okay, my bad.
You know what? I'm sure by the third game she'll be revealed to be a solo.
Oh yeah, she's the long lost.
I
that's
don't know
father.
why that
they don't mention
phrasing like bothers me so much now, but like a solo, a Palpatine.
Are you
but
a
it turns
Solo?
out Han Solo did have people. He had a love affair with Rico, and that's how KVS was born. But he had to leave because his true heart belonged to Jawa, or not Jawa.
To Chewie.
I'm sorry. This brain, even thinking about this game, is melting my brain.
My brain
did not have a sexual affair with a Jawa. Or maybe he did. Who knows? Fuck it.
Jawa. You don't even know his name. He's just Jawa.
It's just Jawa.
With the
Chewbacca
Jawa.
is a fine man. All right.
Okay. Regarding the space combat in this game, do you guys recall how they marketed this game when it was first announced at was it a Video Game Awards or an E3 or something? Do you guys recall?
Yeah, they said this definitely will not be shit. You should buy it.
It will be very poggy.
So I don't recall exactly how they worded it, but they were very clearly taking a dig at Starfield. Whereas like you can actually fly through space. You can actually land the ship on the planet. Isn't that going to be novel, guys? And like looking at the cameras, like it was clearly a dig at Starfield. and
yet it just
having
is
now
Starfield.
played them both, it really is very Starfield-esque. There's not much to do up there.
Starfield. Yeah, you're in a tiny little box of space that you can fly around in. If you go to a planet, you click a button and you get a cutscene, a foggy cutscene, so you don't even see anything.
So you don't see the actual things being loaded in or anything like that.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
You know,
Well, the difference is that the camera doesn't fade out. That's how they got Starfield beat.
The camera does not fade out; it just goes foggy. Or I suppose if you leave the system,
it's like
it
shimmying
goes
through
streaky.
the gaps,
Mm-hmm.
but in space. And it's actually, it kind of breaks the immersion too, because there are segments in the space sections where you have to escape pursuers. And when you go towards the planet in other sections and you press X or whatever to land, then you'll zoom in super fast to the planet, faster than you've ever moved before. And you're like, dang, wish I went that fast when I was being pursued by TIE fighters or whatever, but all right.
No.
Wow. This thing can move.
Again, like you fly around
This
as you'd
thing can
expect,
move.
and then lock onto enemy ships and fire your lasers or missiles to take them out. It also seems, though, like it's another avenue for exploration, because aside from exploring nearby wrecks or other...
It seems like it's another it is.
He only had
another
a few
avenue for
minutes, I guess.
exploration. It's just, it's shitty and it sucks because you're wandering around a massive asteroid debris field looking for little yellow boxes.
Fucking duranium or whatever it is, right? What's the thing you get loads of it?
You hold E and then sometimes it's quadranium is what you get a lot of
Quadranium,
the
that's
time.
it, yeah.
But the yellow boxes where you have to hold to interact, they give you just like random doodads, little knickknacks like a paint job or something.
You're like reminding me of playing it. Stop it.
Stop, man. I don't like this feeling.
Oh, you blew up
other
the
objects
thing.
in orbit, you can choose a nearby planet and then check it out on foot. With the ship events flying through.
Why did he say that like that?
Yeah, why do you say that? You could, like, hey, if there's a planet nearby, you can land on it and check it out on foot.
This
like,
ain't.
No.
This ain't that game.
The space section is like the little add-on for the planet.
Yeah, it feels like the backyard of the planet. That's not.
He acts like
that
you're gonna just
interesting.
you're just gonna stumble across planets. You're just gonna find them and you could land on them like it's Starfield or like it's an actual exploration game with really full-fledged space mechanics. Well, no, you pick one of the 3 planets to go.
Like, yeah, that line annoys me almost more than anything in this
Jabba the Hutt
review because he made it sound like you can stumble across a planet to simply land on. It's not at all how it works.
One of my viewers was like, "I found what Rags really wants now. It's Jabba the Hutt."
But
really
yeah,
don't.
it is kind of crazy to explain it in that way, kind of almost like it's like in No Man's Sky where you explore and look, there's a planet and you go there. It's like, well, there are 4 planets, you have to go to each of them, and there's no other planets or anything in the system, right? Again, it's not like in Ratchet and Clank where the space area, there'd be like 2 or 3 planets in that area, and then a bunch of things in the middle that you could land on, like a little space station or like an asteroid or something. It's just, there's the planet, here's the space around it you're allowed to explore, and then you go to the next space where the planet is.
The space part feels like a small extension of what you're here for, which is the planet. So to say, like, you're in space, and then you can discover, there's like, no.
We have a spaceship. Yeah, we have a whole spaceship thing where you have a spaceship, and this is space where you fly it. So
the space is actually remarkably fucking restricted. It's very
super restrictive.
Not space.
But you can choose a nearby planet and then check it out on foot, with the ship events flying through the planet's atmosphere in real time. Yeah, even if that real time is just
come on. You must like
what? No, you don't. You like zoom once you get the prompt to land on the planet, your ship like hyperspace is super fast to the planet.
Yeah, even if that real time is just using fog to more or less.
So then it's not real time. Why'd you say that?
It's not real time now, is it?
Did you know that you shimmy between rocks in real time?
Master loading screen.
Man, it didn't take as long to get to planets in Ratchet and Clank in the PlayStation 2. You get in the ship and then you get 2 screens of flying through space and then you're there. Here,
well,
it's
luckily, you can even do it faster because it lets you fast travel from anywhere to
you could just skip.
Yep.
Yeah,
We
you can skip this entire process with a single loading screen.
There's a lot of I'm starting to realize a lot of the late game understanding and unlocks of this game just allow you to take chunks away of not
to
doing
bypass
the game.
as much as possible.
Yeah.
The fucking graphics are all like flickering as well.
So all up, you've got the combat, the stealth, K-ship, and...
Why was that your image for the stealth?
Because beating him to death. He knows the end game of Star Wars Outlaws, and he's just giving a teaser.
That's perfect.
He's just rolling around with a stun gun, punching the fuck out of
K-ship and speeder, along with a whole arse-load of main and side missions to get lost with, all set amongst the backdrop of the franchise's most interesting time period. So what's...
Tell us about the
I don't think that's even fair. It's what you mean is where your favorite stuff is from, but that's fine.
It's just where everything is set now. Everything is set around this time.
It's Fringy, I know you want to comment on this. You gotta.
Oh, what? White text on a white background? Look at
the subtitles over. Yeah, like
if
when
you're
the
crimson drawn.
Yeah, like this is why you gotta. If you're gonna put white text against something that's white, you gotta do a black outline.
Yep.
This is hard to read. This is difficult to read.
Fringy, that's actually in the accessibility settings to put a black background over all of that.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mine was on by default, and I turned it off because the compass is a fucking huge black box on the top of your screen. So even though I lost the ability to read subtitles sometimes because it would overlap on my white health bars, because the compass is here. Let me get you a screenshot from my first stream of it. It's huge.
Again,
well, also, why
everything's
would you
in the accessibility.
Well, that's dumb as fuck. You just move the
ship,
text above. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like, above the ship. Don't put it on there. I want to. No. Presumably, you want me to see the ship, right?
I don't know, man. Some of the choices. This is a bizarre oversight, is what this is.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
I'm getting a picture for you right now.
Apparently,
Oh,
making
wait,
something
get
not
that.
bullshit to read is an accessibility option now. Sweet.
The accessibility options are crazy too. It's like
They're
6
really
pages.
Yeah, it's actually really good. It's unironically the best element of this
It's
video
the best.
game's
It's
design,
incredible.
The team
So if
working
you
on
have the
that,
black
kid.
backgrounds, that's how big the
Oh.
compass is on your screen.
Jesus, that's
Okay,
It's
that's
fucking huge.
This is lazy.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Ignore the stormtrooper. She's doing her best. Okay.
Wait, what is happening? There's just a.
This is
I
the
do
like.
remember this part of the gameplay. All of these stormtroopers here at this checkpoint are like women. It's really weird, but it's the huge black box around the
Yeah.
compass. Because by default for me, there's a black outline to a bunch of stuff, including the subtitles and everything, which does help you see them more. However, that compass, man, it's so fucking big. It's a blight on your screen.
Disgusting.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like the
It's
solution.
huge.
It's interesting.
It's
time
rectangle
period.
and/or straight.
So what's there
Yes
to
and
complain
no.
about? I mean, to be fair, it is kind of hard for me to truly go into depth on this thing, especially considering I really only spent 4 or 5 hours with it. But I think
Then yeah, it would be pretty difficult for you to go in depth on it. You could have made an attempt, though. You could have tried.
I mean, he had
Coulda-
some
coulda
criticisms
tried.
and he had some praises. You might even say he reviewed the portion that
Yeah.
he played. He unfortunately was duped, and hopefully can correct the record in future when he plays the full game.
the biggest
no,
takeaway that I have here is that I didn't hate it.
What?
And this is coming from a guy like me,
I was
someone
never
who is the most
bored.
jaded, cynical fan of the franchise.
Oh no!
You didn't know.
Nah,
Okay.
that's some
don't
stolen
buy
valor
it.
right there.
All right, that's just a lie.
No way.
Like you, K-Vess. The Hutts will be pleased.
Why is this clip here?
Good
Why is
clip.
the yeah?
The
I
Hutts
mean, I'd
will
rather
be
get-
pleased with your positive review.
Well, you guys remember Varric? He was a really cool character.
Varric, yeah,
like-
high five.
Yeah, Varric is a really cool guy.
Laser guy surgery than sit through another churned out TV show or movie. You know, where I had to watch a nameless Jedi swing around bad dragon looking lightsabers.
What?
Why would first off, I'm no
dragon.
expert or anything.
The insinuation that this somehow
as a
isn't
bad
slop
dragon
of that
enjoyer,
I was about to
caliber.
say this.
Yeah.
If we're ranking
None
products,
of those fucking lightsabers look anything like what I've got. In the
if we're
cupboard,
ranking
okay?
products, I don't know that this doesn't sink to the fucking bottom. I don't know that this is
You know,
better than
why?
Acolyte.
It's,
Why would?
it's,
Yeah, I hate
it's
nameless
really
Jedi
bad, and it's
protagonists.
way longer than the
K-Vess,
Acolyte.
though.
It's a
why
total and
longer.
fundamental failure in just about every regard.
Yeah, like at least fucking Acolyte has you can play and it has credits, it completes. Like what?
Well, at least, yeah, like, Acolyte doesn't crash, at least, you know? It doesn't freeze, and I don't have to play it. I just have to watch it, which is not fun, but at least I don't have to trudge through like 25, 30 hours of crap gameplay.
Acolyte set out
On
to
the
tell
other
like a
hand-
particular kind of story, and it like, yeah, there's anyway. Moving on.
It's hard to rank
this,
them
like,
because they're so different in how awful they are, you know?
the thing
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah,
get to with
yeah.
this is like there, from the looks of it, there just wasn't even an attempt at any stage in terms of any facets of the interactivity of the game part of the video game. No one was trying at any point.
This was definitely it comes across throughout every stage of this game. Totally passionless.
Yes.
That's super soulless.
There was
you
no,
just
you
walk
never
up-
get to that moment in this game where you go, oh wow, they really went above and beyond. You could clearly tell that they put their blood, sweat, and tears into some element of this game. Somebody there wanted, like, they considered this work like a mark of themselves, right? And they wanted to just do the best that they could just for the sake of creation. This was
sure-
like, nah, just get it out, whatever. We're
I'm
getting
sure a lot
paid.
of really talented people worked on this, but you'd have a hell of a time convincing me like any of them gave a shit.
Well, and I think that
Yeah, I
a
mean-
lot of them would honestly tell you, decades from now, yeah, Outlaws is bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was bad.
I imagine.
I'll tell you that now if you got it.
Hey, I'm giving them some room. I don't expect them to shit on the company this quickly, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'll give
Why did you have
Outlaws
that?
one. I'll give Outlaws one positive thing over Acolyte. I think I could get through Outlaws faster. So at least be done quicker.
You might be able to. I'm not
Maybe,
actually sure.
yeah.
You might be
How
able
much of a
to.
speedrunner are you?
If you sped run it. The thing is
Currently, the
that
current speedrun is
Acolyte,
at like 4 hours, I think.
Ugh.
for as bad as Star Wars Outlaws is, it's just the highs, the peaks of the enjoyment and the laughing that I got from Outlaws is it's actually hard to beat. Like I was hurting because I was laughing so much.
I will
so
say I
goofy.
very much value the game's Gollum moments to the point of putting it above Acolyte, but I don't know if that counts or not.
Oh, I do.
It's pretty amazing when you hear like on a comm link, we're sending reinforcements, and then like 5 stormtroopers fly in on speeders and then crash directly into a rock wall. And it's like, well,
you
they're
drive
here.
through a bantha herd and they all kill themselves by running into panthers, and you're just sitting there cackling like a hyena on crack, and you just man, this is the game. This is it. This is beautiful, and it's
this game could earn one of those like thank you for the memories sort of things.
I'll never forget the joy that I felt playing Star Wars Acolyte.
And look, I know it's popular to hate on Star Wars these days, as much as it is popular to hate on Ubisoft for whatever.
Yeah, I don't care about this. Like,
I know you're not
hating.
He's like, I'm not like all those other reviewers. I'm willing to say the truth.
Rags, like, if he wants to open the conversation about incentives, like, like, why don't we talk about that? Well, we're about to anyway, because we'll get to the comment section part of this soon.
Whatever the latest reason of the week is. But I do think that Massive Entertainment are really cooking something pretty interesting here. I can't really see it rocking the gaming industry to its core, though, and it does often feel like it's ticking the boxes for what an open-world Star Wars game is supposed to be, but that doesn't mean that it's bad either.
That sentence didn't make any sense.
I'm actually a little bit lost.
He said, as much as it comes across as though it's ticking all of the boxes for what a Star Wars open-world game is supposed to be, meaning a negative... Which is, like, I don't know why that would be a negative necessarily. Like, we would want it to tick the boxes for what we expect a Star Wars open-world game should be, right? But then we would also want it to surpass that?
I guess he's saying it's generic?
Yeah, but then fucking say that! Why say it like this, where I'm like, oh, it ticks all the boxes? And he's like, yeah, but it's still good. I'm like, what?
What?
Open world Star Wars game is supposed to be, but that doesn't mean that it's bad either. And you know what? It's still going to be a damn sight more fun to play through than the Battlefront remaster. I guess either way, it's not going to be too much longer now until we know for sure.
Okay.
Well, now we do.
To go.
Yeah, K-Vess.
Vess.
There she goes.
Oh my
She's
god, there's
Star
an
Warsing.
orchestra in the ship.
Woo!
Oh.
Well, that's it.
How do you make videos like this, man?
I did want to clarify. I reached out to a couple of my friends who did the same thing, and the way it worked is that they were shown the first planet, right? Tashara.
Oh, Tashara.
And you were there at the point that you get your ship, and then after playing for about 2 hours, they took you and put you into a later save on other planet.
Okay.
I see.
That explains the Kajimi
right,
footage.
so it's 2 separate game sessions.
This is how it would have worked for him.
That's how it would have worked for him, yeah.
Okay.
So he would have played for about 2 or 3 hours on the first planet around the time you get your ship, and then an hour to 2 hours on a later planet that they select, where you had a little bit more freedom to, explore. But that's why he didn't really have any of the back. Not in any way to defend it, of course.
Well, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to read his pinned comment that he wrote. And you're all gonna be so tempted to cut in, but what we're gonna do is I'm gonna read out the whole thing first. All right? What I'm gonna do?
I can do that.
I'll post you so you know how long I got left. So here we go. Here it is. Pinning this comment for posterity, and also because this is the last time I'm commenting on this, because it's really like talking to a brick wall. But the fact of the matter is, this video was not sponsored. By YouTube's own rules, you have to disclose if a video is sponsored or features paid advertising. I can get in serious trouble by not being honest about this kind of thing, and I sure as hell wouldn't risk my channel over a video for a Star Wars game. You can easily look at all my videos with actual sponsors, like ExpressVPN, Opera, etc., and see that I've turned this on. Finally, For those interested, as for the preview event, I drove 45 minutes each way to Ubisoft's Sydney office. I was paid $40 for my own parking and then sat in a room with one other content creator for 4 hours before driving home. The only thing they paid for was a cup of coffee. If you don't agree with the video, that's fine. Make up your own minds about the game when you play it. Until then, stop believing all the crap you read on the internet.
It's funny. The first thing I noticed is $40. It's like, that's probably what it would cost to park in. Or probably it might cost more than that actually to park in the maybe. But
they invited me
as
to
for
a
the
place
actual
and didn't make
takeaway,
me
so
pay for parking.
the reality is, right? It seems like a lot of people are really bad at engaging with the whole, like, paid review. It's like, the idea of just, a publisher saying, here's some money, give our game a good review, that ain't happening. But, we're going to the press event. And it's, or like, we're going to fly you out to, wherever, and then you're in a hotel, and then you get to play the game, and you get invited to other events, and you can hang out, and you can talk to the developers, and you can do your previews, and you can get them out super duper early. Like, that happens.
Yes.
And it's a question
and I would
of
argue it's still payment.
How much is that going to influence you in terms of the way that you respond to a game that's put before you and make a video about that game?
Word is access. Access.
Yes.
It's what Nerdrotic calls all the access media reviewers. Why he calls them that. They have access. They do not want to lose access. Access will decide a lot of what they'll say about a thing. And it's funny. I feel kind of bad for him. Because some people in chat were like, everything he said there is true. They're like, no. So the problem is not that people assume he's got a big sack with a $sign on it that was given to him by Ubisoft. It is that he has been influenced by the fact that he has now got a connection to them that gives him access.
Yes.
Yes.
Very straightforward.
This is my problem.
If you expand out the comment, the first comment or the first reply is, did this video have to go through a third-party approval process? And he just says no. But even then, that doesn't necessarily mean much, right? Because even if
Ubisoft
it
didn't, so
yeah, even if Ubisoft didn't approve the video, if you put out a very negative video, he wouldn't be invited back to the next event.
The reality is, do you think that anybody here is getting fucking invited to check out the next Ubisoft game at some preview event? Of course not. We've been too negative. Negative. There's no fucking way it would happen. Which should be interesting to you from the perspective of like, man, like they want you to do this. They think it will be beneficial to get you to come out to this event to play the game and then make a video about it. They expect that will yield them positive outcomes. That's something to think about in terms of the nature of how access is.
The reverse point of that is, do you believe they contacted you to review this game early via access because you're so good at your job and they just wanted your opinion desperately? Or, or because they're hoping to influence you toward a particular direction, one that you may not have taken, or one that you may not have taken as hard without this interaction, and that in future, they may just have you back again if you continue to be nice and chill, if not positive about our games, which, like, this video is surprisingly astroturfy for what the game actually is.
That's an ad. We watched an ad for 8
It feels like an ad, is correct.
6 hours, actually. But
because the nature of the analysis and criticism, the nature of the analysis was incredibly thin and much more so just descriptive of the mechanics and often presented in a way that was most positive and most lenient towards the game. And the criticisms were light. They weren't like super duper negative. They weren't super duper harsh. And the overall vibe was like, good, nice, good. And like, and the problem that you're having, because of course, like the response being like, holy shit, like you're all shitting on me. It's like, why do you think it is? It's because the video is fucking weird.
It's weird.
Like, we about this game that's so obviously crap. That's why the response is so negative.
So I dug out his Twitter account, and the same day he uploaded this video, he put out this tweet where he says, "I'm removing my Star Wars Outlaws video. I guess I forgot the cardinal rule where you're not allowed to say nice things about video games anymore."
Here we go.
And I don't want to get a month's worth of abusive comments over it. And
What a
there's two more.
fucking pussy.
Well, wait, all
I
right.
got
So
threats.
let's get some context on. I'm going to read out some of the comments on his channel. These are all top comments, just all in a row. The first and foremost is, are you going to review the game now that it's out? Which I think would be a wonderful thing for him to do. Get
Yeah.
stuck in and tell me what you think and compare it to your initial thoughts, and then talk about the introspection you can gain from that. How important is it to express your initial thoughts if they are so far beyond close to reality? I wonder. That would be an interesting topic to cover. Next one says, I'm glad I unsubscribed from this bad actor a long time ago. Where's the review for this trash? It's been out for weeks now. Pretty rough.
So is that a thing he does normally? He does like first impression and then does a video, or I don't know how he operates. I'm just wondering.
I'm not sure.
As we do.
Okay.
Another one says, did he even look at the footage he selected for the video? Laugh my ass off. I mean, some of it did seem to be directly contradictory sometimes, but it might just be he's not familiar.
Stealth, bat.
Can't wait for all the good things you're going to say about Assassin's Creed Shadows. No, it's really bad, dude. This was just a paid review, man, sold out. He replied to that saying, it's not a review. Are you dense? It was a 4-hour playthrough of an unfinished build over a month before the game came out. We're acting like previews don't exist anymore. And I think he replied to... So someone said, if this is not the review, when are you posting the actual review? And he said, no matter what I say, I'll have to put up with thousands of more asinine comments. So I guess he's not going to review it for that reason.
Get over it. Get over it.
Someone said, this will end up in a Chromecap video someday. That's possible. Someone said, usually your reviews are great, but you've messed up with this one. And he said, it's not a review. And they said, okay, maybe address the situation instead of playing semantics. Everyone's calling you out because the product the public received has none of the virtues you talked about. And he said, how is this semantics? I played a literal preview build over a month ago, before it launched. If that's not a preview, then what is? I'm not interested in addressing any situation because the people have already made their minds up regardless of what I say, and I don't even like Star Wars enough to bother trying to convince everyone else. Or anyone
Then why
else.
did you fucking drive
no,
40 minutes to
Star Wars?
Ubisoft headquarters to play the game if you don't care that much?
Why would you preface it with like, oh, I don't care about Star Wars? It's a video game. You review video games. Why would you say like, well, I don't want to justify or explain any of the things I said about this because I don't care about Star Wars as an intellectual property. It's a video game, and you made a video on it.
If it was a new IP, then what? What's the excuse if it was a new IP?
Exactly.
Honestly, I
Hold
don't
on,
think
he said in the video. He said in the video that he did care about Star Wars. He's one of those like disaffected fans.
I mean,
Yeah, I thought so,
Of course,
but-
that's a bit awkward as well.
I feel like that comment might be the best one, the quickest way that got to him in the sense that he received it. The fact that he said everyone's calling you out because the product the public received has none of the virtues you talked about. It's really hard to argue that that's not the case here because it is.
It clearly is. You would be a madman if you thought otherwise.
Well, and that something should be done. Surely, something needs to be fixed.
I suppose it's weird because it seems like it's such a misalignment between essentially. If the way we're meant to take it of like, yeah, man, this was just my earnest takeaway from this game. It's like, it is so like out of line with fundamentally like what is factually true about the game, but also like what your audience thinks about it and the way that you talked about it. Like, it's just a weird, it's just a bizarre video.
I just don't understand. Like, I don't know why it's so hard for people to just take the L and then just like, okay, you know what, this is actually not that great.
I think it's a great opportunity to think about the
it
nature
happened
of your
to me
job.
with fucking Alan Wake 2. Watch my first stream of Alan Wake 2. It's like, yeah, this is pretty interesting. And we're like, can't wait to play more and see what happens. Then I watch you and Ass play. It's like, shit, this fucking shit sucks balls. and then I was the only one who finished it.
I mean,
that's the bad ending.
They tricked you.
I was tricked.
So then this was mentioned, and I know this is true because I watched his video on it. Star Wars Theory, the biggest Star Wars YouTube channel, was initially invited as well, but when he asked if he was able to write a bad review if he felt the game was bad, he was immediately ghosted. He did not think it was good, by the way, and gave up playing it after it froze, I think, twice in a row. He was like, alright, I'm good.
I don't know, I suppose like it feels like this in a sense kind of highlights like a big problem that sort of exists, which is that in a lot of ways the creators are very reliant on the publishers rather than the other way around. Not in the sense that the kinds of videos that people make about the games have no impact. Of course they do. I mean, that's part of the equation. But it's more so that you as an individual have very little power compared to if the company's just like, nah, you ain't getting no review codes, no nothing. Like, you don't get invited to any of the events. You never get to do any of the previews. Meanwhile, all of your peers might be doing the same thing. And then there's a level of, I don't know, it's like, it's if you're doing like a good enough job at being like a critic, you should probably be in a place where like, yeah, the companies kind of wouldn't like you that much. You certainly wouldn't want to be in a place where you could be getting easily hired by these companies, which has happened plenty of times with people in like gaming press, where they were in the gaming press and then they end up working like actually PR for like PlayStation or any of these companies. It just seems like that shouldn't be the case if you're because if you're being like comprehensive and critical, like, they should kind of be, like, not happy with what you're making, in a sense.
There should be a bit of a confrontational element to that relationship.
In a sense.
You both, like, you should both kind of need each other in a way, but you should also both be like, we can't be friends, though.
Yeah, if you give me a product, I'm going to talk about it truthfully and see if I like it. Or you know what? I actually only accept it if I know I'm going to like it.
If Disney invited all expenses paid and cast and crew meet and whatever for the Ray movie for me, Rags, and Fringy, and let's just say for the sake of explaining this, we'd already agreed, so it's happening. We're doing it. I would make that so fucking abundantly 100%, 1,000 billion% clear at the beginning of the video, even if I actually made it. But then, I like the funny thing is, like if. It's really difficult to hypothetical because I don't know if I would agree to it in the first place. But if I did, the only way is if I'm allowed to be negative. I'd have to say, like, guys, you understand, you're more than likely going to make something shit. Like, I don't know how to do this. Like, so, the thing is,
I would accept.
If I made the video and it was negative and in the sort of usual fashion, I made fun of it in whatever way, and someone said, like, so you weren't compromised, I'd probably be like, no, probably was. Like, it's almost impossible not to be when you go into a situation like that. It's just not in a way that's going to cause any harm to anybody at all. This is why this one's more of a problem, because it's like an awful product that has been raised all the way up to... What do you call? What's the video called? It might actually be pretty good.
Star Wars Outlaws might actually be pretty good, which is so far removed from its actual quality.
Yeah, I consider Star Wars Outlaws pretty noxious. Like, it shouldn't be.
Yeah. It's one of the worst.
It shouldn't be sold, to be honest with you.
Wow.
It's not finished.
Yeah,
it's not functional.
It's so dysfunctional. It's so dysfunctional. And it's not just the bugs. It's not just that it's buggy and unpolished. It's that, like, a lot of the core design and like the core features are just clearly like incomplete or rushed.
But yeah, just having just a feeling when you get to play the thing or see the thing. I mean, that's why so many people or reviewers go to watch these early screenings of I don't know, fucking John Wick or whatever. And then they come back home, it's like, oh, it was amazing. We got to meet some of the crew, and we got this goodie bag, and yeah, the movie was also awesome. But then I got some drinks, and it's like, oh,
it is impossible for that not to change your perception. Of course,
it happened to me. Like I watched the second Avatar because it was just a good day. I was hanging out with friends. We had some drinks. I think we went out to the city, and it's like, oh, let's go watch the Avatar movie now, and then we just had a good time. And then I came out of the cinema, I was like, yeah, I think it was alright. And then I rewatched it, and it's like, shit.
It's why they do it. It's why they get people to do this. It's because it works.
Exactly, right.
Oh, well, yeah. That's right.
Absolutely.
You know how, like, you know how for a lot of like Marvel slop, there's like the Twitter reaction embargo and then like the actual review embargo. You notice that? Like, usually there'll be most of the time the Twitter reactions are pretty positive. Like, consistently for a lot of these Marvel projects, but like in a very vacuous and way. And it's like, I don't know, man, how much of that would be influenced by like the thought of shit, well, I don't want to say anything too negative, otherwise I might be totally shut out, and then that would be bad for me. I don't know, it's just something to think about, that's all.
Yeah.
Access, exactly.
Access,
it's a powerful thing.
Some more comments. How much did they pay you? This aged worse than expired milk. Man's rear got obliterated by Ubisoft for that sweet, sweet money.
Oh, no.
The fact this has the lowest views of your most recent videos says a lot. I came from the future. It was not good at all. How does it feel to shill for a game that completely flopped? You have no integrity. Damn, these are top comments.
Jesus.
Those are people who watch him.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really rough.
Excellent
Getting
wig.
On his Twitter,
blasted. Jesus.
on his Twitter, he said that the comments in the video are 90% negative.
I can
But he
believe
did
that.
eventually
Yeah.
decide to. He did eventually decide to put the video back up after some people said you should
Well, I
stand
mean,
by your
clearly they're
opinion.
watching it.
Yeah.
You should stand
Well,
by
you
your
should
good
stand-
opinions.
yeah,
but you should you should revisit your bad opinions with improved good opinions and be like, guys, I was wrong. I
Yeah.
was so wrong.
I think it would
We're
be
looking at a
interesting
video that was
video
let out
if
of
he.
jail, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be an interesting video he could do. It's like, hey, let's actually like see what I was maybe thinking and why that happened, and let's see how it actually is, and maybe reflect a little bit. I think it would be just a super interesting video to watch.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
at
think
least
so,
turn
too.
that scar into a band-aid.
He could say like, "Oh well, I thought the system based on the demo was going to be this, this, and this, but it actually went this way instead, and here's why
Yeah.
that's bad." That'd be a fun video.
500 Uber points have been deposited into your Uber bank.
Yeah, Uber bank.
Looks
I can
terrible.
afford the new Trailblazer skin from the Ubisoft store.
Neato. Bad
Which is a
textures,
real thing.
bad facial animations, bad AI, basic shooting and stealth, etc. Name one thing this game does that's great. I'm not seeing it. There isn't anything.
And one thing it does that is decent.
This reminds me, I forgot to cancel my Ubisoft Plus thingy, so they got an extra bag out of me. Those bastards.
Yeah.
I'm glad I found a code for it. Someone was like, "Hey, you should." A friend of mine was like, "Hey, you should check like G2A, see if they got a code or something." I was like, "Oh yeah, that's right." And so I got like $22 off. I didn't have to pay $70.
Well,
the only way to
you're-
play this game is through
Heaven
Ubisoft
to you,
Connect.
bro.
You're
Oh.
clearly-
Yeah, I just got the UB Connect thingy because it was like $17 or whatever.
Yeah,
Yep,
like their
same thing I
monthly,
did.
whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah, but now it's
Yeah, I don't need to
double
own this
because I
game.
forgot to cancel.
You're clearly
I don't
giving this
know how
game
far-
way more sympathy and excuses than other games you've dunked on that were way similar. You've cucked on this review. And there's 170 likes. Oh dear.
God
damn.
And this will bite you in the ass. Nobody wants this game, but okay, smells like a paid review. Ubisoft loved Far Cry so much they made it their genre. That's not even... this game is so much worse. Did you sign the paper that says you can't give it a negative review? A German YouTuber leaked the rules for getting a review copy.
That was me, sorry.
Metal.
Whoops.
I'm curious what those rules are.
It was Schweizenheimer 1,
I
2,
would
3.
be curious too. Actually, is that a? Let me maybe Google a bit.
Yeah, I
see
got
if can
nothing on
find
that,
it.
but yeah. Game is going to end up being dog shit. You lost big time with this one. I'm done listening to YouTubers who are so-called reviews. All BS. You got paid to review it. Good. That's the end of it. I'll see myself out.
God damn.
So, broadly
Shafted
speaking,
by his audience.
a bad reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
So I scrolled a bit further down in the comments than you did, Muller. I found 2 comments I wanted to point out. So one of them, he's replying. So the guy says, "Failing to disclose your relationship with Ubisoft, what you receive for reviewing the game in advance, etc., etc." And then G-Man here, he replies with, "I have no relationship with Ubisoft.
Oh
this is
my
not a sponsored
God.
video." But you do because you went there. That's the.
Of
like,
course
that's
he
the point.
does,
It's
yeah.
not yeah. It's not a financial relationship because you're not getting paid, but it's an access
Probably not
relationship.
sexual.
And then the next comment is Synthetic Man was right.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's our guy.
That's because Synthetic Man saw a not a supermodel woman who was a minority, and he said, "Woke DEI, BlackRock, Sweet Baby Inc. I hate Jews." And then people were like, "Yeah,
Please
true."
subscribe.
Everyone's
Dude,
like, "True."
That's just his catchphrase.
true."
I didn't realize Dev was right. If you scroll down, you start finding some deep. So someone said unsubbed, and he said, "Don't let the door hit you on the way out." And they said, "Don't let Ubisoft money choke you when you spend it." He said, "If you're the kind of person who has a mental breakdown over a single video that has a difference of opinion, I genuinely don't want you as a sub." It's like, bro, what do you mean?
Make these comments.
Whoa.
Why would you make these comments?
There are plenty
Player
of
moment.
single opinions you can express that would make me want to unsubscribe. Of course there are. What do you
Only
mean?
hurt yourself by making these comments. Why
Yeah.
would you do this?
Someone
I've
said
received,
they're
like, some
they're
really shitty
unsubbing.
comments. but,
They said
like,
same here, and he said bye.
Dude, stop it.
I'm not bitter at all.
You're very bitter. It's okay.
I don't
I'm
even
very
care about
secure.
Star Wars now.
If you did something online and everyone hated it, I imagine that would feel bad. But don't do this.
Theo, on that subject, someone said, I really don't think you should be replying to all these comments. And he said, so I'm supposed to endure literally hundreds of insults, and I can't reply to any of them. Great logic, mate.
Welcome to the internet.
What do you mean you can't? No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't.
You can.
Well, yeah, you can absolutely
replying to all of them.
Don't read them.
And you don't have to play
You can
victim
just not
later
read
once
them.
you've antagonized everyone.
If you want to like reply to some of the people who you think maybe could be reasoned with or whatever, do that. But don't do this. Like, yeah, don't let the door hit you on the way out. What are you doing, man? What's the point?
Yeah, I mean, there
wasn't a door to get in. The joke's on you.
there is a weird balance here because I do recall that one viral Total Biscuit video where he basically said, "Yeah, okay, you didn't like my opinion, and you're unsubbing. However, I still think I'm right, and if this is something that is worth unsubbing for you, then you kind of have to go, right?" So okay, fair enough. They're like when I put out my Stellar Blade video, I got a bunch of unsubs. But I was ultimately correct in my opinion. Like this, I'm sure this guy probably regrets his take on this game. I don't regret my take on Stellar Blade.
It's not even
but
about.
I did get some subs for that.
Not about how he felt or what he saw. It's like recognizing the game is out now, and we've got confirmation it's fucking horrendous. What do you have to say as someone who promoted it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You used your integrity to sell this to people.
You have to understand that that's like, come on, you get it, right? Like, if you're saying that you think something is good, you would expect and potentially hope that people go and play that game, right? And then conversely, if it's something that's bad, that you would encourage them not to spend their money on that and play something else instead. You know what the outcome of this video is. Obviously, most people thought it was shit, but someone out there was like, oh, maybe, like Star Wars Outlaws is pretty good based on what was said here, where so much of it was either like basically surface level with no analysis or eventually turned out to be inaccurate. And it's just like, it's not, I don't know. It's like,
someone else says, this aged just as horrendously as we expected. Wonder how much Bro got paid. And he said a month ago, how did this age horribly? The game's not even out yet. That's someone else has said it's out now and it aged horribly.
like I don't think anyone is, maybe they are, but I don't think anyone here is accusing this guy of actually getting physically paid for doing
not
this.
In money.
No, not in money, but there is in kind,
that's not how it works.
right? Like that's the whole concept of why, if you're a political appointee, you have to disclose gifts and things like that because it's understood, right? Like it is understood that by being invited to the Ubisoft offices, by meeting the people there, by getting their Discord account, by having these things, you've gained in some way. You've then been given a video which gained you thousands of dollars in AdSense.
Well,
which
it's early
gained
access that other people didn't have, right?
Correct.
Like other people don't get to play the game early and make a video beforehand that can get like massive viewership because there's only a certain number of people who even have access to the game at this point.
Right. So you've gained money, you've gained, connections, you've gained cachet potentially if you did some big video that was very popular, right? Like you've gained out of this. It is not a zero transaction. That's not what's happening here. You're not being charitably given this. Both of you are gaining from it, right? Ubisoft is gaining exposure and you are gaining things from it too. It is absolutely a transaction regardless.
Let's assume like the most charitable possible version of this, right? Where like the game he played, whatever it was, is just absolutely not at all representative of the game as it came out. And like he's been duped in some sense too, right? Should he not then be mad at Ubisoft for sock puppeting him for his reputation?
Yep.
Rather than getting mad at the viewers for saying that that's what they think is essentially occurred.
That's what the lizards have done. They have sock puppeted you in order to use your like platform reputation and good word essentially in order to sell their product to people.
But instead you're like, fuck you guys, I had to pay for parking to go play the game.
Yeah, which is so said
my response would be
this is why Metal was correct.
My response would just be, they didn't even pay for your parking? Man, you're just...
What a cheap Well, on that point, someone said, you were that cheap for Ubisoft? And his reply is, not as cheap as your mum. What the fuck are you doing?
Okay, dude. You
Jesus.
do not get to play the victim anymore. Come on.
I was going to say, it's like, you're not exactly helping your position.
Wait, are you saying my mother's a high class prostitute, or like what? Like she's expensive to have sex with?
Someone take away his
She's not cheap.
keyboard.
You're saying my mom isn't cheap?
Take away his keyboard.
But yes,
Are you
Oh
implying
my
you couldn't
God.
afford my mother? Like, I don't even, like, what's
this
happening?
is why the ideal thing to do would have been to make a follow-up video and been like, okay, I was wrong, right? Like
Yep.
if you actually believe you were wrong and it's clear that you were objectively,
Well,
then it's time to make another video.
Or
you know?
just
The problem,
take the
so
fucking
the
L.
way reading these comments, the way he's contextualized it is, all I did was play what they gave me and tell you what I thought. There's no way I can be wrong.
Dude, if
Well,
we
that's
really
wrong.
are just like hustling and like we're okay with just fleecing people out of their money, essentially, just don't say anything, man.
Yeah, that's
You're
right. This is a
only making it worse.
$70 video game. $70.
The
Well,
base
that's only the
version.
standard edition.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
and it
no-
would-
that's right.
Either, like,
So it would be
$30
retarded
special.
not to say there are people who bought this game because of this video. There absolutely are.
Of course.
Of course
yeah.
there are.
So that's already bad. Like, I hope they get refunds because the game is fucking horrendous. But yes, our adventure is not over. That's all just dandy. We've
That's
got
just an appetizer.
quite yes. So our first article is from Games Radar, and it's regarding comments
Oh,
made
God.
related to this game. We got 3, right? And they're all rather amusing. So, making
har.
solid games isn't enough when you have gamers
Oh,
expecting
yeah.
extraordinary experiences. Ubisoft
I saw
CEO
that
says
headline. and
after
I rolled
Star Wars
my
Outlaws.
eyes.
As Ubisoft works to turn things around after a few bad years, CEO, I'm just going to say the CEO, reckons making good, solid games won't cut it. On the heels of Assassin's Creed Shadows' delay, which has made Ubisoft's 2024 noticeably lighter, the CEO discussed plans for the future. Bear in mind, this past February, he described Assassin's Creed Mirage as a turning point for the studio's output as it works to regularly put out good games again. In his words, quote,
I've heard bad things about that game. But
the
continue.
beginning of our turnaround to consistently creating and delivering high-quality, long-lasting games. Yeah, I bet you wish.
It almost feels like it really should be like couched in a much more serious context of now that Ubisoft stock is at like a decade low and investors are very, very concerned about the future of the company.
Yeah. Didn't they go like from
Uh,
80 to
Timo
10
has,
euros or something?
Dude,
Yeah,
Something
they
like that,
got
yeah.
Yeah.
50%. They
were at,
lost
like,
50%.
Holy shit.
It's well, the thing is, if you put it into perspective from their all-time high was something like 100 euros. Now they're down to what, like 5-6 euros per share. It's like really, really dramatic drop off.
Speaking on an investor conference call today, the CEO reckoned that good just ain't good enough. Quote, in today's challenging market and with gamers expecting extraordinary experiences, delivering solid quality is no longer enough, the CEO said. We must strive for excellence in all aspects of our work. This will enable the biggest entry in the Assassin's Creed franchise to fully deliver on its ambition, notably by fulfilling the promise of our dual protagonist adventure with Naoe and Yasuke, bringing 2 very different gameplay styles. This stance, which warrants the immediate counterpoint that perhaps this might not be only not be enough for AAA products that guzzle money like a Humvee guzzles gas, follows positive but not ravenous reception for Star Wars Outlaws, which Ubisoft clocked at a Metacritic score of 76
Okay.
and average
Guys, shut up. This is
score
a professional writer.
user score of 3.9 out of 5. Sales aren't exactly great. So Ubisoft's open world Star Wars game is now coming to Steam in November with its first DLC in tow. And the devs promise multiple free updates to come after. Yeah, one free update. They made me fix in the game. It's just, don't worry, we won't charge you for that. Assassin's Creed Shadows was also specifically delayed based on learnings from the Star Wars Outlaws release regarding polish.
Dude,
out of the
that
option.
Humvee thing.
This can be more
Yeah, the
than
Humvee thing was a
They nearly
curveball.
tripped over
And
the
then,
Humvee thing.
they're like 4 articles deep, like that they've written today, and they're just at the bottom
Yeah.
of the Stirling barrel. You know, like
I think what I find so funny about this is like a worthless article. You've just essentially promoted like PR speak that Ubisoft wants so that the company
Yeah.
looks good. Like, you haven't actually provided any analysis at all. It's just like, yeah, the Ubisoft CEO said, "Hey, we're gonna make good games." Anyway, that's it. Yeah, look at our Star Wars Outlaws review, please.
Yeah, Ubisoft
Well, I think it's
just,
a Rage Bait
saw
article,
Games Radar
actually.
just like retweet their fucking post
Press
essentially and be like,
release.
"Oh, sick!
Yeah.
Thanks,
Looks
guys."
like
I find
Games
it
Radar gave it a 3.5 stars out of
Dude.
5. A
So they
7
gave
out
it
of
a
10.
7 out of
It's a
10.
7 out of
Yeah.
10.
Wow.
It's like
Here are
IGN,
the.
right?
It's just
God.
I will list you
All
the
of them.
pros and the cons. The pros are snappy combat, excellent atmosphere,
Hmm.
smart reputation and progression systems.
No.
Mhm.
The
yeah.
cons are poor stealth systems,
Hmm.
repetitive mission design,
Hmm.
frustrating lockpicking and hacking minigames.
Mm.
You can skip those though; it's fine.
Skip them.
Smart That's insane. This person, who is this person? Josh West, you suck.
Yeah, Josh.
I
So-
find it
like
amusing
February?
when I.
Editor in
sorry.
chief. Holy shit, he's the editor in chief of Games
Okay.
Radar. 7
What
out
was
of
Oh
that,
10.
wow. Okay.
Oh, I'm just finding it amusing when when the guy says, "Oh, in today's challenging market with gamers with extraordinary experiences, delivering blah blah blah." I'm just sitting here like, okay, how do you explain like games like Vampire Survivors where you actually just run around and pick shit up?
That's
it's fun. and people love it.
extraordinary
Yeah.
that they could make a game that way, Metal.
How do you explain Balatro?
Balatro fucking
yeah.
murders Outlaws. It's so funny.
It's just how
What-
about you start with just making a functional game first,
Good start, yeah.
and
good start.
mechanics that work, and maybe a story that's kind of cohesive,
It's
No.
almost as
and then
if
we work from there.
these games don't need to be these giant fucking megalith mono products that
Yeah.
like everyone in the universe can play and
Forever.
that costs like literally everyone's
much money.
souls.
They,
I mean-
they're so funny. They want to release almost fucking like bi-yearly a game that everyone will play forever. It's
Yeah.
like, guys, I don't think this is gonna work.
I'm
Nope.
gonna run out of time to play any of these.
This is why
So
Space Marine
this-
2 was so nice and refreshing. It's like a pretty short campaign that is like nice and linear. You shoot some things, has really cool set pieces. It's fun, it has solid game mechanics. And then you can do the operations and you can use more of the game mechanics. And you can do PvP. They have PvE in there. They have like a pretty good roadmap already with like apparently every content except like cosmetics are going to be free. So you just get free content.
I gotta tell you, Metal, I don't think what you're doing right there is a good example of how games are not trying to take over everything in your life and use all of your time. Because you're like, oh, it's so refreshing when Space Marine 2 came out and then did everything all the other game companies did by having this roadmap and all these multiplayer things. I don't think that was as good an example as you would like.
Yeah, but the game functions and works.
It was still a good game, though, was the
works.
point.
All right,
Yeah.
that's a plus.
Yeah, well, and he's also saying that's like 8 or 9 hours, and when it comes to the campaign, we don't need like a 30-hour epic or anything like that. Just
I'll
make a
take a
really good
30-hour
experience that's about.
Well, but
Well, I mean,
Right, and I thought that's where he was going with it, but then he was like, and then they're adding all this other stuff, and it's like, yeah, okay.
No, I'm just saying you get more free stuff on top of the game that's already fun and plays very well.
I get it, dude.
you brutalized him.
Outlaws is getting free
I
updates.
hate you.
What do you mean? Outlaws is getting free updates. They're gonna
Yeah,
add.
Outlaws
I
is
think
getting
what
free
they're gonna
updates.
do.
No,
They are
is gonna
going-
be-
They're
You
gonna
know
add a
what-
functional game to it, maybe.
Where you used
No,
to fall
they're
through the
gonna add an
floor,
option.
they're gonna add floor for free. That doesn't make you go
Oh
through it.
man,
Oh yeah. I think they said they're going to add an option to refund the game directly from the Trailblazer. They're going to add a. There's going to be a little station.
Rags, you
Yeah.
press it, just blue screens. Like, wait a minute.
I mean, I know what you're getting at though, Metal, because like I'm currently playing through the new Zelda game, and it's just like a fun, contained experience. Everything works. It's the quality that I expect. It's the it's the franchise that I love. Like it's just it's a good game, and it's worth the money, and I don't got to worry about all this bullshit. It's just nice,
So, Article 2. This one I just want to read it out, right? So, Star Wars Outlaws not letting you shoot from the speeder, quote, wasn't an easy choice.
Okay.
Isn't that curious? What could
I
happen
feel like
here?
it was though.
The
Let's
absolute
discover.
idea that there were these difficult,
you,
groundbreaking development questions going on in that room, and this is the result.
Oh,
Could you
we
post
gotta
a
read
link?
this, okay? Because it's just funny. Star Wars Outlaws lead gameplay designer has explained why Kay Vess can't freely shoot from her speeder, noting that it wasn't an easy choice. It's been a few days since Star Wars Outlaws launched, and while the reception from fans has mostly been positive so far, there are a few key complaints that have made towards it, such as the high focus on stealth. That's not
That's not the criticism.
It's that the stealth is shit.
Yeah, and
you have to do it.
The short campaign.
Relatively short campaign. Every like 25 hours. It's not that short.
One of the biggest, though, is Kay's inability to shoot while riding her speeder bike.
I would say that that's considerably lower than a lot of other major criticisms.
Like the game working?
Yeah.
You spend a lot of time on the speeder in Star Wars Outlaws, and most of the time we'll see you speeding away from imps and other baddies out to get ya. Despite having a blaster at all times, Kay strangely can't shoot from it while using the limited Adrenaline Rush takedown move, which takes a while to recharge and isn't super reliable because of it. Here's why Kay can't shoot from her speeder in Star Wars Outlaws. It's a pretty strange gameplay choice, and one that Star Wars fans have been vocal about over the past few days. Do you know how much padding there is just to get to this answer?
I know.
Extend for as long as you can. Although it looks like it's going to be sticking around in Outlaws, Massive Entertainment's lead gameplay designer Friedrich Thylander has at least revealed why the decision was made in a recent interview with Games Radar. Thylander explained that the original trilogy of Star Wars movies focused on speeder bike chases that all of the characters using them were usually evading instead of shooting.
Oh my
God.
Oh, come on.
Massive meant to replicate this feeling and didn't want players to just be able to ride in and assault people from a speeder. Quote, "We wanted to make a mechanic that made you experience chases rather than having you feel as though you can ride in and assault people from the speeder."
I'm
Yeah, but
so
by
right.
that-
I was right.
Geez.
This is a lie, and I was right.
Yeah, this feels like a lie.
Oh, this is so a lie. I was.
Well, hold on,
totally
because
right.
it's the next paragraph.
Thylander
another one.
also
Oh.
explained
that the decision came down.
Yes.
The decision came down to having trouble programming the speeder to drive nicely if you were ever aiming your blaster while driving. A difficult task when trying to jump around and go at high speeds. Overall, Thylander admits that it wasn't an easy choice, but that he's happy to hear how the fans respond to it and take the feedback in mind.
Well, take the feedback in mind. What are you going to do about it? You're not going to fix it, right? Like
Other games have done this though. Like it's not impossible.
Yeah, but
probably
those
not getting
games
a
are
sequel either. So like I don't even
I mean,
know
this is
what's the
work.
point.
If you played the game,
to do that.
played the game thoroughly, and then you just read that, does this not come across as though the people like fucking making this game haven't made games before?
Well,
Yep.
what this
Well,
would
he does
ultimately mean is that they would have to do a lot of work doing the programming and a lot of the animations and everything like that for ultimately what would be a small part of the game. It wasn't worth it. You focused on other things. That's the reason. It was too difficult for the small thing that it is in the game. That's it. That's the reason. Also,
Well-
lol 7 out of 10. On this site too.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Where did their $300 million go then?
I took him. So.
On Nix.
German gold in Argentina.
On those very hyper detailed animations of eating food.
Those beautiful NPCs, yeah.
The final article, and this is just to prompt the subject, as I was mentioning, we were going to cover it eventually. Star Wars Outlaws was plagued with issues at launch, some of which led Ubisoft to make drastic tweaks. It wasn't well received by the general market. I like that this is more honest because it's in the future. Like the other articles were less aware. And gamers worldwide have been giving it a pretty low score. It comes as no surprise to learn that in an entire month on the shelves, Star Wars Outlaws has sold just 1 million copies. Not as many sales as Ubisoft would have expected, which explains the recent comments about the game's performance proving softer than expected. It's also
I
partly
love
why
that PR speak. Softer rather than worse.
softer. Also partly why
Softer is a much more approachable word.
Yeah, you have to make the
Better than
word sound
it's worse
nicer.
than we wanted. It's bad.
The sales are
Really.
balls. The sales were bantha poodoo.
Bantha
So
Voodoo.
1 million, $1,070, 170 million. Is that it? Is that how it is? I think.
Well,
No, that's not the math.
you probably have to average out the
170
other versions as well, right? An average of.
Yeah.
Also, partly why
They're
Assassin's
not making money
Creed
back.
Shadows was considerably delayed, being pushed back to November 2024
I don't
from
think I
then
would-
to February 2025.
I would say it's not a considerable delay. I'd say it's the most that they could do it without pushing it past March. They would want it out before March because of the earnings and stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, quarter four.
So yeah, this was probably as far as they were allowed to do it, because if it got pushed into any later than that, then yeah, that would be bad for them.
Insider Gaming hasn't been able to learn what the expected sales figures were for Star Wars Outlaws, but we have secured a current sales figure from sources close to the game. At the time of writing, Star Wars Outlaws has just ticked over 1 million sales worldwide. To put that into perspective, we reported in January 2024 that after 3 months, Assassin's Creed Mirage had hit the market. It had secured 5 million sales. Ooh.
And Assassin's Creed Mirage was not a full-blown proper Assassin's Creed game, as I understand it. It was DLC that they spun off into a single, like a new game, so probably didn't cost as much to develop either.
You know what the devs are saying right now is dank Farrick. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's right.
Ugh.
According to Inside Your Gaming, Mirage has accumulated 5 million players and estimated 250 million in revenue as of January of 2024.
That's pretty good for them.
Yeah, and,
I think the Mario and Rabbids games are doing pretty well for Ubisoft too. So
I don't
not
think
dead yet.
I don't think that's the case, right? Didn't the newest
Oh,
one
really?
not do well either? Yeah.
As someone who loved
okay,
the
my
first
bad.
one, I didn't like the second one. They changed all the mechanics. It upset me.
How many of these sites are there, by the way? Insider Gaming, the Gamer,
That's a lot.
Games Radar, like...
There's a lot of this shit, yeah.
Game fucker.
What do they do?
Big Gamer Cox.
Big Gamer Cox. Bad Dragon Lightsaber Games.
By the way,
no, that's .org.
I like how it says it sold this many in 30 days, and it's not expected it'll shift many more. It's like, no shit. It's got the
Obviously
worst word
not.
of mouth ever right now. It's like everyone's like, stay the fuck away.
This shit.
So, Mahler, can I add one article to the pile?
You are welcome to.
I love reading. Reading is magic.
Oh, another gamer side.
Oh, it's the gamer. We're back.
The Gamer.
We don't got to read the
Insider.
whole thing, but it is kind of funny.
All right.
History is going to be kind to Star Wars.
2 days ago.
If this was published 30 days ago, maybe like, I could buy why they said it.
This is 2 days ago. Let's see here. What makes a video game bad? I would normally describe it as an experience that plays or looks terrible, or constantly get in its own way with poorly developed characters, narratives, or game design where levels and mechanics are a frequent frustration. So
That's
many
the
things
Outlaws.
have to go wrong for a game to truly be bad. But when standards are so high, that doesn't matter.
Oh, stop it. Stop.
There we go.
Standards.
Blame the gamers.
Standards
Standards
so
are
My
too high
standards
now.
are that it's functional and not shit. My standards are not shit. You know what? I'll even be. It might even be lower than that. If you have a bad game that at least has one thing that's memorable and interesting, I'll walk away with not like a terrible thing, but like, oh hey, at
Yeah.
least you tried to do something interesting that was a part of it that was memorable. Like, okay, that's something at least. But what's happening here in Outlaws other than like making my face hurt from laughter? What am I gonna think about?
A friend asked me what score I was going to give Star Wars Outlaws. Without skipping a beat, I threw out a 7 out of 10. The score I had
Because fucking everybody does.
Everybody does that, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a fact now. It's not even a meme anymore. It's like,
Yep.
oh, what did they give it? Oh, it's a 7. Okay, of course it is. Okay, sure.
This is a respectable score and one that I've given to plenty of decent games over the years. By the Gamer's Review Guide, a 7 out of 10 is good. But to many, it's become a sign of mediocrity.
Sorry, not has become. It's been that way for like 15 years at this
Yeah.
point. Video game review scores are way too skewed to the higher numbers. It's been like back in PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 times, a 7 was viewed as a bad thing. But of course it was, because so many games were getting reviewed as like 8 or 9. If you got a 7 compared to most games that were coming out at the time, yeah, that was a low score. It's not a recent phenomenon. It's a problem that's been in the review space for video games for a while.
There's too much like compression up at the top end there, and it leads to like no delineation between them. Mostly because this isn't really used in terms of delineation. It's just there is a threshold of around like 7.5 plus of I will buy this, and below that I won't.
But I mean, it's the reason why IGN has weird scores like 9.7 or like 8.3. These weird, like,
just use a 100
It's
scale.
just a little bit better than the 9.6s out there. Just to let you know, if you were thinking about which one you were going to buy the 9.7. It's just a little bit better.
And I mean, in my view, games are a lot shittier now than they used to be. So the fact that we're now still sticking with 7 being the average instead of 5 being the average, and I think 5 really should be the average. Now that we've kind of regressed back into a period of games generally being shittier, but they're all still being given 7s. It's like, well, now I guess you got to buy only 9s or something,
or at least Arkansas 8s.
Nah.
So I've been reading through this article. I don't think the rest of it really needs to be read, but there are 2 paragraphs here that are pretty
Dev.
interesting.
Dev was like, I can't wait to read the rest of this article.
No. Don't worry. I also agree. It's mostly just bullshit, but it is funny at least.
Well, these two paragraphs I think are actually pretty interesting.
Damn, Dev, you were wrong. He just
even with its flaws,
let him go.
What
Rags.
sits at the
Jesus.
center is what sits at the center is a competent open world game that in many ways is a welcome breath of fresh air. It isn't overcomplicated or needlessly ambitious. It stays in its lane and does a nice job of it. But unless you're a masterpiece, it's impossible to avoid being dragged into a bizarre culture war or unwarranted critical mauling. In the present day, Star Wars Outlaws has been cast aside as a forgettable failure thanks to our standards being so high and the industry being stuck in a destructive cycle of needing every single AAA game to be a flawless masterpiece or a catastrophic failure. The culture allows little wiggle room, and gamers are so expectant these days that if a game falls out of its good graces even once, it might as well not exist. Minds were made up about Outlaws a long time before its launch, and that's not fair.
I'm sorry. The reason why you release trailers and shit is because people are going to form an opinion about what you're putting out there. Judging the whole game by it, sure, they can't do that, but these things are there to be judged. They want
Nobody
you to
would
judge
be
it
saying this
positively.
positively.
Exactly. That's the expectation. If you judge it positively, then nobody cares. They're like, yeah, you're excited, and that's good. But if you think it's going to be crap, oh, you're judging it too harshly. It's meant to be judged. That's what a trailer is for.
So she does have a point here about the industry, but not about this game. Like, this game is a catastrophic
if she
failure.
said to me, like, isn't it nuts how everything's like a big old masterpiece or just a catastrophic failure? I might be like, yeah, but this is a catastrophic failure.
Yeah, but this one is actually a catastrophic
This one is
failure,
actually
yes.
one.
Like,
I
we
agree.
can-
There is definitely too much in the gaming space of Game of the Year confirmed, which is one of the most embarrassing, stupid. I hate seeing people say that. Oh, Game of the Year confirmed. It's like, you haven't played it yet, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, the other one being it's trash, right? It's trash game. That's a problem. But yeah, this one actually is shit.
Yeah,
I agree
in
that
the
there's an
article, she also blames misogyny because, of course, she does.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got to get that in there.
I
But
think
Nyx is a male.
there is certainly something to talk about with regards to the industry and spending $300 million on a game, because if you're spending $300 million, right, you're probably getting $50 million per unit back, $50 per unit back,
Damn.
which means that you're going to need to sell 6 million copies of this game to break even. 6 million copies. Elden Ring sold 12, Black Myth Wukong sold 10 million, right? These are not easy numbers to achieve. The best games in the year are sending 10 million copies, right? Like, that is the best of the best. And you're putting out a game that can't even break even if it doesn't sell 6 million copies.
Well, we now have it confirmed. Even the best of the Golem-likes only get up to about 1 million sales.
Yeah,
it's tough, man. It's a tough industry out there.
I feel like gaming is currently in the same space like the big budget movies. They just throw out all this money and think they make like the next big blockbuster movie or big blockbuster game, and they start to realize, oh, we're spending all this money and we get like nothing back.
Every game has to be the fucking spirit bomb.
Yes. Yeah. You know,
we can't just make consistently decent games that sell consistently decently well and
Well, you
build up
can,
a
but
reputation over time. No.
you can.
Everything has to be the biggest thing ever, the best thing ever.
Understood. When you've got somebody, you know, like Sony saying we spent $250 million on Spider-Man 2 and we need to not do that anymore, that's a lot of money to spend on a video game. That's a lot of money, right?
Oh yeah.
300 million on this, the 200 or maybe 400 on Concord, right? Like, there's hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on these games and they are failing horrifically. It's just unsustainable, especially as you mentioned earlier, with the idea that every 2 years we're coming out with these games that you have to play forever. I agree that there's an industry problem. I do. But then to say that also,
yeah, Well,
also, it's misogyny. That's what it actually is.
It's very. We're done with the articles. We've got to move on. We're running out of time for reasonable things because we've got a whole other video we got to cover.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
So it's really suitable because of all the talk we just had about the nature of the industry, how things are reviewed, the interaction between like companies and games, and then of course the 7 out of 10 spam. Before I show you what we're covering, because my god, it's quite the video. I want to make everyone aware that we got plushies, okay? This is currently being sold.
Hooray!
Halloween time. Here they are.
Pollution climbers.
Link in the description if you want the spooky variants of all of us as plushies. And there's an EFAP Halloween hoodie. Just letting you know, in case you didn't already, to pick up these wonderful fellas. Look at them go.
Woohoo!
So anyway.
Buy them.
Someone
They are wonderful.
very selflessly decided to explain why we have so many 7 out of 10s. An industry expert, you might even say.
Oh my goodness.
Her name
The gamer?
is Alana Pierce.
I can't believe it's
goodness.
Now, the reason you might be like, why are you picking on this one? I'd be like, listen, okay, first of all, I'd like to know the truth about 7 out of 10 game reviews. A lot of what she says in here is relevant to what we've been talking about today. And the really crazy part, everybody, her fucking comment section is angry with her for this video. So, what happened?
She has a permanent disability.
What happened? Yeah, well, that's the last time she came up on EFAP was the situational disability shit.
Oh, this is that. Okay, got it.
Jim Sterling video, but all right, I'll just know what, I'll just let it go.
Just real quick, I gotta be like quickly primed in this person. Who is this person?
Fringy, I feel like you know better than me, but you're not
Santa
here.
Monica Studios.
Did she start out as?
I believe is.
Well, wait, she gives you some history actually, so it'll work out.
Okay.
She's gonna give you some history on who she is. So we'll be fine.
I can't believe it's happened again. I'm sick of seeing it everywhere. It haunts me. It's in my nightmares. It's in all of my waking hours. It's everywhere. The number 7. Another games journalist has given another video game a 7 out of 10. And today I'm going to tell you why that's fairly common, actually, because there is like a pretty good reason for it, or maybe not necessarily a good reason. I'm not trying to color this reason in any direction. It's just a reason that you see 7 out of 10s as being common.
I feel like already that this is like a defense video.
Why is it so charged?
Considering she's in. Yeah, it's already.
I also feel like
it's already charged to be in defense of it.
I feel like her microphone settings are off or something as well. She doesn't
it's
sound...
bad. Yeah, the S's are very piercing, and it's at the same time.
Alana piercing?
As if it's somehow like strange for some individual online to have seen, hey, a lot of games that I think are of very disparate qualities are getting 7 out of 10s. I think that's kind of weird.
Let's put it this way. The intro could be a good intro, or rather an intro that's not offensive as part of a strong video. There are reasons. This is not the right intro for what she ends up saying. Let's put it that way.
I'm concerned about the framing already.
Oh, you're gonna love it, Theo. I particularly want your opinion on this video. You're gonna hate it.
No. Oh, that's always good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Theo, run!
To the extent where we now sometimes refer to 7 as like an average, which is weird, but allow me to explain. First, if you don't know me, sometimes people meme on me for mentioning this, but you'd be surprised the amount of people who comment on my videos who don't even know what my current job is and assume that I'm a full-time YouTuber, let alone a job I used to have, so that's why I sometimes say it.
That's not even remotely a surprise. Most people wouldn't know that even if they're following your YouTube channel, because you'd have to be talking about it all the time compared to what you currently... I just... You know what? It's fine. Continue. Plenty of people stumble across videos for all kinds of reasons. You carry on.
Turns out people don't know stuff. And I used to work at IGN. I was a writer there for 3 whole years.
I'm so sorry.
3 years of writing IGN articles.
I can't help you now, but I'm sorry.
Which makes me exceptionally qualified. The most professional, lauded source on the internet. Educated to such a high degree. I started, and I feel like that really sells it. The one person on the planet equipped to tell you that step 1 before we get in.
So you say you're joking, but you're not.
Yeah. Why? She's not joking.
You're not joking in the sense that you have the authority to explain why they're 7s, because IGN is the main culprit, right? Isn't that the whole point she brought this up?
I mean, it's certainly the one that's being used as a reference for
It
her.
feels as though to me she was like,
of it.
I gotta cite my authority on this, but I need to come across at least a little somewhat, normal.
Well, it's for this topic specifically. Normally, it's like the IGN 7 out of 10. She's citing the IGN experience of why she can tell you about what the
which you can be candid about. You don't
yeah.
need to say, you don't need to do it this way. You don't need to couch it this way. Just be like, hey, this is why they did it from my end. And what's funny is, I don't feel like there's any confusion, because we were just talking about it a little earlier as to why they do 7 out of 10s. We can see how the industry evolved such that it ended up that way, but it's dumb as fuck to the point where we have to, as Fring was mentioning, the decimal points, because we've removed a whole section of numbers as valid because of just how things moved along over time. Obviously not a new thing.
Into the rest of this video, some of y'all take game reviews way too seriously. I will explain why the 7 out of 10 is so common and why it's memed because it's so common and that it doesn't make sense. I feel like so many conversations about game reviews would be like so much more chill if you just remember that it's just some fuck.
Wait, sorry. Did she say that people take them too seriously, game reviews?
Yes.
She did.
Yeah.
But like game reviews have a tangible impact on like the video game industry, so
no, you don't understand. It's just games for me.
Well, it depends on what she means by takes too seriously. If she's talking about people who like will kill themselves if a game they like gets a particular number, you know what I mean? Like, it's like sure, but if she means,
I don't know, wasn't there that thing of like where Fallout New Vegas, because I got like a certain Metacritic score, that Obsidian didn't get like a bonus because they needed to get it above the score, so they matter. So
well, and there's
let's not
lots of
pretend
money
that they
involved. There's lots of
on the
integrity
micro
involved,
level.
reputation. There's all kinds of crazy, important, and serious things that one would care about that are involved in these things. So it's strange to say, yeah.
And that it doesn't make sense. I feel like so many conversations about game reviews would be like so much more chill if you just remember that it's just some fucking guy's opinion.
Oh,
it is not just.
Then why the fuck are any of you getting paid?
Even if it was just some guy's opinion, can I be mad about some guy's opinion if I don't like it, please?
No.
I bet she's upset at people's opinions. I bet she's been very upset at people's opinions.
I mean, the video is clearly going to be a response to other people's opinions, so why do we care?
Yeah,
They're just people's opinions, so cool. I'm glad we made so much progress today.
Yeah.
Okay, so I now do remember who this person is, and this comes off as kind of disingenuous because I'm pretty sure she's given the take a few times over the years that, like, games are political, games are art, games matter, that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, but opinions don't.
And now you're sitting here saying that games don't matter?
No, well, opinions on them don't.
Or it's just yeah, but the opinions are part of the analysis.
No. No.
I used to be that fucking guy.
Oh, there you go.
Some fucking guy has an opinion on something. That's all a game review is. The fucking guy who writes the review.
Man, this is insightful.
Is no more or less qualified to have an opinion on any other fucking guy on the street about a game. That is my genuine.
What?
Holy shit! Really?
An opinion.
Can you?
That is the opinion that I.
I got lost there. What is she like? Was she saying that?
She said that.
No matter
people who write these articles about games are no more or less qualified than a random person on the street.
I feel like you shouldn't say that.
Well, I was about to say, like, there was two angles to this. One of the more important ones, I guess, is like, are you undermining your whole career? Like, why are you saying that?
That's what I mean. Yeah, like,
would we accept this
is
from
like
any other field of journalism to say that? How come games journalism? You can be a games journalist without being more qualified to talk about the subject than a random person. But we would obviously not expect this from like any other.
Maybe
kind
she's
of
right.
journalism.
She's talking about IGN reviewers. So.
The maybe around video game
obviously
reviewers.
less. They're less qualified.
Yeah, the guy on the
person.
street is
Not
more
as
qualified, guaranteed.
Yeah.
The cultural perception around video game reviewers has always been like fascinating to me, because can you think of a single like professional group that is so openly reviled and mocked by like the entire like basis upon which they are built? Like nobody takes these people's opinions even remotely seriously. Even in like fairly normie circles, people meme about IGN reviews and game journalists. People refer to easy modes as game journalist mode.
It's because of how openly confrontational games journalists have been with gamers.
So crazy.
And it's like Black Myth Wukong got like a lot of extra kudos for like pissing off games journalists. So it was just
it happens.
When I did it and got paid for it, I personally do not consider game reviews to be journalism, even though they technically are by definition of the word. But again,
But then surely that's not anything
Okay.
matter, right?
Wait, what?
But, okay.
Then I think
They are.
point.
That
Okay,
was-
what's the
They are, but I
distinction
don't
then?
consider them. Okay.
Okay.
I'll
You know,
hear you.
this-
I'll hear you out, but like, what then? What are they?
Yeah, because like this goes. You can go back all the way back to Gamergate with this shit, where, and obviously all the years between, where these people are saying like, listen, we're the experts, we understand media literacy,
Ugh.
we're the ones who are going to tell you what all this means, and why, and it's like, oh, so that was all bullshit this whole time, wasn't it? Okay.
even though they technically are by definition of the word, but again, it's just some fucking guy's opinion, man. And they certainly are not objective and do not strive to be and shouldn't be because they are opinion based. They are.
Oh, how about they factual? Can we reach
Yeah,
that?
what
you
about
want-
factional?
Can they accurately
God.
describe what the video game is?
That would be
for
nice,
starters,
yeah.
maybe?
Things that might be the
Objectively.
Yeah, and do it without.
Could they
some
try to
weird
represent the thing without their own personal biases in some way? Could we do that?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or at least like
Please?
account for them, or you know,
man.
say that you
That's-
have them at the start of the review. You know,
Yeah, listen, when I look at when I load up a site and I go to my Star Wars Outlaws review, I want an objective analysis on the way the beads move whenever I walk into the bar. All right, I don't want that. That's no place for subjectivity. I need the facts.
No,
Like-
that's a bizarre oversight. Those beads, you know.
If one day, if one day
You
someone
can
in my
move the beads
town
more than the
woke up
bodies.
and started saying I am a troll who lives under a bridge, like I don't think I would be content with that's just their opinion. You know, if they just start telling everyone that I am a troll, like a swamp monster living under a bridge, I think that opinion is something that I would care to not have more of in the
Well,
world.
I would prefer,
makes me
even if it
annoyed.
is someone's opinion about a video game, that they don't fucking lie. Whatever.
That would be
Yeah.
nice too. I mean, I'd assume they're lying about me being, troll.
Just in
but-
general,
Well,
the principle. of
don't
maybe we
lie
should have
to
less
me.
liars.
A lot of bridges have an
truthers.
internet connection. I'm just saying.
I guess so.
Are not reporting, they're just, oh, fucking guy has an opinion. And to be clear, before somebody gets upset
shut
with me,
up,
not
man.
being sexist here, women can also be some fucking guy. Like I
Dude,
said,
I wasn't even
Oh.
remotely
Dude.
thinking about that. I'm like,
I wasn't.
Gamergate started
Dude.
because some fucking guys.
dude, if you,
Oh, this person's infuriating.
dude, imagine you said as you're walking by, some people's like, "Hey guys," then you go, "Oh, I don't mean that a sexist way." Like,
They're like,
oh,
yeah,
okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's like I actually love women and respect them a lot. Actually.
and you don't want women, you could be guys too. You're like, what do you mean? What? Stop! Just move on. Keep
It's the
talking
meme
about
with the people in the circle and someone just says something and then the one guy just does the thumbs up and they go back to talking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I used to be some fucking guy. Gender neutral. It's really just that the guy who does it for IGN has an editorial policy that he has to abide by, probably has more writing experience than the average person, and more people will read it. But
So you're saying he's more qualified?
No,
Oh,
it's
shit.
they're despite all of that qualification, they're still not more qualified
Okay.
to give better opinions on games, even if they're qualified to write.
More informed, more experienced, better ways to translate the experience into words that people can read and understand. You know, what I mean? Like, none of that. No, it's just some guy it's just some guy.
that is really the only difference. No one's opinion on a video game is any more or less valid than anybody else's.
Go
The
and
only-
fuck yourself.
I
No,
disagree.
my
What if
opinions are a lot
someone-
more valid than other people's opinions.
What about the people that just
When you-
lie to me in their reviews? Are they still valid?
I feel like if someone,
What if they tell me this isn't a review about a Star Wars game, but it's actually GTA?
someone's reviewing Outlaws and they've spent like 200 hours on it versus a guy who spent 4 hours on it, I'm gonna be like, well,
Yeah.
I feel like one of
Well,
them's
what
gonna
if
know the
someone
game
tells
better.
me? What if someone tells me that the first-person shooter mechanics in Super Mario World are really well balanced for the PvP environment?
Yeah.
Fucking Jim Bob, who has played 0 hours of Outlaws but left a negative like Metacritic review. Is his opinion like just as valid as yours?
Yeah,
Why
it's
should it
just-
be?
If
Zero
your
hours.
Jim
opinion
Bob
isn't
get a
better,
voice.
Jim Bob
if you
says
can't
zero.
have a more
that's zero.
qualified review than someone who's not played it, then like why do any of you people get paid? Is this all one big scam?
We're just denigrating the medium again, as if there's nothing interesting that can be said about things by digging into them more.
Only exception to that, and like I feel
Nope.
that way about films and stuff too, the only exception to that is when, in my opinion, someone who has a ton of expertise is the one reviewing something.
Oh, what? Well,
Well, you're supposed to be
Expertise. What's
that's the
expertise?
point of doing your job.
Alana,
not
can
an
you like,
expert.
can you just redo this whole thing?
Why do you speak when you're just going to like draw a trap door under yourself with the exception you're about to add? Like, I don't.
Like,
Why
let me
even
start with
bother
a
with-
statement. Done. Now let me
Well,
continue
hold on,
with
Theo.
how that's wrong.
What, we're just building sandcastles and kicking them over. That's what's happening right now.
How can someone who's a streamer for a living be so bad at like speaking?
She is not a streamer for her living.
Yeah,
So
Rag,
She said
right.
she said that's
No,
what
no,
she
she's
does.
not
a
a
YouTuber is different.
She is the no. She said I'm not a full time YouTuber. She is. She works for Sony Santa Monica.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But she has plenty of
in the
experience
industry.
as a YouTuber, though.
She's a part of the industry. In her videos that constantly defend the industry, well, there you go. There you go. She's in.
Not just some fucking guy. Miyazaki, Hideo Kojima, not just some fucking guy. They go beyond.
Can you stop doing that?
You know, Alana, it's actually a scale.
What the random
you could
pans
have
inward towards the
lots
person?
of different people at different levels who know different kinds of things. It's not just some guy and then Tarantino. That's actually.
What if Miyazaki says something stupid?
Yeah.
Well, but
it's like
this
these
is a
people
whole fucking
actually
topic.
Make games
We
and
may as well
actually
just
do make videos.
May as
so
well just let her
their
get past
opinion-
it. It's she already knows she's wrong about everything she's saying right now. Move on.
Fear of some fucking guy in which
yeah.
all of the rest of us exist, but otherwise, 100% of us, IGN.
So just so you guys are clear on this topic about the truth about 7 out of 10s, the first point she makes is you shouldn't really care. So let's get to the next one.
Yeah, because none of us know what we're talking about.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're just some fucking guy. Shut up.
Nobody cares
Disgusting.
about some fucking guy.
GameSpot, kind of funny. You in my comments section, we're all just some fucking guy.
Move
it's actually
on.
pretty crazy when you think
Can
about
we
it.
take a shot every time she says
better
that
than
fucking
that.
guy?
We'd be dead.
I'm gonna give myself a bit more credit.
World is just run by just a guy. Like,
I'm the
what are
guy.
any of us doing? Think about how many things you don't
Oh
know.
my god.
Dude.
We're
How
really
to do
stuck
or how
on
many
this.
mistakes that you've made, and you're
Waiting
still
for
here,
Theo
and
to
that's just the
explode.
same as the rest of us. None of
Sorry.
us have any
Wasting
idea
time.
what's really going on.
Next.
We're just some fucking guy who got a job.
I
There
want to
he
die.
is.
Where
Have
does
we
one
done
integrate
this?
with literally all of your peers?
Can this be the
How
end of the section?
insightful.
Please.
Okay, but first,
Yes.
7 out of 10.
Here we go.
Why is it so common? Why does it feel like 7 out of 10 has become the average video game
Get on
score
with
at
it.
the very least in the AAA gaming space?
Oh my god, it's so bad.
You established all of this. Get on with it.
Why is everything a 7 out of 10? Why is it so common? What
I
happened to
know.
the other half of the scale? Why aren't we using it? In my opinion, it actually is
It's not the other half. It's 70%.
because
There's
7 out
more
of
of
10
them.
has become average for AAA games, but maybe not for the reasons that most people would think. Important to note
Yeah?
before we get into this that different websites do have different scales.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh no! Do we
and
have to
remember
skip
we went-
10 minutes of this to get to the point?
For
Remember
IGN,
we
it's
went
not
through
the
the
same as
scale
9
on
for some other
an
website.
anniversary
Do you have
fair?
any feelings about reviews that you look up what their individual scales mean? One thing that I see people mistake all the time is that they think a 10 out of 10 is a perfect score or that it's a perfect game.
Yeah,
For
because
IGN,
it's
for
a
example,
full point.
So the
You
10
can't get any better than 10.
The 10 on the right
Please,
side
why
is
would
supposed to
anybody
represent
think that?
maximum quality, and then the 10 on the left side means that it fulfilled maximum quality.
If you think 100% means it's all good and perfect, you're wrong.
Yeah,
It's like,
idiot.
okay,
It could
so
have
what
gone
does-
to 11 out of 10. Fuck.
Yeah, why is it? Oh, fuck me.
well, a 10 does not mean perfect. It just means masterpiece because no game is perfect.
What if the
no,
website?
Wait,
What
whoa,
if-
whoa.
What if the website said that 10 out of 10 does mean perfect by their own metric?
Also,
You
what do
said
you
that They all
mean?
have different metrics.
What do you mean a game can't be perfect and it's nobody's objective? That sounds like an objective
Yeah,
statement to
that's
me.
exactly.
Oh.
Man, it actually is like a tangled web of like, damn, there's like 4 things wrong with this single sentence.
This is why I'm like, we'll just move on.
Oh yeah, every website has a different metric, except all of them. When they say 10, they don't mean perfect. Even the ones that maybe explicitly say that that's what a 10 means.
For Portal and maybe also Deadly Premonition and Doom 93 and Tunic. But that's the list of perfect video games completed. Unless you have anything to add.
Wait, so you
and
just
Europe is
said
video,
no,
Jacob
it's fine.
Ford.
Don't
You know,
worry.
no, it's a ha-ha meme.
It's a ha-ha
like,
meme, yeah.
but still,
Hee hee.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
Gungan Frontier, all your favorite
what's happening?
characters in there. You get to play
Hang
with
on, I blinked.
Fombas and
I fell asleep.
Falupasets and plant trees on the moon, and the UI is a clam. 10 out of 10, perfect game.
There we go. Comprehensive list of perfect.
I want to play the Gungan game.
Why do they feel so entitled to waste your time, man?
I don't know, man.
Don't worry,
Because
Theo.
you're just some
No, really.
fucking guy. Sit down.
We might.
Theo, there's
just some
actually
fucking
an
guy.
extra layer to this that you haven't considered. It's that it's not that your time is being wasted. It's that you are freely participating in helping us get rich off of this. So it's even worse than you think.
Ah,
Listen,
That's
we're a
pretty
fifth
good,
of the way
actually.
through. We may actually start. It may happen. Get excited.
None exist. 10 out of
promise?
10 means masterpiece, right? It is a masterpiece. It doesn't mean it's perfect. But for
Maybe.
whatever website that you
Unless
visit,
they
I don't even know
say
what
it
the
means
fuck.
it's perfect.
What use was that even to establish anyway? Well, how does that help any of this
Yeah,
conversation? Who
I
cares?
don't.
so
Maybe
whatever
they'll come
discourse you're
around.
involved in, I recommend checking out their individual scales. And if you look
Okay.
at a 7 on the IGN scale, 7 means good. Not great, just good. When I worked there,
Oh, so already, yeah, we got a problem, don't we?
Yeah, so
And I
it still
reviewed-
doesn't mean average. Good. Good is good. Average is average. That's two different things.
video games and movies and stuff sometimes, Dan Stapleton, the executive editor of reviews at IGN, told me to treat what score I would have if I was having trouble as what would I say if someone walked up to me on the street and asked. So,
Well,
What does that even mean? Especially considering that you don't have any more or less qualification to talk about it than aforementioned guy on the street
I don't
asking you
understand
what
though.
the
Like,
number would be.
as opposed to what? When you're presenting it on a website, but then you told me to treat it as though I'm on the street. So
Why is his phrasing not the average gamer asking you the question, not average guy on the street?
Does he?
It's a website for gamers, for video game reviews.
Shouldn't it be
You should
phrased as
cater to
like
what a video gamer would expect.
whatever immediately comes to mind as an average sort of number to represent the experience, as opposed to whatever you would have said to the guy on the street? That feels like such a weird way to think about it, but I guess that's what she was told, and that's what they tell a lot of people over at IGN.
a 7 would be, yeah, it's good. It's not great. It's good. It's good. Because to be honest, assigning a score to however many thousand words you've written where you try to really explain every single nuance of this thing and why you do or don't like it.
You work at IGN.
All right,
That's
calm
not.
down. That is
Like,
You guys don't do that.
I'm sorry, your work is laughable. Like, come on.
IGN is
No, I'm
it's
sorry,
the laughing
but, like,
stock of the gaming world. Like, what do you? Why would
IGN is
we?
the
It's
laughing
absolute
stock of the
pure
gaming
word
world.
garbage. Like, it is completely useless to everyone. It's the most disgusting practice that these people
Didn't
get
they-
paid to write that shit.
What's the famous shit? Like they said too much water in that one game.
Yeah, that was for one of the Pokemon
Yeah,
remasters.
Pokemon.
Too much water.
Ruby Sapphire, too much
7
water.
out.
Yeah.
The thing is, in that, I
wanna
will defend
die.
that one. I will defend that one in the case that it's not the writer's fault. That was the editor's fault.
That's
Oh well,
that's
I'll
IGN.
just go to other. I'll just go to other embarrass. Yeah, it's still IGN. So that's.
I don't
the
care
point.
whose fault if it
IGN
was.
sucks.
If someone hacked them, fair
I feel
enough.
like
but
the other things we can point out is they gave Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, the old one, like a 9. That is insane. It is not a 9 out of 10. But they gave lots of Call of Duty games really high scores back then.
Mm-hmm.
It is extremely difficult and sucky, but it's just really important to audiences. Like it gets clearly so much engagement from these websites. People want the
Yes, and
opinions
you need
distilled
them.
into a
You need them views, and you'll do whatever it takes.
yeah,
as an
I don't think she
industry,
realizes
right?
what she's saying. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
little number. It generates so much discourse. It generated this video, technically, and probably many videos about 7 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 game reviews that exist on this platform. Audiences clearly are
Man,
Stop
Yeah, I
talking.
know,
and
right?
start
taking
saying something.
forever.
very
Whenever you're
attached to the
fucking
review
ready.
score. For writers, it sucks.
Aren't
But
you
when
a
you're having trouble
journalist?
being like, I
For
don't know
writers,
what
it
these
sucks. It's your job. You got paid to do it. So let's calm down.
It
what if you
doesn't
had, like,
suck.
a
yeah, I'm
real
sorry. I
job?
refuse to agree with that. Like, oh, I can't average out a fucking number on a 1 to 10 scale. Are you kidding me? What am I gonna do? I'm gonna die.
words distill to. How am I going to figure that out? Yeah, a good way to do it is what would you say someone came up to you on the street? So a 7 is, it's good. It's
No,
not
I
great,
would talk.
It's good. And
No,
firstly, that
you want to hear a cool trick? You can have a conversation with people that doesn't include a number scale. It's like, hey, what about this game? It's like, yeah, so here's all the things I want to talk to you about, and then now you can gauge if you would like it or not, and then maybe I can put a number on that at the end if I really want to. But the number is kind of useless because I just told you all the things, and now you can see if that's interesting to you. I'm already saying more things that are more interesting. Just move on. I want to go to bed.
No, and also, Theo, you're still alive, right?
I'm working on it.
Yeah, I'm just checking because you would have died by now on certain videos, but this one, I think you. I'm just making sure. I'm just checking your blood pressure every once in a while.
That
They
does
strong.
encompass a lot of video games, especially when you're a reviewer. People who review games or play games professionally are, by virtue of the thing that is their job, playing a lot more video games than most people. Now, before you get mad at me for that, it's
Ooh. I
You're
don't know.
playing a
if
lot
that's
more
true.
video games, but you're playing them a lot less deeply.
For instance, you might, for instance, like people would often, it shouldn't surprise people, but it makes a lot of sense. A lot of people who develop games don't play their game very much because they're too busy working on the game. So they don't have
like that Star Wars Outlaws game.
Yeah, or just people who are just pouring their heart and soul into making a game. You know, they don't have the time to spend necessarily playing that game and getting some sort of a organic or semi-organic like gameplay experience. They're too busy working on a game. So
Also,
and many of the devs, like the director, can just tell them what to do, and they don't really know why they're doing it. They could just go in quite blind.
I can guarantee you several of the components that created what was Star Wars Outlaws did not have communication. Like, they did not know.
Absolutely.
I'm also curious, is she currently making the argument that some people are more qualified?
No, she would never say that. No.
That would be crazy.
Like, is that actually what she's doing?
We'll roll it back.
And you're a reviewer. People who review games or play games professionally are, by virtue of the thing that is their job, playing a lot more video games than most people. Now, before you get mad at me for that, it's just that they're allowed to do it during work hours. So they're playing more video games than every other human who has a job that is not in the games industry because they're allowed to play games at work. So, like,
so that means they don't want to go home and do the thing that they would do at work.
I think so. Maybe. She's trying to find a nice way to say this part, but I'm gonna need to know what she means. It means because she's saying that like they're already playing at work while people who aren't in that job aren't. So their playtime, much like a normal person's, would still have the game in it, meaning they end up playing on average maybe more games than people do. It's like meaning what? That they're more qualified? Say it.
By default, they have more hours on any given day in which they can/are playing video games. But because the average games journalist is able to play more video games than the average reader, it's kind of another reason that
also this association with they
I'm
play more
waiting
video
for
games,
any second
therefore
for her to
yeah,
say they're more qualified.
Judging the quality of
She's
games.
moving around what that means. It's like, tell me what it means, Alana. Tell me.
a review is just some fucking guy's opinion. What somebody who has played 1,000 games thinks of a game is inherently going to be different to what somebody who's only played.
Different. Different.
Different. Sure, different.
She's right about it.
God.
Different.
Different how?
But different how, Alana? Tell us, Alana.
Yeah, say it.
Played 100 games of a game
Just
because you are
admit it.
coming into that with that wealth of knowledge, experience, and
Wealth of knowledge
of
does not
knowledge
sound
from,
like it's a difference. It sounds like an improvement.
The wealth of knowledge from just not even paying attention to the 50 games you played today.
I know. What
Yeah,
matter?
nice.
What does it matter if you play?
Fuck off.
What if you end up like the G-Man guy who plays Outlaws for 4 hours, releases review, which is a tantamount to misinformation at this point, and you do that for 10 games? Does that make you more of an expert than the guy who played Outlaws for 10 hours and said, "Oh, it's shit"?
If anything, all she's fucking saying is that the games these people play just blend together into a slurry of content stuff in their mind, and they have nothing left to say about it.
Yeah, 7 sounds safe.
Or maybe what she's saying is, this is a bit of a stretch, but maybe she's saying that the actual number of games will make you better at analyzing games. Fair enough, but at the start of the video, when she was talking about who's qualified, she's making like an argument from expertise, and there's no like degree of games journalism you can go to school and get. Right, so maybe for her it's just entirely an argument from authority.
Well, she's stepping all over herself is kind of the point, because we already, I don't think it's a hot take to say there are people who are more qualified and less qualified to talk about any given topic. It's like, that's totally chill. The fact that she wanted to avoid that because she wants to play the card of everyone's opinion is just as valid as everyone else's, but now simultaneously she's like, you will listen to my authority because it is my job to play games, and I worked for IGN, which, look at me, holier than thou, look, I'm better than you, I know, just kidding, but... that is true. Anyway, moving on. She's like, whoa.
Side note, did somebody just like fucking tumble down the stairs just now? Like, what was that?
That was Em, yeah. He's okay.
That was me.
You okay there, buddy?
He's crying in his avatar.
Destroyed.
Yeah,
look at him. Tearing up.
Those set your
You're getting
expectations.
destroyed
Like
too,
you might
huh?
find something bland or generic because you've played 10 other games like it. If someone has played less games than you, they may not feel that way. Imagine somebody playing Star Wars Outlaws as their very first Ubisoft game.
No!
Oh no!
Damn, this Ubisoft company's got to suck.
That'd be real.
But also good for them for not playing a Ubisoft game.
Yeah, that's the takeaway. They resisted for so long.
Myself was like, I'm kind of burnt out of Star Wars. I'm kind of burnt out with the Ubisoft formula right now. This feels very samey. It's not grabbing me. So I tried, and I decided that I wasn't going to play any more of it.
You give it a 7?
That's good.
Did you rate it a 7 out of 10?
But someone who's never played a Ubisoft game before might be like, holy shit, this is crazy. What is this? We're all just a bunch of guys who have just fucking opinions.
I don't know.
It's like,
I'm
oh my
so-
God.
I'm already already a little bit frustrated because it's like, what is the criticism? I'm kind of burnt out on Star Wars and the Ubisoft formula. Nothing they were saying that any of these things are bad. It's a very soft criticism. Instead of, well, imagine it's your first game because you don't know how much better they could be. Right? Like it's you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get it. I think I get what she's saying now. She's saying something like because everyone has different tastes, no one's review can actually be.
That's the thing. She's not saying
everyone's got different experiences that define how they react to stimuli and everything. Yeah, sure. Get on with it. Holy shit. She already made this point like 4 times.
Yeah.
It's subjective, and it's impossible not to be subjective.
Blah,
You're
blah, blah, blah,
inherently
blah, blah,
bringing
blah.
all of the experiences that you have had into
come
every
on.
opinion that you form
Yeah,
on pretty much everything.
Obviously,
And that's why reviews are what they are.
obviously.
It's just
Moving on.
an opinion. Secondly, I think there's a misconception that 5 is supposed to mean...
Wait, what was firstly again?
What was first?
Firstly was blah 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 blah.
The firstly is that we're all different. We all have different tastes.
I thought we
all have different tastes.
Is that the first?
We already did that.
Yeah, it
Do
took
you
her
guys
7
know
minutes to
that
say it.
people
Yeah.
have opinions. Do you guys know that?
Fuck, I'm trying to remember if there was an actual firstly for the 7 out of 10 shit, or was there not?
I think it was just that.
It was
and
just
the
that we're all
lots of change
subjective.
thing.
Everyone has to. Okay, fine. Jesus.
Great.
I mean, average on the scales where it doesn't, at least not on any of that I've ever seen.
Well, so
A
here's the
five-
thing, though.
That's
In the film
mediocre
industry,
right there.
This is the easiest way to explain it. On Metacritic, a 60 or above is green. That's good. In the video game industry, it's got to be above 7.5 to be considered in the green. It is off. Like when you say that a 7 is good, that's not how it's viewed in the film industry. A 6 is good in the film industry, or a 6 is at least positive, right? Whereas here, a 7 out of 10 is like positive. That's like the lowest you can get, and even then, right? If it's rated in the orange, that's mixed reviews. The standard is off. It is.
Yeah.
Here, let me give you guys a hunch, okay? I have no evidence for this directly when it relates to games, but this is where my intuition's going. I spent a semester teaching high school, and I learned when doing that because I was on track to become a teacher. I didn't like it. I did like my test semester, then I said I'm changing my degree. But I did that for a semester, and I learned that teachers cannot actually give students less than 45 in Canada, where I am. And I think I've spoken to some American teachers. They say that roughly the same thing, like 40, 45. Even if the student never shows up to any class for the entire school year, you still must at least give them 45%. You can't, like, it's still a failure, but they say it hurts the student's self-esteem if you give them like the 0
when they didn't even turn up.
Well, we wouldn't want to. Well, yeah. Well, we wouldn't want them to spare them.
Yeah, it's stupid, but yeah. So even if like a student handed in a test and they got like 20%, I was required by the job to give them 45%.
Listen, we've still got a decent portion of video left. She will get to some things that are gonna rock your world. Okay.
Okay. Well, she better hurry the fuck up.
15 seconds. 15 seconds. Okay. I think just that idea has kind of permeated everywhere, including games. Where just you can't give someone a 1 or a 2 or a 3, you're gonna hurt their feelings. So now everything's been pushed up towards the top.
Well, whether or not you're trying to explain why it might have happened in certain areas is one thing. It's not going to be the reason she gives.
Okay.
An opinion. Secondly, I think there's a misconception that 5 is supposed to mean average on the scales.
I thought every reviewer had a different meaning for what these numbers mean.
I guess she's specifically talking for IGN now, is it? Is that what she's doing?
Is she?
I'm not sure. I don't know if this is IGN's fucking list of scores. It might be.
I mean, this is the IGN list.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. I think she's spoken specifically about IGN.
Where it doesn't, at least not on any of that I've ever seen. A 5 for IGN means
no, any.
Any I've ever seen. Okay, so not just IGN then.
Rip. Yep. She is being stupid. Well, how many times do you contradict yourself? Jesus, a lot.
You describe it as something that is blunt.
Isn't this a bad example though? Because 5 says mediocre. Isn't that average?
Yeah, it is average.
I mean, MED.
Well,
it kind of is
mediocre is
kinda
like
baked
below
into
average, I think.
Well, it has very negative connotations.
Yeah, I was actually going to say like whether or not. Oh, would you say okay represents the middle of the road?
I think that because for they have a 6
fine
for IGN is okay, which basically means if you're below that, you're fucked.
Yeah.
On the IGN scale.
All out 76.
Oh, I agree. Mediocre has never been used to describe something being fine.
No, mediocre has
it is at best I mean, it's like it's
mediocre.
It's built into the etymology of it, but it means like of like the medium, moderate quality.
And yes.
But we use it to say that something. We use it in a negative way to describe something. So.
All right.
At least not on any of that I've ever seen. A 5 for IGN means mediocre. They described it as something that is bland and unremarkable, and I guess
But here's the thing, like, it should say, because you prescriptively can say what your rating system is, 5 should be average, you know?
that definition, I wouldn't be like super uncomfortable personally categorizing Star Wars Outlaws that way, maybe. I haven't played enough that I feel confident saying that. But that becomes complicated when you realize how many games do fit below the 5 category, and that's kind of the point of this video.
That's fine.
Yeah, then put
That's
them
fine.
there.
If a lot of games are shit, that's fine.
I mean,
Oh,
that's
get
some
ready.
percentage
You
of games
can't hurt
might
their
be
self-esteem.
Below average.
It's just gonna end up with fucking.
This is gonna
if
be
we give them
painful,
bad
'cause
points. We're not gonna get the fucking game early, so we can.
Because
do a
I
review
forgot-
of it.
Band-Aid. Just say it.
I forgot how long it takes for it to actually get to these points, but this is I can get excited now.
Below the 5 category, and that's kind of the point of this video. 5 is not actually baseline average, and it makes sense that most scores that these outlets give are going to be above a 5, because in comparison to the amount of video games that come out, the AAA games that people are playing, the games that are popular enough for people to even be talking about them, for somebody to need to write a review about them, are going to be in that upper category. Like, there are so many video games that come out. And the truth is, most games that release are very, 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 very flawed. Most games that come out don't even have an inch of the complexity that you see in something like Star Wars Outlaws. And you may take
why
that
are we
right
talking
away.
wait, so already, why are we talking about complexity when it comes to quality?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Already we're in a bad spot.
Really now.
Tetris is pretty straightforward. Tetris is pretty simple.
You talking about that 3 out of 10 game?
Oh,
I also love how we can just appeal to this fucking invisible other, like, avalanche of completely non-functional games to justify not using the majority of the scale.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
As if,
like,
like,
what's the point of even
this, like,
saying that? How often is
torrent-
IGN reviewing some random game that's on the new sellers list on Steam?
I noticed that as they were going down the review scoring thing. Is like, as you got down the list, the games got progressively less real, to the point that there was like games nobody's heard of, nobody will ever play. They're just
Shooty
fake
game
games.
23.
I'm already like pissed off at the idea that
Random
I
phone
cannot
games.
rate Outlaws lower than apparently like a 5 or 6 because of its complexity.
Yeah,
what the
that's
fuck
dumb.
are you talking
Yeah, like,
about?
who cares about the complexity? Super Mario
doesn't
World
work.
isn't that complex compared to Star Wars Outlaws in
Yeah.
a sense, but it's a way better, more polished, refined, well-designed, great game.
Again, Vampire Survivors. It's just you walking around and picking shit up.
If you shoot for the stars and miss, I think the guy who shot for the moon and landed will like have you beat. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I think so.
With some kind of like offense, as though you think that Star Wars Outlaws is not complex. And that would be totally fair if you compare it to everything else that you've played. But if you compare it to the games that come out, it has
Everything else you've played.
Why are we talking about complexity? It doesn't matter.
You peasant.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Also, just it's so cheap. Like this invisible other games. What other games? Which ones? Are you literally
looking at all
talking
the
about like
games.
the Steam asset flip garbage?
Oh,
Yeah,
As
if
if
we're
you
talking
have-
what a great
if we're talking
question.
about- If we're talking about stupid clown games, just fucking who cares about them?
They
Why
still
give them-
get to go at one. They can have
Well, why
one.
give them the power?
Let
to
us
influence your
continue,
scale
shall
like
we?
that?
Let us delve deeper.
totally
do
fair
this
All
if
of
you
the
compare
shit,
it to
listen,
everything
all
else
the
that you've
shit
played.
phone games.
But
They
if
gotta
you
have
compare
like
it
1,
to
2, 3,
the
and 4.
games that come out, it has incredibly complex systems. Most games aren't even close to that level of complexity. Most games that release have one song, they have maybe 2 inputs, they have very few.
One
What
song.
fucking
The,
games?
the amount of
It's an
tracks on the
Atari game,
OST adds to the complexity of the video game.
Name
if it has
5
more tracks
now.
on the
Name
OST.
five.
Cheetahman has one song.
That's
This
true.
point
yeah.
goes out the window
Tetris has one
immediately
song.
unless she can name
Yeah, that's
5
three,
games
I
that
think.
match this description off the top of her head immediately.
And any 5 Atari games will do, frankly.
Mechanics, they're just, you kind of press the same button over and over and over again. A lot of them crash all the time.
What
They're very
fucking
buggy.
games?
Sometimes they don't even have music. Most games that come out do.
Well, Outlaws crashes all the time.
Which fucking
Yeah, Outlaws does crash quite a bit.
But Rags, the crashes are complex, so you know you
I
have to
mean,
get a point for that.
one of them certainly was complex. Yeah.
Not
Does she think the industry is still in the 1990s?
God, I kind of want to ask that question actually.
I mean,
It's
I
like,
know there's
so-
one piece of
yeah.
information that's going to make all this make sense, so we're almost there. I'm just
Bing Bing Wahoo 1-Up is still what games are doing, except when Star Wars Outlaws comes out? Like, what?
come out do not have even like an inch of the complexity or nuance that you are used to in AAA video games.
That you are used to.
Bad UI, unintuitive
dumbass
controls,
me.
just all of the things that net them somewhere between 1 to 5 on a game review scale. That means that they kind of need the space.
Non-functional non-games.
For the 5 to 10 for the other games.
Listen, those games had to die so that Outlaws could crawl.
Could
Fucking
crash.
name them now. Name them.
Basically at a point where hundreds, if not thousands of games are released every single day, usually from one-person teams who do not do it full-time. You don't even hear about these games.
Is that true?
I'm going to do an
Well, if we don't even hear about them, then why are you allowing it to impact the scales of these incredibly
You used to tell
popular
other people
sites?
about games. And to
Thousands of
recommend or
games a
not
day?
recommend games.
What if this one
can't believe
random
that
game
number.
that no one's ever heard of is really bad? That's why Star Wars Outlaws is a 7, because it's more complex than
It's
that
just
game
so
that
bad
random guy
because
made.
some guy
Occupy
made a
every
thing that
number
was
from-
terrible.
Well, you see, it's so bad it has to occupy every fucking number from 1 to 6. It's like
That sounds like a really complex game
Listen,
to take up
I-
that much of the scale.
I am thoroughly in a position of enjoying the fact that she's framing this as though you're not aware that there are trash games that get made in the world. Like, you don't know about this. You wouldn't know
We have
because
some
you,
numbers to assign to them.
consumer, you only play the AAA games, but me, an advanced IGN ex-employee gaming master professional, can tell you that there are such games that barely even work. Can you believe it?
Wait, a game that barely even works? That'd be crazy, man.
That's so nuts.
Especially if it was like a Star Wars game.
Especially if they spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it. Yeah.
experiment for you all right now. I'm going to boot up the 3 most recent releases on Steam and play them for you right now. I don't know what they are. This is not rehearsed. It's not going to be the games on the bestsellers list,
Yeah, it
just
is.
the most recent releases, new releases on Steam, and I will show you exactly what I'm talking about of like what majority of video games that release actually look like. Okay, everybody, I've
She says this like we're not going to have any concept of what we're about to experience. It's so condescending, it's insane.
There's weird games on Steam.
Whoa, you're going to check out the fucking community tabs and shit, all the crazy, the alpha, awful things that people just shove on there. The fucking, like, copycat nonsense, the asset flips. Did you know all these things exist? That's why Outlaws isn't as bad as you thought. Are you serious? What era are you from? We already know about all it. Bad games have existed forever. What are you talking
Get with
about?
the program.
downloaded the 3 most recent releases on Steam. They are Doll Catching Simulator, Future Breach, Youngblood, which is free to play, so that's pretty cool, and Zool Dungeon. Let's start with Doll Catching Simulator. I need settings so I can...
What's this?
It immediately crashed. Tried to change the aspect ratio and it immediately crashed. This time it didn't even have a menu. Cat? Oh, AD key, switch the claw machine. Enter key select.
So
Go
is
ahead.
she trying to find
Enter
bad
key,
games?
inserts
Like, what is
coins,
she doing
enter,
right now?
AD
She's trying to
Trying to show you
prove
what
that
video
your average
games
game on
are.
Steam means that Outlaws is good.
This has physics, which is actually pretty cool. Enter. Just like in real life, they've nailed it, to be honest. Pick it up, pick it up. We got a cat! Huge!
This game's better than
Am I
Outlaws,
the
by the way.
world's first?
This seems more
Wrong
functional than
games.
Outlaws. Not bad.
What was it called? Doll Catching
only
Simulator
crashed once?
Speedrunner? I might be. I feel like that's maybe it. I did get a couple of cats. Look at me go. I like this. This is cool. That.
Did you say I feel like this may be it? As well. So how you
So-
like you don't even know
How do you think the person who made this, or the people who made this, feel about you essentially like doing some fucking journalistic tourism through its neighborhood, being like, hey, I need to find some of the
Some
shit,
trash.
like garbage pisser games that have been coming out on Steam. Let's have a look at this one and being like, oh, this is quaint and nice. But anyway, this game right here is why 1 to 6 can't be used, because this game belongs there.
This is why Outlaws should be respected. This shit trash.
There's each number on the scale only has enough room. So there's not enough room in 1 through 6 anymore. Because all of those random games that you've never heard of that the guy in Moscow made for, you can't do it. But it just so happens that around the 6 mark, we start having openings.
The rooms are opening
you
again,
know?
yes.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Turns out those are
There's some hotels opening up. Plenty of rooms available. Let's go.
That is Doll Catching Simulator. It functions, to be honest, very simple. The art is not great, but it works. 7 out of 10. Next.
Was that a bit?
I
That
don't
better
know.
have been a bit.
That was a meme.
I hope so.
But like, this is not the time for a bit. We need to know
No,
what.
this-
We need analysis, don't we?
We do.
What?
No, you need Smarm. Just
we have Zool Dungeon. I have no idea what this is. Trap? Zool, not enough. Unlock trap first. Okay. Right click to spawn your monster. Click him.
You select monster.
Spawn him. Click him. Spawn him.
I don't appreciate the reading things as though they're insane thing you're doing.
I really just don't trust any of this person's
base
impressions.
HP point on summon.
HP, I guess that means like health points or maybe hit points, maybe. Like
DF1 speed,
like Dungeons and Dragons. Maybe this is an homage to Dungeons and Dragons.
Hunter level 2.
Because this
level
is
2?
edited, I just don't have any faith that she's not just cutting out like explanatory things about the game that it might have led with. I don't know. I have no faith in this person to be honest with me about the game I'm looking at because of the way this is presented.
What's the timer for? Why am I being timed? The surviving hunter destroy hunter camps. I'm earning money, I think, maybe? Oh, this text. Increase base HP PT on summon.
Yeah, those are symbols that represent
She really
like
did the
letters.
thing,
They
yeah.
represent sounds and they create words. And the words
Whatever, it's
have like
fine.
shared understandings. And...
Increase movement speed on. Increase movement speed on. Oh yeah, okay. I can wait. I can give him little buffs. That's cool. So now we got like a jacked up Hobu. Am I trying to kill these guys? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, got it. I think this is maybe I just spawn these in to kill these dudes. Oh, did I lose? Well, that's Zool Dungeon.
Do you think that is sufficient to know what the fuck that was? What was that? I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like
store.
Yeah, I got nothing.
ZOUL Dungeon.
What is even the point of this exercise if you're
I
going
don't
to edit
know.
parts out of it?
But
Zool
not
Dungeon
least,
is a
his
game.
Future Youngblood, a game that is.
Wait, did she give a number for that one at
$3?
least?
Yeah, we're done with that one. We
Jim.
gave it one go.
Compelling. Last but not least.
She called it
think
compelling.
It's like a. I think it's like a Kagero game almost. If you guys played that series.
No.
No.
Okay,
That
so
sounds like one of those games I don't play.
Kagero is basically you have a map, and usually the map's some kind of mansion, and there's like dumb teenagers who show up, and they're like, "We're gonna explore this haunted mansion," and then you, being the ghost, you lay down traps for them to get
Because this
caught.
video killed me, so I'm a ghost now. That's true. That's lore
Yes.
accurate.
I see. I see.
but the idea is like you set up traps for invaders into the house to fall into, and the
Well,
more
yeah,
creative your
this-
traps, the more points you get.
Well, this says, yeah, Zool Dungeon is a strategic dungeon defense game where you take on the role of a dungeon master, summon monsters, upgrade your lair, and set traps to fend off waves of greedy adventurers. Protect your treasures and prove your worth as the ultimate dungeon overlord. It released on September 11th, 2024.
Oh no.
So
Yeah. These can be fun games actually.
this is what I mean. Like
Yeah.
they're not even. We'll just let her get through the 3.
His Future Youngblood, a game that is apparently made with Unity. Game? Hello, this is a preview build to show the initial gameplay. Later versions will.
What are we doing? What's happening in this video?
Doesn't got
Right,
visuals.
she's
like
reading
that.
a game
telling
in
us.
MSC.
Oh,
Is she telling us?
I can't
okay.
do this one. As it turns out, Future Breach Youngblood was just a demo, so I'm gonna go back to the Steam library or the
Then
Steam
play the
store,
demo,
rather,
you
and we
fuck.
will
Just get a
get.
Yeah, what's
demo.
wrong with the
You
demo?
don't need to buy it.
It's a demonstration.
Yeah.
That's what it's short for. You know that, right?
Deep in the dungeon. I need to reach floor 240 to escape from here. Okay, I like the music. Not something I could see myself playing for a super long time.
What the fuck was even? We don't even. What the?
I don't even know what's happening yet.
Deep in
So,
the dungeon. It
I
released
feel like
also
this
on
has
September
dramatically
11th.
backfired.
Yep.
Almost completely to the point of actually making brand new random games on Steam look pretty fun. Like you can just find all
Yeah.
kinds of things. I think
Yep.
she was desperate to find absolutely trashware, like just nonsense crap, and she didn't. And she's like, "Fuck!" Like, this is
So it's like a
fine.
tile. Yeah, it says it's a roguelike game where players explore a mysterious dungeon. Monsters and items are randomly placed each time, adding unique challenges to every playthrough. Your goal is to find the way out using your skills and strategy to fight and survive. So there's like, I guess there's tiles, and you have to go through, and you could unlock things and upgrade your guy, and do stuff.
That sounds
Okay.
awful.
And then you have to get through enough like monsters and tiles, I guess, to get to the
After everything you just said, Rex, I just feel the urge to say that Star Wars Outlaws is actually a 7. Turns out.
Yeah.
True.
There's probably only one song too.
You said it was
At this
good.
rate, but it's really just arrow keys, which means you can move through it
'cause
pretty
you're not
fast.
paying
Of course,
any
fucking.
attention!
That's what Tetris is. That's how a lot of
Yeah,
games
why would
work.
you run into the?
I don't
you
know.
probably
This is
die 'cause you
so.
ran into the big golem, dude.
I don't even know what
This
to
is
do with
so
this.
fucking
God,
gross
like-
to me.
You can hear her just tapping down. Like she's
not even paying attention. She has no idea what's going on.
If you just go
IGN,
back a
3
bit,
years.
she's going through all the selections of each row and
It's
just like,
like-
oh, just
yeah.
go down, down,
Shouldn't
down,
this-
down, down, down,
This
down,
should
down.
For a
terrify
super-
you as a game dev to have
Yeah.
IGN review your
Yeah, it's
game.
a fucking-
and it's this fucking
Rex,
dumbass.
She
is
introduced
one
in the
writing
video that she
review.
was like more qualified because not only has she got so much experience playing games, playing them professionally on YouTube, having worked for IGN, she now works with Santa Monica, and this is her assessment of video games. Like what? What?
This has vibes to me of like the rich person. Yeah, let's go and see how the poors live.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this isn't even worthy of my attention. Oh, look at the cute pixel graphics.
And
How can you be
clean
this
the
experienced with
pixel
video
bit-
games
It's
to be-
actually really disgusting.
I
She's this
remember when I
confused.
enjoyed
She doesn't know what's
games like
happening.
this.
Dev's totally right. You can tell the idea is you have the options to choose, and you'll have risk reward benefits and losses. It'll lead you to different pathways that can get you different. You're supposed to consider where you're going. Then she starts spamming the down button. She's like, I guess you just press keys. Oh, what? Yes,
this is
brilliant.
really as artistically
100%.
refined as Alan Wake 2.
Like just writing off what these people have tried to make. It's so fucking gross.
Yeah, this is. Look at this. You can
Actually
clearly
go
tell
fuck
someone
yourself.
made a thing here. They didn't just like it's not.
They
You know what I mean?
created something.
Ugh.
This person made a game and put it out into the world. That's more than you're ever gonna fucking do.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they didn't ramble in front of a webcam for.
Dude, I'm so
minutes.
upset.
Is there an accessibility option for
Leave these people the
disingenuous
fuck alone.
Yeah, but you
So,
have to understand
when
if
she's
you, peasant, knew about these games, you'd understand why Outlaws deserves a 7.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, so just pressing down is like booting up FTL and then saying, "Oh, you're just clicking on things."
If I spammed,
There's a lot to FTL actually.
dude, imagine I booted
Oh,
up
yeah.
Tetris when it was first fucking released, and I put it in this video that I spam up. It goes shape up to the top, defeated or whatever. And I go, ooh, okay, well, it's a
Fuck
bit
did
awkward.
they do to deserve being used
Like-
in your
I
fucking
tried to put all the
garbage
colors
safari.
close to each other.
Yeah, like I press the
colors
buttons
don't
and I just
match.
lose, I guess. Okay, no, good game.
How
Yeah.
come the colors aren't matching? I'm putting all the colors together, but they're not going anywhere.
A
Shitty
long
game.
time. At this rate, but it's really just arrow keys, which means you can move through it pretty fast.
I fucking hate
There's like
this.
10 downs in a row. Down.
This is a good
Maybe I should've
screenshot,
gone
though, I
around the
will
goal,
say.
you idiot.
You have been defeated.
Yeah,
Look at
she-
her
she
face.
walked-
She's like, what?
She
But I was
walked directly
pressing
into
the
a giant
keys.
golem
Right
and
into
then
the
just
big
defeated.
golem, yeah. Like it seems like the nature of whatever you decide, what pathway you use, will it'll hurt your HP or do things like that. Like it simulates a fight, so you have to pick the the least resistant fight as you can, and then make your upgrades to
Do you remember-
deal with different.
Yeah, I
stuff.
mean, there were like those shields and stuff, so you can probably pick up those
Also,
for
like,
more defense.
You can go
blah,
verify
blah,
this,
blah.
by the way.
Potions, there was gold.
Myself, I'm pretty sure Rags, I'm not 100% sure, but Fringy and Metal definitely. When we played those arcade games in Outlaws, we were like, this is a better game than Outlaws. And you might be like,
Yes,
that's
they were.
absurd. And it's like, it's not. It's actually not absurd. The scale
don't
of the
keep me
game
as-
functions well, and it has rules, and it
Yeah.
requires your input and skill and knowledge to be able to succeed. Like it fucking even if it's simple, Alana. Like it's so annoying. Like
Built an entire fucking section of the video to just shit on people's creative works because they have the audacity to not have lots of money and resources.
And
Go
if she
fuck
can't
yourself.
handle these games that are by her admittance very simple and not at all complex, what makes me think that you can handle a game that is complex like Star Wars
She didn't even
Outlaws?
remotely give them a fair shot. She went in expecting them to be like
terrible.
Shitty
goofy
and
garbage. Like she was going to
stupid.
the fucking leper colony. Like, dude.
yes.
It's so like you didn't even need to give yourself this weird, I don't know, rule. Like if you want to show what shit games are on Steam, just look for the shit games on Steam.
The best version of what she was saying wouldn't have involved any of this. This was a huge mistake, what she did here.
Yeah.
It would instead be, you can have games that qualify as games, maybe, it's kind of a murky area, but a 1 out of 10 is like a game that's barely able to be function, and you start it up and it's like you've completed it in 2 seconds, and it's like a flash of imagery. It's like, that's kind of how I rate a 1 out of 10. She could have said it like that. And then she could have said, so Outlaws is almost like an automatic 5 with how much functionality there is, though there's so much more conversation to be had, but like this was the worst way you could have approached trying to explain this.
And it's, you know what? It's pretty fun. It's It's not bad. You get the idea. Probably the top 10.
No, not even close.
I have no idea what you're trying. You said that a game is more complex, therefore better, because it has more songs in the OST. Woman, I have no idea what the fuck you mean.
It's time for her to explain. I'm sure we're gonna understand now.
Okay, here we go.
Looks like that kind of thing. Maybe even more than that. And websites like IGN have to effectively reserve the lower half of their scales for those games because those games exist.
No, they don't.
Do they even review these games?
So thanks for just putting all of these games in the 1 to 5 after being like, oh yeah, this is nice and quaint.
This is pretty fun.
Asshole.
4 out of 10.
You embarrassing fucks
I don't know.
are relegated to a maximum of 5 out of 10. That's what you are.
What is happening?
See, I don't know about the first of the game, but the first, however, the second and third ones, they could probably be higher than a 5, I think.
It's so stupid.
I get mad about the fucking preamble thing, but like this is like personally offensive to me. It's so fucking gross to treat people's creative works this way, just because like they don't have much exposure, they don't have many resources. They're just making a thing they think might be neat and throwing it on Steam.
Not enough bodies on the project.
You're a max 5 out of 10, boy. Don't even
You're a max
try.
5 out of
We were
10,
gonna-
go
we
fuck
were-
yourself.
Well, look at
Put you down
Balatro.
in 4, but there's just way too many games in 4. So luckily, you get bumped up to a 5.
Dude, imagine she stumbled across Balatro because she, like, on the day of release, didn't realize or anything. She just picks it up, plays it, and she's like, see, it's kind of the graphics are not very good. Yeah,
I just imagine her with like many of like the great indie games that way. Like she picks up Slay the Spire and it's like, oh, I guess you click on cards and then you throw them
Super
around,
Meat
blah,
Boy.
blah, blah. Fucking Rain World, like just any of these things. Just
Dude, if it was
treat
Super
them
Meat
as-
Boy,
this
she would have
game
been like,
reminds me of the
oh,
little
it's-
paper things in real life.
It's like the
Pre-written
Mario,
off.
but not good. Oh well. Anyway, moving on. Like so dismissive and removing all context from a viewer, so that we like. I guess we didn't say it, but like part of why that's a good move for her is because we can be more confused and be like, wow, that game looked weird. I don't know what was going on there.
I 100% believe that at least one of those games had some explanatory like preamble that was cut.
Probably, yeah.
They just very rarely review them because most people don't know what they are. Like if people aren't searching,
People don't. They don't
Right,
review
they
them because
don't
people
know
don't know
what
what
they
they
are.
are.
If you're
You
really
don't review
reviewing them,
them.
if you're really reviewing them, then what's the point of reserving a huge amount of your scale
Those-
for stuff that essentially it's barely ever covered?
For the mysterious dark universe of bad
Like, you
games
just
out there that
admitted
we don't
there's
talk
basically
about.
no point
Just
of half-
makes
We
up
don't
half of our
talk about
scale.
them. That's why we have a space
Yeah.
for them.
Oh,
What?
jeez.
Oh, God. But also to say that we don't talk about them because people don't know about them. That's not a good reason to
Oh,
not talk about a game, unless
yeah,
you're obviously doing
exactly.
it solely for engagement, but I guess she's already admitted that.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
for them, people aren't really trying to figure out if they need to buy them or not. So you don't really need to write a review for them.
Oh
Well,
my
no, because
God.
I mean, the system ordains that they're not worthwhile, right?
She's already made that
Well,
clear.
hold on. There's actually a half decent point here, right? Because if
is
you want to
there?
know it, yeah, I think so. If you want to know if Star Wars Outlaws is worthy of spending $70, well, you should probably read a review. But a $2 game, you can just buy it, just $2, right? So probably like really cheap games, you don't really need to review them as often, I think.
What about time saving and just the fact, literally, all the examples we just brought up? Like, are you supposed to go buy a shit ton of indie games and test them all out, or would you rely on a site that you think is trustworthy to say, "Hey, we do this professionally. You should check out Balatro." And you're like, "Oh,
Also,
okay."
where's the simple interest in the analysis of art? Why wouldn't that just be enough? It's like, well, yeah, I mean, we cover video games,
Well,
and this is a video game, so
and even
let's
if
cover it.
even if we
regardless
want to
of
say
the cost.
$2 is just $2, it's like, well, what about when you times that by 100 because of your daily just searching
Yeah.
for video game, and then all the time it takes? I don't know, like.
Listen. All right, I agree with all this. I'm just doing my best to try to throw her a bone here. Okay.
Only throw valid bones. Don't just throw bones.
Also,
bones
why
for the
does this
sake of
person?
bones.
Why does this person get charitability after how she treated those 3 fucking games? Like,
Well.
Hello? Oh, I thought my internet just died.
But
Same,
We're just all
actually.
perfectly
that was
silent.
directed at Dev, right? I think.
Oh, Jesus, sorry. I mean, I guess she doesn't.
All right then.
But in case one goes viral, like the day before, for example, very bad basic video game, they still need to have that bottom half of the scale there.
I'd love to know how you've determined it's a bad game that doesn't apply to Outlaws. I'd love to know.
Mm-hmm.
Because Outlaws kind of remarkably fails in almost everything it does in some significant substantive way. I'd be real interested.
for those games. And when you
Well,
consider...
no, it was published by Ubisoft, which means
It
that
can't.
it is automatically at least a 5 or above.
Which has a distinct
If a game is
stinky
published
cringe
by
to it, doesn't
Ubisoft,
it?
Electronic Arts, Activision, if it's published by any of the, or Sony or Microsoft, if it's published by any of these companies, it won't go below. How often has there ever been a game that was released by one of these major publishers that IGN gave less than a 5?
Well, so that's why I would
I'm
say
seriously struggling to think of one.
That's why I say this is accidentally insightful, because she's trying to give us like what she would consider to be substantive or reasonable reasons for why this is happening. But what we're learning is we can't give those companies lower scores than X because they're of course too good to make such trash. They would never. And it's like, that's interesting. That feels a little about that incestuous stuff we were talking about before.
So there's like an inverted part of that argument too, where any indie game that doesn't blow up like Undertale or Stardew Valley or something, they always get 5 or below, even if they're good indie games.
Yeah, well, that's what we're bringing up. She said they were capped out at fucking 5. That's their space. That's where they belong, which is so fucked up.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've seen this video before. I did a video on IGN maybe a year ago, looking at the games that they review under a 6. There aren't many, right, that are from big developers. You've got like Cyberpunk on the PS4. That one was like a 4 out of 10, and I would argue should have been much lower. It didn't function. I think functionality is a part, but even that reveals, right, that it's a major release and it is non-functional, and it's still a 4 out of 10 because it didn't work on the PS4 when it came. It did not function, did not turn on, and was still a 4 out of 10.
I guess a weird thing about that is that, like, theoretically, assuming this is the case, those technical issues would eventually get fixed, right?
But
right?
that's are you doing a review?
No. What I mean is, like, does the score then get updated?
No. Score does not update. They do not update scores.
Okay, so the score is no longer reflective of the product that is currently for sale. Like,
correct.
I mean that in terms of it being like useless for the vast majority of its lifespan.
Useless for every game, right? Like any game that ever gets an update, the score is useless. And part of that,
I wouldn't say that's necessarily useless. Like, it depends on how transformative of the game the update is, right?
So any game that gets a substantive update, I'll add that word there since that was clearly a point for you there. The issue is that when you are producing something that is going into Metacritic's not going to update it. They don't care about anything beyond that, right? They're looking for your day one clicks. They're looking for Metacritic. And after that, IGN just doesn't give a fuck, right? They're only going to care about everything. She brought up the day before game, right? Like they did that review after the game was pulled. They did the review after the game was no longer for sale. You could not buy this game. They put out a review for it. So they only care about stuff that's on the day one. And it seems very clear to me that when they're doing these things, it is incredibly mercenary and has no regard for consumers beyond just the day one thing. So when a game gets an update, no, it's never going to get a new score. When
Sure,
a game
I
gets...
don't disagree, but I'm saying, like, I guess in an idealized world, like, I would like it if going forward we have, like, I put no stock in these sites myself whatsoever. I think they're all completely worthless to me as a consumer. Yes. But theoretically, in a world where they were to be useful, it would be nice if, we could have a score that is reflective of the product that exists. Yeah.
Yeah, but it just won't happen, right? And like,
okay,
of course it would be nice if it could. I don't know how you could do it, right? Like, I'm not in any way defending it.
Update the review when an update comes out. That's how you could do it.
I mean, Steam has a better shot at this than most things with the two scores, right?
Steam is much better. Steam is a great way of doing it. IGN is trash, and they're never going to fix that because they don't care. They're incentivized.
Oh, yeah, but
right?
that is actually the starting point for this video. We think it's trash, makes no sense, fuck this. And this video is like, wait, I can explain. And what she's done so far is only explain how trash it is.
Yes. Yeah.
How many games are like that? It starts to make a little more sense why you keep seeing AAA games on the other half of the scale. Like, that's the breadth of the scale that is being considered. AAA games are inherently a lot more complex than majority of the games.
No, they're not inherently. No.
Okay, I wanted to test this.
Someone's never heard of Dwarf Fortress.
Even if that was true,
Factorio.
because the thing is that if you look at something like Star Wars Outlaws, in terms of its coding, it's probably a hell of a lot more complex than like any game on PlayStation 2. But as has been mentioned previously, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas has more gameplay complexity and interactivity than that game. And even if we agreed that complexity, it had greater complexity, what does that mean? Why would that be better necessarily? Why does that necessarily mean?
Honestly,
well, you're at least a 6 or above.
I think she's using complexity because she doesn't want to have to admit a more complicated and like a thing that'll get her in more trouble. A word like saying it's just better. It has more things.
Well, yeah, but how do we now score away the games that came out historically, in the past that are considered to be great, that are just categorically less complex?
He keeps referencing Tetris because it's a banger example.
Tetris is a perfect example. Tetris is like actually about as close as you can probably get to the perfect game.
Yeah, and it kills her whole argument. It's a very simple game. It's very quick to learn.
Very straightforward. Yeah, straightforward, simple rules. Obviously, it has a great deal of replay value and potentially added complexity, especially if you got multiplayer and stuff like that. But the core is really simple. And what? That would mean that, hey, well, it's not as good as Star Wars Outlaws has greater complexity, so therefore,
yeah, I think
we have to rate it better than that.
I need to know where she puts Tetris on the scale. Where is it? Tell me.
And if it's anywhere below a 9 or a 10...
Well, I'm afraid, by her rules, it should probably be 5 out of 10. It's the top tier of D&D sector.
It is the best of the...
Top tier is garbage.
I decided...
It's a good
I decided to
garbage.
kind of test some of the things that she said, right? So I looked up... So we all know that Star Wars Outlaws got 7 out of 10 from IGN. Concord got 7 out of 10 from IGN. Suicide Squad got 5 out of 10 from IGN.
Oh, wow.
And Redfall got 4 out of 10.
Wow, so that's like the only recent one from a major publisher then, isn't it?
Yeah, and even then, like 4 out of 10 I think is too high for Redfall. Like Redfall was a fucking disaster.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up being
so she's sitting here saying like, well, we have to reserve this end of the scale for, the big wigs. It's like, well, I guess that's what you've done then, because look at these scores for these games.
By the way, Tetris got a 9 from IGN.
A 9. Why not a 10?
Why not a 10 indeed?
Why not a 10?
Tetris isn't magnificent. Or masterpiece.
Oh, okay. It is it's absolute by any normal, reasonable standard, Tetris is a masterpiece.
That's the sort of the thing with Tetris. You have to
Almost,
justify
nearly there.
where it loses points.
Maybe one.
Yeah, exactly.
9 out of 10,
What's
too many
wrong with
blocks.
Tetris? What is wrong with Tetris? Please
It seems
tell
like
me.
it is pretty immaculately successful at everything it's trying to do. So what's
only
the
one
problem?
song.
Well, then, of course,
I
the
guess there
next
is a-
example people will give is either Pong or chess. It's like, tell me, what's wrong with Pong and chess? Go on.
What is wrong with chess? Yes, what are the flaws of chess?
White side advantage, maybe? I don't know.
Broken fucking balancing. The queen is insane.
Needs a patch.
Someone in the chat asked, what about Dustborn? IGN gave Dustborn 7 out of 10, guys.
Of course. Whatever.
Obviously.
Than majority of the games that come out every day, so they are far, far, far more deserving of the top 5 part of that scale. The scale is not just AAA. Does that make
Outlaws deserves that spot, while those fucking games I looked at earlier were trash.
Yeah, it feels particularly awkward because it feels like the thing that looms over this whole video is Outlaws is so dysfunctional.
Yes.
It's not a functional game. It's like broken to the core, not just because it's buggy. A lot of its inherent like ideas and sort of like conceits as a game are unpolished, unrefined, incomplete, or just like silly.
It was discussed about 3 or 4 hours ago, right? The whole it's crazy and bizarre that they oversighted on the moving the body thing. It's like, no, that's not a feature. It's just not in the game. They didn't put it in the game. It's not there. Doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. Like the point being, of course, even if the game were fixed, it's crap.
It would still be, even if it didn't have any bugs, it's screwed. It's kind of the thing. You can't patch a lot of these problems. What, you're gonna patch it in so that you can drive every vehicle? You can drive multiple vehicles, or that you can permanently acquire different weapons? Probably not. That's probably too difficult to implement in a patch.
Well, the thing is, I could argue to her to hell and back that the game is incredibly simple, not complex, not at all.
Yes. Exactly. Well, as has been pointed out, San Andreas has greater amount of interactivity with the world than Outlaws.
As was mentioned,
If anything,
I feel
the
like
bugs and glitches make it more complex.
something like a Dwarf Fortress, which she would have dismissed immediately if she'd come across in that selection of 3, is infinitely more complex than...
Super Mario 64 has greater levels of interactivity, like in terms of just general emergent gameplay.
The IGN God Hand review starting to make a lot more sense.
Uh-huh.
What they give it?
They gave it, what, like a 3?
Give it like what did 3?
Damn,
Yeah, I think
that
it's
was like
3 or
really
4.
low.
Am I crazy? They gave God Hand
Really?
a really terrible review. It was a big meme on the internet for a
It's
long
an
time.
infamous review of IGN. Yeah.
God Hand is worse than Redfall.
They gave it a 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
God Hand is not a thing.
They gave it a 3 out of 10.
But you know what this
Oh,
game
boy.
is? It's kind of hard. It's a bit challenging, that
My
one.
widow handy's hurt after I mashed too many buttons.
The demon punched me in my face. Ouchie.
Am I articulating this? I
No.
remember when
No.
Diablo 4
You should
got
be able
massively
to.
review
You're a
bombed.
writer.
She's a lot more than a writer, Free. Like, the amount of experience that she listed and to have produced this crap, like, it's insane.
Well,
Deserving of the
especially when you've got unique insight into the behind-the-scenes process, right? Of like at a place like IGN, and I feel like all that's been done is unwittingly revealed how crap of a system they have.
Yeah.
by part of that scale. The scale is not just AAA. Does that make sense? Am I articulating this? I remember when Diablo 4 got massively review bombed by the user ratings, maybe a month or so after it came out, which was deserved. They made some disappointing changes, but people were giving it like a 2 out of 10 and calling games journalists shills because they weren't giving it 2 out of 10. But when you see the games that I just showed you, and then you compare it to
Wow,
They were
she's
not-
still
they
shitting
were
on
not
him.
Like,
good.
why
What
is
did
the
they fucking
scale?
do to you, dude?
Why is the 1 to 10
So
scale based
mean.
off of any other game? If there was only one video game in existence, you should be able to put it on a 1 to 10 scale.
Like, actually go fuck yourself. What did
And
they do to
also,
you?
out of curiosity, I wonder if people's annoyance is not specifically that reviewers didn't give Diablo 4 a 2, but that their average score is like 86, 87, 88.
Yeah.
Like, I
Probably.
don't know anything about what the conversation would have been around that game, but I'm curious if it's being painted in the most negative light possible. If you are wrong, if you gave it a 3 even or something, or if it's simply that in this case, that the critical review seems to be
But
massively
Free,
different from
do
that
you
of how players felt about the game.
do you remember once upon a time in this wonderful video where we said any review of any kind, of any substance from everybody is valid and it's all subjective?
That's right. So why
However,
would they do
all
user
the same.
reviews?
however,
If anything-
you are not
yeah?
allowed to rate Diablo 4 a fucking 2. If you do that, you
But
are wrong.
Well, you know, something that's
Damn
been
it.
awkward though, talking about, oh, well, video game journalists have probably
God.
played more games. It's like, maybe, but I'm sure the people who reviewed Diablo 4 negatively probably have got a lot more time in Diablo 4, 3, 2, and 1 than
To repeat the rant that we have once per like 5 EFAPs, I am once again so bothered by the fact that these people will always be like, there's no such thing as objectivity, and then they just fucking say, you cannot have that opinion.
You
You
can't.
cannot do that. Like,
I think what's
okay.
crazy is that they casually throw out these perspectives where they're talking about stuff that actually is subjective for sure.
Yeah.
You know? Like, it's often like, oh, well, you're not allowed to have that. And it's like, what are you talking about? That is actually just you're describing somebody's personal feeling about something or something that you cannot prove. Like, it's not something that can be falsified, and they'll just throw it out casually.
The fact
Just
that she
haven't
has
thought any of
said,
it through.
like, you know, these games, these high-budget AAA, quad-AAA games, like, they obviously cannot go below a 5. Like, just that's just the truth. Anyone doing that is wrong.
Toxic gamers.
to something like Diablo 4, which has complex systems. And
Stop saying complex, you
That doesn't
coward.
mean
saying
anything.
that-
That doesn't
Coward.
mean
Mean
anything.
anything.
Coward, coward, coward. She wants to say they're just better. They're
You see here
just
my
fucking
game?
better.
This game I have, it's very buggy. It doesn't work. It crashes all the time. But look at all the complex things I coded in here. See, that's a 6 out of 10 at
You
least.
almost want to say to her, what's the most complex game in existence? And let's just say she names something. You go, okay, what if it never boots?
No.
Mm-hmm.
What's the rating then?
What if every hour it kicks you? Like it spawns a little boot out of a PlayStation and then it kicks you.
It kicks in the shin. It's like, hey.
Yeah, in the shin, a really like annoying spot.
This is gonna sound a little bit weird, but maybe she almost thinks like the number of people who have worked on a game and for how long, like the number of manpower hours that have been expended to create the game, that's what makes it have a higher score.
I think
I'm not,
that's
I don't
what
know.
he's saying.
I mean, I guess I'd be a little bit more cynical. It's like, you don't want to burn any bridges, huh? Like
There's that.
that's
There's
what
absolutely
it feels
that.
like
You mean to
That's where this
but
goes to me.
You can also go
Lizard
more
monoliths.
lizard brain. Just you play something like Outlaws, you're like, wow, this is a big Chungus game. I love this. Look, that looks like real life, and oh, there's voices and music. Woohoo! Oh, I'm in space. Woo! Da 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 da. Now let me boot up this fucking dungeon. Look at these graphics. Oh, press down.
Arrow keys.
Yeah, maybe.
I seriously think it all comes
yeah.
down to the lizard brain perspective of obviously Outlaws is better than that shitty 2D thing.
Denigration of
That
media.
is kind of what I'm getting at, because I have seen other people say things like, 1,000 people worked on this game. Why can't you appreciate it? It's like, well, it's still a bad game though.
Well,
Yeah.
they're
Why can't they
charging you money,
appreciate my money and
so,
time?
Yeah,
Yeah.
why exactly?
I'm
I wish
sorry
they
that
appreciated
1,000
my time
people's
and effort.
went towards such a garbage product. I'm sorry they had to work on it.
A lot of people made the Third Reich, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, what do you want me to say?
7 out of 10.
7
and
out of 10.
enemies and classes
Third Reich,
and
7
a
out
ton
of
of
10.
progression and music and sound design and art. You can see why it doesn't.
It's more complex. Is that what you want to tell me, or do you want to just? This is what I mean. Just admit it. You just want to say, "Ah, it's just better." It's just better.
I sure do love defining terms. When you say complex, what do you mean?
I told you she's being a coward. She's not going to go further than that because it would get her in trouble if she started saying Outlaws. AAA games are inherently better than indie games. They just are. Imagine she fucking said that.
Yeah, that would be silly.
She wants to say it.
I think she thinks that.
She wants to say it, but she can't.
She might think that.
I would
yeah.
even
She's
argue
just smart
she would
enough
say
to know
it
not
to
to say
friends, and then if they were like, "Whoa," she'd be like, "No, we all know this. We all know the amount of people working on it. The shit. If you have 100 people working on a game and one guy, obviously the 100 people game is going to be better."
I guess
Obviously.
I'd be curious. If, like, I would almost want to know. It's like, would you be comfortable just saying the game kind of is shit? Like, let's say you didn't even believe it. Would you feel like you could say that and that wouldn't cause you problems, like in terms of connections or any sort of stuff in the industry?
So
and
funny
if you
as
feel
well
like
as
you can't, then maybe don't talk about this.
if you remember the part
I don't know.
2 where she was like, as someone who's like aware of these games, and you probably are, you probably play your little AAAs, so you probably don't know. And then I'm sure everyone here is like, God, I've poured more hours into some indie games than I ever have into like quadruple. It's so funny to be talked to like this, like. Don't you know indie games are not capable of much? Like those poor little guys, they're struggling to get over the fucking finish line of being even noticed. But
Yeah,
but
hey,
but
what
Ubisoft game, Whoa.
So complex, dude.
Oof. That's an
They
auto
got all the
7.
complex.
Yes.
But are they fun though? Are the indie games fun?
Shut up, 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10.
The idea of like challenging any AAA studio to like try and replicate something successful out of the indie sphere is so amusing to me. The absolute bumbling slop mess that would come out at the end if you told,
And it's not-
hey Ubisoft, try and make Slay the Spire.
I think that it is somewhat intuitive for a lot of people to believe this line, like that many people and that much money, it's gonna be baseline better. But when you start like dig deeper into it, Alana, you must have some of this insight. The amount of mistakes that can be made along the way, this reflects on films as well, right? Like they can pour so much money into a thing that doesn't fucking work, and then it gets scrapped, and then just like, whoops, like a game can get restarted in its development several years into it. We've had bazillions of examples of that. So it's just like, why do we treat this like it's not possible? Look at Duke Nukem Forever. Remember that shit?
Oh God.
Well,
but the thing is, I don't need to refer to any particular examples. Outlaws is the example. It is a super high budget game that had bazillions of people working on it. And it's awful, absolutely trash.
You can do the exact opposite too with Stardew Valley, which is a game from a single producer. One guy in his basement, in his girlfriend's basement, made that game over 7 years. And it's one of the biggest selling games of all time. Most people consider it a 10.
Why would we even need to entertain the conversation? How many indie games could you just list off the top of your head? You know, like Shovel
Knight. You could point to
Super Meat Boy,
just with
Papers, Please, Katana Zero, like Stardew Valley. It's like
Undertale.
What is to be exactly?
Hollow
Like, what
Knight
do you?
was made by 3 guys.
Tetris.
Exactly. Well, Tetris was made by one guy. Yeah, Tetris was made by one fella. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know why we.
Tetris movie.
Tunic, Disco Elysium. The list just goes on for fucking ever, man. Of all the good indie games,
ones that she could easily have stumbled across at any moment in that selection.
Say the majority of the best games of all time are
Wait,
going to
hold
be
on.
indie games.
She even said that Tunic was a 10 out of 10
She did.
earlier in the fucking.
She did.
Yeah.
That doesn't get. Maybe once it becomes popular enough, it's no longer registered in your head that way.
Once it's safe. I think so.
It's
once
again
it's
like
on
the
IGN reviews because it gets sufficient popularity, then at that point it transcends being an indie game to become a real video game.
It's welcomed into
it's
the
again
club.
The disgusting like poverty safari thing. Yeah, like it's got a sufficiently high production value for me to like give a remote shit about it whatsoever.
The aristocrats of the gaming industry have ordained that you can ascend from plebhood.
Yeah, she like arrives in her limo. She walks out. She gives a top hat and a cane to this homeless person. She's like, "Welcome to the club, buddy. You're in."
Yes. The authorities, the just some fucking guys, sorry.
Yeah, the
they have
guys.
ordained that you are now that get to be a part of the cool kids club.
Doesn't really exist in the same realm as a lot of the 2s that come out every day. It was functional, and it had this cool feature where you could actually play it for more than 5 minutes without being extremely bored.
Yeah, unlike those 3 games that you didn't understand how they worked at all.
That's subjective as fuck. What if I boot up Diablo 4 and I'm like, wow, this is boring? Am I wrong?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. IGN said so.
Well, so
all right. Well,
on that note, there are plenty of AAA, quadruple games. Look at Civilization, for example, the newest ones. If you put my mum on that, she's not gonna fucking get it. She's gonna be like, I don't really like this. 2 out of 10. We're like, no, you can't give that a 2 out of 10. You're wrong.
Basically, Steam is full of a lot of things that like barely count as video games for what the general.
So why don't you show us those instead of referring to them that way when you gave us 3 examples that are absolutely games?
Mm-hmm.
This is what I mean. Like, could you at least? You should have just said, you know what? My plan here to play the latest 3 failed. It really did. I picked 3 that are actually like games. I need to go find you examples of shit that's terrible.
You're a YouTuber. Just edit it out.
Yeah, you could just not put it in your video.
Who has time?
This is part of the thing. Like the rambling. I'm a writer. Rambling for 9 fucking minutes about absolutely nothing. Like you could have written down a script for this, or at least maybe some fucking bullet points, and gotten through it. And instead, I'm 13 minutes into a 22-minute video, and you've said nothing.
Or has she said too much?
So
okay,
By the way, I don't know if you guys. I downloaded the second game she talked about, Zool Dungeon. It's not polished by any means, but it's fun for $3. A lot of fun.
Oh, you actually got it.
Wait,
Yeah.
You been playing this whole time?
No, not me. The super chatter. I just amused by the fact that. Like,
okay. I thought you literally went and bought it.
Yeah,
no.
I think both of the games she had mentioned were they both came out September 11th of this year, and they're like $3. They're super cheap, little indie games.
Well, even the Cat Claw one. The problem with that, because that's the one that looked to be possibly the most like ready to be criticized. But she even said in the video, it's like, I don't know if there's more to this or what I'm supposed to do. Then just quit. It's like that's not really fair, is it? You're gonna need to make sure you know what you're talking about.
Ordained that you know it's
too late, trash.
Yeah.
It's also it's a scripted video. You edited this, or someone edited this together, and should have been like, this didn't work. You probably want to do something else, or
yeah, these
I
are
don't know.
The highlights, man.
It would not have been hard for her to just go and find free asset flips or like games that won't boot up, and like it's easy.
Do you see though that?
By the way,
she failed miserably, but even if
on this, by the way,
she did, yes. But even if she selected 3 games and none of them booted, or one of them did, and it flickered graphics and then died, and then she said, "So you see, Outlaws isn't as shit as you thought." I'd be like, "No, what are you talking about?" This is seriously like the best version of what she was trying to do doesn't prove her point, but instead it backfired, and she ended up possibly providing some fun experiences for people in chat. Which
if you're trying to explain to me what the score of Outlaw should be, and you mention any other game that isn't Star Wars Outlaws, I don't give a shit.
Yep,
that's not a good way to do it.
Her logic just seems to basically be like, appreciate the fact you have cancer because it's not AIDS. Well, maybe not.
Yeah.
Public understands a video game to be, and most of them aren't even really worth reviewing. But the scale has to still exist for them, and it's
like, say that,
I get why
that's true.
if you've
They're not worth reviewing.
Roll it back.
How do you know that without a review?
actually play it for more than 5 minutes without being extremely bored. Basically, Steam is full of a lot of things that like barely count as video games or what the general public understands a video game to be, and most of them aren't even really worth reviewing. But the scale has to...
Okay, so if I present to you just a poop, and then I say this is my video game, does that change the scale for everything again? Because now I've created a new floor.
That have to happen.
How many
times does
bowel
that have to
movement,
happen
digital
before it
bowel
becomes-
movements do you have to have before
literally
Outlaws
anything
becomes an
isn't-
8?
Yeah.
No, not digital, actual. Like you go to GameStop and you buy Mahler's game and it's just like a bucket with poop in it, and the guy just hands it over.
Oh,
It's like, here's my game.
I was
7 out of 10.
Like in a box, you know, it's got like proper box art and everything, but you open it up, it's just poop. In the little tray.
Poop.
to still exist for them. And it's like, I get why if you've only played AAA games, if you only played really, really popular games that do rise above the
Cringe.
schlock of majority of the stuff that comes out, that you would have a
Dude.
skewed perception of
See,
what...
you must have a skewed perception. You don't know about the indie circuit. You don't know.
I know. It's
Cringe.
I'm almost impressed by the condescension though.
No.
It's tinged with a lot more of a positive tonality.
It's what we
than
talk about
actually
all the time,
matching
yeah.
what Big Ten.
If she said this
Yeah.
angrily, people would see it for what it is.
Yeah, because in this case, it's like, you know, and if you haven't played that many games, actually, like, if, you know, not like, if you haven't played any of these games and you played all these AAA games, then yeah, you would think that that Star Wars Outlaws should be lower than a 7. It's very, yeah, the tonality is really on point.
So someone just said, is she seriously intimating that the public can't determine what is good quality? Yes.
Yes.
In a sense, yeah, which is funny considering the observation that it's just some fucking guy's opinion on a review. But now you're saying, well, yeah, but you're
Now
more
they don't
familiar
know.
with video games than the average person. They don't know any better. So yeah, this is what I mean. In a sense, I'm almost impressed by the. It's not particularly well constructed, but the tonality very much is softening the condescension.
what the scale looks like. Your scale is probably different to the scale of some other fucking guy based on just what you
there you
played,
go.
where
Yes.
reviewers often have played a lot of
Inject
stuff.
memes.
Yeah,
so
but did
that
you
it
see?
gets treated
Did you
less
see?
seriously
But
as
you
an
don't-
argument.
It's a sneaky.
But we have the 1 through 10.
Yeah,
She did a
it's
sneaky.
set.
Look, she says the
Scale
just
is
some
probably
fucking
different.
guy as like a. We're all having opinions, but right after it, she then makes clear what would make our opinions lesser.
To the scale of some other
Exactly.
fucking guy based on just what you've played, where reviewers often have played a lot of
Nice.
stuff.
See?
Good job.
This little like
Yeah.
just some fucking guy. It's like a shield to protect her from people
Yes.
being like, "What the fuck? You just said that I
Very-
don't have as much experience as like IGN
Very
reviewers."
impressive.
Mhm.
Very impressive.
Lame. Just stop being so cowardly. Just admit what your position is, which is, I know better than you guys. These games are 7 out of 10s. Okay? Outlaws is at the very lowest of 5. And those shit games I showed you barely ever, there's an exception here or there, but barely ever scratch above like a 1. They're all pathetic. Just say that.
That falls on the lower half of that scale and is the reason the lower half of that scale exists. I think you could pretty easily make a case that they should just not touch those lower half games at all, and that you could like have a scale
do
just
you
for
know they're
AAA
lower
games and
half
they could be
before
two
you review
separate
them?
things. But I think that would also be pretty complicated.
I mean, technically, she's already explained to us now that it caps at 5 to 10, meaning that we should treat IGN's 5 to 10 as 1 to 10.
I
So
have such a fucking
Yeah.
problem with her. We should separate out, you know, and have just a scale that's just for the AAA. We do have a scale that's just for the AAA games. It's the 1 through fucking 10 scale.
well, but remember, Tunic, that's too good to be on the
The concept that every game she doesn't like is under, it's not big enough, it's not important enough, it's under a 5 automatically is just insane. Jesus Christ.
Well,
I hate watching these shit.
Listen, if it was good, it would be popular. You know,
You
how
need
it
to
is, right?
reconnect it back, okay? So when she says Outlaws is going to be better than the vast majority of them because they don't scratch above it, blah, blah, blah. Then you go, which is better, Tunic or Outlaws? She's going to be like, well, wait, hang on. Yes, Tunic is better, but well, hang on. It's like, I like the idea that she just has fucking smoke starts coming out of her ears. It's just like,
Blue screens,
breaks down.
blue screens like Outlaws.
Complicated to explain to audiences in a lot of cases, where I feel like it's probably easier to explain, no, a 0 or a 1 or a 2 is for games that don't function.
Like Outlaws?
How can a game
Like
that doesn't
Outlaws.
function be a 2?
A non-functional game
Yeah,
gets
what?
a 2 somehow. Yeah,
I mean, it would be a.
That's 2 songs.
Honestly, Rags, I think it's because she said in her head that one of those numbers belongs to non-functional, and she's like, "Fuck, that's really not good enough, is it?" Because that would work on the scale allowing Outlaws to be like a 3. You could still have 1 be non-functional. So she's like, "No, it's got a 0, 1, and 2." Maybe even 3. Like, it goes all the way up. It blocks out so many numbers, you see. That's why AAA have got to be up in the higher numbers.
Okay, man. Okay, let's say you have 2 non-functional games, right? And one of them's a 0 and one of them's a 2. Why?
I don't know.
Well, one of them's more complex than the other.
It was like the crash different? Like it was a nicer looking crash screen or something? Like
Yeah,
what the fuck?
see, the 0 had a crash because of only 1 line of code. The 2 had a crash because of 18 lines of code. There you go.
Okay.
So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all non-functional. So AAA has to be 6 at least. Like, just go to the first stop.
Concord is not functional.
7 out of 10.
Making changes that negatively impact the game didn't make it completely non-functional, or didn't make it so that the only thing you could do was like play a claw machine. You know what I mean? But
Ooh, get fucked, claw machine dev.
Sucker.
But yeah, you could
Should've
certainly
worked for
argue for that
Ubisoft.
if you wanted to. Go ahead. I'm just explaining why it currently exists the way that it does. And to be clear, I'm
You've done an awful job, like
This
catastrophically.
makes me hate. This makes me hate
I
you
wonder
and
if the-
journalists even more. And
Dude.
my opinion was already really low.
I can picture her like at a theme park, right? She puts $1 into a claw machine, fails to get the stuffed animal, and just like 2 out of 10.
This game doesn't fucking work.
Not even functional.
I wonder if she got like a call from IGN people and it's like, "This is what you thought what the scale was the whole time? What the fuck?"
I mean, if I was
don't
to
agree at all.
If I was to explain to someone quickly what point she's broadly made here, I'd be like 1 through 5 relates to indie, 6 to 10 relates to AAA. That's basically what she said.
Yes.
AAA and also really important indie.
Yeah, other than when an indie game is so good, everyone talks about it. That's when it gets to be elevated into the AAA scale.
not trying to
Clickability.
defend IGN in making this video in any capacity. Even when I worked there, they had game reviews come out that I staunchly disagreed with. When I worked
Wow,
there, they
aren't you
had
brave?
the Doom 2016 review, which was written by a freelancer who gave it was like an insane low score. Yeah, it was a 7.1.
That's his opinion, okay?
His
You
opinion-
said it's
his,
allowed.
His opinion is no more.
He's just some fucking guy.
He's just a fucking guy.
Just a
freelancer.
freelancer.
Just got to make sure that's said. It was written
You
by a
said-
freelancer.
Not even a
Yeah.
real journalist. Just
Yeah,
a
what are those
freelancer.
fake ones?
Yeah.
That
Well,
doesn't
that's
have
an
the
ex-
experience that we do, right? Like as journalists.
I'm just more hung up on the insanely low score of 7 point something. It's like that's pretty good.
7.1.
It's like, I don't know. So
That's a pretty
on
good
my
game.
scale, that sounds
Give
pretty
Doom higher
good.
than that, but that's a pretty good game.
Insane.
Yeah, that's a
Would I
good
give
game.
Doom higher than that? Maybe.
Oh yeah.
That's the
Probably.
thing. We don't do things the same way they do it over
Yeah.
in Crazy
No.
Town.
For Doom 2016. And I remember like everyone in the office being like, "Do not fucking agree with that at all." But
Is he wrong? Go as
Way
far
to
as
throw
saying
him
it.
under the
Do
bus.
it.
Wrong. It's just some guy's opinion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was just him, none of us. It was just him.
Yeah, we
Just
didn't
that guy.
fuck
Yeah.
that up. It was him.
Why are
It
you
was from,
questioning
Joe-
him?
Gilroy,
He just showed
who
up
did not
into
even
our
work
studio and
in the
solo
IGN
wrote the whole thing.
office, a total freelancer. I don't think he even.
Why are you say what do you think this means?
Why?
Not
what-
professional.
So
That's
he
what
has-
she
Yep.
thes it
Is
means.
this,
Clearly.
is
on
this
the
guy
outside,
going
doesn't
on the
count.
bus right
It's
now?
not
Oh
his
man,
thing.
the amount of like this might be one of the best videos ever for how insulting and rude this video is, but the tone is just fine, so you'll never
Yeah.
know, and no one will know.
Also, by the way, that just makes the IGN people look even worse because if like no one agreed with that score and they were all like, "Well, he wrote it now, he just fucking put
Why
it
did
out."
they give
Yeah,
a
well,
release
too
like
late.
Doom 2016 to a freelancer?
I don't know. You feel like you want your best people on the highest.
I would have thought they'd want their
possible
people on a
games.
release like that, but
Or
okay.
the most relevant games, rather. Yeah.
With that at all, but it was from Joe Gilroy, who did not even work in the IGN office, a total
Okay,
freelancer.
name
I don't
dropped
think
him.
he
That's
even
sick.
wrote for IGN very often, like maybe one or two
What
times.
does that
I
have to do with anything?
Why,
Not
yeah,
actually.
why are we bringing this random guy up to put him under the wheels of that bus right now?
Jesus
For
Christ.
Star
You know what's
Wars
weird?
Outlaws?
Friggy, she put him under the bus, and then she was like, "Whoops, forgot to give him a name."
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Why? Like,
What are we doing here?
I
What's
guess I
going
gave you
on?
some clues as to who he was, but I'll make it easier for you, just so you know.
sure. But like they've certainly had review scores that I fundamentally disagreed with.
Okay.
And that's just sort of the reality of reviews being just written by some fucking guy.
I want to lie down
But
so
yes,
bad.
this is
I'm
essentially why you
losing my
might feel
mind.
like you see so many review scores that are above a 5, or you feel like the lower half of the scale is being underutilized. It's why 7s feel like it might be average, and why I've heard people like call to change the 7 to a 5. But it's just when you factor in games that you probably haven't played or probably haven't heard of.
You probably haven't played and heard of these games that don't work, and then showcases a bunch of games that do work.
True.
Is so cringe.
The bottom of the scale gets very, very, very full very fast, and your AAA games start to look a whole lot better in comparison. And finally, I know that this isn't going to sway anybody who like already feels some way about this, but
if you mean we think IGN is a joke, you're correct. This has not swayed us in any fucking way at all.
I think you're more of a. I think you're a malicious joke now. Like,
yeah, this hasn't helped anything.
Establisher. No publisher is giving an IGN reviewer a bunch of money to influence a review score.
Obviously.
That's not the criticism.
That's not how it works. Nobody thinks it works like that. That's not what we mean. That's
Word of
not what anyone
advice
means.
for anyone who out there needs to defend themselves from claims of being a shill: never address the argument, they dropped a sack of money on my desk and said, you best review that game positively, bitch, or I'll kill your family, and you won't get this sack of money. That's not the criticism. It's always about influence and access, and you're too scared.
You get access, you're all friends, you get invited to events, you get put up in hotels. Who runs the ads? What kind of ads are getting run on like IGN or any of these websites? Are they from publishers? Sometimes they are. Yep. It's all of that. It's not the idea that somebody's literally saying, here's a bag of money, give it a 9 out of 10. Obviously.
Yeah, and I'm not ruling out, you don't need to address it, but I'm not ruling out the idea that they go, oops, drop my sack of money on the table.
Oh, oopsie.
I mean, we've seen that happen.
Oops.
We've seen it happen. And on top of that, we have seen them, directly blacklist companies like Kotaku, right? So, like, this does have an effect. They will stop giving you games if you review them badly. It's been proven. This is not questionable. It's not like us out here speculating as conspiracy theorists. They will stop giving games to these journalists.
As an individual outlet, you need their publishers more than they need any individual website.
Yes, it happens. Right, and I see people in the chat being like, Kotaku needs. I fucking hate Kotaku, but it is concerning when a journalist is being blacklisted at all, because it shows that this shit is happening.
It's giving an IGN reviewer a bunch of money to influence a review score. There are ways that companies try to manipulate positive reviews.
I mean, here's another one, right? Like, oh, well, I work at a, games press, but like, I want to keep my options open in terms of, future career prospects as well, right?
Yeah, slide on over onto that side of the equation, maybe.
It really doesn't seem like it should be the case that somebody who was working as a reviewer at IGN should be able to be working there have just been cases where people who worked at IGN end up working like in PR or working at studios, and it just seems like, well, wait, if you're like doing your review accurately, there are going to be some games that probably should be getting shit on a bit, but like to the point that they might not even want to be working with you anymore. And it's like I just the overlap is kind of like bizarre in a sense. It should be more of like that's odd. It's odd that the side that is ultimately meant to be representative of the interests of the player base, consumers, whatnot, that would actually be the case, and they'd be able to like comfortably sort of then align with the companies that are seeking to make money off of that player base, whether it's through good games or bad business practices or whatever.
Scores in ways that I think are extremely egregious and actually far worse than I think the general public realizes. Like, this stuff is huge. I'm gonna make a whole separate video about this. I was gonna put it in this video, but then it's like too many topics in one video. It's a lot. I will make a separate video about basically like publishers, companies trying to influence people to get positive reviews and the manipulative tactics that are used for that. There is so much to say and so much to unpack, but we're just
that is what people are talking about. You don't need to address they dropped the sack of money on the table. Just don't.
handing somebody money to give a gamer score, which, by the way, as an aside, I've seen people recently suggest that IGN was paid to give Star Wars Outlaws the 7 out of 10. Why would Ubisoft pay for a 7? A 7?
Because
7 isn't suspicious.
You just spent the whole fucking
suspicious.
video talking about how,
Explaining.
7 AAA means quality, it's too complex to not, like, you spent ages defending how it's an important number that represents quality at a baseline, and then you're like, why would they pay for that when what if the reality was a fucking 2? 7's a way better score than a fucking 2. And then, of course, like, as an aside, like, that's silly that they would do that. But then the main point being they would never drop a whole bunch of money to just require a positive review. It's like, well, yeah, but you just went over all the reasons what they would do it that are non-direct, non-explicit. Because, of course, it's illegal. Like, it's funny, if they actually did that transaction of the drop sack of money on table for positive review, they would never say it in a way that could be captured, but that may very well take place, that they just go like, hey man, I hope you give it the same kind of review approach that you usually do, and the guy winks and says, I know what you mean. See you at Disneyland.
So what is the nature of because IGN does it in Game? I don't think does Game Informer exist anymore, or did it get shut down recently?
It's gone.
Yeah, like because IGN has it where it's like, oh, we've got like exclusive access for the month on this game. What do you think the point of that is? Like that's basically ads. Like in terms of or at least in terms of the idea of like what exactly is the publisher looking to get out of a preview where they show the game in a limited capacity, and the extent of the coverage that's provided by a website like IGN is descriptions of things presented in a way that's generally going to be positive for whatever the game is. Of, oh, you can do this, you play as this character, it's about this. Like, those are again, what's the point of even talking about the whole like, oh, here's the big sack of money, give it a 9? That's obviously bullshit.
Remember,
the actual relevant and important one is the soft influence.
7+ is enough to get your average assessment from people to say, well received. It's well received.
Especially if you're the site that controls the little blurb.
Thanks to the fucking avalanche of users saying this is pathetic, horrible, broken mess, you could see even from the articles that we were reading that they were across time. The latest one is like, it's not been well received. Like, not really at all, actually. And it's just funny to say, like, why would anyone want to pay for a 7? It's like, well, it's better than a 6, a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1,
exactly,
and a fucking 0.
You're paying a reviewer, you couldn't just slip them, like, company like Ubisoft with a shit ton of money, just like another 50 grand or whatever the fuck.
Also, it'd be fucking suspicious as hell if IGN gave it a 10 out of 10.
Yep, the 7 doesn't arouse suspicion.
Remember how fucking suspicious it was, the 86 for Rotten Tomatoes for Rise of Skywalker? It was like, how the fuck do you give that an 86? And if a lot of said, it's not an 100, they would have given it if they were paid off, they would have given it 100. Like, what are you talking about?
Didn't the score like not change at all as well for like weeks
just
on end?
Stuck on 86, almost as though they were paid to not
weird.
let it drop below 86.
People love the Rise of Skywalker.
Oh, sure they do.
Yeah.
Hyper sus that shit. That's one of those ones where I was just like, I will never believe that was genuine. Not in a million fucking years. Everybody said that movie was awful.
Fuck and be like, just make it a 10. Why would they pay for a 7? But handing somebody money to give...
It would actually be dumb as fuck to pay for a 10. Just thinking about this.
Especially if it's that's super suspicious.
Review score
let me just hop in here for a minute, if you don't mind. So I decided to look something up because maybe a minute or two ago, she mentioned the Doom 2016 freelancers. She kept pointing out he's a freelancers, nobody. The Joab Gilroy, whatever his name is. Yeah. I just kind of dug around a little bit, just doing some Instagram searches and some Twitter searches. She brought him into IGN to be a freelancer. This is not someone that she doesn't know. I don't know why she was playing him up like she doesn't know him, because they're both Australian, and he was hired on because they worked together previously in the Australian games circuit in like 2015. Like, these are people who know each other, and then they had some kind of personal falling out in like 2023.
Oh,
interesting.
So that's why the bus happened.
Yeah.
She probably kicked him while he was under
it. Yeah, they apparently both worked like in some small time outlets in like 2015-ish. She got onto IGN, and then she like tried to pull him up, and they remained friends after they both left IGN. and then they had a personal falling out. They don't talk to each other anymore.
Rip.
And the details of that aren't revealed. But yeah, this is not someone like she doesn't know.
No, you wouldn't have gotten that impression at all from what she just said. Well, and it was also very odd. She only referred to him in such a way that could get him flack, and then she made sure to his name. It was like that's just odd. It was weird. You didn't need to do that at all.
Mixed signals here.
Extremely illegal, and these companies have giant legal teams.
Right, it's an illegal thing to do to pay for good reviews. Right, there you go, guys.
A massive
crime is
massive
illegal.
company would never do anything illegal.
Most murderers didn't know it was a crime. Like, I don't even know where to begin with this naive fucking comment. Like, crimes don't happen because they're illegal.
Yeah.
You're actually not allowed. We've solved it.
Yeah, it's also not allowed to give people gifts on Amazon when you sell them stuff and say, I'm going to activate that gift card if you give me a 5-star review. They still do it, though.
They don't need to be explicit. We talked forever about the access stuff, but if they were quote-unquote explicit, the way it would be done is not with explicit language. It would be, man, I love donating to you. I really do. It's the best thing ever. And I love reading your reviews, especially this one. They're all like the 9 out of 10s. The more work you produce, the more I'm invested in donating to you to make sure you're supported because I love your career. Just that's already more explicit than they probably would do it if they were to do it. But the kind of shit that can't even get you in trouble legally. Like, if you took that to court, you can't prove that. It's like, I can't believe people still say these things. Like, don't you know it's illegal? Why would they do an illegal?
Who are so hardcore and so intense about this kind of stuff. Their whole job is to prevent the company from getting sued or getting fined. That's
actually a reason in favor of our argument that they have a whole team designed to protect them from getting in any legal trouble.
Yep.
Job of these legal departments. I've worked with some of these legal departments. They are annoyingly hardcore. Stupid legal rules where they try to avoid getting sued for the dumbest shit that you're like, nobody.
Yeah, that's what a dumb thing for a multi-million-dollar company to avoid getting sued. Like,
dumb shit like that. Yeah.
People will sue people for anything. A lot of it's good that they have these teams to protect themselves, but simultaneously the teams can be used for less cool and less ethical things.
Evil.
Just going to sue you for that. And they're like, doesn't matter. Somebody could, so don't do it. Paying somebody to have positive sentiment, even if you disclose it, is illegal. Did you know that? So, like, if I do a sponsored ad here on YouTube,
I get it.
Ask me
I
to say,
understand.
Like I said, this is all useless fluff. Like, we already know all of these things. Move on. Address the actual arguments, please.
That I don't believe. They are not allowed to ever say, hey, can you say this sentence? I think I've received pushback on that maybe once where they were like, can you say that? And I was like, I don't feel that way. And they had to be like, okay, they are not allowed.
Well, wait, don't they know that's illegal?
Right. Right, so
they just did crime. Oh my god.
Everybody. How do we account for like the similarities in terms of the ads then, right? In terms of the structure.
I don't think, honestly, Frank, I don't think we should bother. This is such a stupid
RPGs in 20. Yeah, like remember, everybody said it was one of the most ambitious RPGs, right?
Well, I think the difference is that the one thing is a review from a press, and the other thing is like an explicit ad. What do you mean, right?
No, what she's specifically talking to,
you said sponsors,
what she's specifically talking to is sentiment, right? So you can't be like, I like thing. I'm
but
a
you
user
can say
of
that
thing.
a game is one of the most ambitious.
They totally
RPGs
do, yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Ambition is a hard thing to quantify.
I'm just exhausted by like the notion that she's addressed anything here by saying it's crime. They wouldn't do crime.
It's crime.
They wouldn't do
No crime. That's illegal.
They have lawyers on their teams. Lawyers are meant to not do crime by job. So why would crime happen if job was not crime? That's you're stupid.
Allowed to do that. That is very, very, very illegal and taken very, very seriously. So paying for positive sentiment without disclosure is going to get you fined, but even with disclosure, also going to get you fined. Like, extremely illegal, again, taken very seriously. And asking games journalists
really
specifically to lie about review scores, I think, is one of the dumbest things that a company could possibly do. Like, that's going to come
I was
out
here 2 minutes ago when you said that. Can we move on?
She hasn't said anything new forever.
So fast if it were actually happening. It's an industry full of people who are so poorly paid and are often very bored with the stuff that they're able to write from an industry
Good. I hope they starve.
Industry that gives them like no information.
I don't even know what the fuck point is this. Like,
I don't know.
why would they pay for the lowly
No,
reviewers'
those poor games
scores?
journalists.
Those poor fuckers.
If anything, she's giving me a reason why someone would accept a bribe is what she's doing.
About anything, and is constantly withholding things and just making them like rehash press releases because the games industry is so cagey about information. Frankly, they are desperate a lot of the time to write the article that gets their name out there. Or
Alana, this is not helping your argument at all.
No.
Just told us why they would accept it.
It's all very illegal, but they're starving. Send us more money.
Every single dollar.
She even gives a
so much
price
money.
earlier, just another 50,000.
Just give another 50,000.
or gets views or makes people like them. It gives them the prestige of breaking this huge conspiracy news story. Like so many, I would say 90% of people who work in that games media industry would be frothing, chomping at the bit at the opportunity to leak this story. If it were happening, it would have leaked 1,000.
But all the reasons you just gave for that would also
It
reflect
hasn't
being
leaked,
bribed.
so it hasn't happened.
Wait, it has leaked. Kane
Yeah, it
Lynch.
has happened. We know it's happened.
Yeah, exactly.
It's famously happened. But did you
Yeah.
catch that, though? She gave all of the reasons why these people would want to get an article that's very famous or very engaged with, because that would provide them money, which will help the particular situation being not fantastic, which I'm more than inclined to believe, like, the vast majority of the people who work in trying to get this to work, like, they're probably not that well off. But you cannot deny that that would also work as motivation to be bribed.
Yes.
Yes.
I agree.
How can you lay all this out and then be like they would never be bribed? They're all so full of integrity that all of them would leak this story immediately. That's what would happen. Like, okie dokie.
Times over. And I actually don't doubt that it was happening in the 90s and 2000s before a lot of the more strict regulations came in. Of course, companies are going to try to do it. They just can't anymore.
So somebody
try,
tagged
but they
me in the Discord about Jeff Gersman, and I think he's actually a pretty good example. Giant Bomb was founded because he was fired from GameSpot for giving a bad review to a game after that developer had paid for a large purchase from the website. So this stuff absolutely happens.
Like this meme.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
I've always liked
Good
this
stuff.
meme whenever people use it. It's great.
It's such a good format.
It is a good
It is.
format, yeah.
There are times where I'm more than on board with the third place guy celebrating, you know? Like, good on you, buddy. Like,
Yeah.
just you the others
You fucking
don't,
go get 'em.
Yeah.
He's I mean, it is the Olympics. That's why people at the Olympics, you get a silver or bronze, you're celebrating. You're like second or third in the world.
Hell
That's
yeah.
insane.
More. And publishers do have other ways of trying to influence review scores, like I said. I'll have a whole separate video about that. But they are not giving game reviewers money to give games a 10 out of 10. Again,
Yeah,
just
I
like
would
think
wait
about
for a
everything
little
you've ever disagreed with somebody on. Think about the dumbest fucking thing that you've seen on the internet that you disagreed with somebody on. Your toilet paper. You put it over or under. Heated disagreements about that stuff. Over is correct, by the way. Anyone who puts it under, I will literally...
Who's arguing for under?
Does anyone argue for under? I've never heard anyone argue for
I-
under
I've not
ever.
heard
If
it.
anything, that's like the example given for things that no one believes in. That's why it's considered universally to be a mistake to do in a bathroom, because nobody prefers
Yeah,
it
apparently
like
she's
that.
had heated arguments with people about under. All right.
In your house, if I see that you have the toilet paper under, I will change it in your house.
Please,
I don't
want
care.
to talk
You
about
and
toilet
some
paper right
fucking
now.
guy
I
are gonna have
want to
different
go.
opinions.
All right, but this video is shit.
We're almost done, Mel. We're almost there. Don't you worry, buddy.
It's boring, but it's true. And as an aside, on my own aside, I promise you, if I ever find any evidence or any even...
Oh, people are saying under is better for cat owners. That makes sense.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
Why is it better for cat owners?
Because if the cat
they can't
spins
pull
it,
down.
yeah, it would never unspool.
It doesn't unspool.
Why don't you just close the door?
You could do that.
That works well too.
Wait, well, what if it pulls at the toilet paper,
Modern
not
problems,
the roll?
modern solutions.
The cat could still unspool it. It'll just be harder, I think. I do think there's some fair logic there, actually.
Perhaps it's litter boxes in the bathroom too.
Oh.
I like to go to. Never mind.
suggestion that game reviewers are being paid off, I will tell you in a heartbeat. I would get so many subscribers. People would be so happy with me. I would get so many views.
You don't fucking need them. Like, why you're expressing... Your whole point was those poor destitute people will absolutely expose this story because it would get them engagement, which simultaneously gives them the motivation for the bribe. And now you're telling us, as someone who is absolutely fine and well off money-wise, you would expose the story. Like, okay. I don't even know, like, what does this help? How does this do anything?
So much credibility. She finally outed it. Wow, look at this person go. That's my epics. Instead, I'm doing my routinely dumb bitch move of telling
I
you
would
the
say
truth
that you are overestimating how much the average person recognizes the names of games journalists.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think the average person is paying that much attention to like who is breaking these stories. Like even like someone like Jason Schreier, I presume that like most people probably don't even know who he is.
Pointed out, if it were happening, I really hesitate to use the word if it were happening, then it wouldn't be done in a way that she could expose it like that. It would be underhanded.
Very few people would actually know.
That there were these things where like thousands of people worked on a video game and then it comes out after the game was developed that there was some crazy shit happening. Why wouldn't it come out sooner when there's so many eyeballs on it?
What I'm trying to get at is they will use subtlety. They will likely have lawyers recommending how to do it.
Yep.
Why would they just explicitly send you a fucking email that says, I would like to bribe you, please? Like, that's not going to happen.
If you need elaboration on the bribe offer, please just email me back at
Dude, it's this
biz whatever.
It's like,
if you want to know more about bribes, please Google it.
It's the evolution of the bribery, because when you give them the bad review, they say, you know what, we're not inviting you to this next conference. We'd like to invite you to the year after. Really, it'll just depend on the quality of your writing. Something like that. What are you going to do, take them to court? They're trying to bribe me. No, we're not. We would never do that. That's ridiculous, and our lawyers will fucking kill you.
Most of you probably don't want to hear. Not most of you. It's just the ones who don't want to hear it, really don't want to hear it, and are definitely going to get mad at me in the comment sections of this video. Like, I'm aware of that. In fact, I will probably lose subscribers.
Ooh, woo, I'm gonna get canceled.
I like actively reject the proven to be excellent strategy of saying the thing the masses would like to hear.
Shut
and
up.
To make a controversial video that would force people to yell at me. All about to say, it would be a lot easier for me.
Listen, you need to understand that she ain't no usual Ulysses. She doesn't just fucking say random, boring, lame, and well-accepted shit. She'll tell you how it is, even at the cost of people not liking it for it.
How it is, which is ultimately a defense of the AAA video game industry.
And the shitting on indie.
Blizzard monolith and shit on the fucking people just making video games with whatever they have around.
Someone who actually does work in media to come out and say reviewers are being paid off. If it were happening, they would have done it by now a million times over.
They have done it by now.
They have done it.
What are you talking about? God.
Already, I would have done it by now a million times over already. I don't review games that don't accept codes. I have no reason to lie to you about this.
I have no reason to lie to you about this. Oh, it's like the video is so rich. I love every part of it in a way.
It's just not happening.
I think I'm going cross-eyed.
It's just some fucking guy. There are also just a bunch of factors where it comes to some fucking guy's opinion, where the person who reviews the game is the most likely to be excited about that game because they put their name down on the sheet where they said they wanted to review it.
No. You just explained all the benefits of access and engagement, and the fact that you only review things that people are looking for to get your name out there, to increase your career. And it may have nothing to do with your interest in the IP whatsoever. How does she not listen to herself?
Like, maybe not even the best way that things should work. Like, oh, at IGN, the most excited you are for the game means that you're more likely to review it. Maybe that's not a good thing. Maybe you should get in people who are indifferent so that you can get a more neutral perspective.
So they are likely to be more interested in it. Basically, some fucking guy is probably into the thing that he signed up to play however many hours of. And
like, this is basically saying it's almost like it systematically or systemically like has a positivity bias. Because the person who's most likely to review the game was most likely to be like excited for it, which
she switched it to interested in, which is like, I would hope you're fucking interested in the thing that you're professionally paid to review for the sake of consumer information.
Yeah, in the most general sense of the word. But I mean, if you're I'm super duper duper hyped for like Diablo 4, I want to review it compared to someone who's like, I'm indifferent on that one, but obviously, I'll give it a fair shot. It almost sounds like the system makes it to where it's like positively skewed because the person who's going to review it is probably more likely to like it anyway.
And write a review of. That's why he signed up to play it. And my suggestion for people looking for game reviews that they align with is Actually, to just find an individual or a couple of individuals, a reviewer, like one writer or
Like
one
me and their
YouTube.
What a
Patreon.
genius idea that not everyone already does.
Wow, nobody. Yeah, it's not like anybody's ever done this before.
Nobody ever talks about like a
You can find your
YouTuber
favorite online
or a reviewer
personalities
of
and
any
give them
kind
a-
that they're interested in and rely upon for anything. Nobody ever does that for anyone, really.
Mm.
Everyone always relies on IGN specifically and IGN is so cool and awesome and respected, and this video has really helped that. You know, I used to think they were retarded, but now, wow, it's just. You know.
I thought they were cringe, but they're
Now
actually
I know
super
they have
based.
no concern for the medium whatsoever. They just care about the huge corporate fucking monsters they've latched themselves onto. Sick.
YouTuber who you really align with and actively seek out their opinions. I don't even feel like it makes sense to read every IGN game review when IGN.
Who the fuck would? Like, literally who?
Gotta find out what IGN
What
thinks.
poor zombie fucking did that? Jesus. Put him out of his misery.
It's just 20 different some fucking guys who have vastly different opinions from one another even, and frequently disagree on review scores even as employees of the same company. Like I said, while I worked there, there were review scores that were given out that I really did not agree
like
with.
that
but
one
nothing
fucking
really-
asshole, right?
the one piece of
Doom
shit that we all
2016
hate.
guy, fucking piece of shit.
I do about that because I'm not the some fucking guy who reviewed that particular thing. What I do personally is just ask my friends. I don't read reviews at all. Literally never. I think.
All your friends are reviewers.
I was about to say that,
You know
but
what?
also
If I worked
undermining
at
your
IGN
whole
for
the
3
whole value of
years-
your whole fucking profession again. Why would I do
Like,
that?
listen,
It's like,
I-
why don't you, huh?
Well, I mean, I guess it's because she's out of it, right? So
Yeah, she's out of it,
made
so she can just
it's
talk
fine.
mad shit.
Like, it's all good.
That's
Listen,
not
I
no.
worked at
She's
IGN
got
for
plenty
3
of
years.
friends that
I
are going to
never read
exist in that
reviews.
profession. And why
Well,
would you? That's still her past work.
No, I know. But hey, look, all right, that ladder. Well, you can kick it down once you got off it, all right.
They
I don't
mean
know. It's just
nothing.
weird, isn't it? To just shit. So, like, the whole point of this system, the whole point of this video has been to, like, essentially defend the nature of how all of it's run, and like the nature of these reviews, and to argue for how the people who write these reviews effectively have more of a right to have a perspective on these games. So then we're like, yeah, but I mean, I don't fucking read them.
I don't
Like, who
fucking
gives a
read
shit?
them.
Who cares?
Nothing to me whatsoever.
Perfect.
And I even felt this way when I worked in that space. I
Oh,
just asked
God.
friends what they think of
Worse.
Well, there you go.
something and what they like about it and what they didn't like about it. And based on what I know about that friend and what they said they liked or they didn't like, I can make an assessment on whether I will or will not like something. Basically, 7 out of 10 is the average because
Well, yeah, but
the
you can make
scale
an assessment based on somebody who you don't know, based on their arguments, right? Such
No,
as
we're
in
not
a
even.
review.
Yes.
Frank, we're not even pretending anymore. It's just like she made reference to this earlier. I was going to say something, but I guess now it's like searching for reviews that you align with, as in. What's the phrase I'm looking for? Because it's been a while in the stream. Where you just confirmation bias. You just want the thing
yeah.
that tells you that you were right to feel the way that you did. And she's like, if you
Yep.
want that, you just got to find the person that aligns with you.
Just find
As if that's
someone.
not the most intuitively obvious thing that everyone does anyway. Which is honestly a frustrating thing we shouldn't encourage. Don't just listen
No.
to people who automatically agree with you about everything. Don't just try to search for confirmation bias. Try to expand your possible perception of a particular thing. Look into other people's perspectives. And then the reason why I just triggered onto this is because Free's like, what about their arguments? It's like, she's not even entertaining. They're making any. They're just saying, it was good. Does that make you feel good? And then they go, yeah. And then you go, that other thing, though, that was bad. Then they go, no, I like that. You go, oh no, yeah, it was good. You're good for
That's 7 out
liking
of 10.
that. It's
You're
like...
good for liking it.
It's so sad, and it kills discussion, kills analysis. What the fuck is the point in any of it if it's just making you feel better about the fact that you like Star Wars Outlaws?
Yeah, and all reviews are the same, and no one has expertise over anyone else, and everything's valid. But here's our publication. We'll accept ads for our opinions.
Here's a better one. Find people who you believe are honest. Fuck the confirmation bias.
No, find
Counts.
people who you agree with and get their opinion. That's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
for the amount of games that do not have even half the complexity of most of the games that you play.
Complexity doesn't
and
matter.
does
Stop saying that.
Saying that fucking word, yeah.
need to have the lower half of that scale in case one of those games gets reviewed. Again, I'm not trying to defend that, just trying to explain
Yes,
it for
you
anyone
are.
who might
Yeah,
be
you are.
defending it.
Yeah, you are.
100%. Absolutely
Yeah,
defending it.
you are.
sort of like has never thought about it before and was, if this
Never
Never thought about.
just squeezing these in at the end.
video makes anyone
so-
go, oh, Yeah, that makes sense. Then great. And remember, game reviews are just the opinion
Of
some fucking
yeah,
guy.
okay, cool. Yeah,
So
sure.
if she actually wasn't trying to defend it, then she should put it right at the end here, and this that I just explained to you is bullshit, and here's why. But she didn't.
Dude,
She
the
actually is
best
defending it.
version of this
What a waste
video
of
is
time.
the scale is skewed because there's a shit ton of games that barely even work that would fill stages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, I could go through it in detail, but you probably know what I mean. It's ones that don't even boot up or ones that do, but all they are is like a fucking black square on the screen and you press a button and it breaks. Like, these are the lower level games. There are some games of this type that can, like, you know, surprise you and or whatever, but that's what the scale is for. Hopefully that makes sense. That's why a lot of things end up in the top half, whatever. Like, that's like the best version of this crappy video. I don't know why it took her 22 minutes. Holy shit.
You
Fucking waste
killed
of my
Metal.
time.
They say we're long.
I mean, this was just 21 and a half minutes. Like, here's
That
the reason
felt like
why.
an eternity.
Just to
Like,
fucking tell us at the end, yeah, but I'm not actually doing any of these things, so it doesn't actually fucking matter. It's like, oh, cool, thank you.
Cool.
That video was a Gollum-like. There, I said it.
It wasn't nearly as funny as the Gollum likes.
There was some funny bits, like the just drastic lack of self-awareness and then the cruelty. I was kind of surprised by that. Like, in retrospect, some of those bits with the indie, because I remembered it, but I didn't remember it like that.
God. That was
That
awful.
video was a
Indie
7 out of
game,
10.
Sure. Just
7 out of 10 is too good for any indie game.
Think of all the worst videos, all the crap videos out there that take up the 1 through 6 space. So this one's a 7.
So complex, though. Whoa.
Oh,
All right, Mahler, let's start the third video. Let's go.
Yep, let's do it.
No.
Wonderfully, we have.
We will now
reached-
begin our review of Star Wars Outlaws.
Yeah.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
sure how we're gonna fit everything in because I just realized, like, so Saturday we got Rings of Power, then Joker's come out, and then we've got
Joker is,
Agatha, I
like,
think, as
out,
well.
yeah.
So,
Mhm.
yeah, lots of episodes of EFAP on the way, lots of episodes of EFAP movies on the way, lots of episodes of us talking about everything on the way. What else can I say? I want to do some gaming too.
Wow.
I like games.
We need to
Video
chain,
games are pretty cool.
chain together
I like
again.
Star Wars
wait.
Outlaw game.
Was Chain Together made by like an indie team? Because I don't want to play no fucking 1 to 5 out of 10 games.
That's like a somewhere between a 1 and a 5, probably.
The higher you get,
Yeah.
the higher the
Same with
number.
Only Up. I think Only Up was made by one guy, if I remember correctly. So
We're kind of an
sorry.
indie production
Only
ourselves,
indie.
so I guess we're like a
Oh.
1 out of
In a
5.
sense, yeah.
Damn,
that's
that
true.
sucks.
Yeah, and we don't even have a soundtrack, so
No
Mm.
soundtrack.
There you
Oh,
go.
that's the one
I
right
think
there.
you stole that one.
No, I didn't.
I don't know. Oh, okay.
I'm not an acid flip.
Public
How dare
domain.
you?
Wow.
Oh, well, now that we're nearing the end, what we shall do is talk
Is
to our
remind people.
guests here about their goings on, their up to dates, and what's happening in their lives. And you know what? I'm going to start with Theo. What have you done since last being on EFAB?
I might have made the Shadow of the Erdtree thingy. It's out there in the world. Yeah.
Oh my
it's
god!
Everyone's watching it. It's kind of crazy to me.
It's a sensation. it is a 7 out of 10 video.
Sensation
It
that's
is
sweeping
in
the
fact a
nation.
7 out of 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm hoping to have something else out within the next couple of weeks or so. Don't hold me to that.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, yeah, it's an extensive
your boy Joseph
breakdown
Anderson.
of the DLC. And Theo, I'm honestly a little disappointed that you didn't begin with sighing and say I didn't want to make this video. I was so ready for that. I was like, yes. Oh,
I did see that video though. It is very good. Good job.
it's
Great
very
Thank you.
data related. It tries to explain to you what's wrong and what's right and how we're right for being critical of Elden Ring. That's the whole point of it.
Not that I'm like baffled by how broadly positive the response has been. So like I guess thanks anyone and everyone who watched in the chat for that, because
That's
like
great.
I was expecting a lot more like anger, but plenty of people, even if they don't agree, are like perfectly content to just hear out what was said. So that's really cool. I wasn't expecting that.
Has it made it to any like Elden Ring communities where have they been nice or?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't think so, at least. I haven't been informed of it having reached any dark recesses of the internet where I'm currently getting fucking clowned on 24/7.
Who is this
Give it
Theo guy?
time.
We have to
Yeah,
kill
it'll
him.
happen.
There is a link to said video in the description, I believe, and yeah, it's kind of fun and exciting. It's good shit, well edited. You put a lot of work into it, and we look forward to more.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I look forward to making more.
Yes.
Heckran.
Metal.
Oh god, that's me.
What are you up to?
What have
You've
I
been
up to?
making more vidges.
I mean, I don't even have one video. I have 4 out. I have
Wow.
4. Yeah, Rings of Power episode 1 through 3. Those are
Wow.
out. I put out a rando rant about Outlaws, the Star Wars Outlaws.
That's 7 out of 10 game. Yeah.
That's 7 out of 10 game. Yeah. Go watch those. I am finishing up episode 4 currently. Fingers crossed that's gonna be tomorrow. It's only a couple more minutes of visuals left. I know I'm very much behind, but you know I'm a wage slave, so I can only spend so much time, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm doing the whole season still. Don't you worry, it's still coming. But yeah, that should be out there soon, and then I'll go straight back to episode 5 and torture myself some more, while also still having to watch the last 2 episodes and Joker, and yeah, so yeah, Joker Forge is happening on Sunday. That's gonna be fun stuff. Hopefully, didn't hear good things about that, so that's sad.
Yeah, I'm a little cagey about that one. I was kind of worried that was going to be the case. So
yeah, I'm gonna go see that. And spooky games. I'm trying to do 2 spooky streams a week. Currently playing through Darkwood. It's like
That's a neat game.
A top-down spooky game. I've been enjoying it quite a bit. The first stream. I think it's pretty great so far. So I'm looking forward to do more of
7
this.
out of 10.
7
Oh no, it's an
out
indie
of
game.
10.
4 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm shilling again. I'm just a little over 500 subs away from 10,000. So
Woo!
that's exciting. And when those 10,000 are reached before I get to Mauler, we're doing that Dark Souls 2 marathon.
You force us to play Dark Souls 2 on stream if you subscribe to us. It's really up to you.
Yeah. So when I'm over
Might be
when that's
painful.
happening, when I'm over there, we're gonna get drunk and play that game, and I'm sure it's gonna be fantabulous.
People
So yeah,
suggested us co-oping Gollum, and I was like,
no, thank you.
No thanks.
But yeah, tons of content even on my side. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy to hear. Yeah, that's it. Subscribe, ring the bell, stuff.
Ring the subscription bell. Yeah, you got you've been tackling all the new cringe, and
Hell
you know,
yeah.
when are you gonna make your first praise video, Mel? All about how
Yeah, how come you're so negative?
Yeah, doesn't Metal even like anything?
I'm starting to wonder about you. You know, Rings of Power is what you would call a AAA TV show, so it's kind of weird
7 out
that
of
you've
10.
been ripping it down to like such a
Well,
low level.
joke's on you. The video I was working on before, that is a praise, but I'm not gonna say what it is. But that's
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
gonna
You're
still
gonna
do
trick me.
that.
It's a
What is it
praise of criticism. That's what it is, isn't it?
You got me.
I knew
But yeah,
it.
I already got things in the
Why we
barrel
love
for
to
right
hate.
after Rings of Power. We're going hard, baby.
Hey Theo, have you got a sub goal that makes you so you get to stream all of DS2 live as well?
Oh, dude, not DS2.
It's gone on the fifth thing. Go, 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 go. All DLC bosses.
Do it. Do it.
It would be
I mean,
very
like,
funny.
you know, near 4,000. I don't know, whatever. Sure.
Then
Oh, you need to go
suddenly you
higher
just
than
take down the Elden
Yeah.
Ring DLC video and goes, I'm sorry, I apologize to Elden Ring DLC after what I've played. I'm so sorry.
Do I even still? Yeah, I do. Okay, I do have the game. Fuck.
Fuck.
You already refunded it in your dreams. It's still on your library.
I just couldn't remember if I played it on Steam or not. Guess I did.
Mr. Moriarty, what are you up to as of late, sir?
I'm working on stuff. I put out a video recently about Concord, and people seem to have enjoyed that. But I have 2
saw that
videos that are
video. Very good.
Thank you. Yeah, I enjoyed making that. But I have 2 videos that are super relevant to what we watched today. One of which was the IGN video. It's called "The Game's So Bad Even IGN Gave Them Less Than a 6." And it is a look at like the actual games and why they get these, and sort of the undersided, part of IGN and the problems with IGN. And then there's a companion piece of that that's called "The Problem with the Game Awards Jury," which kind of talks about the incestuous nature and network of the journalists and the people who are becoming these jurists who decide what games win game awards. And I think those two are highly relevant to the content that we watched.
I agree.
Nice.
So, go and pursue those videos. They are quite chonky in terms of entertainment, engagement, content. They are the best kind of thing you could possibly want after this stream. And it'll probably make him feel a little better, because it sounded like he was dying a couple of times in this stream.
It was really so painful to watch. These,
Outer Wilds video I look forward to watching when I play that game, hopefully.
The Outer Wilds video, it's such a failure of a video, but I'm so happy I made it.
It was a good video.
I don't really know what that means.
Oh, it did like 4,000 views. Like really bad. Really, really bad. But
wait, we allow people who have 4,000 views channels on this.
I really enjoyed making it. I spent many, many months on it. It's a 3-hour long, big philosophy video, and it got Metal to retweet it several times. He liked it so much.
You know what? That sounds like a success.
Outer Wilds is fucking awesome. So I was very happy to see that video.
Yeah, I've heard that game is like special in a way very few games are, and I look forward to playing it soon.
Outlaws is special in a way that very few games are.
Yeah, true. Actually, that much money getting burned on a pyre.
I was gonna say Gollum-like, but the genre.
Well, yeah.
Mr. Dev, what are you up to? If you're there, I don't know. You are.
Hello, I'm here. Yep. I just keep myself muted manually just because I start coughing or I'm slurping on soup too loud.
You start answering voices.
Yeah. Slurpo.
He's regularly slurping on that soup.
Just all day.
Listen, man, I had a big bowl of ramen for dinner tonight while doing this. So
just what you need, carbs.
Well, I mean, in the course of the stream, you would have it's ready to the next meal. We're well into that time now.
I could have thawed out the rack of ribs and then slow cooked them in the oven and then enjoyed them and eaten them through by the time this whole stream was going on.
I'm primarily a political YouTuber, and so I've been enjoying the political slop instead of the media slop like you guys. So a bunch of my recent videos, there's been some videos about ideas, there's been some videos about books. There's been some videos about like current events, like I talked about the story of the Haitian migrants who are apparently eating dogs and cats in Springfield, Ohio, which wasn't exactly true, it turns out. But I mean, that's how things go when it's an election cycle. I've watched debates with the presidential debates with my friends and stuff like that. And honestly, for me, what's coming up, because we're like 35 days out from the election, it's pretty much all going to be all politics stuff. I'm probably have to wait for my own Star Wars Outlaws video till after the election, because there's just so much to cover right now. There's so much to go over. Which, I mean, it can be a bit soul crushing sometimes, but also I do want to do it. There are a bunch of things that I do really want to talk about, so I'm working on that. A bunch of big projects will come out over the course of the next month. I think if I am going to do one video game related topic in the next few weeks, it'll probably be Dustborn, because Dustborn was an incredible train wreck and I loved it.
Well, it was a 7
I watched Harmful play quite a bit of it. It was what an experience that must be.
Yeah, ER put himself through it. Felt bad, but you know what? We all have to make sacrifices. It's like you take Dustborn, I'll take Outlaws. That sort of situation. It's like we all gotta do our
The amount
part.
of people who told me on stream to play Dustborn, I was like, I can't. I can only take so much.
If you
it's
put
like
on
20 hours
blackface
long,
and
man.
play Dustborn, I'll give you $100.
That's not enough to convince Metal to torture himself.
I'm not fucking Boogie.
No, do it.
It's
a high
such
class
a long
war.
game for what it is. Holy fuck!
Put on blackface and play Dustborn.
Wow.
I'll give you
I'll do it for free.
$100.
Mel's like 110.
110. I have
105.
class.
I'll be in the middle.
Also, last but not least would be Das. If there's anything you wanted to mention of any way, shape, or form.
Nothing on my end of things, although I did help with the plushie announcement. Like
you made the awesome trailer.
Hooray! It was very good.
Yeah.
Helped put together a couple of extra things, of which I won't disclose, but you'll have a good time with them.
Yes.
Other than that, nothing really on my side. I just kind of just work. I do what I can. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I suppose then we shall re-mention these wonderful new planchois. That's how you pronounce that, the original French.
Planchoids.
Planchoids.
Planchois.
Maul of the Longpire, Rags O'Lantern, Werewolf, Bringy the Raven, and the Hoodie. All available currently, and shall be gone once the Halloween season is dead. Buried until next year. So grab yours while you can. And the more of them you collect together, the bigger the discount. So it's they're like a family. You wouldn't want to separate them.
Yeah, that's right. You wouldn't want to split a family, right?
I mean, you can wrap them all up in the hoodie. Take them on adventures.
Yeah, all in the pockets. That looks pretty big. Pretty big pockets.
And I suppose before we head out, it's worth mentioning, since it's going to come out tomorrow, I have a video that's releasing with the help, significantly, from Free. Kind of alluded to it earlier. Going to be on Alien Romulus.
Oh, goodness.
Classic.
Romulus. Wow.
Though I feel the need to warn everybody in chat, it is not 6 hours long, okay? It's nice, short and sweet, at least by my standards. What's funny is it's a really long review to any normal people. But for me, it's not long at all. It's around about a 40-minute adventure through that wonderful film. But we'll say we've been working on all kinds of things. That is one of the many things. And so you can expect that tomorrow. And hopefully you'll love it. At least I hope it entertains. It's going to be... I mean, you guys know our perspective on that film. We're not exactly... It's not a 7 out of 10, to put it lightly. Like it's a little lower. It's more of an indie game type of score, you know?
IGN. Oh my god, you made a 3 out of 10 video? That's embarrassing.
What did IGN give Alien Romulus? Probably a fucking 9.
Let me check. Oh, they gave it an 8.
8.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
I was surprised.
Why are they allowed?
Is
like,
Rags, are the cons like relies too much on nostalgia or something like that?
Let me scroll down to the bottom here and see what we got. It is 8. Great. Alien Romulus's back-to-basics approach to blockbuster horror boils everything fans love about the tonally fluid franchise into one brutal, nerve-wracking experience.
It was definitely nerve-wracking. That's true, yeah.
Well,
piece of shit. Anyway,
not what I would call kind to it, but
what?
Like I said, hopefully you'll be entertained. But yeah, you got lots of EFAP stuff all over the place, just everywhere, man. It gets sticky. It's all over. You got Elm Street 2. The gay one is on the way.
It was a controversial title at the time, but I think it really settled into.
I'm very tempted to put that in the title. Even if it demonetizes it, it will be worth it. The gay one.
It will be funny. That's what matters.
And then yeah, we got the Rings of Power 7 and 8 getting broken down on Saturday for another fucking 9-hour EFAP.
Lord.
And that one will be long. The amount of shit we have to say about episode 7, yeah.
Oh, these past EFAPs have all been so long.
They have.
That's right. Buckle in.
Buckle
cool things happen around the spooky month.
Dude, I'm gonna overdose on Rings of Power this week. Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna overdose on
make sure to consume in moderation.
That's not possible. Massively behind.
Region, Mithril,
Uragion. That's how you spell it. The original Elvish.
Valinor.
Galadriel. Oh, there'd be so much to talk about in that episode. It was shocking. You've seen it now, Rags? Did you say or no?
Huh?
Have you seen it yet? I can't remember.
No, remember he got mad about the spoiler, so I guess.
Yeah,
Bringy, that was 9 hours ago. He may have watched
it. I could have watched it 3 or 4 times in that time.
You could have.
Alana Pierce opened her mouth, and I'm like, "Dear God, I need to watch Rings of Power to wash this out of my brain."
Oh yeah.
Let me see. Wait a second. All right, we're good.
Oh my God, look at this wonderful GIF.
Really? Oh, yes, this.
Must have been the wind.
This is essentially Outlaw. You know what? This is too kind. It works way stupider than this. Unless the idea is
the invincible grass.
They're so fucking oblivious, you may as well be long grass at all times in the game. Just moving around, sentient long grass. Because, yeah, okay, that's fair, actually. Must have been the wind. Must have been the wind is one of my favorite quotes. That was from Last of Us 2, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or at least I remember it starting there.
Skyrim.
Oh, okay. I don't know what it
That's a
originated from,
classic
but
Skyrim
the
quote.
I remember it coming up
Was
a lot for
probably
Last of Us
nothing.
2. Just, yeah, the probably nothing shit is fantastic. There's always that. But anyway, we're probably going to wrap up there. Is there anything anybody wants to say before we do?
No.
Goodbye.
Nope.
I think I'm good.
All right,
Other
then.
than,
I'm all set.
Hey, those plushies, they're really swell. And
They are
Whoa,
really cool.
Look at them go.
You should get all of them, and then get some for your friends, and then get an extra pair in case something happens to the first pair,
Mm.
and then get an extra
Absolutely.
hoodie so your hoodie doesn't get cold.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Thank you all so much for joining us for such a long episode.
Yay.
Special thanks to all of the cast here for hanging in for that long for this disastrous set of horrifying things. And a special thank you, of course, to Star Wars Outlaws for providing such wonderful memories.
Yay!
Thank you so much.
The best
What
goal
a
of
good
life.
video game.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh my god, Dank.